In every dark town, there are dark corners seldom tread, subjects of foreboding urban legends. Among every quiet community, there are entities of ill intent, boogeymen whose true faces are always concealed behind a veil of ghostly rumors. These are the things used to keep children well behaved, for their true power resides in the terror of their fiction and the uncertain nature of their reality. And when they're real, when they're really real, they hide in plain sight. They feign the same room temperature innocence of their environments, claiming victims who don't think to look for the snare beneath their feet. On Elliot's walk to his first day of school in his new town, his third in under a year, he would have never noticed such a place. He would have kept right on walking, were it not for that first kid who evidently couldn't stand to be near it. And then a second. And a third. Not all of them, but a starkly noticeable amount of them. Some of these kids were genuinely terrified, to the point where they would avoid it in a big semicircle in the middle of the road before returning to the sidewalk. Some would cross the street altogether. Elliot couldn't make sense of it. It was just another house as far as he was concerned. Actually, it appeared quite nice. Neatly manicured lawn, fresh-looking paint in spring colors, and a big, crystal-clear bay window. A brand-new yellow lounge chair in the spotless living room, complete with a shiny side table, reading lamp, and an unused ashtray. It looked untouched, like it was more for display than for living in, and yet there was something about it. Something cold. Crap. Late again. Living as a military brat, you learn quick that first impressions are the most important, and stumbling into a classroom 5 minutes late, covered in sweat, after sprinting the last few blocks was never a good first impression to make. It looked as if the first day was going to be another lonely one. And it was. Welcomed with laughter as he tripped over his own shoelaces, stumbling into class a full 8 minutes late. An awkward, rehearsed greeting from the other students after the constipated teacher gave him a routine introduction. A lonely lunch period, sitting alone over a lukewarm slab of mystery meat. And there, once again, he heard about the house that everyone seemed to dread. Apparently, it had a name.
Smokehouse?
Yeah, didn't you hear? This place ate another one last week. Just swallowed him up whole.
Yeah, right. Who?
See, that's the creepy thing. Nobody can remember his name. It's like he never existed.
Well, that's convenient. I don't believe a word of this crap.
Jack isn't lying. If you're so sure of yourself, why don't you go in and prove him wrong?
Fine, I will.
Fine, then. Meet us there after school.
Elliot followed the group after school. He was curious. He wanted to know what could possibly be so bad about such an innocent-looking home. Besides, if he played his cards right, maybe his stay in this town wouldn't have to be so lonely and miserable after all. He watched the exchange from behind the nearby tree, watched as the skeptic's bravado dissolved more and more into rattled cowardice by the second.
Well, go on.
I will.
Go on already!
I will. Just shut up.
His foot stopped just inches shy of the lawn, hanging there for 5 seconds, then 10. Evidently perfectly content to remain there forever rather than take the first step. Watching from behind the nearby tree, Elliot snickered to himself. What a coward.
Forget it. This is stupid.
I knew it! You chicken.
I am not.
Elliot seized his chance before the exchange had become a shouting match. If he could prove himself here, he wouldn't be spending another lonely lunch hour for the rest of his days in that town. He emerged from behind the tree with all the confidence of a superhero and declared flatly,
I'll do it.
What?
I said I'll do it. It doesn't look so scary to me.
You're that new kid, ain't you? The one that fell all over himself in social studies this morning. Eddie, right?
Yeah, that's me. And it's Elliot.
Yeah, well, look here, Eddie. This ain't no house. This here is Smokehouse. People say it's alive. They say it kills. The last kid who tried wasn't never the same again.
It's Elliot.
Whatever.
Yeah, go on, Elliot. I mean, Eddie. You're so tough. Go in and sit in that chair in the window.
Tough talk coming from the guy who didn't even want to set foot on the grass. What's the big deal? It's just a stupid house.
Well, go on then. If it's just a stupid house, let's see what you're made of.
Elliot shrugged, wholly unimpressed by the bluster. This would be a snap, he thought. But from his first few steps on the grass, he wasn't so sure. Something about the place suddenly looked wrong. The colors weren't as bright, the window looked cloudy, like it had taken on a film of dust from the inside, and he could swear that he saw the paint on the door beginning to chip and peel at the edges. He stopped, dead in his tracks.
Whoa. Do you guys see?
I see a chicken. That's what I see.
This is stupid.
What's the matter, Eddie? Having second thoughts? I mean, it's just a stupid house, right? I mean, if you're too chicken.
Elliot grimaced, his face flushed with indignity. He'd built himself up too big, and he couldn't let the situation go sour now. He had no choice. He turned on his heels and pressed forward, to the taunting chuckle of an amassing audience. He'd make a name for himself, no matter what. As he gripped the doorknob, he felt a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach, and a coppery taste well up in his mouth. He ignored it. It was just a house, just a stupid house, and nothing more. He turned the knob, surprised to find it unlocked, and stepped inside. I guess these small-town folk don't lock their doors, he thought to himself, and as welcoming as the foyer appeared, that would be the last normal thought within its walls. His head spun, his vision tunneled, and the coppery taste grew stronger by the second. He spat in nausea, and to his horror, a writhing black ichor landed at his feet, dissolving into tendrils of smoke before his eyes. It was real, and before he could react, it already had him in its clutches. The door slammed violently behind him, and as he turned to run, his vision whirled into a smudged parody of reality. Where once there was a door, there was now only a blank wall, one of 4, stark white with no windows, and no doors.
No. No.
Whatever was in that house, it wasted no time drilling into his head. He felt along the walls in a panic, each step feeling shorter than the last, each new surface a part of a different room, yet all the same. He could no longer make sense of space. He could no longer feel his legs beneath him as he stumbled about the empty chamber. His mind collapsed, and the house took control, delivering him into a new and unspeakable horror. He stepped back and watched the white walls crumple into yellow decay, the smell of sour smoke saturating his throat and lungs, and the terror arrested his brain.
No! Let me out! Let me out! Elliot! Do you like the taste? Do you like to watch them burn?
Who is that? Who are you? Let me out!
But the house gave no answer. Each turn of his head landed his eyes on a different room and a different peril. A kitchen swallowed in white-hot flames where he saw himself burn. A bathroom choked in noxious clouds of smoke. And he saw his face in a melting mirror. A leathery nightmare with yellowing teeth, coarse, and wrinkled skin like cracked pavement.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. What's happening to me?
It seemed to happen so fast. It flooded his senses, addled his mind with confusion, left him breathless, and he lost his sense of time. The world slipped away from beneath his feet and swallowed him in darkness for what felt like minutes. It might have been years, but long enough for time to stand still. Long enough to replace everything with the taste of smoke and the horrors of the house, until only his name remained.
Elliot, do you taste it? Do you taste the smoke?
The walls. They were wet and warm, slick with some kind of mucus. and they were pulsing rhythmically, undulating with the beat of his heart. Racing as his heart raced, and his nails grazed its surface, he felt the fierce sting of it in his mouth.
What is this? What do you want from me?
A light bulb, wedged in what might have once been called the ceiling, flickered to life, showing him the room in his strobe. But this was no room, not anymore. This was a body cavity, swallowed in pink, spreading flesh, inflamed and red with sickness, red with his sickness, and at the far end, slowly swallowing the edges of a single white door with no knob, yellowing the edges, blocking his only way out. He would not let the house win. Elliot rose to his feet in panic, pounding on the door, and the force of every knock rang through his teeth with a sickening throb. He knew what he had to do, the pain he would feel, but he would not die here. Agony. As the door snapped free from the creeping sinew, leaving a gushing wound in its place, he could feel every bit of the damage in his own body, every second of trauma here soaked into the very fibers of his being. This was no house. This place was sickness. This place was death.
Why? Why is this happening to me? Why?
Elliot dried his tears.
Why is
He
this
looked
happening
up to the room before him, and he remembered why he was here in the first place. He saw the reading lamp flickering faintly in the darkness and remembered a stupid dare to hang out with some stupid jerks that he didn't even like. He saw the ashtray, filled to the brim with the charred and twisted remains of old matches, and remembered the name. Smokehouse. And he saw the chair, tattered and faded, and in it sat the voice of the house. The voice that knew his name, striking matches and staring into the dancing flame.
I like to watch them burn. I like the taste. Do you, Elliot?
It turned to Elliot with a menacing grin that he could not see, but could feel in his bones, a wisping silhouette of smoke, not quite a person, with an excess miasma, wafting from its shoulders and choking the room in a haze that stung Elliot's eyes.
Geez, Eddie, took your time getting there, didn't you? What are you waiting for, an invitation? Take a seat.
He could see the world he left behind from the bay window. And everything was fine. Just another sunny autumn afternoon, and 3 jerks who didn't have a clue. They could see him from the window. They could see the fear in his eyes, but they could not see the hell that he saw. He turned and met the invisible eyes of the smoky phantom, and it was standing, beckoning to the chair.
What are you waiting for? An invitation? Take a seat.
And despite himself, he did. He sat in the chair and watched the jerks outside laugh. Swallowed in a whirlwind of soot and ash, he watched them rot from within his own nightmare, saw their fates that they couldn't yet see for themselves. He saw his own hands in the skin shriveled and tightened. As the nails yellowed, he saw visions of a hospital bed, heard the chirp of an alarmed EKG machine. He saw his own death, and he wanted no part of it. With the last of his strength, Elliot hurled himself from the chair and ran for the door. The room beyond fell into the abyss, a hallway of red flesh without end, bleeding and racked with the echo of ghostly coughs. He didn't care. He would not be the thing's prisoner. He stumbled through the smoke and the dry cough rising in his throat, pushed past the miles of fleshy walls, squeezed through the last remaining yards of inflamed and reddened gums, and reached with his gnarled hands through the last inches between him and the door to freedom.
Way to go, Elliot. You got guts, man.
Don't go.
Jesus, Elliot, what happened?
Don't go inside. Don't go inside. Do you like to watch them burn.
That would be the last time Jack set foot so close to Smokehouse. He would cross the street from that day on, like everyone else. And yet, in its living disease, there remained a distinct, beckoning call, calling him to taste the smoke, to burn one more. Just one more.
Joe is working outside in his yard. He always is. You lean against the porch railing, watching the sky, and wishing you could smoke a cigarette. Joe has the nicest lawn in the neighborhood. It's lush green, though he's always digging and planting new additions. You've always wondered how to get your yard that nice. You wave a lazy goodbye. You follow the scent of sesame seed oil and settle at the dinner table as Mark prepares for dinner. You half-heartedly listen to the news. Another girl missing. But whores like that always do go missing, don't they? You were never a whore. Never. You just needed money. For college. For the goddamn English degree that hasn't helped you an ounce with your job in sales. And the most you did with your body was, well, not too much. You can still be a good wife. Now the only needles you're using are for knitting. As you switch the channel to something lighter, Mark finishes the stir-fry. You smile at him, and he doesn't comment on its falseness. A few mornings later, Joe isn't working when you head outdoors. It had been raining the past few nights, and you suppose even perfect neighbors need breaks. It's a good opportunity to see the home at rest, and you peer out into his yard, edging closer. You notice something. You pale because that... Oh God. That's a hand in the middle of the lawn, half rising through the marshy ground. You look around the neighborhood, and no one else is outside. The women, all the country club meetings that you've never qualified for, and the men, working their day jobs and fucking their mistresses. Joe's car is missing. You should call the police. Tell them that you saw a hand groping its way from the grave. They can get a warrant off that, right? But if anyone should tell the police, it's Mark, not you. And especially not one of those thrice-damn country club women. Mark is good in a way you can't manage. Mark would like to have the nicest lawn, wouldn't he? He has the nicest house and the prettiest wife, and he deserves so much more than those balding men overfilling their suits. Determined, you march across the boundaries between yours and Joe's house and take the hand. It's not attached to an arm, making the process easier as you set in for the oddest day of gardening you've ever had. In a few weeks, the rose bush you and Mark inherited is thriving. How'd you get it growing again so fast? Joe gave me a hand. I am dying. To be more succinct, I am about to die. This confession is just my way of attempting to make peace with whatever options I have on the other side. It's a worthless and typical attempt at salvation from someone who truly does not deserve it. Truth be told, if I wasn't about to die, I wouldn't be writing about anything. I love what I do too much, plus I'd be killed by my people shortly after sharing this info with you all. Ironically, as menacing as I have been for the last 40 years, at the end, I find myself more pathetic than my weakest victim. There's a very old saying that information is power. It is one of the truest things you'll ever hear. I was just powerful before my illness. I was very powerful before my illness. Just not in the way that one might describe someone as powerful. My power didn't come from great wealth or brutal force or political success, even I'm not that narcissistic. My power came from harnessing the mundane and the minutiae of life. I became powerful through observation and routine, through patience and planning, through cunning and camouflage. I, and people like me, visit your home almost every day, and you all hardly notice. We, or as you'll come to call us, the gazers, know your most intimate detail. We know everything about you. When you're home, when you're not, who are you having an affair with, when you're on your rag, how many children you have, which rooms they stay in, how often you remember to lock your backyard gates, what type of medicine you take, what you like to eat and drink, who owes you money, who you owe money to, what type of animals you have, etc. Some of you have bought us Christmas presents, baked us pies, even asked us into your homes and into your lives. You've done all this without realizing that we are the reason you can't find your mother's pearls, had your car stolen, lost your beloved pet, found your father dead, or your siblings kidnapped. And, well, you get what I'm saying. We, the gazers, are at your service. Garbage men, gas and electric meter men, grass cutters, etc. I was your mailman. The gazers communicate just like you do. We email, post on Reddit and 4chan, etc. We've just been so successfully hiding in public that the transfer of information, transfer of the most fantastic details, has never been simpler. The most unsuspecting phrase that you find in short stories like these, or on message boards, often mean the most sinister and tantalizing things to a gazer. Going to the store. She wore a short red dress. It's time to put the baby down for a nap. Having roast for dinner. Finally taking the kids out for ice cream all mean much different things to me and my kind than they normally would to you. We can identify ourselves by the nicknames that we have for our specialties. If you've enjoyed a little B&E or a little stalking while you stroll, you are thrifty. Enjoyed a more professional approach by selling off the information that you've collected to interested buyers. Then you sold Avon. Kidnap women, children, and or pets. You are a tooth fairy. As for me, and people like me, they call us Picassos. Funny thing is, none of us ever saw our marks until the day the deed was done. That's what makes the system work. If 5 people in the last year come up butchered in my neighborhood or on my mail route, I'm not going to be in business long, like I was for the last 40 years. No. You see, our power came from the information that we all collected, and the better notes I took, the more information was shared back with me. The better the information, the better the pay. Whether it be monetary or a fun fact about my next victim. It was always easy to find garage or estate sales online. You sell and collect information. Information was currency, and I was a rich man. Anyway, I'm not writing this to brag or relive my exploits. My hope is that by sharing this information, maybe I'll save enough lives, spare enough heartache and despair to get some sort of reprieve in the next life. A kind of ridiculous thought now that I'm thinking back to all that I've done. Let me leave you with one piece of advice. Next time you see a service worker near your home, smile at him or her. No normal person is going to be in a good enough spirit to smile after walking in the hot sun, picking up 30 pounds of your shit for 6 hours straight. If that person smirks back at you, congratulations. You've just grinned at a gazer. But if the gazer smiles wide, well, you may have just welcomed the Tooth Fairy, or an equally horrifying proposition, a Picasso, into your home.
This is the easiest money you're ever going to make. In your line of work, that's a godsend. I stared at the generic, nameless suit standing in front of me. He claimed that he worked for the CIA, even flashed his little badge and all. Didn't matter to me whether or not I believed him. The only thing that mattered was the fact that he paid half up front, promising the other half after the job was done. A part of a freelance mercenary group, modern-day soldiers of fortune. We've been hired by government agencies before, but mostly just ones in Africa and Southeast Asia. You can imagine the type of shit we've been asked to pull off. Safe to say ethics aren't our primary concern. Now, I'm not blatantly immoral. If somebody offered us an exorbitant amount to oversee security for a human trafficking ring, I'd shoot him on the spot. And that's not to say that we're good people. It's far from it. In fact, I don't expect you to feel sympathy for me. I just want to get my story out there. Something very strange is going on. Something we should probably all be worried about. The mission itself was presented as a simple one, but the circumstances surrounding it were more unusual. We're staging a raid on a fanatical religious cult in Montana, a real psychotic bunch. I remember the suit telling me. I couldn't have imagined a better compensation than the one he was offering, so I listened intently. In all honesty, it was nearly enough to set my entire team up for retirement. Nevertheless, the whole situation unnerved me. We were caught completely off guard when they contacted us. Somehow they'd found our email address on the dark web. I knew what we were doing was illegal, but they didn't seem to care. In fact, they never mentioned anything about our past crimes at all. In reality, they probably could have smoked us at any point. Didn't make a lot of sense why they chose not to, or why they chose to approach us at all. I had my hunches, of course. Most of them to do with the fact that we were entirely expendable and operated under the radar the best we could. Obviously, we didn't do a good enough job. Whatever. It is what it is. We needed this payday. Our little operation couldn't last forever. I know it's not important for the job, but what's the purpose of the raid? These guys growing weed or something? I asked. The question came out snarkier than I intended it to. The suit just grinned. I guess he had a sense of humor. Well, he began, I doubt you'll be telling anybody, so I suppose you might as well know. He seemed confident in that assumption. Maybe a little too much so. These people stumbled upon something that they shouldn't have, he continued. And then, they tried to hide it. Better not be something that's moments away from exploding, I said. The suit laughed this time. It's not so simple. What do you know about the existence of extraterrestrial life? I raised my eyebrows. The hell was he about to tell me? You're asking me if I believe in aliens? I responded. I took a second to consider it. Sure, why not? He went on to explain the real objective. Sounded absurd, but it was also coming from a horse's mouth. You tell me what I'm supposed to believe. Apparently, a UFO had crashed on a farm in southeastern Montana a few days prior. As luck would have it, this farm belonged to the Church of Blissful Ascension, the cult in question. Shortly after it landed, some cult members stumbled upon it, subsequently being ordered to drag it into the leader's farmhouse, which was quite literally a mansion. Not much was known about the leader, other than his epithet, which was the Divine Messenger. Yeah, that kind of guy. In reality, the cult was just a front for the trafficking of various goods, which had brainwashed its members into doing a lot of the dirty work. The most interesting part about this was the UFO itself. It was allegedly about 12 feet wide, 3 feet in diameter, and shaped like a pill. Before it landed, it had been moving erratically, seemingly teleporting short distances every few seconds or so. After it landed, some kind of dark green fluid began leaking out of it. Now for the actual mission. We simply had to go in and assist a team of SAC agents in wiping out every single member. No survivors. No witnesses. No exceptions. What the CIA planned to do with the UFO afterwards was none of our business. Not that I really wanted to know. We didn't have much time to prepare for the raid, but it didn't sound like we needed it. We were dealing with amateurs, most likely just trigger-happy rednecks who couldn't strategize or aim for shit. I suppose raid wasn't the most apt way to describe the job. It seemed more like a slaughter than anything else. My team of 6 met up with the SAC, also 6, at a small underground complex used by the CIA for clandestine operations, located about 30 minutes away from the farm. There we geared up, went over tactics, and were told to repeat the objective at hand. No witnesses, no survivors. After all that was said and done, we piled into a SWAT truck and drove off. And we'd never worked with the CIA in the past, so we supposed that this was standard procedure. We suited up in black tactical gear, provided by the agents themselves. This part was a bit odd to me. We had our own gear, stuff we'd been using for the longest time. Both sets were nearly identical, but the agents still insisted that we use theirs. The atmosphere in the truck was also disconcerting. Maybe it was just in my head. But everybody seemed so stiff. The agents clutching their rifles with iron grips while staring blankly ahead. My team tried talking amongst themselves, but every word just felt awkward. I just chalked it up to the nerves, which didn't make any sense because I'd never felt nerves like that before. After what felt like hours, we finally arrived, stopping some odd yards away from the farmhouse in order to remain undetected. We piled out, got into formation, and began. I was assigned the furthest flank position, so I stayed back as everybody else moved ahead. The closest people in front of me were one of my guys and an agent. It didn't take long for the strangeness to amplify. I noticed that the agent was gradually moving slower and slower. Eventually, I caught up to him. Well, it was more like I was forced to catch up. If I'd been moving any slower, I would have stopped. This agent had ruined the entire formation without anybody at all in front noticing. "What the hell are you doing?" I asked, as I walked up beside him. Without answering my question, he handed me a small scrap of paper. I took a quick glance at it, seeing an address and a date and time written on it. "No, meet me, don't be late." No inflection at all in his voice. "Do whatever you can to stay alive." As soon as he finished saying this, he sped up, reclaiming his original position. Now, obviously, that interaction was a cause for concern. I had to start wondering just what the hell I'd gotten my team into. I seriously started considering calling it off right then and there, but before I knew it, bullets were flying. The agents at the front had taken out the 2 guards standing at the front entrance. Soon after, we blew the door down and stormed inside. The agents shot down a few more guards stationed at the main floor before we started heading towards the basement. Once we got down there, 10 more guards, cult members, were waiting for us. As per the mission, I raised my rifle and prepared to fire. But unfortunately, I couldn't prepare myself for what happened next. The agent at the front raised his fist, signaling for us to stop. Surprisingly, the guards didn't shoot at us. In fact, They didn't even react. The agent began turning around before aiming their rifles at us instead. There's been a change of plans. We'd been set up. That much was obvious. I didn't even have time to curse before the shit went off the rails. I ducked, feverishly trying to avoid point-blank gunfire while firing off nearly blind retaliatory shots. I managed to stumble my way behind some cover, but not before having 2 bullets graze my cheek and thigh. I peeked out, seeing the cult guards with malicious grins across their faces, also shooting at my team, and my team only. Amidst the chaos, I could see Faisal, one of my men, rush an agent in an attempt to take him down to the ground. It was definitely a desperation move, but despite Faisal being substantially larger than the agent, his takedown was stuffed, and he subsequently thrown into a pillar. I could feel rage washing over me. I raised my rifle, aimed at the agent's head, and fired. He didn't go down. My aim wasn't the issue. I could see the bullets drilling into the side of his helmet. The guy even flinched. But he didn't fall. Instead, he finished Faisal with a shot to the head and walked off. My mouth fell agape as I started backing up. I guess I was pretty rattled because I stopped paying attention to my surroundings. I felt myself bump into somebody before spinning around to see another agent staring down at me. I thought about going for my knife, but before I could even make a move, the agent grabbed my arm and effortlessly judo slammed me into the floor. I'd been thrown before, but this was by far the worst pain I'd ever experienced. I felt like I was being tossed by a gorilla, not by a man with a similar build to me. His strength was ridiculous. Once on the ground, he mounted me before raising a fist. I knew with every fiber of my being that a single punch would pulverize my entire skull, so I started preparing my soul for the afterlife. The agent hesitated. "Play dead," he whispered, his voice a familiar one. He slammed his fist down inches from my head and cracked the floor beneath me before flipping me face down. "Don't move no matter what happens," he said again. The pressure blanketing my body soon disappearing. The agent was getting up. I knew what he said. I didn't want to listen. I wanted to help my team. I got them into this mess, so I was obligated to get them out. But I didn't move. I knew it was useless. The basement had gotten quiet. No more sounds of my struggle. My team was dead, and it was entirely my fault. Moments later, somebody began talking, snapping me out of my self-pity session. "Geez, job well done, huh?" Didn't sound like one of the agents, so I assumed the voice belonged to a cult member. The hell was going on, I thought to myself. Were they working together? "Now about the payment." This question was interrupted by gunfire. A brief bout of additional chaos followed with more bodies dropped to the floor. I counted about 10 in total. I guess they weren't working together after all. "All right, let's make this quick," one of the agents said. I had to wonder what he was talking about. What more did they need to do? I listened to the sounds of scuffling boots, and agents went about doing something. I opened one of my eyes just a sliver, trying to make out what the hell was going on. I wish I'd just kept it closed. I was lying right next to Ricardo, one of my teammates. As I stared at his lifeless, bullet-ridden body, I wanted to scream. I forced myself to keep my mouth shut. I continued watching as the agents went around to every single body, both my team and the cult members, and injected some kind of dark green fluid into their veins. Soon enough, they got to me. I held my breath and I laid stiff as I felt the needle go into my arm. Thankfully, the guy didn't check my pulse. I was losing my fucking mind at this point, not just because I was playing dead while some mystery fluid was being mixed into my bloodstream. It was a whole damn situation. If this hadn't been the worst day of my life, then it certainly was a contender. Afterwards, I heard the agents mumbling to each other. I couldn't make out much, but I did hear 12 hours being said quite a lot. 12 hours. 12 hours to what? After about 15 more minutes, the agents finally left. I laid still for some time after that. I wasn't exactly looking forward to seeing what the agents had left behind, but I wouldn't be able to get to the bottom of this by wasting my time mourning. My entire body was in pain as I pulled myself up, trying not to look at the massacre around me. I took out the piece of paper the one agent had given me. The address belonged to a motel in Billings. Well, the meeting time was in 10 hours. I stripped off all my gear, made myself look as presentable as I possibly could before getting the hell out of that farmhouse and trying to hitch a ride on a nearby road. A couple of hours and $200 later, somebody finally agreed to give me a ride. Luckily, Billings isn't too far away from the farm, so I think I'll be able to get to the motel in time. However, I'm not so sure that I'm going to like whatever's waiting for me there. Making it to Billings took me longer than I'd expected it to. As it turns out, hitchhiking on a remote road during the middle of the night isn't the safest thing you could do. Go figure, huh? It was fine, though. Nothing I couldn't handle. But that said, my real problem was still ahead of me. I didn't quite remember what the agent who'd slipped me the paper looked like. When we met up, they were all already wearing gear. He was definitely white, though. About 6 feet tall, fairly muscular build, shouldn't be too difficult to spot. The paper also specified that he'd be in the lobby, so that's where I headed once I found the motel. Once in, I looked around. The place was nearly empty, with only 4 people sitting around. An older couple, a single woman and a single man. He was white, tall, probably in his 30s. Most likely who I was looking for. "Tell me you're the guy I'm looking for," I said, approaching him. The man looked up at me, as his expression morphed into one of confusion. He shook his head. "I think you're mistaken, sir. I don't know what you mean." I muttered out something along the lines of, "My bad," before getting ready to walk away. But before I could, the man started chuckling. "Yeah, this is the guy." "You look so worried there," he said in between laughs. "Jesus, it's funny." Safe to say, I was starting to get pissed off. "What the fuck is going on?" I asked. The agent wiped a tear from his eye as he calmed down before checking the time. 20 minutes left, he said. It was pretty obvious what he was talking about. Had it really been close to 12 hours? The hell's gonna happen in 20 minutes? The man grabbed his jacket up and got up. "Nothing good. Follow me." "Follow you to where?" "I'll kick your fucking ass if you don't tell me what's going on right now," I said, anger rising in my voice. "Right here? In the lobby?" "It's a bad idea." "Go to my room and do it there instead," he responded. Before I could say anything else, he was already walking up the stairs. I followed close behind, nearly fuming at how shady he was acting. Once he opened up the door to his room, I couldn't help but stop myself from lunging in and grabbing his throat. He didn't fight back, but at the same time, it didn't seem like he needed to. His neck inexplicably felt like a thick steel pipe. And the harder I gripped, the harder it hurt my hand, and soon enough, I just let go. I stepped back, a dumbfounded expression on my face. The agent checked the time again. "You done now?" I didn't respond. He grabbed the bottle of whiskey from the mini fridge and poured out 2 big glasses, sliding me one while downing his at the same time. "I'd recommend you drink that quick," he said. I took a deep breath, calmed myself down. "What did you inject me with? What's going to happen to me?" I asked. "Well, you're going to find out if you keep asking questions," he said. "And trust me, you really don't want to fucking find out." He opened up the closet and unlocked the safe inside. He took out a briefcase, flipped it open to reveal 4 syringes. This time they were filled with a blue liquid. "Drink up," he said, gesturing toward the liquor. "'Cause this is gonna hurt." "If you think I'll let you inject me with something else, you're a fucking idiot. Tell me what the hell is going on right now," I responded. He laughed obnoxiously. "You're calling me an idiot? The same guy who put enough trust in the government to take one of the most blatant, sketchy jobs of all time is calling me an idiot. That's rich. You guys should have jumped out of that fucking truck when you had the chance." I considered responding, but bit my tongue instead. I really couldn't argue against that. It certainly wasn't my brightest moment. "Doesn't fucking matter," I finally said. "You still need to tell me what's going on." "Trust me, I will. But you need this first," he said, holding up one of the syringes. I shook my head. No, what I need first is an explanation. The agent sighed, checking the time once again. 10 minutes, he said. You really want to make this more painful than it needs to be? I guess so. I wasn't budging. Again, not one of my brightest moments. The man shrugged, sitting back in his chair. So be it. We'll wait. The stern, confident face I was putting on certainly didn't reflect how I was actually feeling at that moment. The agent had a stranglehold on me in just about every conceivable aspect. I hated that fact. I never could accept people having power over me. If I were a smarter man, I would have just listened. But here we are. 10 minutes passed and nothing happened. I nearly breathed a sigh of relief until I felt my arm starting to itch. I scratched at it, only to feel my finger quite literally digging into my flesh. I looked down and nearly choked. It looked like my skin was rotting away, and it was spreading fast. So, the agent said, holding up the syringe, you want it now? Fuck it! I spat, catching it as he tossed it to me. The pain was starting to become unbearable. I stuck the needle into my vein and pumped the mystery liquid into my bloodstream. At that point, the rot had completely consumed my forearm. It was horrifyingly disgusting to look at. In my mind, there was no fate worse than that shit spreading to the rest of my body. That's rapid necrosis right there, the agent said. And you just injected the antidote. I felt immense relief immediately after. I watched as the rot slowly crept back down my arm before disappearing completely. In that moment, a wave of euphoria washed over me. I've never had heroin, but I imagine the sensation would be comparable. Enjoy the feeling, the agent continued, because the hard part's coming up. I didn't have to ask what he meant by that. It was as if a flip had suddenly switched. The euphoria was immediately replaced with the most excruciating pain I'd ever experienced in my entire life. Even worse than when the rot was consuming my arm. That's why I made you the drink, the agent went on. The pain will only last 10 minutes. Try and keep it down, though. We don't need any noise complaints. Those 10 minutes seemed like 20 hours. If you were to ask me exactly what I was feeling, I would have had a hard time describing it. Hell, simply put, it was hell. As if every molecule in my body was being tossed into an industrial meat grinder before the remnants were dropped into molten lava. I laid on the ground for a few moments after it had passed. To tell you the truth, I wanted to lay there for a lot longer. But then I remembered where I was. I leapt up, rushing back at the agent. If I was pissed before, I was about to explode now. What the fuck was that? I screamed in his face as I began trying to strangle him again. It was strange. His throat didn't feel like metal anymore. It felt like regular flesh. I could even see his face starting to turn red. I grinned. I was finally getting the upper hand. It seemed like the antidote had more than a few side effects. But that didn't last long. He grabbed my arm and elbowed me in the face before somehow managing to reverse our positions and mount me. And from there, he put me in an arm lock. All right, he said. You got that out of your system? Can I explain to you what the fuck is happening now? I tapped the floor, signaling yes. All right, he said, letting me go. We could finally make some progress. He pulled up a chair and sat down. Still panting from our short grapple match, I did the same. Why'd you kill my team? I asked. If we told anybody about the UFO, nobody would ever fucking believe us. Hell, why'd you hire us in the first place? Slow down, he said. One question at a time. First thing you need to know is... He paused for a moment, almost as if an uncomfortable thought had just crossed his mind. There was no UFO crash. No aliens. That was all fake. I buried my face in my hands, trying to wrap my head around what the hell he just said. What? Before I continue, you want that drink now? He asked. I nodded. It seemed like I was gonna need it. If there was no UFO, then what was the point of the raid? Simple, the agent said. To make it look like there was one. I'm not sure why I nodded. It's not like I understood what was going on in the slightest. Think about it, the agent continued. The CIA conducts a clandestine operation that involves covering up a UFO landing. It goes horribly wrong and all the agents die. The agents, I said. My team were the ones that died. The agent nodded. Yeah. Hey, what uniforms were you wearing? I thought back. Suddenly, it made complete sense why they didn't want us wearing our own uniforms. SAC gear, I responded. But it still doesn't make any sense. Every agent should have been registered, right? We sure as hell weren't. That's right, the agent responded. But it doesn't matter. He gestured toward an empty syringe sitting on the table. Once the necrosis finishes, there wouldn't have been nothing but bones left. Nothing left to try and identify. It's a real nasty concoction. Fair enough, I said. So the CIA backs a raid in order to conceal a potential UFO crash. The mission ends in disaster and everybody, including the cult members, die in an inexplicable way. The agent nods. The aftermath yields a burning question. Who, or what, killed them? I sat back. The implication seemed ridiculous. I mean, it was comical. The aliens. The aliens liquefied everybody and escaped out into the world, I responded. The agent smirked. Now you're getting it. I don't think I am, I responded. How do hostile aliens running amok benefit the CIA in any capacity? The agent poured himself some more liquor. That part, I'll admit, it's a bit complicated. And complicated it was. This is where his story veers off batshit territory. According to him, this whole debacle started years prior, with one man at the center of it all. Jonas Kane. To the best of everyone's knowledge, Kane was just a civilian, not a former SEAL, Ranger, or anything to that effect. In the span of just 2 months, he managed to gain the favor of a sizable portion of the higher-up to the CIA, effectively splitting the organization into factions. Didn't take long for his side to start overwhelming the others, stating that he essentially held the CIA in the palm of his hand. That wouldn't have been a stretch. So how does a regular guy manage to do all this? Well, the why to that question was pretty obvious. The how was another story entirely. The antidote, the agent said, holding up another one of the blue syringes. I couldn't tell you the scientific name, so we just call it the God Serum. Kane's claim to fame. I half scoffed, half chuckled. Read a lot of comics, huh? Still a teenager at heart, he said. That's just my coping mechanism for all the atrocities I've committed, though. I couldn't tell if that was a joke or not. So Kane developed the serum. By himself? The agent nodded. That's the way it seems. Oh, what does it do exactly? Despite how dumb I thought the name was, it wasn't terribly inaccurate. On top of immediately healing any injury or disease like necrosis, the user essentially ascended into a superhuman state. How strong somebody could become depended on their own genetics. Their base physical attributes could be enhanced 20-fold at the minimum, all the way to a staggering 55. Slow twitch muscle strength, striking power, speed, endurance, durability, you name it. It was the super soldier serum on additional steroids, and from what they've seen so far, there haven't been any discernible negative side effects. Kane was also the only one who knew how to make it, and he wasn't sharing his secrets. This gave him a stranglehold on just about the entire organization. Can't the CIA just force the recipe out of him? I asked. You know, advanced torture techniques or something. That's an option, yeah, the agent responded. But easier said than done. The upper limit of 55-fold enhancements only applies to the serum that he's giving us. Kane's different from the rest of us. He's on something else entirely. What I'm trying to say is, he's unstoppable, uncontrollable. Machine guns, snipers, explosive tranquilizers, nothing do shit to him. If we're Captain America, then he's fucking Superman. No one can force him to do anything. I shook my head. This sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Are you hearing yourself? I don't disagree, but as absurd as it sounds, It's the fucking truth. And isn't that what you wanted to know? The truth? The agent responded. Anyway, that's the how of the whole story. Kane wasn't a scientist either. Up until 2018, he was registered as a traffic court lawyer in Oklahoma. We don't know how the fuck he managed to do any of this. But the worst thing about this whole situation is that we don't even know what he's trying to do, what his end game is. The agent stood up, lit a cigarette, and began pacing. But it sure as hell probably isn't anything good, he said. Combine this with the fact that he's got most of the CIA wrapped around his thumb, and we have a disaster on our hands. He's gaining more and more influence by the day. If he continues to go unchecked, well, you get it, don't you? The agent was telling the truth. And this was indeed a nightmare scenario. Evil Superman as world dictator, forcing the world to believe that we were being attacked by aliens for unknown reasons. What a bright future. So, what are you then? I asked. Leader of the anti-Kane faction or something? Not the leader, he said, shaking his head. Just one of many moles inside Kane's faction, but we all have the same goal. I'll do anything to take him down. Well, I said, standing up. Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. Good luck. I'll be heading out now. I knew he probably wasn't going to just let me leave. I could tell that he was trying to recruit me for something from the get-go. But after hearing all this, on top of my entire team being killed, I nearly forgot about that. My team's dead, you know? I said, giving him a death stare. And you caused it. And I don't care if you're a double agent or what, but how the hell am I supposed to forgive that? I'm not asking you to forgive me, the agent responded. But this is bigger than either of us. Bigger than anything you could imagine. If Kane gets his way, I reckon your team would have been fucked regardless. But you don't have to forgive me. All I'm asking is that you work with me for now. If we succeed, I don't give a fuck what happens next. You can strangle me in my sleep for all I care. He began stepping towards me. If you want your revenge, you can have it. But there might not be a world for you to come back to. He extended his arm, implying that I shake his hand in agreement. Come on. You ever dreamed about playing the hero when you were a kid? Might be your only chance. I swatted his hand away. What the hell do you want from me anyway? I responded. I can't even stop my team from dying. What good am I going to be to you? It finally came out. I didn't blame the agent. I really only had myself to blame. A tough pill to swallow for sure. The agent paused for a moment. I couldn't even look him in the eye at this point. I knew he'd be able to see the weakness behind my own. Eventually, he held out his arm again. If I thought you weren't worth recruiting, why the hell am I trying so hard? He asked. Come on. Make the death of your team worth something. I'm still not shaking your hand. Tell me your plan. You guys have a plan, right? The agent grinned. Well, it's a work in progress. It's what? Instead of responding, he tossed me a jacket. I knew you'd say yes. Buttle up now. We're headed to Russia. I've only been to Russia a few times before. There's one solid conclusion I can draw about the country. It's one of the hardest places to complete contracts. The targets are usually hell to put down, and my heart feels like it's seconds away from detonating at all times. I do enjoy drinking over there, though. I managed to get some sleep on the flight over. That would have been impossible had I not been tired to the point of delusion. Our ride came in the form of a clunky old cargo plane that only had sitting space for the pilots. I think I banged my head on about 15 crates before I woke up. There's no flights to Norlix. I can't really take a government-owned aircraft without arousing suspicion, so I had to call in a favor from an old friend, the agent explained. I'm sure you could see the trepidation on my face. Look, it's the best I could do. I suppose it doesn't matter. Plane wasn't the biggest issue. It was what we were bound to see once we got off that worried me the most. Along with the agent and the pilots, there were two others in the plane with us, another SIC agent named Armin, and a Green Beret named Luke. 4 wasn't exactly the biggest team, but the agent assured me that we'd rendezvous with the rest once we got to our destination. The flight was mostly silent, and a bit awkward. So what do I call you? I asked the agent in an attempt to make small talk. You don't have to tell me your real name, just give me something so it doesn't get weird. The agent leaned his head back, as if he were thinking about it. It's Colt. It's my real name, by the way. I trust you enough. He flashed a corny grin at me. I nodded in response. Colt it is. We landed on a small airstrip in the middle of what looked like a remote field. I was hit with freezing rain the moment I stepped out of the plane, which managed to wake me up a bit. I looked around, but there was quite literally nothing surrounding us. You sure we're in the right place? Luke asked. Doesn't look like there's much going on here. Colt looked at one of the pilots, an older, wiry-looking gentleman, and nodded. The man lumbered out of the plane and began walking towards a nearby forest. This way, the man said. It's just a short walk. I underestimated what he meant by short. We walked for about 3 hours into the middle of the forest, all while lugging around 20 pounds of gear and being drenched in the ice-cold precipitation. At one point, we came across some kind of large, pill-shaped object stuck in the trees. It'll make sense later, Colt said when he saw me looking up at it. Just keep walking for now. After the arduous hike, the pilot finally stopped in a clearing and took out a metal detector. He scanned the ground for a bit before gesturing for the shovel that Colt was holding. After about a minute of digging, he uncovered something that looked like the entrance to a vault. Still there, he said, chuckling. Many bad memories here. He entered a code into the keypad, and it opened, revealing a metal ladder leading down into oblivion. He took a deep breath as he got up, before putting his hand on Colt's shoulder. I'll be waiting in the plane. Good luck, my friend. Colt nodded. 6 p.m. If we're not back by then, just leave. The pilot gave him one last glance before walking out of the clearing and out of sight. Didn't look so confident. Well, Colt said, turning on his helmet flashlight. Time to enter the belly of the beast. I couldn't tell you how long the climb down was. I just knew that my arms were jelly by the end. There was also an indescribable smell lingering in the air. It wasn't putrid, per se. It just felt like something I wasn't supposed to be breathing in. After scaling down the ladder, we found ourselves in some kind of underground military complex. It's an old KGB base, Colt explained. Repurposed for modern-day Spetsnaz training. Spetsnaz? I asked. Is that a good idea to show up unannounced? Colt looked down at his watch. If everything's gone according to plan, we should be fine. Well, how can I not be confident when you put it like that? I muttered. He started moving, and we followed, passing through rooms that contained weightlifting equipment, shooting ranges, and mats for hand-to-hand training. Eventually, we came across the dining hall. I'll admit, I was a bit taken aback by what we found waiting for us. What the hell happened here? Luke asked. It was a bloodbath. Standing amongst the plates of spilt food and drink, there were about 20 soldiers and agents, with 5 more dead on the ground. I'd recognized roughly half as Spetsnaz, but the other half wearing generic tactical gear. I assume the latter half were our guys. The ones who were dead were all Spetsnaz. Oh, jeez, Colt muttered, as he stared at the grisly scene around him. One of the non-Spetsnaz soldiers looked over at us. He was average height and incredibly handsome, save for the gnarly scar running through one of his eyes. The hell did you expect? He said. We were lucky it only got this bad. Saying that everybody looked on edge would have been an understatement. You showed them what the serum could do, and they still didn't believe you? Colt said, stepping forward. Most did. Not all. We should have expected that from the start. Well, do they believe you now? The soldier looked over his shoulder at the group of angry Spetsnaz behind him. He nodded at them. A few nodded back, and a few cursed at him in Russian. I mean, I guess. They've stopped trying to kill us, at least, so we stopped killing them. Colt sighed, shook his head. Fuck's sake, Visor, he muttered, before gesturing to Luke, Armin, and I. In any case, these are the new guys, all quite capable, if I do say so myself. They're on the serum. The soldier, whose name was apparently Visor, asked. Colt nodded. The soldier walked forward and extended his arm, shaking each of our hands in quick succession. Like Colt mentioned, the name's Visor, he said. I'm glad you guys chose to be part of this. We need all the help we can get. He went on to fill us in on what was happening. Similar to Colt, Visor was an SAC agent acting as a mole inside of Kane's faction. After some lingering, he became privy to the time and location of Kane's second attack. The first one was in the US at a cult base. The second, in Russia, at a Spetsnaz complex. The Russian government was led to believe that aliens had landed on Earth and subsequently slaughtered an entire unit of their soldiers. Kane's plan to make the world believe they were in imminent danger would become one step closer to a reality. "So the object in the forest," I said. "That's supposed to be the UFO, isn't it? It was planted there." Visor nodded. "Can't be more correct. The man's running an intricate operation, which is why we've got to put a wrench into it as fast and as hard as we can." "So what happens next?" Luke asked. "In about an hour, Kane's forces are going to storm the place," Visor responded. "They're going to do the same thing they did at your team," Colt added. "Have his super soldiers kill all the Spetsnaz and then inject them with a neurotic agent. The deadly aliens strike again, and nobody's safe, not even some of the most skilled soldiers in the world. The U.S. government will eventually find out and compare the incident to what happened in Montana," Visor continued. "And it's going to keep happening all around the world until there's only one conclusion left to draw." "We tried explaining the situation," another non-Spetsnaz soldier added. "But like hell they were going to believe us. Our Russian's also pretty rusty. I think some things got lost in translation." "We believe you now," one of the Spetsnaz said in English, stepping forward. "But only for now. If what you're saying does not happen," his face suddenly morphed into a vicious sneer, "well, you've killed 5 of my men. I don't care what drugs you've been taking. To become so strong, we will fight back." I found one of the Spetsnaz in the back shout something to the effect of, "And you couldn't bring any for us?" "Sounds good, Chief," Visor replied, ignoring the outburst. "But I promise you, we're saving lives here." The Russian soldier didn't seem impressed. Nevertheless, he stepped back for the time being. "So from what it sounds like, they won't be expecting us, right?" Armin asked. I think it would be the first time I'd ever heard him speak. Visor nodded affirmingly. "Good," Armin responded. "Makes our job simpler." "What's the size of the force coming for us?" I asked. "That's something I can't confirm," Visor responded. "But we've got 12 guys on the serum here. We should be fine." I nearly forgot about that. The enemy was superhuman, but so were we. "So what are these?" I asked, holding up my rifle. "Decorations?" Visor grinned. "We're going old school, baby." He rolled up his sleeves, showed off his wrapped wrists. "I hope you've kept up with your hand-to-hand training." The rest of the soldiers followed suit, dropping their weapons and beginning to stretch out their limbs. There's a reason I preferred assassinations from a distance. I wasn't a fan of getting punched in the face and tossed into walls, but I suppose there's no getting out of this one. Visor walked over and tossed me a set of hand wraps. "We might hit hard, but we're hitting pretty hard targets as well. Don't want any broken wrists." Spetsnaz soldiers hung back as the rest of us moved into the front. I already knew I was going to be hurting like hell by the end, so I prepared myself mentally. I'd been pummeled to near death a few times before. I couldn't really afford to lose any more brain cells. Visor tapped his wrist as the hour dwindled. Soon enough, we started hearing movement coming from the corridor up ahead. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and clenched my fists. I told myself that I was about to do something good. Something that would benefit humanity in the long run. For a moment, that made me feel better. That feeling faded quickly when I looked at what had appeared in front of us. A horde of unfathomable creatures had gathered at the dining hall entrance. Their dark gray bodies were centipede-like, with a sizable stinger at the end of their tails. Their torsos were thick and slimy, with 4 veiny, beefy arms attached to the sides. Their fists were the size of bowling balls. They had 2 circular mouths, lined with sharp teeth on either side of their face, with 3 sets of glowing, piercing eyes on top. Their hair were wild and spiky. almost like blades jutting out from the top of their heads. Of course, none of us knew how to react. I looked over, watching as Colt's expression turned blank. What the fuck? Before he could even finish the sentence, the creatures began to charge us, shrieking so loud it felt like my brain was shaking. Safe to say, I don't think this was part of the plan. Good grief, Colt muttered. Things just can't be simple for once, can they? The creatures were slow in their approach, but not as if they were sizing us up. There was something peculiar about the way that they moved. Not quite like predators hunting prey, more like a drone approaching its target. Their movements seemed calculated, methodical, almost robotic. You said no aliens, one of the Spetskas yelled out from the back. So what the hell is this? This doesn't change much, Colt said. These things are still here to kill you guys, and we're here to stop them. The creatures continued advancing at a steady pace. I looked back at our rifles, which were laid out on the tables. No matter how strong I'd become, the last thing I wanted to do was fight these things with my bare hands. Shit! I turned back around, seeing that the creatures had begun charging. I clenched my fists. It didn't really look like I had a choice. I stepped forward as one of them lunged at me. I could only comprehend just how massive the thing was once I got up close to it. Not only did it tower over me, its body was well over 10 feet long. I twisted my hips and punched its head. It clearly did some damage, but at the cost of my knuckles shattering. A few seconds into the fight, and I was already in deep shit. I jumped back due to the pain, but the creature just kept charging. It raised its stinger, and I was ill-prepared to block it. It stabbed me in my arm, not quite penetrating my skin. It still hurt like hell, though. I could see something dripping out of the tip as the creature pulled the stinger back, some kind of dark green fluid. I rushed forward and tried pulling the creature into a standing choke before it could strike again. Didn't work. The creature slammed me into the abdomen with one of its arms, sending me backwards and leaving me breathless. Fuck this, I muttered. I pulled myself up and rushed over towards one of the rifles. I aimed the barrel at the creature's head and began spraying. Even though just about every bullet hit dead on, the abomination still wouldn't go down. Its head could snap back slightly with every impact, and as bits of its skin and flesh exploded, dark-colored blood spilled to the floor as it continued pressing forward, seemingly unbothered by the injuries. I cursed again and reloaded before once again emptying the entire magazine into its face. It finally dropped this time, even though it wasn't fully dead. It jerked and writhed around on the floor. I clutched the rifle like a bat and slammed it into the back of the creature's head until it broke. That finally managed to finish it off for good. The adrenaline rush was so intense, it took me a second to notice it. There was something sticking out of the creature's flesh. I approached the corpse cautiously in order to get a closer look. I wasn't seeing things. Buried in the bone, cartilage, and tissue appeared to be wires, as if it was some sort of robot. Before I could inspect any further, another of the things lunged at me. I leapt back before gauging the situation around me. I spotted Colt fighting off two of the creatures at once, barehanded. There were 4 of them, lying limp around him. The guy was a monster himself. However, the rest of us weren't doing so well. Luke was trying his hardest not to get pummeled, while Armin was thrashing on the floor, trying not to be strangled. Strangulation. I wouldn't have expected these kinds of creatures to resort to something like that. Everybody else was facing a similar struggle. The only one holding their own was Colt. There was also somebody missing. Somebody I couldn't immediately spot. Looking for something? A voice said from behind me. I turned around to see Visor with a wicked grin on his face. Visor, what the hell? He interrupted by punching me hard in the throat. I began gasping for air as I fell to my knees. I looked up at him and he casually strolled away before walking up to Luke and unceremoniously breaking his arm. I tried standing up, but I ended up getting knocked back down by one of the creatures. I could hardly fight back as it wrapped its massive hands around my throat, simultaneously drilling its stinger into my leg, and this time it managed to break my skin. What it was trying to do wasn't a mystery. He was injecting this narcotic agent into my veins. To my surprise, it let go of my throat before I passed out completely. In retrospect, it made sense. These things were probably programmed to move on after the injection was completed. I sat up, I struggled to fuel air into my lungs. I looked around. watching as Visor effortlessly subdued the rest of our team. At the same time, the creature seemed to be completely ignoring him. Eventually, he made his way over to Colt, who still had his hands full with the multiple creatures. Colt screamed something at him, but I couldn't hear what he said. Visor responded by punching him in the face. Compared to the rest of us, it took him a little longer to take down Colt, but he still managed to do it without breaking so much as a sweat. It also didn't help that Colt was being tag-teamed by the creatures. With our team entirely down for the count, the creatures turned their attention towards the Spetsnaz, who had been watching the entire ordeal at the back. Now these guys were done for, I thought to myself. Fighting these creatures was a hellish experience, even with the serum. I could only imagine facing them in a normal state. It'd be a complete and utter slaughter. However, the Spetsnaz didn't seem worried at all. There was no fear in their expressions. Their faces were stone, as if a gang of mere hooligans were standing in front of them. Some raised their rifles, some grabbed their knives. Despite the impossible odds, they were still going to fight. The lead Spetsnaz stepped forward, before shouting something in Russian. Then they charged. As expected, it was a short, brutal struggle. I looked back at Visor. He appeared to be recording the entire thing, keeping only the Russians and the creatures in frame. Even though he only managed to capture a few seconds of footage at most, he took off right after. I suppose he got what he came for. I was shocked just how horribly the plan had gone. The Spetsnaz we were supposed to protect were all dead. Half of our team was knocked out cold, while the rest were injured. Not only that, Visor had apparently set everything up. A mole amongst moles. I could only imagine what was waiting for us next. The creatures had become stationary after finishing off the Russians. The details we all started to align. These things were just machines made to look like biological entities. They were fake aliens. I could see Colt slowly pulling himself up as blood leaked from his nose in a large gash on his forehead. "Where'd Visor go?" he said, spitting out blood. "He took off," I responded. "After recording everything." Colt's eyes turned wide before he suddenly bolted up. "That fucker can't get away," he said before sprinting back down the corridor like a bat out of hell. Everybody else was too roughed up to follow after him. But I wasn't. My right fist was broken, but that was about the extent of my problems. I started running after Visor as well. We made it out of the underground complex and back into the woods, where we could see a trail of fresh footprints on the snow. We tracked his trail about 5 minutes before finally catching up to him. He didn't seem too alarmed. In fact, it looked like he was just taking a casual stroll through the woods. Colt wasn't about to waste time asking any questions. Immediately charging at him like a bull, he tried taking Visor down, but was met with an abrupt knee to the face instead. I tried running at Visor as well, but I was knocked down before I could even lift my arms. It happened so quick, I'm not even sure what kind of move he pulled on me. In any case, I wasn't getting back up. Felt like my liver had just burst open. Colt wasn't done yet, though. With blood pouring from his mouth, nose, and eyes, he lifted himself up and started advancing toward Visor again. What happened next was just a one-sided beatdown. Colt must have thrown over 50 strikes, only a couple landing. Even the first ones that hit didn't seem to faze Visor in the slightest. He just shrugged everything off. Visor grabbed by the arm and delivered a rib-shattering kick, which brought Colt back down to the ground. We were both done for. Visor just looked at both of us and sighed. "Commendable effort," he said. "You boys aren't giving up on the mission. I can respect it." He leered over Colt. "But that also means you'd be dumb as fuck if I let you live." Visor grabbed Colt by the throat and squeezed. You're a rat fucking bastard," Colt rasped out as the air slowly vacated his lungs. Yeah, Visor said, nodding. "It is what it is." I wanted to pummel Visor right then and there with every fiber of my being, but I couldn't. I could only crawl towards them at a futile pace. "I'll get you next, buddy, don't you worry," he said, grinning smugly at me. Colt stopped struggling. after about 10 seconds. "There you go," Visor said almost in a whisper. "Night-night." Then he turned his attention to me. Now, if you told me 10 years ago this is how I'd die, I'd probably laugh in your face. If you told me the same thing 1 year ago, well, that's a different story. At the end of the day, I had nobody to blame but myself. I never could go down the normal route. No matter how much the people in my life pleaded, no matter how much worry I caused them, I only ever wanted to live for myself. I still don't think there's anything wrong with that. I suppose things could have been different. Could have been better. Your thoughts race when death is lurking right in front of you. Though I don't know if time was slowing down in my mind or if Visor was just taking the sweet time walking over. But I had a lot of time to think, a lot of time to regret. I sighed and I closed my eyes. I never really believed in reincarnation, but at that moment, I tried. It's just that I thought that I'd do better in my next life. I was waiting for him to kill me. And I kept waiting. But it wasn't happening. Eventually I opened my eyes. Visor was standing only a few feet away from me, but his attention was focused elsewhere. I followed his gaze and spotted Luke standing at the edge of a clearing behind us. One of his arms was completely mangled thanks to Visor. He was bleeding profusely from a wound on his cheek. But despite that, he was standing there holding a pistol. Visor looked perplexed at the sight. I can't say I would have reacted differently. I couldn't comprehend what Luke was trying to do. "Didn't I kick your ass?" Visor said. "And now you're here pointing your pea shooter at me? I mean, I get it. Just as dedicated as the next guy. This is getting ridiculous." Luke just grinned. "I didn't want to waste this on you. I'm glad that I get to." He fired the weapon, hitting Visor in the chest, but not with a normal bullet. The projectile was some kind of liquid-filled capsule, staining Visor's clothes and neck as it exploded upon impact. Visor looked at Luke, the smugness in his expression replaced with genuine concern. "What the fuck was that?" he asked. "Try kicking my ass now, you motherfucker," Luke responded. Visor's face contorted into a grimace. He stepped forward, but he couldn't even make it a few yards before collapsing. He went into a violent coughing fit as blood burst from his mouth. "God damn," he muttered. "My father once said that no matter what you have," Luke began, "you'd still be taken away in a heartbeat. I never doubted him." He looked at me, tossing me a pair of handcuffs. "Hey, do me a favor and restrain him here for me," Luke said as his injured arm dangled gruesomely to the side. "I'm a bit fucked up right now. No rush though, he's not going anywhere." I looked at Visor, who was still writhing and coughing on blood on the ground. Looked over at Colt, still lying limp beside him. I was seconds away from sharing the same fate. Maybe I had. Maybe I'd really been strangled lifeless, and this was just some posthumous hallucination. But I don't think the dead could feel as pissed off as I did at that moment. "What happens next?" I asked Luke. He shook his head. "I don't know for sure, but I think things are about to start moving. Quick." "What the hell did you do to me?" Visor shrieked, still retching up mouthfuls of blood. His skin was becoming redder by the moment. "Fuck you," Luke responded. "You don't get to ask any goddamn questions." "Here's what we're gonna do," he continued. "You give us the information we want." He held up a vial of clear liquid. "And I'll give you the antidote." "Antidote to what?" Visor asked. "What do you think?" Visor responded. "You have about 10 minutes before your skin starts bubbling up like a fucking pizza in an oven. It's gonna look real nasty. Say goodbye to that handsome face." Visor let out a pained chuckle. "Nice bluff. I don't feel shit. I'll survive whatever the hell this is." I had to commend him on his dedication to the lie. His face was going beet red, and his eyes looked about ready to pop from his skull. Luke sighed. We can wait then. See if your tone changes in the next few minutes. Now, I couldn't tell you what the hell that Luke had blasted him with, but I'm sure as hell glad none of that splashed onto me. The amount of pain that Visor was experiencing seemed to multiply every second that passed. After only a minute, he began screaming his lungs out, as if his head were being crushed under 10,000 tons. You don't feel anything, huh? Luke said coldly. What the hell was in that bullet? He just shook his head at me. I'll tell you later. He walked over towards Visor and knelt down beside him. I bet you're going through hell right now, aren't you? Well, brace yourself, because this ain't even the peak of it. New York! Visor muttered out. Luke grinned. Now we're getting somewhere. If I fail to deliver the footage, the next attack's gonna be in New York. All right, Luke responded. So how do we stop it? Visor let out an excruciating groan. He was starting to turn crimson. The sewers, he continued. They'll come out of the sewers. Which area? Lower Manhattan. When? 2 days from now. Around noon. Luke nodded before standing back up. New York, huh? Couldn't have picked a more generic place? That's everything I know, Visor said, gritting his teeth through every word. Give me the fucking antidote. One more question, Luke said. Is Kane gonna be there himself? Visor responded with a strenuous-looking nod. I think... There's a fucking antidote, come on! Oh, this? This? Luke said, holding up the vial instead of handing it over. He opened it up himself before pouring it down his throat. Visor's expression dropped. This is vodka, Luke continued. There is no antidote. Luke walked off, leaving Visor to scream in agony by himself. I'd be lying if I said that the whole sequence wasn't a bit jarring for me. I just had to stand there for a moment watching him. It was like a train wreck. I couldn't take my eyes off him. But as big of a piece of shit as Visor was, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. It's just a bit. 2 days, Luke muttered to himself. Now out of time. Hell, we don't know if he's telling the truth. So that's where we're going? Manhattan? I asked. Luke nodded, although his face seemed to be stuck in a permanent grimace. We gained the intel at the price of 2 valuable assets. 2 of them? I asked. Colt, I understand, was the other. The bullet I shot Visor with, Luke responded. That was supposed to be for Kane. It's the only thing that's capable of taking him down. I nearly choked on my own saliva when he said that. Are you fucking kidding me? The words came out of my mouth almost instinctively. Why the hell would you waste it on him then? Relax, Luke responded. We had 2. That's 1 bullet left. We just need to have perfect aim. No big deal. The hell was in that bullet? He was silent at my question before letting out a brief chuckle. You know what? I don't actually know. Before he could give me a further explanation, the rest of our team made our way to the clearing, all looking pretty roughed up. Armin came through first, his eyes widening upon seeing Colt's body. God damn, he muttered. His eyes then moved over to Visor, still convulsing on the ground, his dismay turning into anger as he stared at Luke. Don't tell me you used it, Armin said, his eyes fixed on Luke in a death stare. The hell were you thinking? He was filming the entire attack, Luke responded, his voice remaining calm. Could you imagine what would have happened if that footage made it to anybody significant? Armin shook his head, visibly pissed off. Doesn't change the fact that you just took the biggest risk of all time. Did you get anything out of him at least? Luke nodded. Next attack's gonna be in New York in 2 days. They're coming out of the sewers. Clearly Kane's gonna be there as well. Armin took a moment to calm himself down. Well, let's see if your decision pays off. Or if you just fucked us permanently. Yeah, Luke said, starting to walk off. Quit being so dramatic. Let's get to the plane. Hang on, Armin called after him. What about your arm? Can you even move that thing? Without turning back, Luke used his good arm to flash the OK symbol at him. Armin shook his head, and mumbled something before following after him. I began walking as well, but felt Visor grab my ankle after only a few steps. You don't understand, I heard him mutter. I didn't even look down. I just shook his hand off my leg and continued walking. Over the years, I learned that some things are better ignored. After trekking, retracing our steps through the grueling woods, we found the plane waiting for us. The pilot scanned our group, but didn't say anything about Colt's absence, although I could certainly tell that he noticed. Luke outlined our next steps on the flight back to New York. As expected, he was a bit haphazard, but we didn't have the luxury of planning ahead. Lower Manhattan was a relatively large place. We had a lot of ground to cover. Luke estimated that we'd be able to gather about 90 guys who were on our side in the short amount of time that we had. However, that also meant telegraphing our plan to Kane's entire faction, and that meant there was no going back. This was going to be our final stand. Taking out Kane was also going to be difficult, since we only had one bullet. Can't we just make some more of them? I asked. Why do we have to rely on one? No, we can't, Luke responded. The only person capable of making these bullets is, well, Kane himself. Shit, wasn't expecting that. One of our moles actually managed to steal 5 of them from Kane's private lab, Luke continued. But then, things got messy. He was killed, we only managed to recover 2, and to be honest, I'm surprised Visor didn't know about it, or else he wouldn't have realized I was bluffing about the antidote. I guess Kane keeps some things pretty close to his chest. And now we only have 1, Armin added, glaring at Luke. But does Kane know we have it? I asked. Luke nodded. That fact certainly doesn't help. He'll be expecting us to use it. With everything considered, it sounded like we were going to need a miracle to pull this off. Luke went to the list of our priorities in order of importance. 1. Don't let any of the fake aliens out of the sewers and into the city. And 2. Eliminate Kane. They were simple in concept, presumably tougher to execute. One aspect of the plan bothered me more than anything else. We were barely strong enough to take down a single creature by ourselves, I said. How the hell are we going to deal with an entire horde without Colt? Luke and Armin briefly glanced at one another. They almost seemed worried as they did so, as if an uncomfortable thought had just crossed both their minds simultaneously. We do have somebody stronger than Colt on our side. Probably even stronger than Visor, Luke said. Secret weapon, if you will. I squinted at both of them. So why the hell wasn't he here? Because he's fucking insane, Armin responded. He's not a secret weapon, he's a last resort. I'll call Valerie, Luke said, standing up. Have her wrangle him into New York. You do that, Armin said before looking over at me. Brace yourself. Once we get to New York, it's gonna be a shit show. When I was still in middle school, my math teacher once told me that I'd end up in the sewers if I kept phoning it in during class. I mean, I guess he was right. It was around 5 a.m. when we landed in Staten Island. The flight over was pretty quiet, with both Luke and Armin holding expressions that I knew all too well. It was the expression one might make when they weren't quite sure what was going to happen next. This is as much as I can help you, the pilot said, as he tried to hide the weary expression on his face. We nodded at him as he prepared to take off. He didn't seem enthusiastic about sticking around to see what would happen next. I couldn't blame him for that. Losing a friend and Colt couldn't feel too good either. We only had to wait for about 10 minutes to be picked up. 4 vehicles, all different makes and models, pulled up. With a taller blonde woman coming out of the lead car, her face seemed to be frozen in a perpetual grimace as she walked up to Luke. What the hell have you done? She said through gritted teeth, looking just about ready to break Luke's other arm on the spot. I thought you knew how to follow simple instructions. Yeah? Luke responded, holding a similar expression to hers. And I thought you knew how to recruit people. Your guy, Visor, was a fucking mole, Valerie. What the hell are you talking about? She said. Are you sure? Motherfucker turned on us, then started filming the attack, Luke continued. He also killed Colt, so yeah, I'm pretty fucking sure. Valerie's expression suddenly changed as she muttered something under her breath, and then she looked over at me. He's the new guy, right? I nodded in response. And Colt's the only one dead on our side? She asked. Yeah, Luke responded. Good, she said. I guess we broke even. Time to go to Manhattan. She turned, heading back towards the vehicle. I looked over at Luke, who just smirked. Wouldn't get on her bad side. We drove from Staten Island deep into Manhattan, before finally arriving at an unassuming-looking Chinese restaurant. Let me guess, he said as we pulled up. Another secret CIA base? Don't be so surprised, Luke said as he hopped out. At that point, I suppose nothing should have surprised me at all. We passed through the main dining area before descending into the basement to find about 30 armed soldiers and agents getting geared up. Is this everybody? Luke asked. Just about, Valerie responded. Except for Gustafson. He's in the freezer. Had a hell of a time getting him over. Gustafson? Is that the secret weapon you guys were talking about? I asked. Last resort, Armin confirmed, and yes. Marcus Gustafson. He was a 6'7" Swedish-American SOG agent who opted to join the fight against Kane. As with everybody else, he was given a dose of the serum. However, his body's response to it was a bit different from everyone else's. His strength and speed were elevated to ludicrous levels, far surpassing even Colt's. Couple that with his massive frame, and he was essentially a human wrecking ball. Those boosts came with a drawback, though. In exchange for his physical prowess, his mind degenerated into something comparable to a primal beast. If anybody were to stand in front of him, they would get bulldozed regardless of who they were. There was only one feasible way to control him, and that was by putting him into freezing temperatures. When that happened, he was capable of retaining some degree of his old self, some degree of sanity. If we take him out, we'll have about 30 minutes until he loses control again, Valerie continued to explain. That means we'll have to work quick. That shouldn't be a problem, Luke responded. We only have to cover the entirety of Lower Manhattan sewer system. Just get it done, she said. You know how important this is. Don't fuck it up. Luke rolled his eyes. You don't need to tell me that, all right? Focus on yourself. She shot him a glare before walking away. Jesus, Luke muttered, shaking his head before turning to me. But she's right. This is important, he said. It's also very dangerous. You've survived so far, but I really couldn't tell you what's about to happen next. If you want to back out now, that's fine. Your choice. With all that said, you still coming with us? I already knew the question was nothing more than a polite gesture. I could tell I really didn't have an option at all. And if the world really was at stake here, then they needed all the help they could get. I nodded and shook his hand. In some strange way, it felt like my fate had been sealed from the very start regardless. We were headed into the sewers. We split up into 10 groups in order to cover more ground. I was with Luke and Armin, of course. The plan was simple in theory. We just had to locate where the robot aliens were being kept and eliminate them all. If we ran into Kane himself, then we needed to radio Valerie, lure him towards a rendezvous point, and shoot him with the last bullet. From there, we'd have to neutralize the remaining bots and organize a scrub of any trace of their existence. And if things became a little too overwhelming, we'd have to resort to unleashing Marcus. I didn't say it'd be easy, just straightforward. I could think of about 100 different ways this could go south, but nevertheless, this really was our one and only shot. As hard as I tried to mentally prepare myself for our descent into the murky tunnels, I still couldn't stop myself from gagging as we waded through the calf-deep river of who knows what. Luke and Armin weren't even trying to suppress their amusement at my discomfort. Is this funny? I asked. Does it smell good to you guys or something? We've been through a lot worse, Armin responded. This really ain't much in comparison. You want to hear some stories to pass the time while we search? Luke asked. I didn't take him up on the offer. I had to focus on not throwing up instead. After about 15 minutes of walking, we came across one of the creatures, which caused me to flinch as my light attached to my rifle illuminated it. Thankful it was dead. It also seemed to be different from the ones we encountered in Russia, more gruesome in appearance. It was about twice the size, so big that it nearly blocked the entire tunnel. It was also covered in what appeared to be boils. Large, pulsing spheres that were fighting for space across its torso. Luke walked forward cautiously before quickly turning away. His hand clamped over his nose. "Jesus," he muttered. "Smells like death." Armin grabbed the knife off his belt and stepped forward. "What are you doing?" I asked him. "I just want to know what we're dealing with," he responded. He chucked the blade at one of the boils, causing it to burst open. I couldn't stop myself from puking a little in my mouth after seeing what came out. These things began crawling out. There had to be dozens of them, all about the size of a large rat. They looked like spiders at first, but as they crawled closer to me, it became evident that they were just smaller versions of the creature. It looked like something straight out of hell itself. "Fuck me," Luke said. "Weren't these things supposed to be robots?" He looked around before stomping on one of the creatures and completely pulverizing it. "I don't see any wires here," he continued. I looked back at the creature, watching as the boils started to bulge and thrash as if the monstrosities within were getting ready to hatch at any moment. "Biotechnology," Armin said. "A real taboo subject. It makes sense, though. Why build robots from scratch when you could just breed the organic matter and modify them at maturation?" You seem to know quite a bit about the topic. But still, he continued, "I suppose this complicates things." Since the creatures were blocking most of the tunnels and we didn't want to risk accidentally popping another one out, we took a different route for searching. As noon began closing in, we still hadn't managed to find anything else of note. I could tell that Luke and Armin were getting worried. Although they were doing a good job of hiding it, my mind began drifting, conjuring up images of these creatures running amok in Manhattan. How would people react? How the hell would the world respond? My thoughts suddenly halted when I started feeling something below me. It was rumbling, coming from beneath our feet. Didn't take a genius to realize what that meant. The creatures weren't being held in the sewer tunnels. They were being held beneath them. And it seemed as if they were already on the move. We were 10 minutes away from noon, so we didn't exactly have the time to propose an extensive plan. We simply had to act. Armin pulled out something that looked like a large block of C4 before planting it in the water. He detonated it, causing the water to flow into the hole that had been created. I could see another tunnel beneath. As the rumbling continued to increase in intensity, Armin tossed a flashbang and we hopped down. There were no soldiers waiting for us. But what we found there was startling regardless. It wasn't just another sewer tunnel. It was a hallway. One that looked like it could have been plucked out of any office building. We were all in disbelief as we walked forward, staring at the inexplicable sight around us. We began hearing footsteps coming from the corridor behind us only moments later. It was no mystery to what the source was. We made a hell of a lot of noise coming down. I raised my rifle just as a group of soldiers turned the corner. I opened fire, but none of them even flinched in response. Of course. They were all on the serum. I glanced down at my watch, 5 minutes before noon, and from the sound of it, an entire army of robots were marching beneath us. "Let's go!" Armin yelled. I turned around, watching as him and Luke began running. We scrambled through corridor after corridor, trying feverishly to find another way down while evading the soldiers simultaneously. The pressure started mounting as they began converging on us at seemingly every corner. As hard as we looked, there didn't seem to be a way for us to go. Not that we had much time to begin with. We soon found ourselves in the middle of an intersecting corridor, being boxed in by soldiers in every direction. They weren't shooting at us, or even running. Instead, they approached us calmly, almost as if they were robots themselves, and I suppose they didn't need to rush. We were all completely trapped. "Fuck it," I heard Armin say. I looked over at him, watching as he pulled another block of C4. "What the hell are you doing?" Luke asked. "If it works once, it'll work again," Armin continued. "Brace yourselves." He planted the explosive right beneath our feet and detonated it. I could feel a surging pain overwhelming my entire lower body as the floor broke beneath us, causing us to fall deeper into the strange underground complex. Not sure how far we fell. It had to be at least a few dozen feet, possibly a few more. My head continued to ring as I tried to regain my bearings, looking around to see that we'd fallen into some sort of lab, and the more I looked, the more bizarre things became. The place was massive, almost too big for me to comprehend how it could have been built. There were rows upon rows of glass chambers, filled with all matters of grotesque creatures. I looked over at Luke, who also seemed completely dumbstruck by the sight. Armin was fidgeting with the radio, likely trying to call Valerie. "Can't reach her," he said. "I guess these won't work this far below ground." "Course they don't," Luke grumbled. "We have to find a way out of here." Armin shook his head. "No, we have to finish the mission. We need to find and kill Kane." "What are you talking about?" Luke responded, clearly floored at the thought of it. "The invasion's already started." "Does that change anything?" Armin responded. "We still have a job to do." "Come on, man," Luke said. "Let's find a way out of here. Then we can regroup with the rest and come up with a better plan. There's nothing we can do here." Armin seemed to hesitate for a moment. His expression showed signs of apprehension. But in the end, Luke's words didn't deter him. He ran off by himself before either of us could say anything. "Fucking hell," Luke muttered as he grabbed my arm. "Let's go." "Are we going to go after him?" I responded. "Do we have the time?" he responded. "The guy's made up his mind. We have our own asses to save." As wrong as it felt leaving him behind like that, I decided to follow Luke. I suppose he was right. This mission was over. Still, the chances of us making it back to the surface didn't seem so high. Also, what would be waiting for us once we got up there? Noon had already come and passed. I could only imagine the chaos that was already transpiring. As we ran through the seemingly endless lab, I could hear footsteps chasing us once again. We finally reached what seemed to be the end, only to be met with another adjacent corridor. This one lined with rows of metal doors and panels of glass in between. I glanced into a few of them as we ran, seeing people in heavy medical gear wielding massive tools, staining the walls with blood of unknown specimens. The whole operation clearly went deeper than Luke or I or anybody on the outside could have imagined. We ended up running into another group of soldiers who were storming right towards us from the other end. This time there was no way of evading them. We were stuck in the middle of the corridor with nowhere else to run and no more C4 left to detonate. Even if there was another level below us, I doubted that I wanted to see what there was. We just had to face them head on. I ran forward in an attempt to force myself through, but was immediately pushed back, the impact leaving me gasping for air. As I scrambled on the ground, I could feel an immense pressure wrapping around my neck, almost as if I was being strangled by a python. I didn't stay conscious for much longer after that. When I finally came to, I found myself sitting on the floor, my arms and legs bound by some kind of metal restraint. I tried struggling, but they wouldn't budge. I looked around, seeing just about everybody else in there with me. Luke, Armin, Valerie, and a larger, extremely beat-up man who I could only assume was Marcus. Even our last resort had been captured. We really never stood a chance, did we? I made eye contact with Luke, and then Armin. I knew that we were all thinking the same thing. This was nothing short of a complete and utter disaster. The rest of the room was pretty much empty, which was strange, since it was apparently large enough to hold upwards of 50 people. I had to wonder how much time and effort went into building a place like this. I could see a few soldiers guarding the exits, but no security beyond that. I couldn't understand why they hadn't just killed us. They must have just sat there in silence for about 15 minutes before somebody else finally walked in. He was a man of average height, an extremely muscular build. Everybody else seemed to recognize him as I stared with wide eyes and flared nostrils. As I would soon come to find out, this was Kane, the man behind all the madness. He gave off a bizarre energy as he walked towards us with his carefree movements and impossible-to-read expression. I wasn't sure if I was just going crazy, but I knew that I recognized him somehow, but I couldn't quite place where those memories may have stemmed from. "Why don't you just kill us, Kane?" Valerie said. "There's no chance in hell we're joining you." "Because that wouldn't help anybody," he said, stopping a few feet away from us. "You never gave me a chance to explain my intentions." "That's something that you have to earn," Armin spoke up, his voice saturated with rage. "And you lost that when you started murdering people." Kane glanced over at him before shaking his head. they wouldn't listen. I tried reaching out to them, and they refused to hear me out. But I'm a patient man. I'm willing to give everybody here another chance. I'll explain why all of this is necessary. He paused for a moment before clearing his throat. The first thing you need to know is, I'm not from this time. I'm not from a time where everything was all right, where anything made any sense. I came from a time of strife, from a place of absolute horror. I'm from the future. No, come on! Everybody shouted. Fuck off! You expect us to believe something like that? Kane didn't flinch at the outburst. He just continued speaking. It's a substantial assertion. I understand that, he said. One that requires proof behind it. He reached into his pocket, taking out a small rectangular device that almost looked like a pistol magazine. He pointed the device at the ground before firing off some sort of a projectile. It looked like a metal circle quickly expanding upwards and forming what almost looked like a large oval-shaped mirror. But I have proof with me, he said. I'll show you the future. The glassy substance within the mirror began morphing. We all found ourselves looking at an unfathomable scene. At that point, I had to wonder if I'd been hallucinating the whole thing. Perhaps this was one big visceral fever dream. From CIA conspiracies to alien robots to some alleged time traveler that I vaguely recognized, none of it could possibly be real. But if that was the case, then why wasn't I waking up? I continued staring at whatever was unfolding in front of me. What was supposed to be our future? It looked like Earth, but just barely. It wasn't even apocalyptic in the traditional sense. It almost looked like another world entirely. There was a forest, but the trees seemed to be much larger than they should have been. As I looked closer, I realized that the wood was covered in veins. The leaves, they had teeth biting at these bird-like creatures that flew a bit too close. The mountains in the back had thick black smoke billowing out from the peaks. The gargantuan entity lurked behind them, its colossal tendrils wrapping around the base. The grotesque creatures larger than airplanes populated the neon skies, while the lake below seemed to bubble with the activity of obscured monstrosities. It may be hard to accept, but it's the truth. This is a recording of our future, King said. I was sent back with one purpose and one purpose only. To prevent this at any cost. We need a united population, he continued. The way the world is right now, with its superpowers at odds and countries locked in perpetual conflict, it won't cut it. And it's only going to get worse from here. We won't be ready for the real invasion. We need a unifying event to save us. I could have guessed that this is where he was going with it. You can hate what I've done. It's justified. I understand. But just know that all of my efforts have been for the greater good. I wasn't quite sure what to think. Kane spoke with an air of confidence that could have been denied. His words had conviction behind them, his tone unfaltering the entire way through. The evidence he was presenting was also undeniably significant. Was he right? We were on track for a future as horrific as the one that he was showing us. Could it be helped if we joined him? As convincing as it seemed to be, there was one thing that I couldn't shake, a feeling deep within my psyche that told me all of this was wrong. The man standing in front of us was absolutely not to be trusted. Where had I recognized him from? On top of everything else, this was starting to drive me crazy. Kane began walking around, intently scanning our group, looking for a shift in attitude. I know it feels like I've betrayed you all, and I'm sorry for that, he said. But there are some things that simply need to be done. Soon enough, he made his way over to me and stopped. that he recognized me first. "A new recruit," he said, looking down at me. "I suppose I don't have the same kind of history with you. I'm sure everything your comrades has told you about me came from a noble place. But I'm just trying to save lives as we know it, for future generations. What do you think? Are you with me?" I looked up at him, staring into his eyes directly for the first time, and that's when I figured out. I realized where I'd recognized him from. It was unmistakable. One of his eyes had likely been injured in the past, leaving nothing but a milky white behind. The sight of it had triggered a memory so repressed in the back of my mind that I hadn't thought about it in years. I nodded. "Yeah, I'll join you." Kane got down on a knee, getting eye level with me. "You're sure?" he asked. "This is important," I responded. "I want to fight for the future." He smiled. I could tell he hadn't recognized me at all. "Thank you, my friend," he said. "Soon enough, you'll know that your decision was the right one." "What the hell are you doing?" I heard Armin say. "This is a trap! He's not telling you the truth!" I ignored him, continuing to look forward instead. Kane went ahead and loosened my restraints before holding his hand out to me. I accepted, and he pulled me up to my feet, patting me on the back. "Your descendants will thank you," he said. I stepped past him, walking towards the strange mirror world. "Can I ask you a question?" I said. "Of course," Kane replied, walking over to me. "Why can't you remember me?" Before his expression could even register the confusion, I grabbed him by the neck and sent us both crashing into the mirror. We fell through, hitting the dirt as we did so. As I expected, he wasn't showing us a recording of the future at all. This was something else entirely. As we scrambled on the ground, I saw the device fly out of his pocket, landing on the ground a few feet away. This also ended up closing the portal entirely. "No!" Kane screamed. "What the hell have you done?" I leapt up and tried to grab the device, but was pulled back down and slammed by Kane. He really was strong, but I couldn't let him win. We continued to fight, although it gradually devolved into one-sided beatdowns. I may have bitten off more than I was able to chew with this guy. He ended up cracking me across the jaw with a vicious elbow, which caused me to black out for just a moment. I fell to the ground, stars now littering my vision. Kane stood over me, his face twisted into a spiteful grimace. "Who the fuck are you?" he asked. I really couldn't believe that he didn't remember. What was one of the most disturbing moments in my entire life must have been par for the course for him. My encounter with Kane happened early in my career, back when I was a little bit more optimistic about my future. I was in France, where I'd been paid for a contract and was riding high on my emotions. I just needed a few more paydays and I'd be good, then I could move on to bigger and better things. I was walking through Paris at night, enjoying the crisp breeze and a nice, expensive cigar. At one point, I turned into a completely empty street, which is where I saw her. A young girl, maybe in her early 20s, walking by herself. Something that wouldn't have been a cause for concern on its own, but the details made it quite alarming. She seemed to be wearing nothing but a torn hospital gown, and her movements were frantic, almost as if she wasn't quite sure where she was going. She soon spotted me and began running over. I backed up just a bit, unsure of what to expect from something like this. Perhaps she posed no physical threat to me, but any and all risk was better off avoided. In any case, I eased up as she got closer. She looked to be in extreme distress. She began speaking to me, her words coming out in a rapid and jumbled mess. My French wasn't great to begin with, so trying to decipher what she was saying proved to be quite the task. However, I could make out a few key phrases. "Help me, please. Save my brother." She grabbed my arm and began pulling me, trying to get me to follow her. I was hesitant at first, but ultimately relented. I knew that this could end horribly for me, but the idea of being the hero gave me hope of some kind of catharsis. Maybe I could wash away all the morally ambiguous things I'd done with one act of altruism. I really did think that this is how the world worked back then. Eventually, she led me to what must have been the most decrepit building in the darkest corner of Paris. A place that looked so uninviting, even the most daring of ghost hunters would have avoided it. "The basement," she said, looking up at me with teary eyes and a petrified expression. She really must have experienced something horrifying in there. "He's in the basement, please hurry." And against my better judgment, I went in. The place looked like it must have been a store at one point, but I couldn't have been too sure. The smell of mold lingered in the dusty air as I walked, hand gripping my pistol as I searched for a door leading down. It didn't take me long to find it, and I began traversing down the rickety wooden steps, trying to make sure that I wouldn't get clocked in the back of the head with an axe once I got down. I ended up in a hallway, which felt strange since it didn't seem to line up with the rest of the building's aesthetics. This place looked newer, relatively well-maintained, as if it was actually being used for something. I got to the end of the passage where a locked door was waiting for me. I went ahead and knocked it down, revealing an even stranger sight beyond. Another hallway, this time with metal doors, windows on either side. At this point, I began tensing up. It felt like I was seeing something that I really wasn't supposed to. Most of the rooms were empty, evident from the fact that their lights were off and I couldn't see anything inside. There was only one that wasn't. Light poured into the hallway from one window near the end. I remember my arms shaking as I got within a few steps, feeling the pressure in the air getting heavier every time I inched forward, and then I looked inside. Through the window, I could see a bloody operating table with a young boy strapped to it. His stomach was open. Like a few of his organs had been removed and replaced with some sort of metallic counterpart. And then the man who was operating on him came into view. His face had been blurred out in my memory for so long, but I could see him clearly now. He was standing in front of me, both in my mind and in real life. He saw me looking at him, gave me a sinister grin, one that was equal parts smug and sadistic. It was as if me stumbling upon his operation wouldn't be a problem for him in the slightest. I could feel his arms raising instinctively, my mind screaming at me to shoot him and kill him. I could tell that I was looking at an extremely dangerous individual. I fired off 3 or 4 bullets through the glass, all of them hitting the man square in the forehead, but instead of dropping to the ground, his grin just grew wider. It almost looked inhuman, as if there wasn't actually a man there at all, just a primal force of destruction. I remember backing up slowly, my limbs completely stiff from the shock. The man opened the door and stepped out, approaching me in a way that was disturbingly nonchalant. I tried getting up, I tried running. I didn't make it too far. I blacked out after only a few steps, and I woke up some indeterminable amount of time later, face first in the grass and dirt. My head was pounding as I got up, finding myself standing in a park near the hotel that I was staying at. My phone and wallet were still in my pocket, so I checked the time to see that it was 9 a.m. the next day. For the longest time, I couldn't tell if what I experienced was real or not. Eventually, I settled on the latter. I thought it was better to just delude myself than consider the alternative. However, I remember one thing very clearly from that night. I knew exactly where the building was, the one that the girl had led me to. I almost didn't want to do it, but I knew that I had to. I needed to go back to that building and see what was really there. So that's what I did. I ventured all the way back down those streets, feeling my unease mounting every time I got closer. I could almost see the girl running in front of me again. If all of this was real, then where was she now? Eventually, I made my way back to that spot where the building was, half expecting it to not be there at all. But that wasn't the case. It was still there, now sealed off by police tape. The cops who had been guarding the place eyed me curiously as I walked past. I almost considered asking them what had happened in there, but I decided it was best not to. Over the years, I gradually managed to purge that memory from my system. I convinced myself that there was absolutely no chance something like that had actually happened. It was better off being forgotten. Looks like I've been wrong the entire time. But it's also how I knew that Kane wasn't telling the truth. I'll ask again. Who the fuck are you? He spat at me. As Kane continued approaching me, I was at a loss for what to do. The device was still on the ground behind him, but getting it was a secondary concern. I needed to prevent him from snapping my neck first. Fighting him directly was obviously out of the question, so I needed a more creative approach. But what? What was I supposed to do here? As I tried backing away from him, I felt a sharp pain hit one of my arms. I looked down, seeing that some sort of insect had burrowed its way up from the dirt and was now gnawing away at my skin. And not long after, I began feeling something shifting below me. The insect that had bit me, a worm-like creature, began growing longer and longer as it rose up from beneath. After only a few seconds, it became taller than an adult male, showing no signs of slowing down either. And then the ground itself began rising up. It wasn't just some insect, it was attached to something much larger, and we were right on its back. Dozens of worm-like appendages began shooting out of the ground as the creature decided to stand up, understandably pissed off at our presence. It began moving, causing both Kane and I to stumble as it did so. On top of that, the creature's appendages began lunging at us, gradually chipping away bits of our flesh. I stood up, took my knife out, and tried to intercept some of them with my blade before they could bite me further, which proved to be a task more difficult than I could manage. I heard a deep growling from below, feeling the vibrations at my feet simultaneously. This thing must have been bigger than the White House. There was enough room on its back to play a few rounds of golf. I looked over at Kane, who seemed to be handling the appendages easier than I was. I shouldn't have been surprised. He was probably familiar with the creatures here. One of them wrapped around my ankle before nearly dragging me off its back entirely. I managed to cut it off before that could happen. I looked down at what was beneath, seeing much larger appendages lurking below, their mouths wide open and lined with knife-like teeth, presumably waiting to snatch us up as we fell. I scrambled away, a shiver overwhelming my body at the thought of what was happening. However, I also realized something in that moment. In order to beat Kane, I just needed to use my surroundings. It's easier said than done, but that was my only chance. I got back up, looking him dead in the eyes, and ran towards him, ignoring the pain from the relentless bites in the process. He saw me coming and threw me to the side, pushing me closer to the edge of the back as he did so. However, that's exactly what I'd expect him to do. Kane was already prepared to charge back at me. I stood as if I was getting ready to meet his charge with a rush of my own. He moved first. As I waited for a few seconds before moving myself, I could see the rage in his eyes as he got closer to me. He wasn't thinking rationally anymore. Otherwise, he likely would have fallen into the trap that I'd set for him. If we collided head-on, then there would be no doubt that I would be the one who'd be bodied off, so I wasn't going to do that. Before we could come in contact, I quickly moved to the side, putting my foot out just far enough for him to trip over it. He was moving so fast that he could barely react in time. I watched as his body flew forward, stumbling downwards and out of view. I didn't let myself breathe until I heard him screaming. That must have been the deepest breath that I'd taken in years. But I wasn't done yet. I began looking around me, searching for his portal device. I knew that I wasn't going to get out of here without it. I spotted it at the other end of the creature's back, getting dangerously close to falling off with each step that it took. I ran over to it, managing to grab it just before that could happen. I looked over the device and saw an array of buttons and switches, none of which I could possibly comprehend the function of. However, there was one button at the center that was clearly larger and more distinguished from the rest of them. Before I pressed it, my mind began running down a list of things that might happen. There was no guarantee that this would take me back. That this would even take me anywhere better. I looked up, taking in the apocalyptic hellscape around me. In some ways, it was quite beautiful. I'd never seen a sky with the kind of color before. It was almost mesmerizing. Nevertheless, I sure as hell knew that I couldn't stay. I pointed the device down before pressing the button, and to my relief, another mirror-like portal began materializing. As I prepared to move through it, the creature suddenly stopped moving. It fell to the ground with a large thud, causing me to land on my ass. All the appendages stopped bothering me as well. Was it dead? I thought to myself. I could hear something coming from behind me, something that sounded like labored breathing. I turned around, coming face to face with one of the most horrific sights I could have seen at that moment. It was Kane, covered in bloody bite marks. There had been a large chunk taken out of one of his arms, while a portion of his skull had been exposed to the top. He began limping towards me, his expression so demented that I couldn't even meet his eye with my own without feeling complete despair. You thought that would be the end of me, he said in a raspy growl. I won't stop. I'll never stop. I stopped thinking about what might be on the other side. Turning my back on him and jumping through the portal, I could feel wind biting at my battered skin as I did so. I found myself standing in freezing drizzle along with a rocky beach shore. I quickly pressed the button again, closing the portal behind me. Justice Kane was getting ready to make it through as well. It was finally over. Despite the excruciating pain that I was in, my lips curled into a grin and I began to scream into the wind. This was my moment of catharsis. I looked at my surroundings, seeing no signs of any creature around. It did seem like I was on Earth again. I began walking, trying to find my way back to some sort of civilization. However, my body had pretty much reached its limits. I passed out before I could make it anywhere. Somebody found me before I could freeze to death. I woke up in a small wooden cabin, basking in the warmth of a space heater placed next to the bed. My wounds had all been bandaged up, and there was a nice savory scent lingering in the air, which caused my mouth to water incessantly. I wasn't quite sure how long it'd been since my last meal. I sat up and I looked around, spotting a woman, probably in her early 30s, cooking over a stove just a few feet away from me. She saw me looking over, smiled. "How good," she said. "You've woken. Are you hungry?" She had an extremely strong accent, which I recognized as Icelandic. I guess that's where I'd ended up. Even though I tried controlling myself, my manners were pretty much non-existent at that point. I slurped down 5 bowls of that stew without a care in the world. The woman didn't seem to mind. She didn't ask many questions either. I could appreciate that. "Oh," she said as I put the bowl up to my mouth and scraped the last pieces of fish into my mouth. "This is yours, isn't it? I found it lying a few feet away from you." She was holding the portal device. Nearly forgotten about it. I thanked her and I put it into the drawer beside the bed. It's been a few days since she found me. Even though she said I could stay here for as long as I'd like, I don't plan on bothering her like that. Using her laptop, I've done some research. I've concluded that this is not the same Earth that I left behind. It's similar, but it's not identical. A few key details have all but confirmed that. Back in my world, Kane has already started the invasion, and even though he's dead, I'm pretty sure he wasn't running the whole operation alone. And hell, I can't even be sure that he's dead. I'm not going to take the easy way out and stay here for the rest of my life. After all, I still have a mission to accomplish. But that might take some time, though.
Written by 5 Nosleep authors, Storming Area 51, Horror at the Gate. It's available for purchase on Amazon and free with Kindle Unlimited. A war between the aliens that crash-landed here in 1947 and the government that has conspired to keep them here has begun. For years, they've been planning infiltrating the human race and waiting for the right moment. That moment has finally come. When the gates go down, they make their move, and these 5 humans will be caught in the crossfire.
It started as a little bit of harmless voyeurism, a silly, guilty pleasure that I thought I would get bored with or feel guilty enough to stop. Instead, I found myself obsessing over the little screen and the beautiful woman with the long black hair for weeks, secretly wishing I could become her, even just for one day. What would lead me to wish that, you ask? Well, the short answer is motherhood. You see, 11 months ago, my twins were born, and although it was the happiest day of my life, I was ill-prepared for what would happen next. I love my boys, They're the fire that sparks my soul, the reason I do anything, but life as a mother was much harder than I had imagined. The first few months were rough, to put it mildly. I had a fair helping of postpartum, issues with breastfeeding, and then the soul-crushing guilt when we switched to formula. And top that off with feeling like my body wasn't mine anymore and less than 3 hours sleep a night, and I was a wreck. And so was my marriage. So when I put the boys down for their nap that day 2 months ago and the video monitor beeped, alerting me that there was movement on the second channel, I hit the button without even thinking. It didn't occur to me at that moment in time that we didn't have a second camera, or had even used the second channel before. Like everything else in my life, I was just doing what the little screen told me to do. And there she was, in full HD glory, a beautiful woman with long, flowing black hair like young, delicious Penelope Cruz, perched on top of a slate gray counter, silk floral robe draped across her shoulders and legs spread wide. Her back was turned towards the camera, which was angled high above the small eat-in kitchen, giving a full view all the way into the open, planned living room. I could see her writhing, her head falling back as she arched her body, her black hair cascading around her. I would like to say that in that moment, I had no idea what was going on, but I did. I had seen that look before. Hell, I'd been that young woman once, full of sexual desire and vitality. I watched with bated breath, mouth agape as the show continued. To my disappointment, there was no sound filtering through the speakers, just the crystal clear video feed. A man slowly stood up from between her thighs, slinked his hands around her, and kissed her feverishly. He was gorgeous, tall and thick in all the right places, like a lumberjack wet dream. A high-pitched wail broke the trance, which was soon followed by a second cry. I switched the monitor back onto the first channel that showed both boys sitting up in their cribs, playing with their toes and garbling back and forth to each other. I evaluated the situation and decided I probably had 10 minutes max before all hell broke loose, and I had to grab them. So I quickly hit the button and switched back to the second channel, hoping to catch the rest of the show. The screen was depressingly void of the couple, leaving me with only a glimpse of a large man in jeans and heavy work boots walking out of frame down the hallway. It looked like Penelope and her man had decided to make their way to the bedroom for the rest of their encounter. I sighed. It was for the best, I suppose. The boys were ready to get up, and I still had to clean up after lunch and get dinner together. Oh, God, not to mention 3 loads of laundry to fold. I didn't exactly have time to sit here and spy on strangers, no matter how much I wanted to. For the next 8 weeks, I watched the video feed of Penelope. In her silk robe, entertained men, one after the other. There was the burly man on Wednesdays that had a mop of red hair and a hipster beard that liked to take his pleasure on the same counter I had first seen Penelope with Friday's man. He liked it rough, and by the looks of it, she didn't mind. Monday was my least favorite. That was the man in the suit. He would come in and stand in the living room, facing the kitchen, and have her undress him. Shoes first, but always leaving the tie on. She would then walk him down the hall like a dog on a leash and disappear from view. Day in and day out, like clockwork, there was a new man for every weekday. I had counted 8 in rotation, with the exception of Boots. Boots was present in every single episode I had watched so far. However, I had never seen his face, and he always seemed to avoid being fully in frame, never showing up until the room was clear of both Penelope and her daily lover. In my mind, he was her pimp or her bodyguard, always there, watching, just like I was, hidden in the background, unseen, but always there. I am ashamed to say I found myself staying around the house more often than not, doing indoor activities with the boys instead of going to the park or running around the backyard, never wanting to be too far away from the monitor and somehow miss an episode, like it was a pornographic soap opera, and I was its biggest fan. I went as far as buying a small blow-up ball pit that fits perfectly in the living room so the boys could play in it safely and entertain themselves during the times I couldn't get them both down for a nap when it was time for my show to start and the monitor beeped. I learned pretty quickly that the channel went live around the same time every day, 2:05 p.m. on the dot, which made it easy to plan our schedules around showtime. Strangely enough, with the added pep in my step, my marriage started turning around for the better as well, and my husband Mark noticed. After a long night of kinky adult play where I had pulled out some moves I had seen Penelope and Friday's Man used, he finally got the nerve to ask me what had gotten into me lately. I joked and said, "You are," and gave him a silly smile, trying to brush the question off with a joke. But he wouldn't relent. And I found myself realizing that the reason I hadn't told him was because I had kept this dirty secret for so long, and that I felt guilty about it. I felt bad for spying on this person and invading her personal privacy. But as silly as it sounds, it was keeping the secret from Mark, my partner of 10 years, that was making me feel awful. I was so embarrassed. I told him all about it. Every sordid detail of what I had seen over the last 2 months. To my surprise, instead of disgust, he seemed interested, excited almost, asking to see for himself. But he was also a little disturbed about how our monitor was picking up someone else's feed. You see, we don't have a monitor that connects to the internet. It isn't like a smart monitor that you can view on your phone or from a website. It's radio frequency only. For the exact reason that we didn't want anyone to be able to hack into the monitor and spy on our children. Well, I shouldn't be able to see someone else's feeds, just like they shouldn't be able to see mine. It's on a totally different frequency. He went into a lot more detail, but I wasn't really listening because I had already grabbed the monitor, planning on showing him the second channel feature. Although the light wasn't on, I figured we could flip over and at least show him the kitchen. But when I turned it on, I was surprised to see not only could I not access Penelope's kitchen, but there was no second channel feature at all. I was alone in the kitchen with the boys, having lunch the next day when the light flashed again, letting me know the second channel was working. Confused, I checked my cell, the time showing 1:02 p.m. That was earlier than usual for the second channel to be live, I thought. The boys were safely buckled into their high chairs, eating leftover spaghetti and peas. With a lunch like this, it ended up turning into a messy art lesson where I let them play while I finish up dishes, so I figured there was no harm in giving myself a break while they played and ate. I grabbed the monitor and hit the button, making sure to move the screen away from their little eyes, and the second channel lit up. It was exactly as it had done for the last few weeks. And I let go a sigh of relief and made a mental note to tell Mark it was working again. Penelope was seated in the far corner of the screen, lounging in a luxurious rose-printed high-backed chair in her living room. The kind you see in magazines but would never actually buy. She was wearing the same silk floral robe she always wore, her hair tousled as if she had just gotten out of bed. I shook my head, laughing at the fact that I was sitting here spying on this poor woman who was just hanging out at home doing nothing, when I saw her jump up from the seat and race towards the kitchen and out of view down the hallway. I jerked up in response, sitting higher in my chair and leaned towards the monitor until I was only inches away. Moments later, Penelope raced back into view, and she looked frightened, her eyes wide and her mouth opened in a silent scream. She moved below the camera out of view, and I could only assume it was another row of counters along the wall because when she emerged back into frame, she was holding a large butcher knife. She held the knife in front of her, her arms shaking as she gripped it in both hands. For a moment, it reminded me of a cheesy 90s horror movie where the lead sexy lady stood her ground against the serial killer. But this was no movie. A dark shadow filled the hallway, inching closer and closer to her until a large form emerged. It was a man. I'd seen him before, or at least glimpses of him. That was Boots, her bodyguard that was always around. I could tell by the giant work boots and frayed jeans he always wore, the only actual part of him I had fully seen. He looked different from what I had imagined. His face was clean-shaven with small, deep-set eyes, his features strangely round, almost feminine. It was far less intimidating than I expected for a bodyguard. But why was she terrified of her security guard? Maybe he had to take care of a rowdy John, and she was worried the other guy would get in past him? He moved another step towards her, and she stepped back, mirroring his movements. I could see her face now. She was screaming at him, waving her arms frantically, the knife in her right hand as she used her left to point towards the door, yelling at him to get out. But he wasn't leaving. He was getting closer. He leapt towards her, his body moving much faster than it should have, knocking the knife easily across the room and out of reach. When he reached her, his body had shifted, morphing during the short distance into something I had never seen before. His back bent at an impossible angle. His clothes ripped away as his body doubled in size, becoming a beast of pure muscle and sinew, his old skin slopping away in a wet pile below him, like a snake shedding skin. His head reared back, mouth reticulated open like that of a python as he stretched to his full height, at least 8 feet tall, almost hitting the ceiling. I could see horns emerge from his skull like a ram, and he breathed heavily, his chest expanding with every breath. She didn't wait for him to finish his change. She bolted towards the glass sliding doors, trying to wrench them open, but they were locked. She fumbled for the latch but gave up as he started towards her and ran past him just in the nick of time, barely escaping his taloned clutches as he landed against the doors only a second behind her. She raced into the living room, grabbing a marbled Buddha statue off the coffee table to use as a weapon. It pursued her, only steps away. She quickly jumped onto the high-backed chair, turning quickly as she launched herself at it. Wielding the statue above her head, she brought it down hard on its skull. Had it been a normal man, it would have killed him instantly. But this wasn't a normal man. It was a beast. A silent scream filled the room. Even without sound, I could tell it was filled with rage and terror. The beast reached out just as she turned to flee towards the hallway, grabbing her shoulder and violently tossing her into the large entertainment center along the wall, her body smashing through the glass panels and falling onto the ground below. Splinters of wood and broken glass was strewn throughout her hair and along her body. I saw her try to get up, her right arm limp beneath her. I had seen enough. I needed to do something. I grabbed my cell and frantically called 911, shocked the time only read 1:07 p.m. Had it really only been 5 minutes since this all began? I mentally prepared myself for what I had to say. I knew I couldn't tell them what was happening. They would think it was a prank call, but I could let them know someone was being violently attacked. It took a moment to explain the situation to the operator, but thankfully he did not question why I was able to pick up a neighboring security feed on the baby monitor and advised that they would send over an officer to my house immediately to view the monitor themselves. I just had to wait. I stressed how urgent it was, hoping that the sound of sirens would lure the beast away, but knew in my heart they wouldn't make it on time to save Penelope. Panic gripping my voice now as I watched the beast begin kicking her with a force that sent her tumbling towards the kitchen and closer to the camera. A pool of blood stained the white marble tiles in the living room, his heavy boots leaving large bloody prints behind him. He picked up the fallen statue, raised it over his head, and brought it down hard. Forgetting my children were blissfully playing in spaghetti beside me, forgetting that I had the phone still gripped in my hand, I screamed. I couldn't hear the sickening crunch of her skull caving in beneath the weight, but I felt it. My whole body reacted as I watched her body twitch in a dance of death. It was then that something happened that I can't explain, and I will never forget. The beast stopped, dead in his tracks, looked up at the monitor, and smiled at me. Before I knew, the beast moved, too quickly to track on the screen, and the next moment its face was all I could see. Large yellow eyes with stared pupils that I had never seen before looked at me through the monitor. It stayed like that for 3 seconds, face splattered in Penelope's blood, wickedly smiling at me. And then it spoke. I may not have been able to hear it, but I understood it nonetheless. It was clear as day, his voice echoing in my mind as if he had shouted it. "I can see you, Elizabeth. I'm coming for you next." I sat there, terrified, too afraid to move. I could hear the voice on the phone asking if everything was okay, but I couldn't respond. What could I say? There was a monster watching me through a camera in the dead lady's apartment? No, I did the only thing I could think of. I hung up the phone, grabbed the boys, and got the fuck out of the house. Thank God Mark always makes me keep a fully stocked diaper bag in the car with a change of clothes and diapers because I didn't even think. I just ran. I've been on the road for hours, and I just stopped for gas and a much-needed coffee. The boys are still passed out in their car seats, still covered in dried spaghetti, but safe for now. I haven't even had the courage to call Mark yet. I'm too scared he won't believe me and demand that I come home, but I can't do that. Not with that beast after me, even if it means doing this alone. Which brings me here to you. I'm looking for someone that might have some information, someone that knows what the fuck this thing is and how to kill it for good. Because there is no way I'm going to let that thing get near my boys. Not even over my dead body.
Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I just wanted to tell you thank you for watching tonight's video. Because this is October, I'm going to make this nice, short, and sweet. If you'd like to help support the show or the podcast, head over to patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. If you'd like to get yourself some new Halloween and Creepypasta-inspired tees, you can head over to etsy.com/shop/IvoryMonocleT. And if you want to catch me, Creeps McPasta, and Mew during our live Halloween tour around the southern US, head over to creepypasta.showfetti.com. That's creepypasta.shofetti.com. Hang on to your hats, kids, because this year is a 31-day Halloween countdown. Happy Halloween and sweet dreams.
If you're listening to this right now, then I'm going to assume you're either falling asleep or you're just enjoying your time. And let me tell you, what's great for both of those situations is a nice hot cup of tea. Or I guess if it's the middle of the summer, a nice iced cup of tea. I don't know. I'm from Texas. Sweet tea is kind of a thing. And if you like tea, then I strongly suggest you check out Ivory Monocle Tea, which has a Mr. Creepypasta tea of their own, the Dark and Stormy Night. It's actually a tea that I drink whenever I'm recording. It's extremely strong and extremely caffeinated, which is something I just need some days, if you know what I mean. There's also plenty of other teas there based off of different slasher villains or different Dungeons and Dragons characters, anime, things like that. Check them out. It's etsy.com/shop/ivorymonocletea. That's etsy.com/shop/ivorymonocletea. And now, back to the stories.
Oh, great. Shit. My brand new shoes. Oh, god damn it. Fuck. I'm home. Tootsie? Tootsie? There you are. Hey, girl. Did you pee in the house? Was that a yes or a no? Oh, Tootsie, we've been through this 100 times. Alcohol isn't for dogs. Plus, you're underage. Come on, let's see what's on TV.
New word from the nation's top scientists on the zombie virus that appeared 2 weeks ago. In critical condition after a... Recorded in front of a lot. So stop jerking my chain.
Hello, Mr. Carpenter. You have 3 new messages. Message 1.
Hello, my name's Daniel Sanders.
I'm not dealing with work on a Friday night.
I've been trying to put my house on the market, and I was told that you were the man.
Message saved. Message 2.
I'm looking for Mr. Carpenter. I came across one of your business cards and I'd like to talk to you about it.
More work.
Message saved. Message 3.
Hey, buddy, it's Steven from work. Hey, man, me and the guys were talking about this canoeing trip we have coming up. It's gonna be all guys, no women. They're thinking about getting some coke, maybe some heroin, some prostitutes. You know how that goes. So, don't leave me hanging. Call me back.
I'm happy being alone.
What's up?
Message deleted. You have no more new...
Oh, come on. It's 1 a.m. Nope, I'm not picking up the phone. No, fuck off. It's Friday night. Give it a rest. They'll call back. Fine. Hello?
Justin! Is this Justin?
Yeah, do you know what time?
Listen, man, you gotta help me. These mental motherfuckers are after me, man.
Whoa.
I don't even know where they are. We're all got here, bro.
Whoa, dude, just stop. Hold on a second. Whoa,
I woke up in a
hold
park,
on a
man,
minute.
and I
Hold on.
failed
Let me turn the TV down. Let me turn the TV down.
You gotta do something, man.
Is this for fucking real? How do I do something? I don't even know where you are.
Please.
I don't know what you want me to do. How the fuck did you get my number? What the fuck's going on, man? This better not be a fucking prank. I'm telling you that now.
It's fucking insane, man. I'm so scared. Help me.
I don't even know who the fuck you are, okay?
I don't know what to do.
Okay. Calm down. Just let me think. How'd you get my number? Because this doesn't make any sense unless I know how you got my number. I have to keep myself safe. You understand? So, if you can tell me how you got my number and it makes sense to me, then I can...
From the card, man. Your business card was in the phone booth. You sell real estate, right?
Oh, fuck, yes. From the cards.
You're just a carpenter.
Yeah. I put my business cards in the phone booth to try to get more business.
Look, Justin, I'm Andrew. I don't have much time. 911 keeps putting me on hold, and I'm all out of money, and they're gonna fucking find me again, man.
Okay.
Please.
Look, I really want to help, but this is really fucked up.
I know. What do I do?
Okay, Andrew, just breathe. Just take a look around you and tell me what you see.
I don't know. There's a fucking church over there, some woods, and a payphone. It's dark. I don't see anything else. Not even a house. I'm running out of time, man. You gotta help.
Okay. Church, woods, pave. The phone booth. Andrew, I know where you are. You're on the road that leads to my house.
I think they're coming. I'll buy a fucking house. Just get me out of this shit, man.
Fuck.
I can hear them.
Right, okay. You need to run right now.
Which way?
Run past the church, up the hill, and just run, Andrew. Andrew! Hello? Fuck! I'm supposed to be staying out of trouble. This reeks of trouble. I don't need any more trouble. I need a drink. Just one drink. It's not gonna hurt anything. Fuck! I don't need this right now. This is what I get for self-advertising in fucking public phone booths. Might as well just take an ad out in the yellow pages under murder. Who even uses phone booths and phone books anymore? Fuck! I'm so stupid! Damn it, Toodle, shut up! Alright. I have to calm down and breathe. Remember the Wim Hof technique? Whew. Okay, I need to think. Maybe he finds help before he gets to me. Yeah, maybe he finds help before he gets here. No, the church is only a mile away. And this is the only house for at least 4 miles. Fuck. Think. What do I do? I'll call for help. Yeah. Okay, where's the phone? All right. 911 is just simply 911. Okay. Everything's gonna be fine. Come on. Just pick pick up the phone.
You're through to Marcus with a C. 911, what's your emergency?
Oh, yes, thank God. I've got a huge nightmare situation going on right now, and
Sir, please calm down.
What?
You're coming across a little abrasive, don't you think?
What? No, well, maybe. I'm just really...
Sir, I'm not gonna ask you again to calm down.
I am calm. This is urgent, and you're...
Sir, do not swear or shout at me again, or I will terminate the call.
What? I never swore at you, and I'm only talking like this because I don't know what to do.
And you're still shouting.
What?
Yep.
No, this is a whisper with a shouty voice, and I'm only whisper shouting because I'm scared and this is urgent.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Why didn't you say?
I tried to, but you...
What can I do you for?
Well, Marcus, as I tried to tell you already, I have an emergency.
Uh-huh. And your name? Number? Number's optional.
Okay, Justin Carpenter and...
G-U-S-T-E-N. Justin, lovely name.
Yeah, thanks, but that's not how you spell it, and
Sir, it doesn't matter. We haven't got all day.
I know!
Sir, language!
What did I say?
Sir, why don't you just relax and tell me what your emergency is?
Yeah, okay, I can do that. So, I came home from work, turned on the TV, and the phone...
I'm sorry, Gustin. I'll have to place you on hold.
No! Don't put me on hold, Marcus! And my name's not... Gustin.
Hello, Gustin. It's Marcus with the C here again.
It's just...
You called about an emergency?
Yes, of course I did. You put me on hold.
Fantastic. You're doing great. You're safe.
What do you mean I'm safe? You don't even know what's wrong.
Let me stop you right there. We got a high school kid over on Melrose Avenue who's just beat his mom to death with a baseball bat, and now he's holding his girlfriend Hannah hostage. But you're fine. Don't worry.
What?
I'm just gonna place you on hold real quick.
Marcus, no! You put me on hold again? Damn you! Fuck! What am I gonna do if Andrew shows up here while I'm on hold? And what if he's been followed? I'm not prepared for this. I don't even know who this guy is. I don't know what to do. What do I say when he gets here? Do I open the door? Fuck, I don't know. Yeah, I am going out of my mind. But I need to calm down. I can handle this. I just need to...
Okay, Gustin, sorry about keeping you waiting, but if you'd like to go ahead...
Yeah, actually, Marcus, could you just put me back on hold? I think the music was actually helping me think.
Sure!
Shit! Fuck! Fuck! Oh, fuck! Shh! No, come! Here, you, go in there. Go in there. Lay down. Shh! Shh! Stay! Right, stay! Fuck! Hello? Jesus! Shit!
Somebody please!
Jesus.
I need help!
Christ, Andrew. Shit. Oh, fuck. Hello?
Justin!
Yeah.
Oh, thank fucking God, man.
Oh.
Thank you.
I just want to...
Open the door, man. Come on.
Fuck.
Please.
Hey, look.
Please, man.
Look, Andrew.
I'm bleeding out.
Andrew.
I can't feel my fucking leg.
Oh, God, man. I don't know if I'm comfortable letting a stranger just walk into my house. I mean...
What do you mean, stranger? He just spoke to you on the phone. You told me to come here.
No, I didn't really. I meant...
Yes, you did. You practically gave me directions.
Shit.
You've got to let me in, man.
I don't know you. You called me from a payphone 10 minutes ago.
What? Why would you tell me to come to your house if you weren't gonna fucking help me, man? Just open the door.
I can't do that.
Why the fuck not?
Because what if you're just playing the victim to get me to open the door and then you're going to come in and stab me or something?
No, I'm a real life victim. If you don't help me, I'm gonna fucking bleed to death. I'm fucking scared.
I'm fucking scared too. Shit.
I am telling you the truth.
Well, how do I know that? Put yourself in my shoes. What would you do if someone came to your house and started saying all the stuff you're saying to me? It's fucking crazy, man. What am I supposed to believe? What am I supposed to do? I don't know who to call. I've tried calling. Jesus. Okay, look, man, just take it easy. We're both just scared here, and I don't know, I think our emotions are getting the better of us. Trust me, Andrew, we'll figure this out. I'm just not so sure opening the door is the safest option right now, you know? Hey, you still there? Andrew? Andrew, what's going on out there? Andrew! Oh, fuck. Andrew. Fuck. Are you... Is this really... Oh, my God.
You gotta help me.
You're bleeding everywhere. Andrew.
Yeah?
We gotta get you up off the ground and into the house. Okay?
Oh, man.
I'm gonna lift you up. Ready? Come on, hold on to me.
No, it hurts too much.
Look, I know it hurts, but you can't lay out here bleeding all over the porch. We've got to get you inside before anybody sees you. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Okay, I got you. Just one foot in front of the other.
It hurts, man.
Yeah, I know, but we've got to get you inside. Come on. Okay. Good. Nearly there. We're inside. Just hang on a minute.
What? Why are we stopping?
I want to lock the door.
Is that really fucking necessary?
Of course it's fucking necessary. You've got God knows what type of fucking maniac hillbilly motherfuckers after you. Almost there.
It hurt.
Just a few more steps, Andrew. Come on.
I'm trying, man.
Okay. I need to set you down. You're too fucking heavy. Come on.
Easy.
Come on. Let go of me. There you go.
Fuck. Easy, man.
Oh, get over it.
Don't even be so rough. I'm already fucked.
Hold on. You stay right there. I'll be right back. I think you're fine.
I'm gonna pass out.
You've got a broken leg, but I don't think it's gonna kill you. You're safe. For the time being.
Yes, man. I can't see.
It's just because of the pain, man.
I think I'm gonna pass out.
Just go to sleep if you need to. I'll be right back.
I think I'm gonna pass out, man.
Wanna go up to my room? We can have some fun. I will see your insides. Lay down. Touch me.
Get the fuck off me! Ow! Don't touch me!
Wake up!
I said wake up. Here's to Andrew.
What the fuck, man?
Here's to Andy. Dress him up and call him Mandy.
Why am I chained to a fucking table, man? You fucking psycho!
Walking big and standing tall.
Fucking funny, man!
Why was Andrew Liner born at all?
What? How do you know my fucking last name?
I said, why were you even born at all? Why? Do you know that song, Andy? Huh? Do you? University of Waterloo. Sigma Chi. Come on.
I don't fucking know.
You're no fucking use to anyone. No fucking use at all.
What are you doing? What are you doing? No.
Drink, motherfucker!
Please.
Drink! Drink it all, bitch!
What the fuck?
Andrew the Liner.
Who are you?
Welcome to the Alpha and Omega basement. My very own frat house.
Who are you?
Fate has chosen you.
What?
Isn't that fucking great?
No.
It's fucking beautiful.
No. This is not fucking cool, man.
Oh, come on. Be excited.
Please.
You're a pledge.
Help!
Shut the fuck up. No one can hear you. This house is the only house for miles. And you're in my fucking basement. Who would have known that you would have come to my house? Andrew the Liner came to my fucking door, wrapped up like a Christmas present. Ding dong.
Please.
Please.
Please, let me go.
You're pathetic.
I don't want to die, man. I'm a good person.
Do you think I believe that?
I don't deserve this.
As convincing as you sound, whining like a fucking mutt.
I have a family. Man. Come
Come on.
I'm doing your family a favor.
I won't tell anyone, I swear.
You know, Andrew, I was trying to change. I didn't want to be like this anymore.
You saved my life tonight, man.
But then you magically landed at my house.
Please.
And I can't help myself.
Do not kill me.
But this is destiny. It's you and me in my basement. This is meant to be. You have to pay for the bad things you've done.
I don't know what I did wrong.
It's fucking mad.
How do you know who I am?
Woo, that's a good question.
You're with those fucking rednecks, aren't you?
You think I'm with those hillbilly hicks that kidnapped you? Are you serious? Do I look like some podunk country motherfucker with an asshole fetish?
No.
God, how fucking insulting. I've got a bit more class than that. I have a method and a fucking kill room. And way beyond that, I've got a motive. So, brother, say it with me.
Say what?
Sigma Chi, Sigma Chi, Sigma Chi, Sigma Chi. What's wrong? Don't you fucking remember? Look at me! Either you don't remember, or you are ashamed. Well, I didn't forget. The second I opened the door, I knew exactly who you were.
What?
Oh, I knew that 10-karat gold college ring when I saw it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The blue Tiana star.
You're fucking nuts, man.
Sigma Chi fraternity crest. Must have cost you a fortune.
What?
Now, it's gonna cost you your finger.
What? No! 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 My fucking finger!
Give me the fucking ring.
I got the finger. Cut my finger off, you fucking...
Now I'm taking the ring, and you can have your finger back.
Get the fuck away from me, man!
Now open wide and swallow your pride.
Oh, man!
Open your fucking mouth! Come on! Open up! Now swallow it! Swallow the fucking finger! Yeah, there you go. Eat, motherfucker! Eat, motherfucker! Eat, motherfucker! Eat!
You, man! Why are you doing this to me?
Aren't we having so much fun?
Why? You fucking piece of shit!
15 years ago, Waterloo University, Sigma Chi.
I don't fucking know, man.
I was a fucking freshman.
I don't know what you're fucking talking about, man.
You were nothing more than a senior fucking psycho.
Just let me fucking go.
I was your bitch for a semester. A whole fucking semester.
Please, man. Just
nope.
Take me to a fucking hospital.
Nope.
It's not too late. You don't have to do this, man. Please.
Oh, don't play that fucking card. Don't be the innocent victim.
Please don't fucking do this.
Oh, shut up. Andrew the Liner. They used to call you the Line. Not because of your name, but because you did some fucked up shit when you were fucked up.
I'm fucking begging you, man, please.
Look here. Look. Remember when you branded me with your initials?
I fucking didn't.
Oh, yes, you did. Yes, you fucking did.
No.
This is not a homemade tattoo of the word all. It's your initials. A-L-L. Andrew the Liner. It's you. You did this to me.
I didn't.
And that wasn't the half of it, was it? No. You did more.
You got it all wrong.
Remember when you shoved the funnel into my mouth and made me drink your fucking piss? You remember that?
Fucking let it go.
Well, how did mine taste? Like revenge?
Come on, man. I was fucking young and stupid. I was fucked up.
Aha! Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. He fucking admits it.
You got your fucking revenge, man. Come on.
Oh, no. Look at me. It's not over. That's not it. Wait, hold on a minute. Do you remember what you used to say to me when you would get drunk and fucked up?
No.
You used to say, I want to see what your insides look like. You used to take me upstairs into your room, feed me some fucking pills that would render me motionless, and while I lay there in your bed,
I'm not like that anymore.
Unable to move,
I have a fucking wife and kids, man.
You'd climb on top of me and force yourself on me against my will.
You never said no.
I couldn't say no. You fucking drugged me. You used to call me faggot.
Please.
While you donkey punched me in the back of the fucking head.
Please, man, don't do this.
You left me with a fucking concussion.
Okay. I'm fucking sorry.
Oh.
Is that what you want to fucking hear?
Yeah. And it takes a real big man to say he's sorry when he's being tortured. I can't kill you yet. But that feels so fucking good. You know, I think you fucked something up in my head. I never killed anyone until you did what you did to me. And until you showed up here tonight, I was clean. Do you understand? I rehabilitated myself. I haven't killed anyone in months. I have a new job. I have a new life. I started over. But it's you. I cannot resist. I feel like fucking Frankenstein. It's so ironic. It's like Adam killing God. Because I'm a monster created by an even bigger monster. You. But all of this ends tonight. I want to be normal. I want to cut your lips off. I want to pry your jaw open and hammer your teeth further into your skull. But hey, look on the bright side. After this, we're even. And you know what the real sickening part of it all is? I still didn't make it past the pledges. They still didn't let me into Sigma Chi. Imagine, after all that fucked up shit. Anyway, it was nice to see you again. That's exactly what I needed to set my life back on track for good. We'll call this a momentary relapse. Then I can move on with my life at the end of yours.
What the fuck is that?
What, this? It's a chainsaw. It's loud. So, I can't hear you anymore. Now, brother. It's the end of the line. Get it? I've been saving that all night. It's funny, right? I don't know, I've been thinking about getting into some comedy after I kill you. Hey, I might not be that funny, but you never know till you try, right?
Hold still.
I think I hit your funny bone. You're down one leg. Remember when you used to put stuff inside me? I always wondered what it would be like to put something inside of you. Let's try this.
I want to see what your insides look like.
Heads up, Andrew.
Jealousy is such a strange enemy, I know. It It's all in my head, but I can see it's standing in doorways down the street, alone. Well, I've been so intoxicated by your lies, infatuated now. I can't leave, and I can't breathe. So wrap your tongue around the words and throw your arms around the girl. We'll be fine, it's in our hands, but your eyes are filling up, and still you just can't get enough. We'll be fine, it's in our hands. Jealousy is just another part of you and me. It's all in our hands.
We are coming, we are coming, we are coming for you.
People misunderstood how possessions happen. Decades of Hollywood misrepresentation, separation from old traditions, and a cult of silent suffering keep these things out of the public consciousness and make us vulnerable. I mean, when it began happening to me, I had no idea what I was dealing with. That ignorance let it fester and grow. I'm actually certain of the exact moment of contamination. I was on an archaeological dig in Montana with 24 other students. We were all unearthing ancient out-of-place fossils and artifacts that multiple years of meltback had freed from receding glaciers. There was a rather huge range of relics to be discovered, including never-before-seen religious sundries used by cavemen and dated some 90,000 years before humans were supposed to have come to North America. While Eurasian Neanderthals had been starting to bury their dead, these surprisingly modern bones had belonged to people with complex worshipping practices. It was all disconcerting enough to our professor, who had chosen the site more or less at random, had so far chosen not to go public with the discovery. There was every chance we were mistaken. The data was flawed, or something extraordinary had happened to transport these things here. It would take time to piece together an accurate picture. That particular day, that particular hour, a fellow student named Greer had yet again bullied me into taking his ship. I was already tired from digging all morning, but he was built far more like those sturdy cavemen than I was. I didn't feel like taking another secret punch in the gut. As a result, I was the one dusting away the dirt from an oddly spiked kneecap when a cold gust of wind knocked me forward and caused me to slice my pinky finger. It was nothing really, a scrape. The kneecap protrusion still sharp even after 90,000 years, and I rubbed my finger against my jacket to dispel the itch the scrape had brought with it. Couldn't have known at the time that this malformed skeleton was surrounded by the heaviest concentration of religious relics. I'm not sure what I would have done even if I had known. The itching continued to nag at my awareness for the next several hours, enough that I had sought out some basic medical supplies when I got back to my tent. Disinfectant seemed to make it go away, and I finally lay exhausted on my sleeping bag and hoped to do nothing but sleep for the next 12 hours. Unfortunately, that was when Greer invaded my tent and insisted I join him for drinking with some of his female students. But we were not friends. It was all part of his carrot and stick routine for controlling people. Threaten quietly, reward publicly, and never let them relax. I, of course, felt trapped. His rewards were all chosen. He seemed to saunter effortlessly among circles of girls that usually so icily shut me out, and I was welcome, even adored, as long as I was riding his coattail. There was no way for me to turn down this opportunity, and taking him up on it just put me further under the effects of his later bullying. By that night, I felt odd. With some alcohol in me, I began to feel that itch returning,
No matter how much I scratched my hand, I never seemed to hit the right spot. It was as if the growing burning was a millimeter or two above my skin and maddeningly unreachable for lack of actual contact. I excused myself a few hours in to go deal with the infuriating annoyance more thoroughly, but Greer caught up and stopped me. He was a head and a half taller than me, and he knew it. Usually I backed down, but that night I was filled with fiery energy. A push sent him staggering back, and he just stared at me as I stalked away towards my tent. Once alone, I scratched my pinky finger until it started to bleed, and then I took out a knife. Only stopped when I realized that I would just deal myself horrible damage. No, I needed another strategy. If the itch was a millimeter above my skin, maybe I could do the opposite of cutting me. Carefully squeezing the skin, I managed to bunch it up a millimeter high and then rub my contorted hands against the rough fabric of my work jeans. Oh God, that was heaven. I couldn't even describe how great that first relief felt. The more apt saying would be that it was just like scratching a long-denied itch, but that was actually exactly what it was. In any case, I lay on my sleeping bag, sighed happily, and slept wonderfully. My dream that night was simple enough. I was walking across snow somewhere, but I wasn't cold. I awoke to about 5 seconds of continuing happiness, and then the itch set in again. Staring at my hand in confusion, I realized that the itch was now undeniably outside my hand. I could rotate it and feel the position change, always maintaining itself about an inch to the right of my pinky finger. How could I have an itch outside of my body? Agonized and overwhelmed by a tide of anxious energy brought on by the return of the itch, I began considering rather terrible alternative. The first, of course, try to ignore it. The burning continued outside of my hand and even outside of my glove. As I tried to participate in the dig, I was brought back at the same malformed body that day, and the itch intensified greatly whenever I went too near. I did my best to focus all my energy on resisting the annoying pain, but digging out new bones is delicate work, and I knew I would just damage something if I continued. I pretended I was sick and headed back to my tent. Greer found me out of sight of the others and left me with a bruised arm and abdomen. Bastard. It was his way, cold, calculated, and private punishment. I didn't have spare energy to resist, and I walked off the added pain. In fact, the hurt helped me do what needed to be done once I was safely alone in my tent. I'd already found the basic solution the night before, but now I just needed to get my skin an inch out from my pinky. Wincing, I carefully pulled my knife again, sanitized my finger with rubbing alcohol, and then went to work. I aimed to do as little damage as possible. Cutting a tiny flap of skin, I lifted it, but didn't reach my goal. Steeling myself, I cut a little bit further and then lifted a bit higher. Still not enough. With tears running down my burning cheeks, I cut all the way to my nail and lifted the flap of skin away from the muscle. I sighed with euphoria as the scratching finally made contact. It was over. Oh God, it was over. I scratched to my heart's content before closing the skin again and using bio-glue to seal the cuts. I wrapped up my pinky and fell asleep. I dreamt again of walking across a vast glacier under an open primordial sky. This time evening fell, and I sighted something unexpected on a distant mountain. Light. I awoke and lay quietly for a time. Cutting myself had been crazy, but that was all over. I was just glad nobody else had seen me behaving so strangely. My relief faded as a familiar burning sensation sparked up again. This time it was a wide strip of itching nearly a foot outside of my right arm. I slammed my fist into the hard ground underneath the fabric of my tent, collapsed and even cried a little, but I knew that there was not going to be an easy way out of this like I thought. I couldn't. No, 12 inches out, the amount of cutting would be unthinkable. I'd have to... I was thinking. I just had to apply some knowledge. I got out my phone, and I did some searches on the internet. Proprioception. That's what it was called, the human body's sense of where its own limbs are. It was different from the vestibular system, I read, narrowing down what I needed to know. All right, malfunctions in the proprioception system. what could I find? Phantom limb syndrome. Sitting frozen for a time as the itching tingled quietly, I knew I'd hit upon the problem. I hadn't had a limb amputated, but I knew this was still it. I was experiencing phantom limb pain from a limb that I had never had. Rushing to the dig site, I pretended all was well and went back to work. On fire, in more ways than one, I ignored the itching and uncovered as much of the strange skeleton as I could. My suspicion was vindicated when I began revealing from the ancient rock a third arm. The bones were different in shape and structure, but likely would have been categorized as being from a different skeleton. But I knew, whatever this thing was, it had more than 2 limbs. My understanding of the situation still contained numerous missing pieces, including the mechanisms of how I had contracted this thing's proprioceptive sense of self, but I had some idea what I was dealing with now. It's easy to say it's time to go to the doctor, but it's another thing to actually do it. I've lived my entire life avoiding the police and avoiding the doctor simply because that's what you do in America. I couldn't even envision myself going to them with fragments I'd found. I'd be locked up in a heartbeat, or given a bankrupting medical bill with no real treatment. No, I had to deal with this on my own. But the limbs gave me an idea. Covering my work with a tarp early and heading off, I evaded the other students and headed on foot to the nearby town with my archaeological tools. It was a small place, mainly populated to serve the national park. But it did have a graveyard. About here is where, objectively, I see my decision-making was a bit compromised. The only thing I can offer in my defense is this. Imagine an itch, the length of your arm, but outside of your body, burning away horribly in a place you can't even scratch. Imagine that going on for an entire day, worsening with each passing moment. The boiling anger and frustration literally cooks the brain, goading it to desperate action. I can tell you too, though it is no real excuse that my actions were not entirely my own. I found the most recent grave and began to dig. The arm was actually fairly intact. After smuggling it back to my tent, I cut away bits of the bone near its shoulder as needed and began stitching both it and myself. See, once it was truly part of me, I scratched myself right into a drug-like high. The leathery skin of the corpse arm came away in many places, as rotting flesh tends to do, but I could feel the itch. So happy. I lay back, relaxed, and slipped into that dream again. After treading across a long valley and climbing a steep icy slope, I came upon a cave wherein dozens of very lost and dirty mammals sat huddled around a fire. The morning light streamed through the fabric of my tent, blending with images that fire and woke me in a slow transition. I reached up to block the brightness and stared. My hand was not my hand. No, my hand was still there. This was a new one. Yeah, I panicked a bit then, somehow during the night, that the arm that I had dug up from a grave and stitched onto myself had become truly attached to me. I could feel through its leathery fingers, move it at will, and even lift things. I had a third arm. What the hell? Even as I stared, the itching began again, this time outside of my left arm. That was the morning that I realized just how deeply in trouble I was. This was no accident, no random brain malfunction, and no allergic reaction. Something was inside me and doing this to me. For God's sake, I'd gone to a graveyard and dug up an arm. Where did the idea come from? And now had it become a functioning part of me? I felt stronger, too. My gear felt lighter. I felt a tension in my muscles that almost demanded I find a way to employ my strength. As I carefully bound one of my arms under my bulky winter jacket so nobody could notice it, I almost hoped Greer would try something today. I was hungry for conflict and rather excited at the prospect of violence. He was weak. I could show him who was in charge. But he and some blonde girl had skipped out that day. Our particular professor was annoyed, but he always let Greer get away with things like that. I could see now that the professor was also somehow under Greer's thumb. Pathetic. Piece by piece, I secretly carried the malformed skeleton away and set it up in my tent, exactly as it had been on the ground, surrounding religious artifacts and all. What had at first appeared to have been some honored burial now looked to me like an attempted exorcism. Somebody had invented this particular ritual about 90,000 years earlier, which meant there had likely been a very dire need. My left arm burned with awareness, numbing agony. No, I couldn't. I wouldn't. I had to stop myself. But there was another voice inside, whispering about possibilities, screaming about relief. It was as if the voice came from the skeleton laid out before me, but also from inside my head. The ancient bones contained a fourth arm that was different from both the original two and the third. I staggered into the chilled woods, intent on fighting the foreign urges with all of my strength. It was better if I was delirious and lost, but then I could never find my way to the graveyard. And yet somehow I did. His new arm attached to me almost immediately. Covered in dirt and rotting gore and sweat, I found my way to the town church. Long ago, men had found a way to deal with this threat, and descendant tradition still existed. The priest within did not believe my rantings and almost called the police until I showed him my four arms and the spiked bone beginning to pierce the skin above my kneecaps and elbows. The foreign entity inside me shed its sly tactics the moment I let myself be chained up. I could hear its voice in my head, angry, violent, arrogant. Where had it come from? What did it want? The terrified priest surely did not know, and he did his best to ignore my rants and pleas until a charade of other priests arrived. They too stared at my forearms. They too crossed their chests. Tied up in a blank-walled stone room beneath the church, and surrounded by candles and sigils, I found myself evaluating the men for traits I could take from them. Many were older, but one priest was younger and had good muscle tone. I could take that tissue, cut my skin open, push it inside. It would become mine. I was as humans had always been, meant to be, editable. It was obvious once little things like squeamishness, disgust, and respect for life were brushed aside. We were modular. Why else would all our parts be so uniform? Even as the priest threw water on me for some reason, I grinned. Humans knew it too. They took livers and lungs and kidneys and even hearts from the dead and put them into the living. What was so wrong with what I was doing then? We were all on the same page. The strong deserved to take the weak's best pieces and thus become stronger themselves. That was the way of nature. Why then did these people resist? And they'd asked for this. They'd cried out against their own biochemical failures and eventual mortality. They'd cried out for salvation. They'd prayed, and then been heard. Did they reject what they had asked for simply because their arrogant idea of God looked so much like themselves? They mistakenly believed me to be a demon, but if they thought I was their worst nightmare, then I couldn't imagine how they would react if they ever met a real one. And then it was gone, burning away like so much smoke from my every pore. I was covered in holy water and strange fluids, and 2 of the priests were down with minor injuries. The rest was cutting at stitches, holding my 2 arms. They fell away, useless. The spiked bones at my knees and elbows receded too. I shouldn't have been surprised that I'd been unaware of most of the exorcism. The entity that'd been fighting for control then, even as it had tried to convince me to support it. Had it been lying? It couldn't really have been one of the good guys, could it? I shuddered at the thought that the horrifying world of organic osmosis it had shown me might be the heaven that awaited us after death. You'd be surprised how little bounding there is after an exorcism. It felt a bit like a visit to the DMV. The priests made sure I was all right and that I was myself. And then, well, I was let loose back on the street. It wasn't like I was going to be friends now. Some of them had literally gone white-haired from the shock of whatever they had witnessed, and they refused to discuss it or even look at me. That was it. That was my possession from beginning to end. I still have the skeleton, although any lingering demonic spirit it contained is now gone. The only traces of the entity left are in me. Ideas, attitudes, perhaps. Perhaps a bit of unspoken philosophy. Why speak out? Why tell my tale? Well, it's obvious we've got a lot to learn. The lessons begin now. See, I don't consider what I've done to be bad or disgusting. When they took Greer out of his tent, bleeding, crying, and screaming, I could only feel the predatory triumph of the strong. The students and professors were outwardly horrified, sure, but I could tell that they were appreciative that someone had done something to free them of all of their false god. Appearances were important to this culture. That I knew. Therefore, what I took from him would be unseen by most, and yet it had been the source of his strength, and now be the source of mine. I gazed around the circle of onlookers until I found the blonde girl that he dallied with the day before. In a way, I could now see her the way that he had seen her, in all her willingness and beauty. She was a good choice. She made eye contact with me and blushed, but did not look away. I grinned. Hey there, kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and I've got a really awesome story for you. It's going to be actually in a set of 2, so look forward to the next one coming up soon. The author of tonight's story is also featured in an upcoming book. Both volumes 1 and 2 are going to be available on Amazon. Calls from the Brighter Futures. Holy fuck. I've been off the grid, internet presence-wise, for the past 2 years. I have my reasons. 2 days ago, I got reconnected to the world of social media and was blown away by what I saw. My company's name has been sensationalized worldwide in less than a month. It's taken me a while, but I'm almost done reading all the other posts, and I think I can help. The Brighter Futures Crisis Hotline has paid my bills for the last 3 years. There's been a lot of shit that's been going down during that time. A lot of people come and go through the doors. BFCH seems to chew employees up and spit them out like Copenhagen. Some in the most gruesome of ways. My name's Rebecca Ashley. You haven't read any stories here about me. I'm the office wallflower. I see everything and everyone, but most of them go by completely unnoticed, and that's okay. I could always change it if I wanted to, but I like it this way. Seems to be working so far. I mean, I'm still here, right? No one goes out of their way to invite me to the gatherings, and I've never had any exciting office romances or interests. I clock in, I answer phones, I eat lunch alone at my desk, answer more phones, punch out, and go home. Frankly, I don't understand what all the fuss is about. Companies hire humans. Humans are unpredictable, as is life. Every corporation has hires, fires, tragedies, and victories. What's the big deal? It's really not that exciting. You want to worry about something? Worry about the creeps taking pictures in my neighborhood at night. All right, forget everything I just said in the above paragraph. I was wrong. So, twisted, devastatingly wrong. Last week, Peter and I were going over annual employee reviews in office late one night. Lyle forgot to lock up Isaac's old office, and I don't give a shit who they want to put in there now. It's always going to be Isaac's, okay? Also, Miss Danny Not my place to judge him for how he was towards the end. The man that left here was not Danny Albright. He was a shining star here, one of the best. He helped train some of the best too, but this place turned him bad, sour in the soul almost. You know how some places can be haunted by energetic connotations? Well, that's how I think this place is. BFCH has been open for basically ever. All the callers we couldn't help. The sadness seeped in through the lines, the existential trivialness of the job. It adds up. Anyway, last night I was there, and I noticed that one of the ceiling tiles was completely a different shade than the others. They all had a thin layer of dust on them, except for one in the left rear corner of the office. The curiosity got the better of me, since I was the last one in the building besides security, Alan. Peter went home just minutes before. Something told me to stay behind. I'll never know if it was the right choice or not, but it brought me here today. After much effort, I was able to push the desk towards the back wall. I climbed atop it and stretched myself as tall as I could in order to move the tile. It moved easily enough. My fingers danced around the inside until I felt something flat and square. A manila folder presented itself to me once my hand became visible enough to recognize. Brighter Futures SH Annual Performance Reviews was stamped on the top right corner in red ink. Questions and thoughts swarmed my mind like ants on a carcass. Performance reviews. I folded the metal braid, practically tearing them off in my curious frenzy. It looked like it contained files, 30 or more of them. The first page of each file had a square, candid photograph attached to the corner. It was odd. These pictures looked like they were taken during people's everyday errands. No one seemed to be looking directly at the camera. I'm not even sure they knew they were being photographed. Temps had their own section, followed by employee terminations. I put the word in quotations because every one of them is dead now. Police reports, crime scene photos are all included. Sasha's was one of the first photos I'd seen. I was surprised to see her in the terminated section. HR told everyone she'd transferred to the Melbourne, Florida office. She was medically required to take an insulin injection every day. They have new auto-injectable pens that were much safer. I never understood why she preferred the syringes. Maybe once you do something long enough, a certain way throughout your life, it's hard to convert. Anyway, according to the report, her husband Henry stated that he had found her body lying cold when he got home after working a double shift that day. Looks like she just injected herself over and over again. Empty vials were scattered throughout the floor. The refrigerator door was left open along with the inner drawer where her insulin was kept. The last text message that he received from her was just an hour after he'd left for work that morning. She said, "You can't stop it." And Vanita Brown, my lord, that sweet woman, she was a bright light in the darkness here. She was always the first to bring baked goods or gift baskets for an occasion. The look on her face when they all went to give Tony his cake, I think it pushed her over the edge. Vanita was found lifeless on her couch, surrounded by empty vodka bottles and pill wrappers. Her face smashed into the coffee table in front of it. The picture included showed where the blood had pooled inside her cheek after it stopped circulating. It was as black as death is imagined. She was one of the strangest among them. Well, us, I guess I should say. I never thought that she would feed into the evils of this place. It didn't seem to affect her, but I guess everyone has their limits. Employees were told that Vanita had moved to care for her ailing grandmother near the Serenity Falls Brighter Futures location. Management files were thickest of all. The next section of files included all the employee call successes and fails. That this was HR, they'd certainly put a lot of work into this just to hide it away in an old office. I thought maybe Danny was behind it until I got to his file halfway through. He'd been recorded and reviewed just like everyone else. The last pages of the files turned my blood cold. There were reports about things like romantic social status, if they had children, and if so, what schools they went to. Suggestions about who would be best paired with each employee, pets, travel logs. There was even food preferences in here. I wondered what any of this had to do with call center work. It was all downright violating. The files I looked at thus far had all had an effect on the company at one time or another. Danny was the first to kill himself in the job, followed by several others. It seemed to be an inescapable domino effect. The very last file belonged to me. The picture was of me smiling at my son in the grocery store, pushing him in a race car shopping cart. I never gave authority or have any knowledge of this photograph being taken. I certainly didn't feel comfortable with some folder being stashed away containing a picture of my child. Out of all the information I was presented with, one thing gnawed at me the most, like digestive acids eating away at the empty stomach. Someone was missing. John. John had desperately wanted to work for the company. He would apply every week. He'd come down to the office to inquire about it just hours after sending. He would contact new employees hired on, asking them how they got the job, who they talked to, what they said to them, etc. I couldn't understand it. Why? After everything that had happened here, John spent so much time and energy trying to get hired on here. When everyone else in some way, shape, or form was trying to get out. And then when he finally did get hired on, due to being drastically low-staffed, he didn't last 1 week as management. So they sent him over to my section, accounting. He was officially the only employee to have ever been demoted from BFCH during my years here. Could he be the one behind all this? He was the last one to occupy Isaac's office, albeit very briefly. What was the goal, though? Placing the folder back into the ceiling, I silently slid the desk back to its original location. I made sure to remove my file, of course, first, planning to shred it or burn it later. The rest of the workday flew by. I couldn't wait to get home and destroy this intrusion into my life. After debating for too long, I decided to burn the file. It's more dramatic that way. Symbolic, if you will. I walked into work the next day feeling refreshed. And see, burning my file should keep me off the radar, just where I like to be. Be careful what you wish for, right? I greeted the first shift worker cheerfully. "Good morning." No one replied. A few glanced up from their desks with confused expressions. Others looked annoyed that I was even there. The new girl walked over to Alan nonchalantly and whispered something in his ear. Her eyes were on me the whole time. Next thing I know, I'm being escorted out of the building and threatened with a trespass order. As much as I hated to go outside after dark, my dog Greta needed to be walked, so I put my mace in my pocket, I grabbed her leash, I headed out the door, blared music on my phone while walking. Maybe that's why I didn't hear anyone behind me. A hand grabbed my shoulder and spun me around. The man connected to it was one that I'd seen before, but almost didn't recognize. His name was Nick. He quit shortly after I'd gotten hired. Signs of stress and aging were heavy on his face since the last time that we'd met. His gravelly voice cut through the still night air like a katana. "You got rid of the file, didn't you, Miss Ashley?" He asked with a disapproving shake of his head. I did. I thought I had to. They had no right to have that information. What's happening? No one at work today recognized me. Alan even escorted me out of the building, like he'd never met me before in his life. Of course not. You've been erased. You made sure of that when you burned that file. I get why you did it, but it was a mistake. And now they're coming for you. A lot of us are getting on a plane to confront the problem head on. Join us. Nick handed me a card with a flight and phone number on it, and then left. Which brings us to now. I can't get his words out of my head. There's only one thing that I can't think to do. The only thing that can possibly stop this. I'm getting on that plane with the others. We're going to expose everything and take them down. The power of numbers is a beautiful thing. There's no way they can get to all of us. Hey there, kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and I just wanted to say thank you for watching tonight's video or listening to tonight's episode. Also, since it's getting a lot colder, I can tell you that you can probably pick up some nice hot teas from my wife's tea shop, Ivory Monocle Tea. That's etsy.com/shop/Ivory Monocle Tea. And you can get teas that are themed on Dungeons and Dragons, on horror, on creepypastas, and even things like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Especially, I wanted to give a big thank you to Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Mr. Thud, Ken Lando Higuchi, Champinski, Bobby Carmen, Nico Kao, Tristan Pelton, Chase Burnett, Deanna Kraus, King Hades F13, Unknown Nobody, Joshua McMeekin, Michael Scarborough, Kazan, This Is My Real Name No Shit, Jason VB Wilson, Infernal One, Little Wolf Gaming, Jimbo the Hutt, Caspian, Jordan Nels, Hades Nephew, Jordan Wayne Deckart, Brandy Lipe, Ann Sharon, Acid System, Mike Bullock, Prozac and Pancake Appreciation Society, Brian Ark, Cryptic Nightmares, Shadow Morningstar, Someone You Love, S-Man, Kieran the Sloth, Thomas Burgett, Liam Newman, Sky Harbor, Caleb Dougal, Nina Smith, Rafael Rodriguez, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Daniel Paulson, and Corey X. Kenshin. Thank you guys so much for being supporters on Patreon. You guys are seriously the MVPs, as well as everybody who's listed down there in the description down below. I hope all of you have enjoyed the stories with me, and sweet dreams. I am a chronic sleep talker. Always have been. Everyone who's ever slept in the same house as me will tell you that. My parents, siblings, friends, and especially my exes. They're the ones who got an earful. See, it was something that we laugh about in the morning, considering most of what I would say would be incoherent and nonsensical, and some of my famous lines would include, "There's too many helicopters in the pool," and "My balloon's on the wrong foot." It never bothered anyone around me. My friends and family pretty much just got a kick out of it, and one day at work, the subject of sleeping came up. My coworkers threw stories back and forth about some of their weirdest dreams. I chimed in with my sleep-talking antics, and everyone laughed as I rattled off some of the crazier shit that I'd said while zonked. And one of my coworkers, Bill, really busted a gut, and after he finished hyperventilating, he told me that I should set up a voice recorder while I was asleep so I could play it at work every morning. Honestly, I didn't think it was a bad idea. I mean, that night I downloaded a decent voice recording app on my phone and placed it on my nightstand before I went to bed. Being single and living alone, I had no way of knowing what I said in my sleep anymore, so I gladly took Bill's advice. I was looking forward to hearing what it would pick up. It'd be a humorous way to start my otherwise dull morning. For 2 months, I recorded a lot of great stuff. One night in particular, I kept screaming, almost as if I was running from something in my dream, but after a few minutes I said, "Bad fridge," for whatever reason, and I couldn't stop laughing at that one. The same went with my coworkers when I showed them. Just last week, however, the voice recorder picked up something, unsettling. See, listening to the audio for any trace of funny banter, I heard a loud bang. It sounded like a door being slammed shut with great force. Hearing that, my heart sunk. I wondered if an intruder had made their way into my home. My house is a small cottage on the outside of town. I was able to get it at a great price due to its location and age, and as such, some of its components were antique. I knew after hearing the recording that the only two doors sturdy enough to make that loud of a thud were that of the attic and the basement. Basements and attics have always freaked me out. I never liked to go near them as a kid, and I still don't as an adult. They kind of terrify me. The one in my house, even more so. Something about them being old made them all the more sinister. Despite my fear, I had to make sure no one was in the house. I got up out of bed and headed straight for the basement, as that was the door closest to my bedroom. I hesitantly opened the door and descended into my home's depths. I was nervous, but I needed some peace of mind. The basement was empty. I quickly ran back up to the first floor and proceeded to journey upward to the attic. Once I reached the attic door, I froze. As much as the basement made my skin crawl, I find attics to be far worse. Maybe it was because there was always a big unknown to me. To
be completely honest. I've only been in the attic once in my whole life, and that was to help my dad unload some Christmas decorations, and even then I was spooked. Because of my phobia of attics, I installed a deadbolt on the door when I moved in. Sounds foolish, but hey, it helps me sleep at night. Looking at that door, I noticed that the deadbolt was still locked. An intruder could have gone in and then relocked it on their way out, but at least I knew they weren't in there anymore. Now, this was my excuse not to go inside. I went back downstairs and put the noise out of my mind. Forgetting all about the loud bang, I continued to record at night in the hopes of catching some more sleep talking. I did catch some more sleep talking, but it wasn't of the hilarious, absurd variety. The night after I recorded the noise, the only thing I said the whole night was, "Where are you?" I didn't pay it any mind, as I said similar things in my sleep before. It wasn't until I heard the following night's recording that I became alarmed. See, I heard myself saying the same thing. "Where are you?" Only this time it was followed by a strange static noise. So I managed to say the same thing 2 nights in a row and caught a weird sound. See, that recording definitely threw me off a bit, but I chalked it up to coincidence and a phone malfunction. I quickly discovered that neither of these things were to blame. Every night after, I got almost the same exact thing. I would ask, "Where are you?" And then I get some sort of static interference. I couldn't explain it. It left me rather frazzled. I showed my co-workers, but they didn't offer me any insight either. I thought about not recording anymore, but I felt like not knowing would make me more uneasy. I really just wanted to get to the bottom of what was happening. And then, last night, I caught something different. Listening to the audio intently, I heard 2 distinct things. During a 2-minute stretch in the recording, I could hear faint footsteps in the background as if someone was pacing. It was very faint. It was most certainly there. And the second thing I heard was me asking the same question, "Where are you?" Only this time, I received a response. It was a low whisper, but I could make out what it said. I set up the voice app again last night. I also took the liberty of setting up 2 digital cameras, one in my room and one facing the attic door. After adjusting the light setting on each, I felt confident in my approach. I didn't have time to deal with this bullshit, so I wanted nothing more than to get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately for me, it just wasn't that simple. I slept through the night. Like normal. But I did have a weird dream. It's just my imagination running wild, and it has nothing to do with what's been going on, but I still feel a need to mention it. See, in my dream, I was at home. I was sitting on my couch watching TV when I heard a scratching sound coming from upstairs. Naturally, I assumed it was mice, but as I sat there, the noise grew louder and louder. It eventually morphed into a horrendous knocking sound, and that's when I got up to investigate. I made my way to the attic door, and the noises ceased. I stood there for a moment, expecting it to start up again. It didn't. Complete silence for what felt like a few minutes. And then, without warning, a loud clicking sound broke the tension. The deadbolt had unlocked itself, and that's when I woke up. Like I said, it was just a weird dream, not important to what happened, but I figured I'd mention it anyway. I didn't have any more weird dreams, and I ended up sleeping through the night until my alarm went off a few hours later. After waking up to my alarm, I immediately got up and gathered the cameras, as well as my phone. I was eager to see if they turned up any results, and luckily they did. But it left me with more questions. See, halfway through the audio on both my phone and the camera in my room, I asked once again, "Where are you?" There was no response and no static, but there was a loud bang, just like the one I'd caught before. It was a door being slammed shut. Upon hearing the loud bang, I quickly grabbed the second camera and began looking through the footage. The attic door never opened. Instead, you could hear the bang in the background, ever so faintly. Given the volume in each of the clips, it seemed as though it might have been the basement door, and after skimming through the rest of the footage, and finding nothing out of the ordinary, I decided to check the basement again. With a mixture of nerves and adrenaline, I ran over to my basement door and swung it open. I hurried downstairs and turned the light on. I was fed up and a little annoyed, thinking someone was somehow having a laugh at my expense. However, when the room lit up, I was greeted with a similar sight of an unfurnished basement. It was completely empty, no intruder and no answers. Frustrated, I went off to work and tried to keep my mind off my odd dilemma. That proved to be a difficult task. I kept playing out different scenarios in my head during work, but nothing made sense. The only logical, though somewhat illogical explanation that I could come up with was that I was being harassed by a spirit. I didn't want to give in to that notion, but I was running out of ideas. I tried to talk with my coworkers again in the hopes that they would tell me it was nothing to worry about. Instead, I received the opposite. One of my coworkers told me to call the cops and have them look through the house for signs of a break-in. Another told me that I should stay at a friend's house. Bill told me to abandon the house and run for the hills. He was only joking, but it didn't make me feel any better about the situation. Things took a turn for the bizarre when I arrived home. Opening the front door to the cottage, I stepped in and set my jacket down on the couch. I then plopped down onto it and attempted to unwind. Immediately after I sat down, I heard the bang again. It was clear as day. It was the same sound from the audio and footage, but this time I was hearing it in person. I jumped up and looked straight ahead at the basement door. You could see it from the couch just fine. It had been in my line of sight the entire time, though I hadn't been looking directly at it. I was fairly certain that it hadn't moved. Still, the bang came from that direction, spooked but curious. I decided to check it out. I walked over cautiously and examined the basement door. There was no indication that it had been slammed shut. The wood around the door was pristine, and the floor below had not been scraped. I was confused. The only course of action left was to go downstairs yet again. I opened the door and trotted down the old creaky stairs to investigate the basement for a third time. After reaching the bottom, I turned the light on. I expected to see nothing, just as I had before. While scanning the room left to right, nothing is mostly what I saw, and after doing a double take, however, I realized that something was indeed different. In the center of the far wall was a door. This sent a chill up my spine. My basement had no doors. That I was sure of. See, I knew this before purchasing the place almost a year ago when I first took the grand tour. I also didn't see the door when I went down this morning, or the other day. It didn't make a lick of sense. I walked towards it, bewildered. I wasn't sure of the door's origins, but I knew that it had to be the cause of the sound that I'd been hearing. There was no other explanation, and as I approached the impossibility before me, I realized something that made my skin crawl. I recognized the wood, the design, and the deadbolt. It was the attic door. Seeing the attic door in my basement left me out of sorts. I didn't want to open it for fear of what might be lurking behind it. Instead, I ran upstairs to check to see if the attic door was still there, the actual one. And to my surprise, it was. I then ran back downstairs to the basement only to find that the door down there had vanished. Had I merely imagined its presence? Thinking I had gone completely mad, I went back upstairs and sat down on the couch. My mind was running haywire, trying to comprehend things, but it eventually gave in to its own weariness. I ended up taking a short nap, and that's when I had another weird dream. This dream was similar to the one I had before. I was sitting on the couch watching TV when I heard a scratching noise. The only difference was it was coming from the basement rather than the attic. It too progressed and turned into a vicious knocking that I couldn't ignore. As such, I got up from the couch and went downstairs to put a stop to it. In my dream, the basement was empty. No mysterious door in sight. That and the knocking and scratching ceased upon my entrance. At my wit's end, I went back upstairs. The noise then returned with a vengeance, only this time it was coming from the attic. I ran up there as fast as I could, but the noise stopped. I waited. Following the narrative of my previous dream, the deadbolt clicked, signaling the door had unlocked itself. Unlike my previous dream, however, the door opened up a bit and a hand reached out from within. And that's when I woke up. I wrote the first dream off as a byproduct of an overstressed mind, but to have it reoccur, that wasn't ordinary. At least, not for me. Between the door in my basement and my strange nightmares, I was a mess. Both perplexed and frightened, I called my friend John. John is an eccentric fellow. He's the kind of guy who believes in UFOs, ghosts, conspiracy theories, the occult, and other things of that nature. Not only does he believe in them, but he studies them. He knows more about Roswell than I do about myself. Being a skeptic, I always thought the massive amount of information he retained was borderline useless. I changed my mind about that after seeing my attic door pop up in my basement. If anyone could help, or at least steer me in the right direction, it was him. I spoke with John for a couple of hours. He was ecstatic after hearing about my experience. He began rattling off on all the different things that he thought it might indicate. Some of his theories included a wormhole, a gateway to the other side, and even a glitch. One of the many theories that he subscribes to is that the world we live in is a simulation. He told me that he couldn't be completely certain about what it was without seeing it for himself. Unfortunately, he lives too far away to just stop by and visit. Instead of leaving me empty-handed, John gave me some advice as to what to do next. After telling him about the voice I captured and the dreams I've been having, he started leaning towards the ghost idea. He thought that it might be trying to communicate with me. Because of this, he told me that I should set up the voice recorder in the basement and ask the spirit some questions. I could play back the recording and listen for the voice. John said that I should do it in the attic as well. Though weary of his methods, I told him that I'd try it out. After all, I couldn't just sit around and expect the situation to resolve itself. I didn't like the idea of going up into the attic by myself, but I needed to try something. After getting off the phone with John, I immediately put his plan into action. The basement would have to be first, as I was still apprehensive about going into the attic. I set up the voice recording app and put the phone on the basement floor. I proceeded to ask questions, leaving enough space in between for someone to answer. I asked for normal things like its name, its age, what it wanted. After roughly 5 minutes of interrogation, I stopped the recording and played it back. I must have listened to my own voice a million times, hoping for anything to show up in the recording. And to my dismay, I caught nothing. It seemed as though the attic would indeed have been my next venture. I reluctantly climbed up the stairs to the attic. I looked at the door for a few minutes, took a deep breath, and finally unlocked that damn deadbolt. I opened the door and braced myself. There was nothing there, save for the previous owner's belongings. When I first purchased the house, I had to do a little bit of renovating, so to speak. The owner before me had no cable, electricity, or proper plumbing. On top of that, they had left all their stuff here. I had most of the stuff removed, but left everything that was in the attic. I had no need for the space, and I didn't want to put any more money into emptying the house than I had to. I perused through the attic's wares for a bit, curious as to what it was that I technically owned. Some of the interesting items that stood out to me were an old postcard from Paris, strange-looking dog collar, and a book on witchcraft. The unease set in while going through the content of my new collection. The angled ceilings, antiques, and large window overlooking my yard did give the place a dose of charm, but I still didn't like attics. I quickly hit the record button on the app and set my phone on the attic floor. I asked the same questions as before, but didn't leave as much space in between as I really wanted to get the hell out of there. Before stopping the recording, I had a thought. Perhaps the spirit would respond if I asked the same question that I did in my sleep. I cleared my throat and asked, "Where are you?" After asking the final question, I stopped the recording and played it back. It sounded almost identical as to the one that I'd recorded in the basement, complete with lack of answers. That is until the end. After I asked the last question, I heard a familiar, low whisper. After hearing the voice on my phone, I immediately turned around. There was nothing behind me. Despite that, I hightailed it down the stairs. That eerie voice reinforced my phobia of attics and instilled in me an indescribable dread. I could no longer bear to be in that house by myself. I called John again and begged him to come over and help me out. I told him that I'd give him the gas money for the 8-hour round trip. He was reluctant at first, knowing that he'd have to spend the night and call out of work the next morning. Curiosity got the better of him in the end, and after much deliberation, he agreed to come over. I waited for John patiently, trying not to completely freak out. Every little creak the house made was a cause for alarm. My jitters got so bad that I ended up going out to my car. While in the comfort of my car, I couldn't help but examine my house. I began asking myself questions like, is it really haunted? Do ghosts really exist? And my favorite, is this what my life has come to? Though the questions were speculative and rhetorical, I pretty much knew the answers. As I gazed towards the house in disappointment, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. It was a silhouette, standing at the attic window. Holy shit. Oh, what the fuck? What do I do? Those were the only retorts that crossed my mind after seeing the shadowy figure. After a few moments of private contemplation, the figure stepped back from the window, completely out of sight. I sat and pondered about it for a few minutes after its departure. In a moment of bravery, I chose to go back in the house and up the attic. Crazy, I know. But it's my house, and I needed to show this thing that I wasn't interested in playing its games, even if I was scared shitless. Besides, John would have my head if I didn't follow the damn thing. Feeling confident, still shaky, I ventured up into the attic. I swung the door open without hesitation and waltzed in as if I owned the place. After all, I did. The attic was void of any ghostly figures, but it did harbor the faint scent of candle wax. Unsure of how to proceed, I started talking in a low and firm tone. This isn't your house. I'm tired of your bullshit games, spirit. I demand you leave it at once. I knew this wasn't going to work, but it was almost cathartic. I felt a hell of a lot better fighting back. I walked around the attic, satisfied with my rant, thinking that I had actually conquered my fears of attics. My smug demeanor wouldn't last more than a few minutes. Soon after I spoke, a gust of wind blew through the attic and hit me like a bus, nearly knocking me over. I knew it was the ghost's doing. I tried to stand my ground, but I was pretty damn frightened at that point. I watched as everything in the attic flew about, creating a tornado of mementos and keepsakes. I was about to retreat when I noticed something that hadn't budged an inch. It was the book on witchcraft that I'd seen before. Upon noticing it, the wind inexplicably stopped and everything fell to the floor at once. I walked over to the book, curious as to why it remained stationary, and as I did, the book opened up on its own. It was startling, but I somehow sensed no malice. I was coming around to the fact that the ghost might really be trying to communicate with me. The page the book landed on was a spell. The whole thing was in Latin, but from what I could make out, it had something to do with growing plants. Confused, I reached out to the ghost for help. What do you want me to do? I asked the question before the attic door slammed shut. I've gathered it wanted me to recite the spell in the attic. I was still confused, but I was calm. It felt like I was helping the spirit in some way. And before I could read the book, my phone went off. It was a text from John. So sorry I can't make it out there. My boss won't give me the day off tomorrow, and I'm not sure my car will make it there and back. It desperately needs new tires, and I won't be able to buy those until Friday. Give me a call back then, and I'll see what I can do. Good luck. Even though I wasn't freaking out anymore, it was still nice knowing that someone was on their way to my house, just in case things went sour. I didn't like it, but I was on my own. I accepted this and turned my attention back to the book. It was time to deliver the spell. I cleared my throat and began reciting the spell from the book. I had taken a class in Latin, and though I didn't retain all the information, I knew enough to make the proper pronunciations. Even still, I stumbled over my words during certain parts. Because of this, I restarted a couple of times. I wanted to get it right, especially if it truly was what the ghost wanted. After finishing the spell flawlessly, the attic door opened. I walked out with the book in hand, wondering if everything was over, and when I reached the bottom step and walked around the corner, it became quickly apparent that it wasn't. The basement door was wide open. I was in uncharted territory, taking orders from a ghost, but I hoped I was following along all right. Seeing the basement door ajar convinced me that I needed to recite the spell down there as well. I mean, I still wasn't sure why, but it felt like this was the spirit's will. As such, I obligated. I walked down into the basement with the book and turned the light on. A quick glance at the room revealed that I was alone and there was no door down there. Cleared my throat once again and began reciting the spell, word for word. And honestly, I was excited. Reciting the spell made me feel like I was doing something about my ghost problem, and that it might actually help put it to rest. This time, I got it right on the first try. Upon finishing the spell in the basement, the house began shaking. When I say the house, I mean the whole house, basement and all. I'd never experienced an earthquake before, but it seemed like the only logical explanation for what was happening. It wasn't until I looked around the room during the madness that I realized it must have been the spell's doing. There on the far wall, shaking with the rest of the house, was the attic door. I wondered if the spell had somehow summoned it, simultaneously causing the house to wobble. The tremor eventually stopped, and I was left with the door, lending credence to my hypothesis. I waited for a few moments, thinking the door would open, but it did not. It seemed that I would have to open it myself. See, I wasn't happy about that, but I'd come too far to back out. I gathered my wits and walked over to the door. I proceeded to swing it open without fear, just as I had upstairs. Behind the door was a surprise. It was the attic. The attic upstairs. Everything was the same, only there was a man standing at the window. Hearing me open the door, he turned around. His eyes widened when he saw me. He ran so fast in my direction that I didn't even have enough time to take more than a single step back. The man rushed through the door and into the basement. He turned back around and slammed the attic door shut, making sure to lock the deadbolt. He turned to me, he grabbed my shoulders and looked at me dead in the eye. I was baffled and scared for my life, and then he spoke. Thank you so much. After expressing his thanks, the man let go of me and ran upstairs, but not before turning back around and offering me some advice. Whatever you do, don't go in there. He gestured toward the attic door before bolting upstairs. I ran after him, wanting to ask him some questions, but when I got up there, he was gone. My front door was open, and I could see him running down the dirt road towards town. And that was that. I slept last night with no noises or paranormal issues whatsoever. I even set up the cameras and voice recording to make sure. And they didn't catch a damn thing. I don't know what the hell happened, but I'm sure of one thing. The man that came out from behind the attic door was no ghost. It was a living, breathing person. Back there, I yelled whilst driving down an all-too-familiar road. My best friend and his girlfriend wouldn't stop laughing loudly at nothing, much like young couples do. For whatever reason, I don't know. I almost regretted bringing them. But I really didn't want to go alone, and inviting one of those two lovebirds meant inviting both. They were a package deal. Luckily, the torturous sound of two young adults in love would soon cease, as I was approaching my destination. Finally, I'd be able to loosen up. We're here, I stated, less to point out our arrival, and more to shut the two of them up. Fortunately for me, it worked. My aunt's old house was just as I remembered it, a rickety old cottage out in the middle of nowhere, down a dead-end dirt road, teeming with woods, wildlife, and the welcoming smell of roses that she would often plant outside near her stone walkway. That was when it had finally hit me. While walking down that very walkway, smelling those very roses, I stopped dead in my tracks with tears welling up in the exterior of my eyes. You okay? My friend's girlfriend asked. Yeah, I'm fine. I just need a second. They looked concerned. But they understood. What else would they expect from me coming back to my aunt's house right after she died? Honestly, it felt a little wrong. I may have been her favorite nephew, but after leaving me everything in her will, including her cottage, it seemed wrong to come here so soon. The service was held just a day prior. I knew everything that she had wasn't much. I knew I wasn't really here to collect on my inheritance. But I still felt bad. And at this moment, I felt even worse. The memories I had of her were being dredged up with every step down her walkway towards the front door. I hadn't seen her since I was 10 years old, but I could play every memory in my head like a movie. I was very close to her in those days. She might as well have been my mom. My actual mother cared for me, but she wasn't exactly loving like my aunt was. I remember her coming here after school to some cliché milk and cookies. Instead of watching television like a normal kid, she didn't own one, I would listen to my aunt play the piano for hours on end. We would sometimes go bird watching or work on the garden. Things that I have not done since then. These were some of my most treasured memories, but much like a treasure, I kept them locked up and hidden for many years. Until now. I stopped dead in my tracks again before reaching the door. "Seriously, are you okay?" my friend asked this time, seeming very concerned. He had never seen me like this before. "I'm fine." "Why don't you two take the hike that you were talking about? I'll go in and take a look around. You guys can meet me back at the car later." "If you say so." He seemed worried, but also a little distressed, probably wondering why I brought him here in the first place if I was just going to send him away while I took care of things. It's true that I wanted someone here, but now that I've arrived, I know I have to do this alone. My friend and his girlfriend took off down a trail in the woods. I was left standing there looking at the house that I had not seen in such a long time. The feeling that had overcome me was so strange, hard to put into words. It was more than grief. It was a greater sadness. It's funny. If my aunt could see me now, she probably wouldn't have even recognized me. I was tall, bearded, wore glasses, all of which obviously were not true of my younger self. This just made me sadder. With one last deep sigh of emotion, I marched in and reached for the handle on my aunt's front door. My aunt did not have locks on her doors or windows, including the front door. The house was constructed so long ago it was not even built with them. Sure, she could have had some installed since, but she wouldn't need them out in the middle of nowhere. She brought it up one of the first times that I'd stayed with her, saying, "Trust the world and it will set you free." And I was a kid. Hearing her say this made me feel safe. Being full grown and recalling the statement now, I find it very peculiar. But then again, that was my aunt for you. Unpretentious and somehow oblivious to the rest of the world around her. Honestly, I miss that part of her the most. All these memories came back to me piece by piece as I pulled the door open. The bittersweet release I felt was interrupted when I saw the inside of the cottage. Everything, and I mean everything, was exactly in its place. It was almost as if I was a kid again, coming over after school to enjoy my aunt's company. My memories were playing out right in front of me like a nostalgic outburst of energy. I could see my aunt sitting at the piano, playing as she often would. I could see me sitting there, eating some homemade cookies, listening intently to the music. I could see her again, cooking me dinner in the kitchen, as I sat on the couch reading one of her old books. It was surreal to feel all this at once, but I walked past my living recollections and went upstairs to see more. I stopped quickly when I reached the top of the stairs. I realized that they led to a single door, the attic door. Although my memories were coming back to me at an exponentially fast rate, I had forgotten about the attic. I had no interest in it, and so I traveled back downstairs. I didn't know what exactly I was looking for, maybe just a little peace of mind to put my heart at ease. Maybe just something that would let me know without a doubt that my aunt passed away peacefully. I suppose the emotion I was experiencing was guilt, yeah. Yeah, it was. When I was just shy of 11 years old, my parents moved out of state. This is when I stopped seeing my aunt. I kind of lost touch, especially seeing as she didn't have any real means of communications out here. No phone, no computer, didn't even have a mailbox. And the nearest post office was over 20 miles away. Being older now, I could have easily paid her a visit, and I'm sure she would have loved to see me. I've always thought about it. but I guess I thought she would always have been here too. Unfortunately, she had a heart attack young, and with no hospital or neighbors for miles, death came knocking on her unlocked door in a rather hasty fashion. At the very least, this visit has put that fleeting quality of life into perspective for me. At this point, this was probably the only thing that I would take away from this place. I may just leave it here to rest in peace, having found a little bit of closure to take home with me. As I made my way down the stairs and back into the living room, I noticed something. I was in such a hurry to escape my corporeal memories that I didn't notice this before. It was a desk. The desk where my aunt would sit and write for hours at a time. She said that it helped her experience the world outside of her cottage, by writing about how she imagined and wanted it to be. The more and more I remembered my aunt, the more I could see how isolated and somewhat unstable she really was. She was odd, but I loved her just the same, and even now. What I had not noticed upon entering the house was that the desk drawer was open. I looked inside and found a single sheet of paper with my aunt's handwriting on it. This is what it said. To my dearest nephew, if you're reading this, then the cold tides of death have swept me away, once and for all. I know that we've not seen each other since you were a child, but I hope you still think fondly back on our time together. I was happy to look after you, and I know that you were happy to spend time with me. I don't want you to be sad, or feel off-put about my death in any way. This is how it was, and in turn, how it was meant to be. I'll always hold you dear in my heart, even after passing, and I'm sure that you'll do the same for me. I want you to live freely despite this, and enjoy each and every moment of your life, just as I did mine. I'll see you again someday, and I look forward to it. Trust the world, and it will set you free. P.S. Don't go in the basement. I shed a single tear reading this passage, knowing that my aunt wanted me to find peace in this old house. The very closure I was looking for, in this very desk the whole time. The elation I felt almost distracted me from the postscript at the very bottom of the page. Don't go in the basement. The last sentence had just now sunk in, and I noticed how out of place it was. Don't go in the basement. Why not? Was my aunt hiding something? If so, what was it? Without further ado, I headed over towards the basement door with the letter in hand, knowing that the answer I wanted was down there. I took one last look at the letter before opening the door. Don't go in the basement. It was so perplexing to me that I just had to know why. It was most likely the ramblings of an unstable woman on the verge of death. But what could the real meaning behind it be? Why the basement? Why me? I could recall the basement from when I was younger, but I don't remember much. I had only been down there once. My aunt was outside gardening while I was inside reading one of her books. I grew tired of reading and set the book down on her desk. Soon after, I began wandering around the house out of boredom. I walked around the entire cottage rather quickly, making sure to avoid the stairs. My aunt had told me once that they were old, and she had hurt herself falling down them. I never went up them myself. I suppose this would explain why I didn't remember the attic door. Finally, I came upon the basement. Knowing my aunt wouldn't be in for a while, I decided to venture on. I turned the doorknob and swung the door open. I could only see the top of the stairs descending downward into darkness. I only hoped that those stairs weren't as rickety as the ones above. I pressed onward. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I could not see a thing. I started scrambling around looking for a light, and after a few moments, I found an old string light in the middle of the room. I pulled the switch and the room lit up, however dimly. What I saw disappointed me. It was a typical basement, only smaller. Concrete walls, concrete floor, and some old wood sitting off in the corner, probably some old floorboards left over from the house's construction. As a kid, I had hoped for something a lot more interesting, given the mystery surrounding it. I had never been down there, and my aunt never talked about it. The next thing I remember was my aunt's voice as she came down the stairs saying, "You can't be down here." She sounded less angry, more worried. Probably that I would get hurt down there. I knew that I would have been down there longer than that, given the usual time that my aunt spent gardening, but this was all that I could remember. Maybe going down one more time would refresh my memory. Maybe this could shed light on my aunt's strange message to me as well. Just as when I was a kid, I turned the knob and swung the basement door open, revealing only the top of the stairs in the basement below, completely void of light. Instead of feeling adventurous like I had back then, I now felt nervous, repeating the words my aunt had left for me over and over again in my head, and then asking myself once more, why? I crept down the stairs slowly, so as not to shake the foundation. That's what I told myself, but I guess my sluggish pace was largely due to the fact that I was frightened at what I might find when I reached the bottom. Feeling impatient and uncomfortably anxious, I moved a little bit faster. I felt the concrete below my feet, and I rapidly darted towards the center of the room, reaching for the light, praying that it still worked. I felt around for the string, found it, and pulled the switch. To my delight, it still harbored electricity. The room became dimly lit. In a panicky state, I spun around looking every which way as I did. What I saw surprised me. There was nothing there. It was just as I left it when I was a kid. There was even the old floorboards left in the corner, untouched for many years. I felt relieved, but far more confused than before. Why didn't my aunt want me to come down here? Instead of dwelling on the conundrum in hand, I chalked it up to the asbestos or mold in the cellar walls. This could explain why she didn't want me playing in here as a kid, and why she didn't want me here now. She just wanted to keep me safe. This theory made me feel better, but deep down I knew that couldn't have been the reason for my aunt's plea. Just as I made my way up the stairs, I stopped dead in my tracks for a third time while here at the cottage. Everything was coming back to me. I could remember being here in the basement when I was younger, the same as it was now, the same as it is, except back then, there was a door that led to the attic. What a strange memory to have kept bottled up for so long. How could I have forgotten? I remember clearly finding a door down here, and upon opening it, and I entered the attic. I knew it was the attic at the time because I could peer out the window and see my aunt gardening 2 stories below. I remember waving to her, but she was too busy to notice me. I remember finding it odd at the time that I went from the basement to the attic without so much as climbing a single step, but I brushed it off. After all, I was only 10, and I had no interest in getting caught up in semantics of how a house was built. I never thought about the incident again until now, that is. Now being older, I'm deeply perplexed and troubled by this memory. How can the basement lead to the attic? How? It isn't even remotely possible. I still don't remember that day very well. The details are a bit fuzzy. I can only remember looking out the window at my aunt. It must have been a dream. That's the only explanation. I must have been dreaming about finding the door in the basement after going down there that day. Yeah, that's it. It has to be. How else could any of this make sense? Comfortable with my new hypothesis, I decided to go back upstairs. Before doing so, I turned around to take one last look at the basement. I really shouldn't have. I really shouldn't have. There, in the middle of the far left wall of the basement, was the door from my memory. I squinted and rubbed my eyes, keeping them closed for a good few seconds before opening them again. When I did, the door was still there, as tangible and existent as ever. Needless to say, I was in a slight state of shock. This can't be. This can't be. I knew for a fact that the door was not there just a few moments before, and I had already convinced myself that my childhood memory was nothing more than a bizarre dream. What was going on? Much like before, I knew that I had to move forward in order to satisfy my insatiable curiosity and answer the pressing question that lay before me in the shape of a door. I had no choice. After regaining some composure and mustering up a small amount of courage, I walked over, however slowly, towards the inexplicable door. My unhurried movements mirrored my hesitant and frightened exterior, allowing me to stall for a moment while I searched for some nerve to actually open that door. Unfortunately for me, the basement was small, and the space between me and the door was quickly covered in a matter of seconds, despite my slothful movements. The moment of truth was upon me. I took a deep breath, turned the knob, and pressed the door open, letting the momentum take care of the rest. This was it. I might finally have the answers that I've come down here for. Or should I say, up here? I couldn't be certain at this point. The only thing I was sure of was the beating in my chest. As the door opened, I became focused on nothing but my field of vision. What I was about to see would shed some light on the questions that have been raised since arriving at my aunt's house. The door creaked in an eerie manner and revealed the room behind it. Lo and behold, the room was none other than the attic. It was just as I remembered it, the window and all. How could this be? The sunlight from outside came through the window and lit up the room brightly, leaving me awestruck. I walked forward to look outside, just to make sure that this was really happening, to make sure that this was indeed the attic, and that I hadn't gone completely crazy. After peering out the window, that question was still up in the air. 2 stories below was my aunt's yard. The grass was green as ever, and the sky as clear as day. Everything was so vibrant. I looked over at my aunt's garden, and to my surprise, there was a person there. It was a woman. She was gardening. Who was that? Why was she in my aunt's garden? She turned around and revealed her face, and to my surprise, it was my aunt. What? How? My aunt is dead. This can't be happening. It just can't be. My private rant was interrupted by the sound of footsteps behind me. Startled, I remained frozen in place. Who are you? I heard echo off the attic walls. It sounded like a kid's voice. I turned around to face the voice. What I found was unsettling. It was my 10-year-old self, standing just 12 feet away from me, asking who I was. My mind was in such a delirious state right now that I didn't even question the out-of-place occurrence standing before me. I decided to converse with myself. I'm a friend, is all I could think to say. You're a friend of my aunt's? He asked innocently. I had forgotten how curious I was as a child. Yes, a very dear friend. My younger self walked over to look out the window where I was standing. I stepped aside and let him do so. He saw our aunt outside gardening below and waved at her. She didn't notice. Do you have an aunt? He asked, while looking straight up at me. Yes. But she passed away, I said. Oh, sorry to hear that. I'd also forgotten how polite I was as a child. I guess my aunt taught me that. Listen to me, I know this is hard for you to understand right now, but someday your aunt will pass away too. I want you to spend as much time as possible with her and visit her whenever you can. You mean the world to her, and you will regret it later if you don't make an effort to be with her while you still can. I relayed the only message that I thought would help the younger version of me as he grew older. He looked at me with the most understanding state, as if the events behind this message needed no further explanation. Okay, is all he said. That's all he needed to say. After walking around and looking at some of the old stuff in the attic, including some old books that caught his eye, my younger self left the attic to venture back to the basement and shut the door behind him. I looked out the window and noticed that my aunt had finished gardening and was walking back to the house. This was when my next revelation had taken place. I was beginning to remember more and more of that day. It was all coming back to me. I remembered me standing here in the attic, the friendly bearded man with glasses. I remembered all of this now from the conversation that we had just had, discussing it with my aunt afterward. Just then, I heard more footsteps in the next room. This time they were my aunt's. I ran over to the door and listened. You can't be down here, she yelled in a worried tone. I wanted to open the door and confront her just to see her one last time, tell her that I'm sorry for never visiting. I reached for the doorknob, but I thought it best to leave my apology unspoken. That and I was scared of what might happen if I opened that door. She would probably have just thought that I was an intruder. Like I stated earlier, she wouldn't have recognized me all grown up. I could hear her scolding me, and bringing me back upstairs. Instead of listening to find out what happens next, I just remembered. I could recall telling my aunt about the attic door in the basement, and the friendly bearded man in the attic. I can remember her telling me that I had quite the imagination, but at the same time, I remember her looking troubled when I told her everything, especially after I told her what the bearded man had said to me. She seemed to know more than she was letting on, looking back on it now. As far as being in the attic, I remember it feeling just as it does now. The vibrant colors and surreal surroundings made it very dreamlike. Maybe this explains why, much like a dream, I had forgotten all about it. This attic seemed so disconnected from the rest of the world. Incredible at first, it was now beginning to make me feel uneasy. I suppose it was now the time for me to leave. I headed back to the door and jiggled the knob. It wouldn't budge. I turned it a little bit harder, but to no avail. I began to feel a wave of terror consume me. This didn't make any sense. The door in my aunt's houses had no locks. Then again, nothing made sense up to this point either. I backed up a little bit and ran into the door. It remained unmoved. I did this a few more times. Nothing happened. Feeling weary, I sat down and took a breather. Maybe if I just relax and rest my eyes, I can... Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. The otherworldly properties of the room may have been attested to this. A good couple of hours must have passed before I awoke. I opened my eyes, gradually rubbing them as I did. In a half-asleep daze, I took a look at my surroundings. I was still in the attic. I jolted up, now fully awake, and tried the door again. It wouldn't give in. Even still, what was I going to do? My thoughts were interrupted by audible footsteps and voices in the house. It was my friend and his girlfriend. I almost forgot that I had brought them, and I was saved. In a relieved stupor, I began calling out to them. It became quickly apparent that they could not hear me from wherever I was. I could hear them walking around, calling out my name. I increased my volume and started banging on the door. "I'm in here, guys!" I yelled, still not knowing whether I was below or above them. They still couldn't hear me. I began to panic. I started screaming at the top of my lungs, banging as hard as I could on the attic door. I still received no response. With a dead voice and pained hands, I simply gave up. I put my back against the wall and slid down into a sitting position. With a few tears streaming down my face, I just sat there and listened as my friend and his girlfriend conversed from within the house. Where could he be? He said that he would meet us at the car, and he wasn't there. If he's not in there in the house, then where else could he be? My friend asked his girlfriend. Did you try the basement? He asked. Yeah, there's nothing there but some old floorboards. What about the attic? Tried there too. It's just filled with a bunch of old dusty antiques. We'll have to call the police and have them look for him. He must have gotten lost in the woods looking for us. I appreciated my friend's girlfriend's effort, but I knew they would heed no results. They made their way out of the cottage. My heart sunk. If he had already been in the basement and the attic, then where was I? My mind was racing. I came here looking for answers and I found none. Instead, I'm trapped in an attic for what I can only guess would last an eternity. I quietly sobbed in the corner when I remembered something. As a kid, I looked at some old books up here. I could only remember the title of one of them. It was called A Rough Guide to Witchcraft. I remembered finding the book to be an odd part of my aunt's collection. Just as I do now, I jolted up once more and began looking through some of my aunt's old books. I started throwing them all over the place until I came across one that I was looking for. Yes, here it was. I still don't know why I thought that it would help, but I was so desperate that anything seemed like a light at the end of the tunnel. I opened it up and read the preface. The spells in this book are to be followed precisely. If even one step is not followed properly, you could potentially open a can of worms so horrific and convoluted that it may never shut again, and you will bear the consequences of your failure. Use these spells at your own risk. The odd nature of the preface littered my nerves with a sense of worry. I wasn't liking where this was going, but before I turned the page, I noticed the old lace bookmark usually hanging from a book was inside. I opened up to the page and read aloud. Chapter 8. Horticulture. I glanced over the next few pages and noticed a spell meaning to bring your garden to light. The spell itself was in Latin. It was to be enunciated while performing a ritual that included surrounding the area in a special sand that I had never heard of, and the usual lighting of multiple candles. My Latin was a little rusty, but from what I could read, it said something along the lines of bring above that which is below, which I assumed referred to growing of plants. I could only gather that my aunt performed the ritual here in the attic because there was some dormant candles in with her stuff. The inclusion of this book in my aunt's collection now made sense to me. She wanted to spice up the dull garden, and instead of taking care of the plants normally, she resorted to witchcraft. My aunt was a witch. Or did she just dabble in it for a while? After reading the entire book before and after Chapter 8, I believe that she purchased the book just for that one spell. Couldn't find any reason in the book for what was happening to me, but I could only gather that my aunt didn't know what she was doing and did not follow the instructions to a T, like she should have. This failure resulted in this. What is this exactly? I can only assume this is the consequences mentioned in the preface. My aunt did indeed open a can of worms, and in doing so I can only, no longer open the door back into my normal life. I'm stuck here in this illusionary attic, an attic that seems to be in a realm of its own. The only comfort I find is knowing that I gave my younger self some great words of wisdom, that I already know he heeded, whether he knew it or not. I may not have visited her while I grew older, but I did make the most of my time with her while I had the chance. For this I'm glad, even if she was the reason I was trapped here. I'm growing now to accept my fate. She did warn me, after all. I should have listened. This is my fault and mine alone. With the endless paper and writing materials here in this old attic, I'm left to do nothing but write down the words. It's happened to me in the hopes that someone may come across it somehow. The words of a living ghost. If you're reading this, please listen to what I have to say. Your time here is not boundless, and at any moment, the horrid hand of the unknown may come knocking at your door. There to bereave your loved ones and steal you away from your blissful ordinary existence. The cause of this sudden upheaval will most likely be death, or in my case, something far worse. Last but not least, if you are ever in this neck of the woods and you feel a need to stop in and say hi, go right ahead. I can't promise that you'll get a response. I just want you to remember two things. Your life is fleeting, so spend your time wiser than I did mine. And whatever you do, don't go into the basement.
My relationship was starting to get on the rocks, so I did the thing anyone would do. I took my girlfriend for a romantic cave walkthrough. Alright, don't judge me. I'm sure I had a good reason why I decided to take her to an old abandoned mine. In fact, I was going to propose in the old abandoned mine. The date was set. The ring safely tucked away in my pocket. The last section of the mine has a type of rock that, one that glittered in dim light. Figured that would be a good place to do the deed, even though a romantic dinner might have been a better idea. The first sign of trouble was two of our mutual friends came along, making it a double date. That's fine. I could deal with that. I could easily drop hints to them to get out of the way before I got down on one knee. When we arrived, Tabby and Jason were waiting for us out front. We needed to do a small hike to get to the entrance, and Leah was already in a mood. Her shoes and massive purse were not meant for a hike or walking around in an old mine. She refused to leave her purse in the car and claimed that she didn't have any other shoes. I gave our friends a wave when I saw them, walked over to them, and we stood chatting for a bit, getting caught up with each other's lives while standing outside the old mine's entrance. When Leah was off taking a smoke break, I got in close to whisper to my friends about the plan. Hey, could you guys, give us a few minutes alone when we reach the dead end with all the nice rocks? I need to ask Leah something, I told them, hoping my hint got through. Oh, Jamie, Tabby started and shut up real fast. From her tone, she almost sounded sad. Maybe she wanted to get married first. No problem. We'll leave you to it, Jason butted in. With everything planned out, we were all set to get inside the cave. Leah joined us, and soon we were all walking along chatting, but Leah kept a bit silent, checking her phone pretty often, even though I doubt she had a signal. I was nervous as hell, more than I'd ever been in my entire life, and I prayed that I was acting normal. "Oh, I forgot my, water bottle in the car," Tabby said suddenly. So much for acting natural. Jason nervously nodded and took her hand. "I'll help you go back and look for it." Without giving us a chance to answer, they both ducked out of the cave, leaving us alone sooner than I thought. "Let's hurry up so I can get home before I miss my show," Leah told me, taking the lead. "Hey, we can always stream it later." That was not the right answer. She gave me a nasty look, and I started to wonder where my sweet girlfriend went. For a few weeks, she's been getting annoyed easier, always on her phone. It made me second-guess everything I'd done, wondering what set her off. We walked in silence. My phone buzzed. There was a text from Jason encouraging me. I smiled. Then my phone shut off on its own. I frowned, trying to turn it back on. I wasn't too worried when it didn't boot up right away. It looked like Leah's still worked in case we needed one. I put it back into my pocket to check over later. The way to the dead end was an easy one. Just straight until we hit the three-forked path and take a left opening. Then, just keep on walking. The other paths led to more dead ends, but none as impressive as the one that we were going up toward. Leah let out a sound, and I guessed her phone started to have issues. "That rock looks like a dagger," I pointed out, not knowing what to say or how to start as we walked into the entrance of the glittering room. Leah looked down at the rock, not looking very impressed. In fact, she hadn't looked impressed at all during the trip. I was trying to ask this girl to marry me today, and yet I was at a loss for how to bring it up. Before we arrived, I had this all planned out in my head. Now it was blank. "I want to leave," Leah said a few seconds after we arrived in the dead end of the sparkling walls. I expected her to be impressed, at least by a small amount. Even if you didn't like rocks, the sight of the glimmering wall should be enough to move even the most stubborn of people to a positive emotion. My heart sank, and I was certain that I wasn't going to get to the question that day. I needed to regroup and think of a different plan. "All right, let's meet up with Tabby and Jason." My voice sounded small and defeated. I put a hand into my pocket, feeling the ring box, promising I would think of a better plan. It just needed more time, and I should relax. For whatever reason, today was just not my day. We walked down the same way we took to get to the dead end, and somehow we got turned around. There was a spot where the path forked into three ways. We took the left one to get to the inner, dead-end chamber. Should have just walked right back out into the forked area and towards the path with the light. There was no path with light coming from it. I stayed on the left side, thinking it felt right, only for us to loop back around to the forked path again. I gave a nervous laugh over my shoulder to a very unimpressed Leah. She tapped her foot, and I decided on the right one. We looped back again. Checking my phone, I wanted to text Tabby asking her for a map, but my phone refused to go past the lock screen. I assumed maybe it was something in the rocks messing with it. We already took the two-sided opening, so logic would say the middle would lead us out. "We're never gonna get out of here," Leah whined. I didn't blame her for getting a bit annoyed and whiny. We had all been trapped in the dark for at least a half an hour now. I just didn't understand how it was possible. There were only a few forks in the path. One was bound to lead out. I was positive that the middle path was the way out, but now I wasn't so sure. As we rounded a corner, I saw the dagger-shaped rock, and my heart sank. The rocks glittered in my dim flashlight. We ended up where we started, at the end of the path. "See, I told you!" Leah hissed, frustrated. She dug in her massive purse and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. She promised to quit. now wasn't the time to remind her. I didn't care if she was still smoking, but I didn't think it was wise for her to light up inside of the old mine. I mean, who knew if there was old gas still inside? Wasn't that a major issue all mines had? Hey, maybe you shouldn't smoke in here, I told her meekly. Give me one good reason, she replied sharply. I didn't have one. I suddenly felt on the spot for my lack of knowledge about mines. I only taken her here because I thought they would be pretty. Feeling guilty for the whole situation we found ourselves in, I turned away from her, looking over the shimmering wall, and I started to second-guess myself about how many paths this mine really had, and if it was possible that I'd missed one in the dark. A sound from behind us made us tense up. I was just about to check my cell phone for the 1,000th time and nearly dropped it when I heard soft footsteps coming down the tunnel. It wasn't Leah's. I could tell that much. I turned on my heel, shining a flashlight down the dark path, wondering what I would see. It sounds silly that I expected anything but a person. Being underground plays tricks on you. My beam of light landed on a boy. Blonde hair standing out in the dark, big blue eyes staring over at us. He was wearing flip-flops, so that was the source of the strange walking steps. His t-shirt looked at least 5 sizes too big for his frame. Couldn't have been any older than 13, if that. Leah gave him a side-eye and didn't acknowledge him. Hey, little guy, what are you doing down here? I should have asked about the way out, but the moment I saw him, I was more worried about a child being alone. Mushroom collecting, he answered back in a small voice. I looked at him, confused. He opened his hand to show off a mushroom that looked like the same texture of the rock, glittering the walls. Lifting his long shirt, he put the mushroom in a baggy side pocket of his shorts. What are you doing down here? He asked, looking between us. Clearly, we're having fun, Leah snapped. She dropped the last of her cigarettes and stomped on it with her heel. I ignored her bad attitude and wished that she would tone it down so that she wouldn't scare the kid away. We got, lost, actually. Could you show us the way out of here, please? I asked in a sweet tone, hoping that it would counter Leah's. The boy gave a long stare, then nodded. I thanked him, and we started to follow him down the path. I tried to take Leah's hand, but she pulled away, still angry over being lost. Why are we trusting a kid to get us out of here? She said, not even trying to whisper. Because he knows the way. It doesn't matter if he's a kid or not. All right, fine. Don't snap at me. I didn't think I raised my voice. She was stressed, so anything could feel like an attack. We all walked in silence as we went down the dark path. I started hoping that the way out was near when I felt some whiffs of air against my face. Now that I was noticing them, I thought I saw some mushrooms camouflaged in with the rocks. I'd never seen mushrooms like that before. And I would ask about them when we got out. There's no way this kid is getting us out of here, Leah muttered under her breath. This way. I just realized I never asked the boy's name. We turned a corner and I stood in shock, mouth open. Before us was a dead end that I hadn't seen before. This doesn't make any sense. We should have made it to the trail with the 3 pathways. I even walked up to the solid wall of rock, placing my hand against it to see if it was real. That doesn't make sense, I said finally. I told you he would get us lost. Leah was at the end of her rope. She walked off in a huff, digging out her smokes again and starting to fiddle with her useless cell phone. I turned my attention to the boy, who looked a bit too calm for being around 2 stressed-out adults. Hey, what's your name? I asked him. I might not know the way out, but I could at least start with what information I could learn. He opened his mouth to answer, and then shut it. Clearly, he didn't trust strangers with his name. I didn't blame him. Poor thing must be scared being trapped with us. How about a nickname? I'm Jamie. He fiddled and debated on what name he should give me. Finally, he decided on one. Blue eyes looking up at me, mostly hidden behind wavy blonde hair. Ian, he said in a small voice. It's a good name, I like that. We'll get you home, Ian. Don't worry. How about we head back, see if we somehow missed a pathway in the dark? I asked and offered my hand. Holding a child's hand was just a normal reaction. I didn't even think about how it would make him feel more awkward around me. When I realized my mistake, I started to draw it back, but Ian took it before I did. He looked perfectly fine holding onto a stranger's hand. In fact, he seemed kind of excited and hiding it very poorly. Someone should talk to him about trusting strange men in caves. When we got him to his parents, I would mention it. Leah looked back at us, disgusted. We're not having one of those, so don't get used to it, she said harshly, and this time took the lead. At that moment, I really wondered what I ever had seen in her. I chided myself for the thought. She was just stressed out, and normally not like this. I gave Ian what I thought to be a comforting smile, and we started to walk. And walk. My phone clock kept glitching out and looping backwards, so I had no idea how long we walked for. Ian gave no complaints. I started to get worried. I only expected a short walk, and I brought no supplies. I suppose when people noticed us missing, this place would be swarmed with rescue workers. But how long would that take? Didn't it only take 3 days without water to die? If my phone was working, I could look that up. Hell, if it was working, I'd be out of here by now. Oh, we came with friends. They left before us, and when they see we didn't come out, they'll send someone, I told Ian, trying to comfort him. As if. But those two just went right home, and they're finished dinner, and a nice warm bed by now. Leah snapped behind her, her voice echoing. Please, let's not do this right now. I was completely embarrassed over how she was acting. Shuffling Ian behind me, I didn't want him to hear her, but it was impossible in the small space. Do what? Fight? Because you have it coming. Why would you even bring me down to this shitty place? If you were going to propose, why didn't you take me somewhere normal? In her rage, she took off one of her shoes and threw it at me. She missed. Her little temper tantrum was pathetic. Still, I was hurt by it. You knew? I asked. The ring box feeling like 100 pounds in my pocket. Duh! Hand it over! She held out her hand, expecting. What? The ring! Hand it over. I should at least get it after suffering through all this. I felt a slight tug on the back of my shirt. Ian was peeking from behind me, staring at Leah, barely hiding the disgusted look that matched the one that she'd given him earlier. I put a hand on his back, feeling a bit sorry that he was stuck hearing such drama. I didn't bring the real one. I just have a fake cheap because the one I ordered didn't come in yet. I lied. She let out a huff of anger and started down the path again, now missing a shoe. She stopped in a few feet, just trying to be away from me. Ian gave a hint of a smile. I think he was proud that I didn't give in to her demands. I picked up Leah's shoe and I gave it a soft toss towards her. I do that much. It was silently agreed to take a break. Leah was chain-smoking through her pack up front, and me and Ian sat back against the hard stone wall. I'm sorry. He gave me a little shake of his head and rested his cheek on my knees. Staring down at where Leah was for a few seconds, he looked back over at me. Is that why you came down here? To ask her to marry you? Yeah, but, I swear she's never like this, I told him, my face flushed in the dark. Have you ever had any fights? Or gotten in trouble like this? He asked. And I didn't understand what he was getting at. No. Then how did you know what she's like under stress? I guess it would be nice to be with someone. Never have any issues, but what if you do? How are you going to deal with your partner going out of control when you never experienced it? How old was this kid? He looked a lot younger than the words he was saying. I thought this generation watched video games, not people dealing out relationship advice. Are you speaking from experience over there? I joked with him. He let out a small smile, and his expression went back to the serious one again. It looked as if he was debating on telling me something. How do you think your two friends got out of here? He asked, still not taking his eyes off where Leah was. They took the right path, I said, stating the obvious. You thought we were going the right way when I started to guide you. What changed your mind? His blue eyes shifted towards mine, and I suddenly felt uncomfortable. There was a change in the air surrounding him in a way. I couldn't place it. I couldn't meet his gaze, and I looked away, trying to remember what happened when we ran into the dead end. I said honestly. Everything that happened just muddled in my head. Then pay attention the next few times. Standing up, he waited for me to follow him. This was strange. This was all strange. Until that point, I just thought that we got lost naturally, but now it felt like other forces were at work. I was uneasy, but still wanted to trust this boy. I gave him a small nod, and I followed him. Hey, we're gonna try looking for a way out again. I called down to Leah, only to get a very rude answer back. Just walk. She'll follow us. Or not. I almost felt bad for her. She swore at us and hurried after, getting delayed to put her shoe back on. We started walking again. This time, I felt as if Ian really did know the way out. But I didn't know what he was trying to prove or show us. With him leading the way, I yet again felt the slight breeze of fresh air. And hope stirred. Only to have it come crashing down. I told you, he's just a kid. I bet he got us more lost in the first place. Leah's voice whined behind us. I turned to tell her off when I ran directly into a wall. I bounced off, landing on my backside painfully. Swearing, I looked up to see a dead end. One that I should have noticed long before slamming into it. I heard Leah whining behind me, but I didn't even pay attention to her. I dropped my trusty flashlight. It flickered, but kept lit. I picked it back up, looked over the wall, wondering how it seemed to appear out of nowhere. Then, to my horror, I realized I didn't see Ian. This way! Shining my flashlight down the narrow pathway, I saw the boy behind Leah. That didn't add up. How did he get behind us so fast? She let out a small scream, noticing Ian in the dark. He took off, disappearing, and I got up to follow him. Leah protested behind me. We both fumbled along, quickening our pace, following his footsteps in the dark, and we kept running into dead ends. No matter which way we went, they all ended in rock walls. We didn't take a new path or turn. It was all on straight lines, both ways. But we kept hitting the blocking walls at different paces. It was just guesswork because our phones both stopped working. One wall felt like 5 minutes of walking before we hit another. Then we would turn to walk a few seconds before arriving at a wall that was not there before. Leah was complaining the entire time, in near tears. She raged about me being the reason why we were stuck. I heard Ian's footsteps just beyond where my flashlight would reach. Finally, I needed to stop, and I slumped against the wall. Leah sobbing off somewhere close by. I was getting dehydrated. Doing this without water was taxing on my body. Small footsteps stopped in front of me, and Ian appeared. He sat down, cheek on his knees, looking me over. How do we get out? I asked him with a pleading tone in my voice. I can't tell you outright. I'm already late. Someone's going to be worried about me. But I can give hints. I really didn't know who Ian was. He didn't seem human at that point, but I was going to take any help I could get. I sat, flashlight gripped in my hand, and small amount of light, the only comfort. How do you think your two friends got out? He asked again. I groaned, but still not understanding. Because they took the right path, I answered. They took what they thought was the right path, he corrected. I stared at him. It really couldn't be that simple. It just couldn't be. He looked down into the dark where Leah was crying and cursing to herself, and I was embarrassed it took me so long to clue in. We're trapped because Leah keeps saying we're going the wrong way? Ian rolled his head on his knees a little, making it hard to tell if he was agreeing with me or not. But sure, the first time he was showing us the way out, Leah doubted it. But it could not be that simple. The world doesn't work like that. There are right paths and there are wrong paths. Dead ends don't just appear because one person thinks that they're trapped. I'm not talking about the way out of here. Let me make that clear. I'm not saving you. I'm just giving you an example of how things work. If someone's decided to be miserable, sometimes you can't change their mind. They'll only burden you, drag you down. Your friends walked out together. Are you and Leah together? Right now? Ian asked, sounding serious. Who thought being trapped inside of an abandoned mine was the same as being trapped in a terrible relationship? I understand what he's saying, but I couldn't leave her. I can't leave her behind, I told him, eyes cast downward. Then you'll die. He didn't sugarcoat his words. Standing up, he looked down at me, waiting for a few seconds before starting to walk down the dark path and away from us, his little flip-flops echoing in the darkness. Sitting, I listened to both his footsteps going towards what I knew now to be the way out, and Leah's soft crying. She either didn't hear us, or she didn't care. If I left her, she might never get out. I'd be leaving her to die. If I didn't, I would die here with her. She wouldn't have a second thought about leaving me behind, I knew that much. My decision was made only after I realized if one of us got out, we could send help to retrieve the one still lost. Getting up, I followed behind Ian. It was as simple as that. I expected to see the right paths out, and I was out, the setting sun blinding me as I walked out of the cave. My phone buzzed in my pocket. My friends did, in fact, start heading to their car and wanted to see if I was out yet and needed a ride home. I frantically called them, saying Leah was still stuck inside. My entire body turned to ice when both my friends had no idea who I was talking about. Awkwardly getting them off the line, I started to go through my photos to see none of Leah. No Facebook account, no message, nothing. She was not only missing, she was just gone. The ring still in my pocket was the only proof that she was real to at least one person. You got out. Good for you. I looked over to my side and saw Ian standing a few feet away from me. Because of the light of sunset, his hair looked almost white. His blue eyes took on a reddish tint. After everything, I knew he wasn't human. Yet, I didn't know what he could possibly be. Is she gone? Like, forever? I asked. I did fall out of love with her inside the cave, but that didn't change the fact that I loved her at some point. I didn't want her to just fade away like this. It's up to her. All she needs to do is walk forward. Even if she does get out, you really shouldn't marry her. You're not a good match. I felt awkward, but still let out a small chuckle at his honesty. I still had one more question for her. Why did you save me? At any point, Ian could have left us behind. He gained nothing by getting me out of that cave. After my question, he fidgeted with the hem of his shirt and mumbled something I didn't hear. He finally looked and was acting his age. Any kind of intimidating air from him was gone. I didn't save you. You figured it out on your own, and... Don't hold someone's hand just after meeting them. They might get attached. Ian snapped. face flushed in the red light. He didn't sound angry, just embarrassed. Took everything I had not to laugh at him. My eyes filled with tears, holding in snorts. The only reason why I was alive is because I treated Ian kindly. For some reason, he must not have people offer to hold his hand often enough for it to be a treat when it happens. "And I didn't save you," he shouted, face still red, and gave a sharp point in my direction. He stomped one foot and started to huff away, knowing there was no way for him to regain his composure around me. "Well, thank you for not saving me," I called after him. I only saw his back, but I think it made him even more embarrassed. Some time has passed since then. I never found out if Ian was his real name or what he was. I mean, I'm still thankful he showed up when he did. I still go by the mine entrance waiting to see if Leah comes out. If she does, I'm not gonna date her. But at least I'll still be around to support her and keep her life on track. Might be because I feel guilty. But I guess the reason doesn't matter. Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and thank you for watching tonight's video, or listening to tonight's podcast. I want to tell you about one quick thing before we say goodbye for the evening, and that's going to be about the Mr. Creepypasta plush. The plush is only available for a limited time, so if you guys head over to makeship.com, then you guys are able to get this Mr. Creepypasta plush. It's super cool, it glows in the dark, which is really cool, and he's super soft and cuddly. So it's makeship.com/products/Mr. Creepypasta-plush. Or you know what's easier? Makeship.com. There you go. And as always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who is supporting me on Patreon. If you guys have been supporting me on Patreon, or if you're considering doing so, then know that I just added in a couple of cool things for the loyalty program because I found out that I could. I had no idea that I could do that. So now, you guys should be getting some cool things in the mail brought to you by Patreon that are pretty cool. They support the channel as well. Oh, getting to the point though, a huge thank you to patrons such as Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Brian Ars, Bobby Carmen, Stephanie Butler, Tristan Pelton, Chance Burnett, Diana Krause, William King, Heather McDonald, Reaper61167, Alex the Sandwich, Darth Miver, Michael Ortiz, Satanic Aries, Ness69420, Isoto Hatred with 2 exclamation points, Nessie, Ronnie Hansen, Bardohawk764, Melancholy Corpse, Ferb, Harley, Billy Morrow, Madam Skullbunny, Sashi Suzaku, Grizzly Olsen.pro, Caden the Spooky Boy, Zane Nightshade, My Body Sounds Like Rice Krispies, Ashwood, Lord of the Weeds, Jay, Miss Xandra, Mr. Unsettling Spaghetti, Suji Campbell, Stricken, Azarine Fox, Fried Chicken 12, Freddy Krueger, Ty Nanny, Michael Scarborough, Infernal One, Lisa Cottrell, Caspian, Jordan Nels, Hades' Nephew, Tater Chip, Acid System, Prozac and Pancake Appreciation Society, Cryptic Nightmares, Kiri the Sloth, Tommy Green, Fester's Lampshade, Sky Harbor, Nina Smith, Nico Cayo, Rafael Rodriguez, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Daniel Polson, Trey Smiles, and Corey Kenshin. Thank you guys so much, so much for being a part of the Patreon and helping me keep the lights on and helping me get exclusive stories and everything that we do on the channel here. Thank you guys so much for being a part of it. Thank everybody in the description, and thank you guys who have stayed to this part of the video. It really means so much to me. I hope you all have a very happy Halloween and sweet dreams. If you're hearing this right now, there's a pretty good chance it's way later than it should be. Maybe you clicked on one story, then another, and somehow it's 3 a.m. Trust me, I know the feeling. I've spent years recording horror stories, editing videos late into the night, and absolutely destroying my sleep schedule in the process, which is why I want to tell you about something that I've been using lately, the Mantis Sound Sleep Mask. What I love about it is that it solves 2 problems at once. First, it completely blocks out the room, not kinda dark, not mostly dark, I mean completely dark. And second, it has built-in Bluetooth audio, so I can listen to rain sounds, ambient noises, relaxing music, or horror stories, which will help my brain finally slow down. No earbuds digging into your ears, no giant headphones making it impossible to sleep on your sides, just darkness, comfort, and whatever audio helps you drift off. So if you're listening to horror stories at some unreasonable hour of the night, maybe it's time to stop fighting sleep and actually get some. Check out Mantis Sound Sleep Mask, and you can get 10% off using code CREEPYPASTA. That's code CREEPYPASTA, the things you're listening to right now. And now, back to the stories.
Dear Abby, we've never met before, so this may seem a little bit odd, but I feel it's necessary. My name's Jay, for starters. I work for the checkout line at the grocery store up on the 67th Street. You know, the one with the parking lot that's way too big for the store itself? Yeah, that one. I'm 24, fairly tall. I have a rather scraggly appearance. You probably wouldn't recognize me if I came up to talk to you. I don't have a very memorable face. I don't really know why I'm telling you all this, to be honest, but this isn't the point of me writing to you. I was working late at night yesterday. It was a very average day for the most part. Nothing too exciting happened, but you'd be surprised how interesting this job can get at times. I'd been reading some books the guy that worked the counter the shift before me had left. There was some really crappy murder mystery, chock full of cliches. Incredibly boring, if you ask me, but it's something to do, I guess. When you showed up, though, my whole night changed. I don't know exactly what it was about you that caught my attention at first, but as soon as I saw you, I got this odd feeling. A weird mix between excitement and terror. That's the best way I can describe it, at least. I saw you walk into my line, and I quickly composed myself. I had been slouching down in my chair for a while, since I rarely ever get anyone in my line. It was only when you got closer that I realized what about you had caught my attention. You were absolutely beautiful. You walked up and said, "Hey," and handed me your cart. And I could tell by the way that you were talking and the way that you looked that you were very sleep-deprived, though this wasn't surprising considering how late it was. After a second or two of awkward silence, I realized that you greeted me. I suddenly forced myself out a hi in response. I cursed myself mentally for that one. I sat there for a second trying to focus. "What's your name?" I said. It's only later I realized how odd that must have seemed. What kind of a grocery bag guy asks what someone's name is? I'm glad I did, though, because I remember you said that your name was Abigail. But that you go by Abby, for short. Abby. It seemed to fit so perfectly. The name seemed to roll off my tongue as I said it back to myself silently. It was like sweet honey. Just felt so good as I said it. You seemed to be perplexed when I looked back at you, and I wondered if I'd done something to upset you. "Shouldn't you be packing those?" you said, and pointed to your groceries, and suddenly shocked and embarrassed, I looked up and apologized and clumsily started to shove groceries into bags as fast as I could. I couldn't believe myself. How stupid could I be? But when I looked up, I realized you were laughing. "You're kind of cute," you said. I tried to play it off cool, but I was obviously thrilled. A girl like this thought I was cute. "You are too," I said, as I hastily packed the rest of the groceries. As you walked out, you turned around as you reached the door and said, "Have a good night." I'm guessing I look pretty stupid writing all this down, and you probably still remember it. I mean, it did just happen yesterday, but I went home ecstatic that night, and with all the confidence in the world, I felt like it's almost unreal writing it back here. Anyways, I wanted to write you this letter, Abby, to tell you that I love you. I don't know what it was I felt that night. It was some weird mix of emotions, but all I know was that even in that small little transaction we had, I felt as if there was something between us. Please write me back. Sincerely, Jay. Dear Abby, it's been a week since I sent my last letter, and I still haven't gotten a response, but that doesn't matter. How have you been? My life's been just as normal as usual. Get up, go to work, go to bed. I live in a really shitty apartment, but I guess that's what you get when you work as a grocery bag clerk. I've thought about you a lot lately, and sometimes wonder if you still remember me. I saw you again today at work. This time, it was a more reasonable hour, thankfully. I didn't want to bother you to see if you'd approach me on your own. You came to my line again, which made me absolutely thrilled. And this time, I was less nervous. I was going to act normal no matter what you did or said. I wasn't going to let a girl like you slip through my fingers. As you walked up, you muttered something that was too quiet for me to make out, and waited at the end of the counter for me to finish packing your bags. This obviously wasn't what I expected, but it wasn't all too bad. I mean, you didn't seem to feel anything at all, actually. I was expecting you to either come up, talk to me, or avoid me like the plague, but instead you just walked on through, as if I was another stranger. Yeah. This made me wonder if you got my last letter. You should check your mailbox more often. There was one moment when I felt something, though. I looked over briefly to see what you were doing, and at the same time you seemed to look up at me and see how far along I was. And right then our eyes locked. Only for a second. Or two. But in those 2 seconds, I saw so much more in you than I'd seen last time. I felt as if I had known you for years. Like I knew all your intricate feelings and emotions. Did you feel anything like that with me? Shortly after, I'd finished packing your bags, and you paid and walked out. Obviously, this was a pretty normal process for me, considering I do it about 50 times every day. But I had been determined since the last night I wrote you that letter that the next time I saw you, I was going to get more out of it. I kind of screwed that one up. I wasn't satisfied with it. I had to have more. There's a little room in the very back left corner of the grocery store designed for staff, and in there, though I knew they kept all the security footage from the day, all the staff are informed of this and the security cameras, locations, they're hired, luckily for me, there's one position right next to my counter. I waited until the store closed up and everybody left, and then I went in there. After flipping through a few of the TV screens, I found the one that was connected to the camera by my counter, and I rewound it until about when I remember you coming in, and after a few minutes of scanning, I found it. I mean, there you were. I paused it on the best still shot I could find. I knew the camera wouldn't do you justice, but it was the best that I could have for now. Having a longer look at you, I realized how truly perfect you were. Every feature of your body, your hair, your face, your legs, your chest, was just perfection. I rewound the tape to when you first came up to my line a few times. I couldn't help myself. My eyes were just glued to the screen. And after a few minutes of consideration, I popped out the tape, shoved it into my pocket, and then drove home. I mean, I knew I wasn't allowed to. I could very well be fired for taking such actions, but I couldn't help myself. I had to have you with me all times. Even if that meant me losing my job. Abby, I love you. I love everything about you. I think about you constantly now. Do you feel the same way about me, Abby? I just want us to be together. Forever. Right back soon. Yours truly, Jay. Dear Abby, it's been 3 days and I still haven't gotten a reply. I don't know why don't you want to talk to me? I'm still unsure if you got my last 2 letters, so please tell me if you have. So I got fired from my job. They found the missing tape. I got a call from the store owner, my boss, at 6 a.m. on Monday, and was told to come in immediately. they were having a mandatory all-staff meeting. And when I got there, all the staff were gathered around a small table with the owner at the head of it. And once everybody had arrived, he told us that apparently there'd been a minor robbery yesterday. They'd have about $200 worth of stuff taken from them. And the one tape that would have shown who the culprit was the one that I had taken. Just my luck. Well, he told us that no one was going to leave the room until someone confessed. After a few minutes, I finally gave in, told him everything about how I felt as if me and you had some sort of connection, and after explaining the whole story, the entire room was just like staring at me wide-eyed. After I finished, I sat there in silence for several seconds, and suddenly the store owner broke the tension. "Jay, you're fired. Get out of here now and don't come back," he said. Well, I did as I was told, got out of there as fast as I could. Then, that stupid prick, he always treated me like shit. I mean, he's been on my case since the day I got the job. I swear, he's been waiting for me to do one little thing that could justify firing me. And the one time I slip up, he finds out. Why didn't he understand, though? I mean, doesn't he get that you and I are just meant for each other? Any rational man would be able to understand. I mean, anyone put in my situation would have done the same thing, right? Now, I've been searching you up a lot lately. With no job, I have all the time in the world to spend learning about you. Do you know how much you can find out about someone with just a first name and town of residence? Well, I found out that your last name is Merritt. I mean, what a beautiful name, Abby Merritt. I can't help but say it aloud whenever I think about you. I also found out that you're 24. You only live a mile away from me. I drove down to your apartment complex today. It looks really nice. I mean, much nicer than where I live. I asked to see you multiple times, but I was told that you weren't there every time. I felt more and more discouraged every time, but I was determined to see you again. After a few hours of asking, I decided to stay back in the parking lot for a while, wait for you to come back, and after many hours of waiting, you did. It was late at night, around 10, I believe. I saw you pull your car up and get out, a sudden rush of warmth at seeing your face again. I know I have the security camera tape to look at, but it doesn't compare to seeing you in real life. I made sure to record it for later when I was at home, this time with a much higher quality camera. I wanted to capture as much detail as possible. I didn't know the next time that I would see you, and the security tape wasn't enough for me anymore. I asked the woman at the front desk multiple times what your room number was, but she refused to tell me. She thought I was some kind of creep. Now, see, Abby, these people don't understand us. They don't understand what we feel for each other. I ended up waiting in the parking lot a little while longer until someone came out. After talking to him for a bit, he told me what your apartment number was. He didn't want to talk at first, but I made him. You'd be surprised what you can make people tell you when you hold a knife to their chest. But don't worry. I mean, I didn't hurt him too bad. But you can't have somebody interfering with us. And don't you agree, Abby? I'm sick of all these people trying to keep us apart. I ended up watching you from the parking lot for a while. And once I found out your room number and how the rooms in this complex were organized, I mean, it wasn't hard to locate it. You should be more careful about shutting your blinds, you know? I was easily able to watch you from the parking lot. I couldn't get you out of my head anymore, ever. All I do is watch that video I took of you over and over. Abby, I want to be with you forever. I want to wake up in the morning to see you next to me in bed. I can't wait until the next time I see you again. Love, Jay. Dear Abby, I have some really exciting news, Abby. I'm moving in with you. I mean, aren't you excited? We can spend hours and hours and hours together. It'll just be perfect. Let me explain. My job paid just enough so I can make rent and pay for food every week. Because of this, I had little to no money in savings. Nowhere near enough to last a very long time. Well, when you take that money flow away, it doesn't take very much time until you have nothing left. So, I was able to get by for a few days, but just today, I got evicted. This could actually be better than I originally thought. I wouldn't be surprised if that guy that gave me your room number has been able to contact the police by now. This way, they won't be able to find me, and we get to spend all the time in the world together. It's perfect, isn't it? I made sure to bring all my tapes and photos that I've taken with me, though, and cameras, of course. You should really tell whoever manages your apartment complex to get better staff. I was able to get by security easily. I mean, I went up to your room, knocked on your door. I got no answer, so I decided to just get in by other means. After scanning the footage that I took of the last few nights over a few times, I noticed that you have a ventilation shaft in the corner of your room. I mean, not surprising considering how hot it can get in the summer here. But I figured that there had been some kind of maintenance hatch that I could get in through. Well, after a few minutes of looking around, I found a door at the end of your hall that seemed to be some kind of staff room, and luckily, there's a way into the vents there. So, I crawled through them until I got to your room. It was very cramped and hard to move around in, but I managed it. And when I got there, though, I felt a rush of success. I figured, since the lights were out and I couldn't see you, that you weren't home, but I'm patient. I scanned every part of your room, trying to memorize all the intricate details. Your scent overwhelmed me as I sat there. I'd caught it briefly during the 2 times I saw you at the store, but never this strong. It's mesmerizing. I couldn't quite place my finger on it, but it reminded me of something. It's almost like peaches. And I sat there, hunched over for a few hours, though. I've taught myself to be extremely patient. I can sit completely motionless for hours at a time, not moving a muscle. No one was going to notice me. And then, you finally got home. I felt a wide smile form on my face the second I heard the door open. I mean, there you were, my love. Of course, you took no notice of my presence. The light in your room seemed to be angled perfectly so you couldn't see anything in the vent. After the first few inches, I tried to contain my excitement, but I started breathing very heavy. I tried to cover it up as best I could, but it was hard. You suddenly looked right at the vent. I was completely silent. After a few seconds, though, you seemed to lose interest, and this made me smile. This was the perfect spot. I could tell that I'd startled you, though. All throughout the night, you were turning over in your sleep to look at the vent. People seem to have a sense for when they're being watched, and it can send them into a complete panic. Don't try to fake it, Abby. I can tell when someone's awake, when someone's truly scared. Sleep becomes impossible. I mean, why are you so scared anyway? I mean, it's just me. Why would I scare you? You do love me, right? You know I love you. I'm looking forward to spending every day with you now, Abby. Right back if you can. Love, Jay. Dear Abby, I saw you wake up this morning. I didn't sleep a wink last night. You were too enthralling. I spent the whole night watching you. I couldn't help it. Anytime I tried to look away, my eyes seemed to be drawn back a few seconds later. You look even more amazing when you're sleeping, you know. You'd be surprised how much you can learn about a person's personality by watching them sleep. I was tempted to get out of the vent to get a better view multiple times. But I resisted the urge. I couldn't have you figuring out I'm here. I mean, not yet, at least. You seem to spend a lot of time in your bathroom in the morning. I assume that you're taking a shower, putting on makeup. Why would you do that, Abby? I mean, anything that you could do to change the way you naturally look would only cover up your true beauty. Why would you want to do that? Don't you want the whole world to see what I see in you? I mean, you left shortly after to work, or at least that's what I assumed. After careful consideration, I decided to leave the vent. I slid my hand through one of the slits, felt around for one of the bolts. The surface of the vent was very smooth, which made it very easy to find. Well, I grabbed onto one, twisted it as hard as I could, finally was able to get it to pop off. I did this with all the other bolts, and finally removed the grating. The first thing I did was go over to the bathroom. I quickly disposed of everything that I could find that you could use to mask your face. I mean, that stuff disgusts me. Well, this way, everyone will get to see you how I truly see you. I also found something else in there, your hairbrush. Well, I grabbed it, brought it close up to my face to examine it. It's a dull blue with a very thick, rounded handle. But that wasn't what interested me. The hairs. That's what made me so interested. I took a good few minutes to pull every one of them that I could see out, line them up on your counter. And I counted them. I'd gotten 59. This pleased me greatly. I quickly scooped them up, put them in my pocket. I spent the rest of the day going through your stuff to learn more about you, your interests and such, and I take it that you're a big movie fan. I found your collection in the back of your closet. I have to say, it's quite impressive. But I found something else in there that made me quite mad. Picture of you with another man. It disgusted me just looking at him, holding you like he owned you. I'm the only one that can have you, Abby. No one else. At 8:30, I considered starting to get back into the vent, since usually that's about the time you get back from work. Then I had another idea. I looked at your bed. The blankets hung low enough to the floor that you couldn't see underneath the bed unless you lifted it up. I first screwed the vent grating back on and slowly slid under with a smile on my face and waited for you to get home. And when you finally came in, it looked completely pale. And I noticed someone else came in behind you. They were talking to you about hearing noises coming from your room throughout the day. And I mentally yelled at myself. I would need to be more careful from now on. Going under the bed had been a good idea, though, since obviously your first thought was to check the vent. And you thanked the person and they left. Finally, you and I were alone. I sat there in silence until you went to bed. It seemed to be an eternity before you did. I wanted to get a closer look at you tonight. And this was my chance. You got in bed, turned off the lights. I was cautious, though. I waited for hours to make sure that you were asleep. And when I was sure you were, I slowly slid out from under the bed. And I saw you there. You looked absolutely stunning. Every curve of your body was perfect. Every detail was beautiful. I was in awe just looking at you. And I reached out my hand and I started to stroke your face. Oh, it was so soft, like silk. Suddenly, you seemed to turn and started to wake up. Horrified, I quickly slid back underneath your bed, trying to be as quiet as possible. A few seconds, I saw you get out of bed and look around. I could sense your fear, even without looking at you. You should feel calm with me around you, Abby. I'll protect you. No one would ever touch you but me. I'd kill someone for you, Abby. I made sure to pay attention today. You didn't bring in my letter from yesterday, or any mail at all. I mean, you must not check your mailbox. I'm going to change that, though. I'm going to leave this one on your desk tomorrow. Oh, I forgot to mention. I'm making something special for you. Check your closet after you read this. Yours forever, Jay. Dear Abby, I've spent more time today working on the surprise while you were at work. You're gonna love it, Abby. I've put a lot of work into it. I spent a few hours today putting the finishing touches on it, and I think it's finally ready for you to see. You got home at 8:30 again, and I saw the letter lying on your desk, almost immediately. I started to smile as I saw you open it, waiting for your reaction. It was quite interesting watching your face. I could see all your different emotions and thoughts, and you seemed to be confused at first. And then shocked. And then horrified, and you started to shake violently, and I saw that you were starting to cry. Don't you love me, Abby? Why were you crying? Don't you love me? Abby, don't you love... Everything about that was a blur. You looked over to the closet while still sobbing, and you seemed to be contemplating whether or not to open it, and instead, you ran past it and out the door. When you came back, you had all my letters in your hand. You started going through them. At some point, you seemed to break down and curl up on the floor, tears still rolling down your face. I could tell that you were desperately trying to say something, anything. But you were paralyzed in fear. After about 10 minutes, I saw you look under the bed, in the vent, anywhere that I could be. You see, though, Abby, I'm smarter than that. I knew that you'd look in those places. I found a better place after I finished your surprise. You'll never find me here. No one will. Isn't it great? I can watch you forever and ever, and there's nothing you or anybody else can do about it. You hadn't found your surprise yet, though, Abby, and I could tell you were still thinking about it. I saw you look over to the closet. I knew you wanted to open it, but at the same time, you were nervous. What was going to be in it? What would you find? This couldn't last forever, though. You and I both knew that. I watched you slowly walk over to your closet, fumbling with the handle, trying to get a firm grip on it. Suddenly, you flung the doors open and saw it. It was a scrapbook of you and me. I saw you flipping through the pages. You seemed to be shocked. Do you not like it, Abby? I got the pictures of you and I when you weren't looking. Pictures of you sleeping, pictures of you at your computer. I scattered the hairs I'd collected throughout it, along with pictures of couples together. Of course, with our faces on them, though. I got that picture of you with the other guy and put it at the very back, except I didn't leave it like it normally was. I scratched that little prick's face off, because I hate him so much. If I knew who he was, I would hunt him down. I would make him suffer. Don't you get it, Abby? No one can have you but me. You and me are meant for each other. No one else. I watched you sob for another 30 minutes and then get up and then run out of your apartment. Shortly after, you came back with multiple policemen. And this shocked me. Did you not like the surprise? I mean, why would you bring these people into our room? They'll never find where I am. But if they did, it would ruin everything. All my work for the last few weeks would be for nothing. You wouldn't want that, right, Abby? I'm exhausted from today's work, and as much as I love you, I need sleep, Abby. Have a good night. I love you. Love, Jay. Dear Abby, do you see what you've done, Abby? Do you see what you've done? I woke up at 8 a.m. to see you frantically packing your bags. I was confused at first, but then I understood. You were leaving me. You don't love me. You don't love me. How could you do this to me, Abby? You were the only thing I wanted in life, and I had nothing else to live for. But when I first met you, I saw a shimmer of hope. I thought that I'd finally have a reason to wake up in the morning and go on with my shitty life, and you went and threw that away. How could you do this to me, Abby? A few seconds after you left your room, I got out of my hiding spot and I followed behind you. I saw you throw your bags in the back and then get in your car and start it. I wasn't going to let you get away. I would never let that happen. I ran as fast as I could to your car and smashed out the window and dragged you out. Did you really think that you could get away from me, Abby? I had to hit you over the head and knock you out. You were making too much noise. Everyone that doesn't understand could have seen and ruined everything. Well, I had a plan for you if you react like this. I drove out to the storage unit at the edge of town that I had reserved a slot the day I decided to move in with you. I drove up, unlocked it, I grabbed you, carried you inside with me. It had only been a few minutes, so you were still unconscious, and I made sure to check through your pockets, make sure you didn't have your cell phone with you. I set you down at the very back of the small room. Then I got in, lowered the door. I called the owner of the storage unit and told him that I had visited my lot the other day and forgotten to lock it, and asked him if he would mind locking it for me. Of course, he said yes. I hung up. Then threw the phone on the ground, stomped on it, to make sure that it'd never work again. Shortly later, I heard the owner come up, lock the door. About an hour later, I saw you start to get up. I first heard a very faint grunt. I saw your legs start to move, and shortly after, you were fully awake. When you saw my face, you started to scream, which then subsided to a whine and then to a whimper. That's when you saw it. One other thing in the room. My knife. It was obvious why it was there, and after a second or two of realization, you jumped and grabbed it. I looked you dead in the eyes and said, Abby, I love you. And then I felt the searing pain of the knife being driven into my side. I felt it being pulled out and jabbed back in with great force. I could feel it go in each time, like a fire burning a hole through my chest. I fell to the floor, laughing, while coughing up blood. I saw you back away trembling and sit down in the corner, and now as I sat here in a puddle of my own blood, writing this, I wonder how you'll go out. Do you use the knife to take your own life? Or will you let starvation take you? Either way, we'll be together. In death, Abby. Together from the day I saw you to the day we both died. Just as I wanted it. And as you sit there, crying, I could tell you've come to the realization, Abby, this is all I ever wanted. And for that, I have to say, thank you. Love, Jay.
This Creepypasta Storytime is brought to you by Don't Kill the Pretty One, a horror fiction novel by M.J. Ors. A few years ago, Jacob went missing. Jacob had been my best friend throughout elementary school and most of the time that I was in middle school. That is, until he disappeared. The police searched high and low, but never found him. They never even found footprints or an open window or anything that would have shed any light on where he might have gone. His parents had said that they had seen him go to bed and shut the door, but when they returned and yelled for him to wake up the next morning, he was nowhere to be found. The windows still locked from the inside, the door to his room still shut. The police said that it was possible that maybe he ran off and out the front door, but his parents assured them that he had no idea what the alarm code was for the front door, and if he had opened the door without the code, the alarm would have woken them up immediately. They had been awoken by the alarm before when a man tried to break through a window. Even the neighbors heard the alarm and stepped inside to see what was going on. There was no way that Jacob would have been able to get around it. After the rest of the town heard the details, they all started blaming his parents. The police ended up getting a warrant for the house and tore it apart. I felt bad for them, because I knew they didn't do it. They had no idea where he went or where he was now, and truthfully, neither did I. But I have an idea as to what happened. I used to stay the night at Jacob's house pretty often, at least once a month or so. But then, one night, Jacob told me that I couldn't anymore. When I asked him why, he said the whispering boy told him that he didn't want me to be there. I was, of course, curious and upset, so I asked him who the whispering boy was and why did it matter what he thought. Jacob said the whispering boy used to stand outside his window and slowly tap, tap, tap all night until Jacob would talk to him. I told Jacob that I didn't believe him, but he swore up and down that it was true, and I never stayed the night over there again. I would ask Jacob about the whispering boy from time to time, but he would only tell me some of the lighter details. The boy was about his age, had dark hair, and skin so pale that it appeared almost blue. Jacob had told me that the only thing about the boy that frightened him was that it seemed as though the shadows used to always sit over his eyes, so he could never see them clearly, and that the boy had a smile that was certainly too large for his face. And he always smiled. He loved to smile. I would ask Jacob what the boy would want to talk about, and he would always say that the whispering boy would only ever ask him one question. Are you ready to go? Are you ready to go? Jacob told me he would ask what he meant, but the boy only ever said that to him. When Jacob would threaten to get his mom or dad, the boy would just shake his head from side to side. When he would get his parents, the boy would be gone upon his return. When he would tell the boy to go away, he only shook his head, still smiling at Jacob. When he said anything to the boy, it just shook his head and repeated its question. Are you ready to go? And when Jacob said no and tried to fall asleep, the boy would lightly tap, tap, tap on the window all throughout the night. I don't know where they went, but the boy must have taken Jacob somewhere. I only write this because I'm afraid. This morning I woke up with my mother visibly mad at me. I asked her what was wrong, and she told me that she was surprised I was able to sleep through the racket, and that even through my shut door she could hear it. Confused, I questioned what she meant. She told me that
I needed to tell my little friends to only come by my house during the day. And to stop tapping on the window. The young man watched as his brother pulled him from the large oxidized copper pipe. He held out his hand as the older of the two dumped heaps of dirty mushrooms into them. He turned and filled the last of the 7 buckets with the invasive fungi. "Looks like we can probably fit in another pile of these things," the older of the two said as he started to climb into the pipe again. "I'll just go and get a bit more." The younger brother stayed silent. Despite his dislike of the job, he knew it was necessary. The mycelium people of the city above went about their business, unable to control where their spores fell. Of course, there were janitors above to clean the streets, but down here, they were the only two tasked with cleaning out the pipes that often came clogged with those growing infants. There was a reason for that. "Hey bro, why don't we just call that enough? This place gives me the creeps." From down the pipe, his brother laughed. "The more we bring back, the more money we earn. You know this." "I know, The younger brother paused. "We both know what happens to the fungi we miss." "Holy shit." He and his older brother had been doing this job for a long time, so he was flooded with dread when he heard that. That usually meant one of two things. Either his brother was somehow hurt, or when his brother climbed from the pipe carrying a struggling bundle of anger, the younger brother's throat caught. This had to happen today. They were nearly finished in out this. "How far along is it?" he whispered. The brother stared down at the small creature. "Well, I tried to take off one of my fingers, so far enough, I guess." There was fear in the older brother's eyes. Both of them knew the next step, but neither wanted to take it. Despite how feral its small mycelium infant was, it was still alive. When its spores had fallen into one of the many gutters around the city, somehow it had survived. It didn't ask to grow up here. It didn't ask to be the forgotten dregs of a sometimes uncaring people. It didn't ask to grow up eating the siblings that fell with it. It was a survivor. The brothers knew better than anyone what that meant. The younger brother gulped and spoke through dried lips. "Look, you hold it out." There was a long silence. Up until now, the sounds of the city above had been forgotten. But they rose to a cacophony emphasizing the weight of their duty. They stood there for a while, the high-pitched voices of the people above invading their thoughts, until the older brother took a deep breath. "Yeah, that's a good idea." His voice caught slightly as he knelt to the floor. He held the creature down, and despite its wriggling, there was no escape for it. It was almost like the creature knew what was coming, because it looked up at the younger brother with wide eyes. The younger brother could see the spark of survival in its eyes, and he could remember when his life was not very different from this poor creature, when his brother took increasingly dangerous jobs just to keep food on the table. But that wasn't their life now. The younger brother's heavy boot came down on the baby's face with force. He felt the body pop as the floor was sprayed with the fluids of the feral beast. His older brother jumped away, but the goop covered his red jumper. Neither bothered to wipe it off themselves. They wore it like a reminder of what they used to be. Throwaways. Let's call it quits for today, all right? Yeah. The older brother didn't argue anymore, and the younger didn't bother making conversations as they collected their full buckets. They opened the manhole cover into the bright sunlight and bustling streets. Neither of the brothers would ever get used to the majesty of this place. Even now they lost their breath at the sight of the massive castle that filled most of the skyline. A tall castle-like wall stretched hundreds of feet above them, overshadowed only by the towers at their corners. The younger brother's eyes rested on the parapet that sat above the gatehouse. That was where she would give her speeches, whenever she needed to calm the population. That was also where the winners of the annual race stood as they received their medals. One day he'd be there, he thought, as he dumped one of the buckets into the disposal truck. All he had to do was earn enough money to enter that race. And it'd be easy. He had been training to win that race since he could walk. He was about to dump the last of the buckets when his eyes caught on the mushrooms that filled the container. He instinctively looked over to make sure his brother was looking away before going back to the bucket. This is a bad idea, he thought as he reached in. I shouldn't be doing this, he thought, as his hand came out with a handful of fungus. This will be the last time, he thought, as he slipped the pile into the pocket of his work clothes. His body was a mix of excitement and shame as he dumped the rest. He reached up and flipped the switch and secured the back of the truck closed. The rest would be incinerated. An hour later, the younger brother was sitting on his bed staring at the small mushroom that he held in his hand. He was filled with hateful longing. He wanted to feel the power that came with a single bite of these small things. He rolled over, he placed the mushroom on the bed next to him. He wanted the electricity to fill him. He wanted... When he thought about what it did to his brother and his friends, he hated himself. Why couldn't he stop? What was wrong with him? He was about to pop the mushroom into his mouth when his door burst open. His brother stood there for what felt like hours before striding into the room and grabbing the mushroom away. "Do you think I wouldn't notice?" The older brother lifted the edge of the bed and grabbed a hold of the pouch of the addictive shrooms. "Look, I'm sorry." "No, stop. You can't keep apologizing every time you slip up." The younger brother could see the anger and sadness in his eyes. "It was just gonna be one. I'm getting better." "Better? Last time you took these, I had to explain why you spent 3 days thinking that you were on a tennis team. You said it was just going to be 1, then 2. You had 15, but..." The younger brother longed to bite into the sweet-tasting mushroom. The taste of the growing flesh. "You were using it. I had to pay nearly all of our savings just to make sure that they didn't bring up the issue to her. What would have happened then?" The younger brother didn't say anything. He was too busy staring at the mushroom in his older brother's hands. It wouldn't take much to grab it, swallow it. He was about to do just that when he noticed his brother's face. He had barely heard the door slam as he sat there stunned. It had been years since he'd seen that kind of desperation in his brother's face. A wave of shame flooded him, followed by a deep hatred. And his brother was right. Eating those things, they helped no one. It only led to darkness, and he leaned back and stared at the poster above his bed. The annual race. It was tomorrow, and he'd be there, racing, if he hadn't wasted their savings in the stupid addiction. He wiped away the tears. His dreams were so far away. And he went to sleep crying. The sound of voices outside his room woke him up. The sun was just peeking over the horizon, and its morning rays filled the room with a golden glow. "Look, this isn't what I normally do," his brother was saying. He tiptoed to the door and opened it a crack. He had to clamp his hands to his mouth when he saw who sat at the table. It was her. She was radiant, even though she was lounging in the chair with her feet resting on the back of a mycelium servant. She still had this royal air about her. "I understand, but this time it's different," she spoke sternly. "There's a lot more at stake than just a medal." His brother looked unconvinced. "When should we be at the racetrack?" "We?" She sounded surprised. "I don't race without my brother. Either we're both in or none of us are in." "Fine. Your conviction is cute." She stood up. and her servant ran to the door to open. Be at the track in 1 hour. It took only 10 minutes for both brothers to be ready. They stood at the door, the youngest barely able to contain his excitement, and the older smiling more than usual. This was it. This was the chance to make it to the top. Winning this race would set them up for life. No more climbing into the sewers to clean up the ignored waste. No more living from job to job. No more seeing these damn mushrooms every day. You ready? The older brother looked out the door. Yeah. All right. Let's go. The older brother stepped out into the bright sunlight. But the younger brother didn't. He was busy staring into the trash can nearby. Inside, sitting on the remains of last night's dinner, was a small mushroom. Eat it. It called to him in a soundless urge. Eat me and be the best you. The younger brother stepped out to follow the older. A small mushroom tucked away in his pocket, still calling out to him. Eat me and make the world good again. The drive to the race ground took nearly 45 minutes. It was a good distance away from the city because of the sheer size of it. Anyone who looked at it without knowledge of construction would think that it disobeyed the laws of physics. At some points, the track traveled vertically up, and the way it tilted would make you think the racers would fall right off, and just seeing the track nearly brought the younger of the two brothers to tears. This was his dream. This was his future. Things would finally be different. The mushroom in his pocket whispered the scent of pleasure. Eat me. Sitting on his ride on the track erased the constant reminder of the mushroom from his mind. He was here. This was it. He glanced at his brother and spied her leaning down to give him a kiss. There was something there, even though neither of the two would say it. His eyes shifted to the racetrack, and he listened for the buzzer. 3. Not yet. 2. Now. He pushed down on the pedal and his engine roared. He had hit it right on time. He laughed aloud and he heard his brothers laugh nearby. 1. Go! The cars on the track raced forward, and the younger brother was living his dream. He smelled the exhaust, felt the rubber bite into the asphalt, and tightened his grip on the wheel. He pressed into the brake as he took his first turn. He zipped past 2 racers in quick succession. He was in 10th place. They hadn't even gotten to that first jump. Up ahead, he saw several racers knocking each other around. One of them spun out, and he had to shift to the outside curve to make it by. The 2 racers he passed zipped into the lead. Now he was in 12th, and the jump was coming. He pressed into the gas, and he came out of that turn, and his heart was racing in his throat as the wheels left the track. Quickly, he leaned his weight to the side, causing the entire car to spin in the air. The model of the racer had a small flaw that caused some of the parts to work better when upside down, and this could also be used to give that rider a small boost in speed, simply by spinning the entire thing. Normally, this wouldn't be possible, but the younger brother had found a way, tricks during the jumps. He hit the ground right side up and lurched forward with the speed needed to pass not only the 2 racers in front of him, but also a third. Glancing back, he couldn't even see the 3 that he'd passed. He had blasted down that track and nothing could stop him. Eat me. He shook his head. And he took that next turn. He felt the mushroom press into his side, and he was flooded with that need again, that need to feel the electricity surge through his body. Just one nibble. And he'd been given the strength of the gods. He could do anything. You can do anything, the mushroom whispered over the roar of the engine. He could do anything, he thought. He could do anything as he popped the mushroom into his mouth. The world exploded in color and sound and chaos. He swerved to avoid different things that were in the middle of the road. He didn't even notice as he zipped past his brother and 5 other racers. He was too busy dodging the objects that were being thrown onto the track. This wasn't fair. This wasn't how the race was done. He hit the inside curve and he looked back at the chaos of colors and broken racers. The track pulled away from the ground and floated against gravity into the sky until it was just the stars, the track, and him. Electricity flowed through him as he felt something in the race car give out. His speed decreased, and he panicked. There was nothing that he could do but just keep racing. He could hear the other racers behind him. He knew that he had to fix this issue, something. Suddenly, as if his wishing had reached someone, the car picked up speed again. The track lost that look of asphalt, and now it was constantly shifting to the colors of the rainbow. The sound of music flooding his ears, and the power of the mushroom flooded him. He zipped forward, knocking a racer completely off the track. He watched the racer soar into the distance, and deep within, he wanted the same thing. But right now he had to race. He leaned into the pedal and hit the turn with enough speed to push into first place. He saw the finish line up ahead. It was a straight run. Nothing could stop him. He was going to go the distance. No more eating canned food. No more walking through waist-high sewage. No more hoping that one day things would be better. Then the track shifted. Like a snake in an earthquake, the track writhed and twisted into loops, twisting and hairpin turns. The first turn hit him like a truck. He spun the car and felt the tires burn into a brightly colored road. He came out with the speed of a demon. He hit the first loop with a fearless fervor. The stars zipped around him until they became solid lines along his path. He reached into his pocket and pulled out another one. He had more mushrooms. He needed all the strength that he could get. He didn't even think about how those shrooms had gotten there. As he popped the tangy creature straight into his mouth, his tires left the track for a second before returning as he came out of the loop. He felt his foot sit heavy on that pedal and whooped as he approached the next turn. He twisted and steered the wheel so that he was sliding sideways. He was the best. He was unstoppable. He was a god of the racetrack. And then he felt his tires slip. Something large and blue slamming into him. His car flipped into the air. He watched the track slowly fade behind him. Now below him, as he grew closer and closer to the stars, he saw down below the large navy carapace that had knocked him off the track. He took a deep breath. He unfastened his seatbelt. He didn't need this race. He was beyond that. The world slowed down and the young brother continued into the sky until he became one of the many, many stars that he'd seen on his race.
Mamma mia!
I picked up my head as fast as I could, which left a ringing in my ear. Oh, I could feel my heartbeat in my head, a rush of blood pumping itself in while drool runs down my face. This isn't the first time I've fallen asleep at the job. I look around for my smokes, grab the crumpled red box, spark up, and take a drag. There was something making noise outside of my post. I've worked this same job now for years, and it never gets better. I don't have much room to complain, seeing as how it is quite possibly the easiest job anyone could ever ask for. I work for JT Prine Inc. We sell space. Well, we rent space, I should say. Not for living in or anything like that. This isn't an apartment complex or a motel or what have you. These spaces are only 10 by 10 or 12 by 12 rooms with a shared bathroom. Most of the people we rent to are artists or musicians or people who want to build up a portfolio or something. Nobody of any worth, but they pay their rent, and it's my job to make sure they don't run off with anything that doesn't belong to them. Essentially, I sit at the gate and smoke cigarettes, pushing the button to let people in and out for $12 an hour. I'll take it. I couldn't see anything outside, and I knew that nobody had come in or out of the property all night. So I had to have been hearing things, or maybe I was dreaming. There was nothing making any noise. There was nothing outside of the post. I turned around in my stall to search for my coffee maker. It wasn't a full-size maker, but rather one of those small 5-cup Mr. Coffee thingamajigs. I went through about 2 of them a night, and apparently it was time to start up batch number 2. I reached into the cabinet under my desk and pulled out my bag of coffee grounds. I loved the way it smelled, even though I knew it was the cheap stuff, and after it was brewed,
would taste like the cheap stuff. At this point, I needed it for its practical uses, though, so I didn't care if it tasted like chalk and crayon wax. I was still going to drink it. The beans fell right into the filter, and I hit the button to turn the machine on. Nothing but a bunch of noise. Stupid me. I forgot to add the water into the back of the machine. It was becoming more apparent to me that these long overnight shifts were finally taking their toll. I had tried to sign up for the 12 hours where the sun was actually up, but the owner of the property has his son working that shift, and he pretty much outranks me 1,000,000 to 1. So, I became nocturnal, or at least, I tried to be nocturnal. I stepped out of the booth, double-checking the locks on the gate. The last thing I would need is for some bum to sneak into the lot or the building. It wouldn't be a new occurrence, but I simply did not feel like making some stinking man get off the hallway floor or have to call the cops in on some dirtbag trying to jump the fence with a guitar case or even our copper piping, which has happened before. Once I knew the gates were closed, I walked into the main building, which was separated from my stall towards the kitchen. I filled up my pot with the lightly milky colored water, which I ignore, and make my way back to my post. I listened to the coffee boil, flicking my cigarette out the square open window, searching my pockets for my soft pack. Finding it, I pull out another smoke, light it up, and put my feet on the sill, leaning back in my chair. Then I heard it again. A laugh, or maybe a cackle. This time I knew what I heard. There was no doubting it. But where did it come from? I hit my radio a few times to see if maybe it was shorting on me. On the 4th or 5th hit, the stall becomes full of noise. Some pastor telling his audience, the listener, all about the love of his Savior, Jesus Christ. I shook my head, laughing at myself for being scared of some beat-down radio, and I clicked it off and poured the new batch of coffee into my mug, taking a sip with just the edge of my lips so I could replace the taste of stale cigarettes with shitty coffee for just a second. I held my coffee mug out the square window so the night breeze could cool it down, and played with my cigarette in between my fingers of the other hand. I was positive this time. There was something outside. It was laughing. Not a secret, quiet chuckle either. Whatever was out there was having a jolly old time and was cackling it up. The voice sounded muffled now, maybe as if it was inside the main building, where all the rental rooms were. I pulled my coffee in and put my cigarette in my mouth, swearing under my breath, these damn homeless folks coming in here and fucking with me once again. I was not going to play with them this time. Between my frustration and how annoying this man's laughing was, I was just about ready to crack some skulls. I smiled to myself, grabbing the aluminum baseball bat that the owner kept under the desk for just-in-case moments. To me, this could have been considered a just-in-case moment. I was on the warpath. I pushed my way out of the stall and into the main building. The laughter echoed down the hall, and I was raring and ready to go. I kept quiet and followed the sound of the laughing down the narrow way, past all the empty rooms. The man got louder with every corner I turned. At the end of the hallway stood a single white door to one of the rental rooms, all the way in the back of the building. I listened carefully and pressed my ear to the door, making sure that this was definitely where the man was. I used my backup card key and shoved the door open, swinging down hard. My bat hit the floor with a thud as the laughter stopped. I hit the light on the wall, and the room was empty. I checked behind the door and tapped the walls with the aluminum stick, making a slight ting noise, waiting for the man to start laughing again. At this point, I was genuinely scared. I tried to play tough and not show it, but this had me freaked out. I reached for the doorknob, convinced that it was time for me to get back to my stall. The doorknob was pulled hard out of my hand by what seemed to be nothing, or at least nothing that I could see, and slammed shut, the lock clicking. I pulled the handle hard, but the solid, thick, soundproof slab didn't move. I could hear the cackling again, now louder than ever. I felt the cigarette drop out of my mouth and land on the floor. I pulled and pulled on the door, then eventually began to pound my fist on it, screaming. The laughter just continues. A sudden heat sneaks its way up my jean leg, and I look down to see the orange light. My cigarette had caught the carpet on fire. I try to stomp out the flames. The laughter gets louder and louder. I feel the fire creeping up to my hips. The room temperature is rising. I can feel my jeans melting into my thighs. I cry out for anyone to help me. The laughter continues. I roll on the ground, but it only makes matters worse. My shirt burns my back, and I smell the smoke lifting from my hair on the back of my neck. I'm smacking myself all over and flailing on the carpet.
The laughter still continues. I picked my head up as fast as I could, which left a ringing in my ears. Oh, I could feel my heartbeat in my head, a rush of blood pumping itself in while drool runs down my face. This isn't the first time I've fallen asleep at the job. I look around for my smokes, grab the crumpled red box, spark up, and take a drag. There was something making noise outside of my post. The story you just heard is from MJ Orrs. To hear more from him, check out the podcast Irrational Fears, What Scares You, at horrorfictionblog.com, hosted by the very talented Anthony Luciano. Hey there, kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I've worked with a lot of talent over the years. Many of the authors have books of their own, which I highly encourage all of you to check out to see more of their tales of the strange and horrific. And for those looking for a sampler of some of my absolute favorites, I've worked with these authors to compile just that. Stories that have been made famous throughout the internet, stories on this channel, and some that are brand new. The Creepypasta collection is a long time coming, with support from all authors involved. Check it out on Amazon and in your local bookstores September 2nd. Or, I suppose you could save yourself the nightmares.
Hey there, kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and before we get started on tonight's video, I'm going to let you know that tonight's author, the Idiot Boss, currently has a YouTube channel as Thrill List Official, if you'd like. It's going to be linked in the description down below, it's going to be on that little eye up in the top corner, and it's also going to be linked at the very end of this video. If you'd like to hear tonight's author read some more of his stories in some longer fiction, some shorter fiction, and the like, then I strongly suggest you check out his channel directly. And now, on to tonight's video. I didn't notice either. I only realized last month. 13 months ago, I was watching the New Year's Eve fireworks on TV, and I went to bed to get up to work the next day. Everything was normal. The only reason I know the world ended was, well, last month, my private health insurance was canceled. I checked my policy online to find that I had been declared deceased. There was an attached certificate, full name, date of birth, time of death being January 1st, 2025, 12:03. 3 minutes into the year. I called the provider, where the woman sounded polite and baffled. This record is from the central registry, she said. We can't override it. I explained that the record must have been incorrect because I was on the phone talking to her. There was a hesitation before she replied. This record was finalized during the January migration. Migration? What migration? I asked. There was a pause of silence, then she replied, "Everyone knows about that." And then she hung up. Once I started digging, more things didn't seem right. My bank statement listed transactions I'd never heard of. Not illegal ones, just everyday things that I probably would have been doing at that time. When I inquired about the transactions, people seemed to think that I was having a joke. "You went there," one person said. "You complained about the seating arrangements." Since January of 2025, the world seemed strange. Each week brought news of a new trade war or conflict, which then rapidly reached its conclusion to be replaced by another, or the initiation of a peace process that was ultimately abandoned. The language and participants changed, the outcomes never did, and nothing ever really progressed or collapsed. It was like time got stuck at a junction where consequences were promised, but never delivered. I mentioned to a colleague that I felt like history wasn't moving forward. Yeah, he said with a laugh. Since the migration. I asked him what he meant. And he just blinked and claimed that he didn't even remember saying it. The first moment I felt scared was on the train. The woman sitting opposite me glanced up from her phone. "David," she said, without even raising her voice. I asked her if she knew me, and she replied almost apologetically, "Sorry, that was reconciled earlier." "Reconciled?" I asked. She shrugged. "Don't know," and went back to looking at her phone. From then on, I kept hearing the word reconciled. Doctors, customer service assistants, and once a stranger I'd asked for directions who still got me lost. The question of January the 1st, or the January migration, or why a public record claimed I was dead always provoked the same response. Over the last week, I've spent time in the archives of the old university library. This morning, I found the document by accident in a public directory on their servers. Post-transition population integrity report. The first sections were full of technical jargon, but the final pages contained nothing but tables with billions of entries, and the status of each of them recorded as stable, integrated, or incomplete. When I searched for my name, notes were listed against my entry. Subject exhibits drift. Record divergence exceeds acceptable levels. Passive resolution recommended. Residual instance may be temporary if original instance is no longer available. I closed the document in a state of bewilderment, and then my phone pinged. An automated email appeared with the heading Personal Data Reconciliation Notice. It stated that I had irregularities being corrected within the next hour. I left the library immediately. The city looked normal on the surface, carrying with the traffic, lights, and people, but I realized everyone was staring without seeing. People were walking, turning perfectly without ever really looking. I started walking, and then I broke into a run. Street after street looking the same. The coffee shop that I'd entered earlier reappeared as I walked. The clock on my phone displayed 3 a.m. and stopped. Suddenly, the sounds of the city died out as people slowed to a halt mid-stride. I couldn't move my fingers at first. They started, but then there was a slight lag, but then I couldn't get my left arm to respond, and when I tried to speak, only part of it came out. I could feel everything. I just couldn't make it happen. My phone vibrated again with no sender and no title. Your personal record cannot be reconciled with the environment. The original instance is no longer available. Thank you for your contribution to continuity. It wasn't only me that died on the 1st of January 2025. No one ever truly moved into January of 2025. Everyone's a copy that works just well enough that they believe that they're alive. I just wasn't copied correctly. And I'm still here in this new world left over as evidence that something failed. So if any of you feel that the last 13 months felt wrong in some subtle way, and if you've noticed something but never found out exactly why, I'd advise you to stop trying to explain it. The world you're standing in is a copy, and it's trying to remove all witnesses. Hey there, kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and before we say goodnight, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching tonight's video or for listening to tonight's episode of the podcast. As always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon, patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. That is the main place you guys are able to support me if you guys want to be able to support me, which you absolutely don't have to do, but hey, thank you for, doing that if that's something that you do. And if it's not something that you do, hey, please help me. In all seriousness, I really appreciate it if you guys could be able to help me out. If you guys are able to give anything, even $1 a month. And especially if you guys like, you can become one of these wonderful people whose names I mispronounce. People such as Diana Kraus, Acid System, Benjamin 2003, Blake Rattler, Bottle Coolant, Brandon Mendoza, Caltuna, Corey X Kenshin, Dakota Best, Daniel Polson, Dante Kincaid, Enchanted Buns, Eric Anthony Caruso, Estebean, 15 Squirrels in a Trench Coat, Galaxy Gremlin, Hayes Nephew, Himbo Jerry, Our Minute Second Time, Jay Kearns, Jedis Pet, Lou Cipher, Nick MC, Plant Piss, Red Shadow Cat, Remember the Sun, Salty Surprise, Samara Lynn, Scary Stories Fuel Me 32, Seclude, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Sky Harbor, Smiley the Psychotic, Sully Man, Polly Sue, Team Leo 76, The Chavez Brothers, The Ginger Bros, Tommy Walters, Viceroy Scorn, William Wellington, X Reaper 69, XX Lucky Cat XX, Zibulb, Shadow Gardens, Peaceful Buddha. All these really great guys, as well as all the folks you see in the description down below, or everybody that you see scrolling across the screen. Hey, I want to say thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you all so much for being here. And as always, sweet dreams. If you're listening to this right now, then I'm going to assume you're either falling asleep or you're just enjoying your time. And let me tell you, what's great for both of those situations is a nice hot cup of tea. Or I guess if it's the middle of the summer, a nice iced cup of tea. I don't know. I'm from Texas. Sweet tea is kind of a thing. And if you like tea, then I strongly suggest you check out Ivory Monocle Tea, which has a Mr. Creepypasta tea of their own, the Dark and Stormy Night. It's actually a tea that I drink whenever I'm recording. It's extremely strong and extremely caffeinated, which is something I just need some days, if you know what I mean. There's also plenty of other teas there based off of different slasher villains or different Dungeons and Dragons characters, anime, things like that. Check them out. It's etsy.com/shop/Ivory Monocle Tea. That's etsy.com/shop/Ivory Monocle Tea. And now, back to the stories.
I am dying. To be more succinct, I am about to die. This confession is just my way of attempting to make peace with whatever options I have on the other side. It's a worthless and typical attempt at salvation from someone who truly does not deserve it. Truth be told, if I wasn't about to die, I wouldn't be writing about anything. I love what I do too much, plus I'd be killed by my people shortly after sharing this info with you all. Ironically, as menacing as I have been for the last 40 years, at the end, I find myself more pathetic than my weakest victim. There's a very old saying that information is power. It is one of the truest things you'll ever hear. I was just powerful before my illness. I was very powerful before my illness. Just not in the way that one might describe someone as powerful. My power didn't come from great wealth or brutal force or political success, even. I am not that narcissistic. My power came from harnessing the mundane and the minutiae of life. I became powerful through observation and routine, through patience and planning, through cunning and camouflage. And people like me visit your home almost every day, and you all hardly notice. Or, as you'll come to call us, the gazers know your most intimate detail. We know everything about you. When you're home, when you're not, who are you having an affair with, when you're on your rag, how many children you have, which rooms they stay in, how often you remember to lock your backyard gates, what type of medicine you take, what you like to eat and drink, who owes you money, who you owe money to, what type of animals you have, etc. Some of you have bought us Christmas presents, baked us pies, even asked us into your homes and into your lives. You've done all this without realizing that we are the reason you can't find your mother's pearls, had your car stolen, lost your beloved pet, found your father dead, or your siblings kidnapped. And, well, you get what I'm saying. We, the Gazers, are at your service. Garbage men, gas and electric meter men, grass cutters, etc. I was your mailman. The Gazers communicate just like you do. We email, post on Reddit and 4chan, etc. We've just been so successfully hiding in public that the transfer of information, transfer of most fantastic details, has never been simpler. The most unsuspecting phrase that you find in short stories like these or on message boards often mean the most sinister and tantalizing things to a Gazer. Going to the store. She wore a short red dress. It's time to put the baby down for a nap. Having roast for dinner. Finally taking the kids out for ice cream all mean much different things to me and my kind than they normally would to you. We can identify ourselves by the nicknames that we have for our specialties. If you've enjoyed a little B&E or a little stalking while you stroll, you are thrifty. Enjoyed a more professional approach by selling off the information that you've collected to interested buyers. Then you sold Avon. Kidnap women, children, and or pets. You were a tooth fairy. As for me, and people like me, they call us Picassos. Funny thing is, none of us ever saw our marks until the day the deed was done. That's what makes the system work. If 5 people in the last year come up butchered in my neighborhood or on my mail route, I'm not going to be in business long, like I was for the last 40 years. No. You see, our power came from the information that we all collected, and the better notes I took, the more information was shared back with me. The better the information, the better the pay. Whether it be monetary or a fun fact about my next victim. It was always easy to find garage or estate sales online and sell and collect information. Information was currency, and I was a rich man. Anyway, I'm not writing this to brag or relive my exploits. My hope is that by sharing this information, maybe I'll save enough lives, spare enough heartache and despair to get some sort of reprieve in the next life. A kind of ridiculous thought now that I'm thinking back to all that I've done. Let me leave you with one piece of advice. Next time you see a service worker near your home, smile at him or her. No normal person is going to be in a good enough spirit to smile after walking in the hot sun, picking up 30 pounds of your shit for 6 hours straight. If that person smirks back at you, congratulations. You've just grinned at a Gazer. But if the Gazer smiles wide, well, you may have just welcomed the Tooth Fairy, or an equally horrifying proposition, a Picasso, into your home.
Legend has it that there was a doll maker whose soul was lost to time and void. In his final moments on this earth, before being reclaimed by the great old ones, he was compelled to create a doll of endless curses. This doll was modeled in form of the damned, with arcane glow-in-the-dark energies, cloth as soft as new and unscathed flesh, and is super cuddly, perfect for any Halloween night listening to Nonstop Horror Radio or Creepypasta stories. And what happened to this artifact of dark and evil magics, you asked? Well, it's available now from Makeship, but only until October 21st. Get yours now while you can, until it returns to the earth and is lost forever. I could see that Vanessa Barnes was under great duress when she first visited my office. The young woman had bags under her eyes. Her hair was tousled and unkempt. She was having difficulty following our conversation. "When was the last time you had a full night's sleep?" I asked her. She glanced away and bit her bottom lip, carefully contemplating her answer as though it was the million-dollar question on some network game show. 2 days. It's been 2 days, and I'm so tired. I can't go back to sleep. I've been working as a sleep physician for 22 years, and in that time I've encountered hundreds of patients suffering from insomnia. Vanessa exhibited all the textbook symptoms: fatigue, anxiety, difficulty paying attention, but her file said she was suffering from another disorder: sleep paralysis. The condition's not as uncommon as you may think. Approximately 7.5% of the population experience episodes at some point in their life, and I myself have treated dozens of cases. Sleep paralysis typically occurs when the mind wakes before the body does. Think of the brain as having millions of light bulbs, all connected to on-off sleep switches. Normally, when we wake, the light bulbs are all switched on simultaneously. But in instances of sleep paralysis, there are misfires. So only half the lights come on, rendering those people suffering from the disorder in a strange state of half-sleep. This can lead to a whole host of peculiar symptoms. During one of those episodes, people experience horrible, realistic nightmares, where they feel like they're awake in their bed but can't move their body. Hallucinations are also common, such as the sensation that something is sitting on top of your chest, or that someone is in their bedroom. This is often accompanied by an ominous feeling of impending doom or danger. Episodes can last a few minutes at a time and usually end when the other light bulbs are finally switched on and the person's able to fully wake. While the condition can't cause physical harm to those who suffer from it, it can oftentimes cause emotional distress. See, things are beginning to make sense. Vanessa Barnes wasn't having trouble falling asleep. She was simply not allowing herself to. She had kept herself awake for the past 48 hours after a particularly nasty bout of sleep paralysis, which explained why she was so exhausted when she was in my office during our consultation. I've been dealing with it my whole life, ever since I was a teenager, but it happens more frequently now. It's worse, too. Everything feels so real. It's always the same. I can't move, I can't breathe. There's someone in the room with me, but I can't turn my head to see who it is. They're whispering, sometimes directly into my ear. But I have no idea what they're saying. In our following sessions, I tried to explain to Vanessa how to cope with episodes of sleep paralysis, but her bouts were growing more persistent, and I could tell the young woman was still experiencing significant emotional distress. Of all the patients I've had who suffered from the condition, Vanessa's sleep disorder had taken the greatest toll on her psyche. I wanted to see her problem improve, so I got more aggressive with my treatment of her. I began to teach her lucid dreaming techniques, which I hoped would allow her to gain some awareness whenever she entered a dream state. I began practicing the techniques myself when I was in college and found they helped increase cognizance and control over my own subconscious mind. The treatment methods I employed with Vanessa included the keeping of a dream journal, meditation, and hypnotherapy sessions. By teaching Vanessa to become a lucid dreamer, my aim was that she would be able to recognize what was going on when she was experiencing a bout of sleep paralysis, and she'd be able to wake herself up. She came to my office twice a week for 2 months, but even though recollections of her dreams had been steadily improving, she still experienced episodes every 5 days or so. I began to dive deeper during our hypnotherapy sessions in order to see if any of her past experiences may have been responsible for triggering her nightmares. Go back to the first time that you ever experienced sleep paralysis, I told her during one of our sessions. How old are you? She was completely under by this time. Only during these sessions did she ever truly seem at peace. I'm 16. I had sent her conscious back 10 years. Good. I continued. Is school giving you any anxiety? No. What about your parents? Are they having issues with you, or with each other? No. Have you witnessed anything that upset you recently? She paused briefly before answering. Yes. Progress, I thought. Perhaps we're getting to the crux of the issue. What is it? Vanessa's voice began to tremble, and I leaned forward a bit in my chair. The video. From the email. Tell me about the video. A bizarre story began to pour out of her. And the longer I listened, the more uncomfortable I became. The email is titled, Don't Look at Me. And I don't know who it's from. The name of the person who sent it is one I don't recognize. It's evening. I'm home alone and bored. I just can't help myself. It's like there's something compelling me to open it. The email contains a single link. Normally, I'd be worried about a virus, but for some reason, that thought doesn't even cross my mind. It's like I feel a strange desire to click the link, see where it takes me. Adventure. Excitement. The video is dark, but I can tell I'm looking at a middle-aged man in his bedroom. It must be hot because there's 2 fans blowing, and he's sleeping on top of his sheets in nothing but his boxer shorts. Books are on his nightstand. Maybe they're diaries. I can't tell what they say. Video's too grainy. It was here that I noticed Vanessa's eyes beginning to water. I postulated that whatever suppressed memory we were about to uncover had affected her very deeply. Vanessa, I said, how does this make you feel? I'm afraid. I don't know why. I'm not looking at anything scary, just a man sleeping. But I have this terrible feeling like a black hole is opening up in my chest and eating me from the inside out. And what happens next? A voice begins to speak. A woman whispering. It's so soft at first that I turn my speakers all the way up so I can make out the words. Don't look at me, the voice is saying. Don't look at me, don't look at me, over and over again. Vanessa's breathing became erratic here, and I could tell that despite her being under hypnosis, she was beginning to panic. I thought about bringing her out of it, but this memory seemed too important, and I felt like if we could get to the bottom of it, we could make considerable progress. I pressed on. Who's speaking, Vanessa? The woman. Who's the woman? Please continue your story. The voice, it repeats the same words over and over again. For 2, maybe 3 minutes, steadily getting louder each time. The man doesn't wake up, despite the fact that the voice is so loud at this point that I need to turn down my speakers. He doesn't even move. The woman, she enters the frame. I feel my skin go cold. Her arms, they're so long. Why are they so long? Her fingers touch the ground. I can't see her face. Her hair hangs over it like black cobwebs. Her skin is pale. Snow white in contrast to the dark video. The woman is wearing a tattered nightgown, a pleated bodice pattern, the kind my grandmother used to wear to bed. But it's covered in brown stains. What are the stains? I'm afraid for the man. Wake up! I think in my head. Wake up! Wake up! Can't you hear her in the room with you? Tears had begun to stream down Vanessa's face. A part of me thought that the session had gone on long enough, but something deep down inside resisted the urge to pull her out of her hypnotic state. It was as if I was learning some powerful truth that had been hidden in the dark, in the black depths of her subconscious, and just how Vanessa's curiosity had compelled her to open that link all those years ago. I had a strong desire to see her story unfold. When she comes to the camera side of the bed, I can see that her legs bend backwards like a bird. Her feet are forked. 2 large toes with sharp black nails at the end of them. Don't look at me, she keeps saying. Don't look at me, don't look at me. She's at the end of the bed now. She leans over the sleeping man with her long, lanky arms, pulls her hair from her face, and I want to scream, but I can't. It's the most horrible thing I've ever seen. There's nothing human about that face, those eyes. It's as if they're staring right through the computer screen and into my soul. All of them. It repeats those words again. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Does my scream wake the man, or does he finally hear her? I don't know. His arms move first, and then he shifts to his side, facing the woman thing. His eyes are wide. He's looking right at the thing. The creature jumps back, startled. It screams at him, like it's angry that he woke up. It grabs him around the arm, and for the first time, I realize how big its hands are. He's crying, trying to twist away from it. He's a full-grown man, but he can't break the thing's grasp. It pulls him free from the bed and drags him across the floor as if he's a small child. The man shouts. He begs to be let free, and even after he's out of frame, I can hear him, but it seems as though he's being carried off somewhere far away. And then there's nothing. Silence. I'm just looking at a quiet bedroom, and all I can hear is the hiss of the fans. The video stops, and I delete the email. My experience with sleep paralysis happens that night, but I can't remember what I dreamt when I wake up in the morning. I ended our hypnotherapy session here and pulled Vanessa back into a fully conscious state. She was visibly shaken. When I asked her if she recalled anything from our session, she said she had not. But I couldn't help but feel like there was something in her eye that told me she wasn't being 100% truthful. I saw her out of my office and reminded her of her next appointment, the following Monday, before instructing her to continue practicing her lucid dreaming techniques over the weekend. Vanessa would no-show her next 2 scheduled appointments, and when my secretary attempted to contact her, the calls went straight to voicemail. Even when I personally tried reaching out, I would not get a response. As the weeks wore on, my concern for Vanessa began to fade. I had other patients who required my professional expertise and attention, and I couldn't waste my time dwelling on a patient that didn't want to show up to her sessions. Still, thoughts of her strange story during the hypnotherapy session sometimes lingered in the back of my mind. Thoughts of that day were reignited like a bonfire 2 weeks ago when I received an email from her. I was at home in my study that evening, going through work emails on my laptop when I saw it. At first I thought Vanessa was finally responding to my inquiry about her missed sessions, but when I read the email's title, I felt the air rush from my lungs. Don't look at me. It was just like in her story. The body of the email contained only a single link. Was she playing a prank on me? Was this her way of getting back at me for drudging up some twisted nightmare that had been haunting her since her teenage years? Or was her story in fact genuine? A part of me feared that it was, and I knew I simply would not get the closure I needed unless I found out for myself. Adventure. Excitement. I reached over and turned my desk lamp on. And then I clicked the link. The link opened up to a video of a bedroom. It was evening. Unlike the story Vanessa described, the camera was in night vision mode and the image was clear. But I gritted my teeth and prepared myself for whatever green hell I was about to witness. There was a woman in the bed. I looked closer, and for the second time that night, I saw something that stole my breath. It was Vanessa. She was asleep. On her bedside table was her dream journal. I recognized the ribbon hanging from it that she used as a bookmark. I watched her for what felt like an eternity, and recognized that she was in a state of deep sleep. A creeping dread slithered its way into my mind. I thought the video had no sound at first, until I realized I hadn't plugged my headphones in. Against my better judgment, I picked up the jack, and I plugged it into the port. The voice had already begun. A horrible, garbled whisper that made my skin crawl. It was coming from somewhere out of the camera's line of sight. "Don't look at me," it was saying. Again and again, it repeated those terrible words. "Don't look at me. Don't look at me." I realized then what was going on, and though I prayed this was still some elaborate prank, in the pit of my stomach I knew this was not the case. Vanessa was experiencing sleep paralysis. What if the man she had told me about in her story had been suffering from it as well? What if it had been the only thing keeping him safe? "Please don't wake up, Vanessa," I thought to myself. "For the love of God, forget everything that I taught you. If my lucid dreaming techniques ended up working, she would regain her senses, wake up, and then what happens?" The woman thing entered the frame, and it was more heinous than anything I could have pictured when I heard Vanessa's tale. Its limbs were of hideous proportions, knuckles dragging the ground like grotesque primates, with legs longer and lankier than I had originally expected. Just as my patient had explained, its knees bent backward at an unnatural angle, the skin of which looked hard and calloused, like the scales of a desert reptile. I couldn't see the face. Stringy black hair draped over it, and I prayed to God that whatever was behind it would stay hidden. "Don't look at me," it continued to repeat. The woman slinked slowly around the bed, and as it did so, her long, bony fingers began to tug playfully at the covers. "Don't look at me. Don't look at me." My heart was beating like a drum inside my chest. The grandfather clock in my study struck 12, and the initial chime nearly made me jump out of my skin. The woman's voice grew louder, more tenacious, more aggressive. I thought I might go mad from the sound of it. "Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me." The woman reached the head of the bed and leaned down, parted her hair. And my mouth went dry from fright. Just as Vanessa had said, it wasn't a woman at all. Perhaps in some ways, its body bore a warped and twisted resemblance to that of a woman, but the word woman would imply that what I was looking at was human, and this thing's face was anything but that. He was covered in eyes. Hundreds of them. No, thousands of them. Eyes within eyes, all different shapes and sizes, and I felt, as insane as this might sound, that they were watching me just as closely as they were watching Vanessa. They glowed like awful green emeralds on my computer screen. I wondered what horrible colors they were like in person. "Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me." I would have leapt up and run screaming for my house in that instant if I had not noticed Vanessa beginning to stir in her bed. God, no, I thought. She's coming out of her sleep paralysis. The thing stood still as a statue, face just inches from Vanessa. It happened so fast. My poor girl snapped her head around, saw the creature, then jumped back with a shriek. The creature jumped back as well, as if in shock, let out an ear-splitting shriek of its own, then lunged an arm towards Vanessa and threw the covers off of her. It gripped her around her ankles with one of its massive paws, then dragged her, kicking and screaming from the bed. Vanessa tried to free herself, but just like with the man in her story, the thing's grasp was too strong. It pulled her violently across the floor and out of frame of the camera. The video probably only ran for 30 seconds after that, but I felt like I sat there for hours, listening to Vanessa's screams fade as if she was being dragged down an impossibly long hallway before the video cut to black. I closed my laptop after that. I went straight to my minibar and I took a pull of whiskey. It burned like fire. I nearly coughed it up, but I didn't care. I sat on my couch, cradling the bottle in my lap until the sun came up. It took an entire day to come down from the shock of what I had seen. But it wouldn't be long before the horror would return. I woke the following night unable to move my arms and legs. It was terrible electricity in the air. It smelled of dread, of doom, of death. The sleep paralysis would not last long. My experience with lucid dreaming helped me break whatever spell had been cast over me. But even though I could move my arms and legs, that awful sense of dread had not withered. Instinctually, I remained as still as possible, and thank the Lord that I did. The voice started quietly at first, but it was even more horrendous in person than it had been on my computer screen. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and thank you for watching tonight's video, or listening to tonight's podcast. I want to tell you about one quick thing before we say goodbye for the evening, and that's going to be about the Mr. Creepypasta plush. The plush is only available for a limited time, so if you guys head over to makeship.com, then you guys are able to get this Mr. Creepypasta plush. It's super cool. It glows in the dark, which is really cool, and he's super soft and cuddly. So it's makeship.com/products/Mr. Creepypasta-plush. Or you know what's easier? Makeship.com. There you go. And as always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who is supporting me on Patreon. If you guys have been supporting me on Patreon, or if you're considering doing so, then know that I just added in a couple of cool things for the loyalty program because I found out that I could. I had no idea that I could do that. So now, you guys should be getting some cool things in the mail brought to you by Patreon that are pretty cool. They support the channel as well. Oh, getting to the point though, a huge thank you to patrons such as Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Brian Arce, Bobby Carmen, Stephanie Butler, Tristan Pelton, Chance Burnett, Diana Krause, William King, Heather McDonald, Reaper61167, Alex the Sandwich, Darth Miver, Michael Ortiz, Satanic Aries, Ness69420, Isoto Hatred with 2 exclamation points, Nessie, Ronnie Hansen, Bardohawk764, Melancholy Corpse, Ferb, Harley, Billy Morrow, Madam Skullbunny, Sashi Suzaku, Grizzly Olsen.pro, Caden the Spooky Boy, Zane Nightshade, My Body Sounds Like Rice Krispies, Ashwood, Lord of the Weeds, Jay, Miss Exandra, Mr. Unsettling Spaghetti, Suji Campbell, Stricken, Azarine Fox, Fried Chicken 12, Freddy Krueger, Ty Nanny, Michael Scarborough, Infernal One, Lisa Cottrell, Caspian, Jordan Elves, Hades Nephew, Tater Chip, Acid System, Prozac and Pancake Appreciation Society, Cryptic Nightmares, Kiri the Sloth, Tommy Green, Fester's Lampshade, Sky Harbor, Nina Smith, Nico Kayo, Rafael Rodriguez, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Daniel Polson, Trace Miles, and Corey Kenshin. Thank you guys so much, so much for being a part of the Patreon and helping me keep the lights on and helping me get exclusive stories and everything that we do on the channel here. Thank you guys so much for being a part of it. Thank everybody in the description, and thank you guys who have stayed to this part of the video. It really means so much to me. I hope you all have a very happy Halloween and sweet dreams. I worked 2 straight years to afford my first car. Not that my car was worth 2 years of work, but my paycheck was pitiful, and there was nothing else I could afford. So between the scraps of income I could pull together after rent, and carefully kept pots of spare change above my particle board dresser, and the cash from selling my single speed bike, I was able to scrounge together just enough. And I got it for a steal from Al's used car lot.
Al himself greeted me and I walked outside, wearing a white undershirt that did little to obscure his bulging stomach and the hue of his pit stains matching his teeth. He extended a thick hand and I paused before shaking it. The clammy texture made me gag. "Welcome," he said, his voice long burnt away by the embers of countless cigarettes. "What are we looking for here? Something to show the ladies?" He chuckled to himself and led me outside to where the 3 rows of cars rested on browning grass, and swept a hand. "How about a luxury model? Them convertibles still have a good 80,000 miles left on them, and I touch up the paint myself." "I'm just looking for something to get me to point A to point B," I said, edging away from the front row. "Well then, let me see. What can you afford?" I held out a slip of paper with my total amount on it, watching as Al glanced over my net worth and shook his head. "To the back we go," he said, and led me toward the last row with a waddle, the ragged strands of jean shorts catching on the bumper of a middle-row car and releasing with a soft twang. "Oh, looky here, Sonny, I've only got one that's gonna cut your bill. I'm practically giving it away, but no refunds on this one, you hear?" I frowned as he pointed to a fading car. The yellow paint splotched in places from dripping tree sap and taxicab stickers recently removed from the sides. Otherwise, in what appeared to be good condition. The tires somewhat new, the seats clean and free of rust. "Well, what's wrong with it?" I asked, my eyes squinting at him. "What's wrong with it? Ain't nothing wrong with my car, Sonny. Been in a small wreck is all. The windshield freshly replaced, only part of her was damaged. Picked her out of the junkyard myself, a real diamond in the rough." "And the driver?" I asked, noticing that the seat's pattern was slightly different from the others, looking recently replaced. Let's just say he didn't fare as well as the car, huh? Construction beam straight through the window will do that to you, won't it? Like I said, only took out the windshield, best AC on the lot. Take her or leave her now. She'll go quick." "What else do you have?" I asked. He shook his head. "For you, Sonny, this is all I got." So with a grimace, I took it. The car did what Al said it would. It drove. And for its condition, it drove well. For the most part, I hadn't had any problems. He hadn't lied about the AC, and besides a few cosmetic issues, everything seemed alright. A few grooves were dug into the steering wheel, plus some nicks in the back seats, but nothing outrageous. All to be expected, of course, from a car whose odometer testified to years of service. And though I never listened to them, 7 cassette tapes had been left in the glove box, each marked with the name of bands long past. But there were times that the car made sounds. Eventually, I became convinced that these sounds were the tires hitting rough patches in the road, or the engine having trouble with hills, because they always seemed to happen in the same spots. And though I was no mechanic, I figured it may have had something to do with the temperature, because they only happened at certain times, particularly on the nights I stayed late at work and drove in the dark after my shift. Making my way down the highway past the downtown bars until I interlaced with the river and turned right, where my apartment was just a mile down the road. By the time I made it past the bars, I'd heard a soft clicking, as if my door was being opened and shut, though when I stopped the car to check, all 4 doors were shut tight, as if nothing had happened. And returning back to the driver's seat, the engine would whisper back to life, then I'd be back en route. Except the engine sounded slightly too much like a whisper, and after a few weeks, I just barely thought the noises seemed to resemble bits and pieces of my drive home. I knew it was just the long hours or lack of sleep, but still, some part of me could have sworn it heard them. That the curb I scraped against had uttered Chestnut Street, which was just a few miles ahead, or that creaking axle was actually fumbling over the words Cheshire Boulevard, which I had just passed 2 exits before. Often I feared my car would break down during these times as I would catch a faint whiff of ethanol and wonder if my fuel was somehow separating and leaking. Or perhaps that accompanying faint sweet smell was antifreeze oozing out of the engine, or was the trickling that dripped off my undercarriage and stained my parking spots. But while these could be attributed to imagination, there was one piece that could not. The radio, which seemed to catch an erratic signal once in every 24 or so times that I turned at the river and spoke 2 words that crackled over the speakers and were cut off by an abrupt grating sound. "Your stop," I realized it said after the 5th or 6th occurrence. "Your stop." After 4 months of hearing this, I decided it was time to remove the car's radio. Earlier that night, I heard the voice, shivers running up my spine as I made my decision and searched for pliers after returning to my apartment. Then I sat in my front seat, wrestling with the bolts that had held the radio in place. In every car that I had been in, the radio usually popped out easily, but this one was secured tight. 15 minutes later, it came loose, dangling from a cord that had been drilled into the back and appeared to enter into the cassette player portion. Squinting from the lack of light, I lifted the flap and saw a small button just on the inside, which could be reached by inserting a tape. Taking my pinky, I reached it inside just far enough to reach the button, my fingertip pressing it inward. Immediately, I jumped backwards, startled by a sound in the back seat, a grating that I recognized from earlier that day, when the voice came on the radio and I saw the source. From underneath the back seat's windows, bars, thin enough to fit under the rubber seal, had slithered upwards in a mesh of steel. And a pane of glass sprung upwards where the divider between the front and back had once been when the car was a cab. The metal bars also crisscrossed over its surface, but just as suddenly as they had come, the bars retreated as my finger left the button, disappearing into the door frame once more. Swallowing, I reached into the glove compartment where the 7 tapes lay, my hand crossing over the steering wheel and its 7 gauges, and I inserted one into the cassette player, watching the mesh bars slide back over the windows as it made contact with the button within, and choosing between the 2 options record and play. I hit play. "Just to my address, 54 Chestnut Street," said the woman's voice over the speakers, heavily slurred from intoxication as she spoke, and in the background I could hear the sounds of the downtown bars, voices singing in drunken merriment and tunes provided by bands within. "Of course, ma'am," said another voice as I caught my breath. "Feel free to make yourself comfortable." "I just might," came the response, accompanied by a yawn. "What? What are these? These bars, where do they come from?" Then there was the sound of the door handle in the back seat. A door handle that failed to activate the lock as a hand pushed it repeatedly. The driver laughed from the front seat as the woman first began to scream, then sob. The running engine audible behind her voice, and then the sounds quieted, slowly dwindling until they were no more, and I became aware of a hissing behind me. One I had thought was the radio, but brought with it a sickly sweet scent that made me want to vomit, and my eyelids want to droop. I jumped up and out of the front seat, the radio still playing as I listened, seeing the source of the smell and hazy gas leaking up from the base of the metal bars to fill the back seat, and with the driver between the taxi front and back removed, it also made its way to the driver's seat where I had been sniffing it. "Your stop," said the driver, his first words in miles as I heard the engine turn off, and over the course of several minutes he wrestled her still body from the car until I heard a far-off splash. The splash of the river. Then the tape stopped playing. I looked towards the other 6 cassettes, realizing that the faded band names were not bands at all. Sarah, Emily, Jeanette, Patricia, Amy, Clarissa. I popped the original tape back out of the radio, the car now silent except for the grating, as the metal mesh receded back into its hiding place.
A lesson my dad imposed upon me at every opportunity was, if you want something, you have to be willing to earn it. Cookie jars on tall counters were a favorite lesson of his when I was younger, and more recently, he bought an older car and told me if I could fix it, it was mine. Grease-packed nails and bruised knuckles weren't exactly the sort of fantasies I'd had about high school when I was playing princess, but the hours spent cursing and bolts and looking over manuals with him, those are treasures that I hold dearly. Find a way to get what you need. so you can have what you want. That was how he was, always insistent on my independence. I suppose he was scared that I'd run into a younger version of himself out there in the world, and, like my mother, be too timid to reject his advances. Dad tried hard to make it right once Mom escaped what he had thought to call a family. He'd never meant to make her do something she didn't want. He thought she was happy. Happy to be his wife, happy to be my mother, but she wasn't. And as soon as she saw the opportunity, she left. Dad's scared I'll be like her. Too scared of making a mistake to make my own choices. Too scared to tell him what I wanted. Too scared to tell him how I felt. Visions of a peasant girl doomed to the service of an arrogant king likely colored his reflection in the bathroom mirror a somber shade of blue, so I always made an effort to show him that I was happy, I was strong, and that I loved him. I wanted to change how he saw himself, to paint the mirror all the colors of the rainbow like the tinted glass of a church honoring a saint. I wanted him to be free of her, and I wanted the same for myself. Dad had us moving a lot over the years, chasing work where he could find it. Friendships outside of my family had always been transient, and I made an unconscious habit of keeping a comfortable distance from new people. Don't get too attached. The self-imposed rule that locked tears behind glassy eyes, watching everyone disappear in the rearview mirror. Reduced to nicknames and seldom visited group chats. Mom used to muse that I would make a fine widow. An awful jab formed from what was surely her own fantasy. Stoicism wasn't in my vocabulary, but nonetheless, it formed an undercurrent that dragged me down into social obscurity. So when we moved to the quiet outskirts of a town in the foothills of California, I surrendered again to the malaise of pessimism, and made the best of what was. Do well in class, make new friends, make sure Dad knew that everything was okay. No wants, no wishes. But something happened at that school that had never happened to me before. I met someone. A strange, bright girl whose campaign of optimism would bring me to ruin. Who followed me after school, talking about her new favorite romance novel, only to realize too late that she was on the wrong bus. His bag was crowded with pins, buttons, and keychains that she became a walking wind chime when she was running late to class. She was dense, and oftentimes rude, more by accident than anything else. Always enthused, always smiling. She was like a gateway into every odd corner of the school, and before I had even eaten lunch on my first day, I'd been introduced to all of them. Friends had never come faster to me. Her demeanor shining over my stony expression, surely fooling people into thinking I was more personable than I actually was. A star that could make an asteroid shine. My usual walls and trappings were dissolved by her awkward, stumbling determination, and before I could rebuild the kingdom I'd made for my father, she had enshrined herself as a new ruler in my world. I was developing feelings for her that were strange to me, an uncomfortable desire for closeness that called every part of my childish conviction into question. Months passed, and in my crisis of tradition, I failed to claim anything. The days turned long, and the first day of summer brought with it terrible news. We were moving again. He never told me why. The stay had been shorter than any other. Only a few months had passed, and boxes still lay unopened around the house. Frustration at this sudden uprooting boiled over within me, and for the first time, we fought. The stupid and heedless action of a child being torn in two. His eyes were wide with shock when my petty revolution began, and sharpened with anger as it continued. At some point, I told him I hated him. I didn't mean it. I just didn't have the words for what I was experiencing, nor the patience to explain. I just wanted it to stop. I have no words for the shift in his expression. Devastation is meek, compared in the mire of anguish that seeped from him as he gripped the counter's edge. He didn't speak after that, just let me ramble on with all the sense of a screaming infant. When I finished, he just got up, walked to his room. I'd never felt so worthless in all of my life. as when I heard his muffled sobs from beyond that door. I wasn't willing to apologize, nor was I willing to listen further to the undeserved distress I'd thrust upon him, so I grabbed my keys and drove. The hum of the engine, we'd labored over doing nothing to clear my blurred vision. I didn't stop to pick a direction. Didn't dare offer thought beyond the reach of my headlights. The sharp turns of mountain roads soothed my unnamed aches as I swayed back and forth in time with the snaking yellow lines. Cold white scars of visibility conjuring trees, dull imitations of their daylight counterparts. It was a long time before I stopped at that turn, mindless of where I was or what I intended. Fortune never favored me, and tonight was no different, because the gravest mistake in my short life was looking at what lay beyond the roadside. The dilapidated road was partially overgrown. If any vehicle had passed between the sharp, intertwining arches of Manzanita, it would have been long ago. Shoots of life were springing from fissures in the dull concrete that connected it to the highway. Desperate saplings, tufts of grass, and persistent dandelions all poured from the rough-hewn ravines. But it was what lay just beyond the tunnel of brownish, red branches that fixed a singular notion in my mind. I think I know where I am. A huge gate lay a short distance into the brush. Tall metal bars twisted in extravagant patterns around two eagle reliefs that centered each leaf, bound shut with a thick iron chain held in place by a lock of unknown make, left unshackled. Not long ago, a particular point of intrigue was being passed around a sparsely populated corner of the local school. I encountered it in the library, its intricate largely lost to my flustered mind as that girl laid against my arm in mock slumber. The weaver of the tale, to his credit, recited it eloquently, unbothered by her display of contempt. From what I recalled, it was the story of a wishing well. As it was told, a young man had acquired a little house high in the mountains above the town. He was said to have fancied the solitude of the pines, and made his nest as far from the troubles of the world as he could manage. But the young man was poor beyond comprehension, living off rabbits, struck with stones, and fish snatched from the river. Oftentimes he would be seen begging for scraps in the muddy streets come winter, or peddling pyrite to self-proclaimed prospectors in the spring. He was known to everyone in town for his time as a pauper beyond the pale, and as a result he was the first thought of who dwelt there. One of the few true friends of the man received an oddity in the mail. A letter addressed to him from his dear friend on the mountain. And it read as follows: "There's an angel in my well. It offered me gold, promised me death, reached unto my heart, and stole out my breath. There's an angel in my well." The same line repeated as many times as the paper allowed, and when his friend went to check the mountain, he found a sight so strange it befuddled his senses. What had once been a dilapidated little house on the ridge had become a fabulous manor. Walls gilded white and gold, gardens of plenty, and rooms furnished like a castle. His friends were well dressed and offered him what was described as the most frivolous collection of fine brandy anyone had ever seen. When he asked how the man had come by the incredible wealth on display, he was offered nothing but blunt dismissal. And when he went in search of the well that had once graced the property, all that he found was a wide hearth of mountain misery and a circle of stones from the river below. The man on the ridge died old, happy, and without an heir. He left all he had to the children of his friends in the town below. A story of a wish fulfilled and a life devoid of want. The prospect of seeing the place that had inspired the local legend pulled my mind from its paradoxical miasma. I grabbed my lantern from the back seat and set off into the dark, conflicting desires and convictions falling away as easily as the chain around the gate. Hinges screamed as I pushed one leaf open. Age hindered its movement, and by the glow of the lantern I saw little clouds of rust being shorn away into a fine powder, falling quickly to the ground in a reddish-orange pool of decay. I picked up the lantern and slipped between the leaves of the gate. The driveway was long and dark, winding up towards the top of the ridge, but the relief of my adventure was potent, and it carried me forward like warm wind in spring. The manzanita remained as thick walls of reaching branches, clutching at the road as I climbed higher. More than a few times I thought I heard something moving through the dry thickets, but as soon as I stopped, silence fell between the branches. Many times I wondered why I had even left the car, why I didn't return at the first sign of danger lurking in the dark. In each moment, though, the answer was clear. I wanted my wish granted, too. The way up the road felt like it was miles long, and by the time I reached the top, my calves ached and my breath was short. The final stretch of broken concrete was steep, forcing me to walk on my toes as I crested the ridge. It seemed even the road into the manor was meant to discourage unwanted or unprepared guests. And as my little lantern reflected against the shards of glass that once filled grand windows, I felt that I was bold. The manor was a ruin. It was either a second floor or the roof had long collapsed into the belly of the first. Flakes of paint fluttered on the night air like moths resting against the rotting wood siding, and huge holes between faded framing gave way to the ruined interior. Tiny perforations were scattered across the remaining walls, and bright red shotgun shells were littering the ground at my feet. I felt a distinct sense of disappointment at the realization that someone else had been here recently. The dreamy qualities of the local fable were being lost one by one as they fused unceremoniously with reality. I carried on. The sureness of the ground beneath my feet offered firm assurance that as I walked around the sundered hulk of architectural gore, I would only be greeted by a mundane swath of earth. But when I slipped past the final corner of the absurdly scaled mansion, I saw it. Its shape, illuminated at the edge of my lantern's reach. There, behind the house, was an old stone well, rising from a sea of mountain misery. Two broken posts, blackened with rot, were speared into the earth on either side of the lichen-encrusted structure, implying a roof that had once barred the depths from the sky. The sight of it struck nails through my feet and into the detritus below. A terrible chill rolled over me, solidifying my joints mid-stride as my eyes fixed on the rough stone rim. Nothing else was near it. Piles of discarded trash and rotting wood were littered everywhere around the property, but the sea of sage-green undergrowth was clear of it all. It was alien to its surroundings, a sense of isolated reverence amongst the forgotten. I stood there for a long while, primed for paralysis by the shadowed roadway that had led me here. I was struggling to suppress my own internal dialogue as it sounded out words that I desperately didn't want to hear, but were strung together anyway. There's an angel in that well. Commitments were made long before any action were taken. Rules taught to us as children, biases we developed as we grow. Commitment is a guiding force that seems ethereal despite its source and logic. Our animal brains seek continuance, preservation against the withering of the world, and so we make decisions long before the moment we need would arrive. Walking the long, frightening path to the manor, forcing the gate open, driving away from the gloom of a dream being stolen away, one step towards the well. The first I saw were fingers, flowing over the rim before setting their grip onto the stone. 1, 4, 8, 16. 4 grayish-black hands forming a surreal compass on the masonry. And rising from the depths were more. The motion of those next 2 hands rising from the center of the well were ascendant. Clasped together in a notion of prayer, they rose from the well, absolute and unwavering locomotion, like the glittering stillness of laminar flow. They parted. They were struck together with force. A sound like thunder made me flinch. And when I looked back to the well, I saw a wedding. My wedding. She was there. A flowing red dress wreathed the earth below the altar, flowing down the steps like a river of satin. I felt a tug on my arm and turned to see my father, smiling as he prepared to walk me down the aisle. It was so warm, so bright, so fiercely divorced from the night that I'd left behind that it felt as though the world had flipped beneath my feet. When I turned to look at her face to drink in more of the sight, it was not her that I saw. It was the well. More hands on its edge, a tightly woven bud of knuckles and palms peeking over the lip, the arms that wrought thunder still raised high above, clasped together to imply a being pleading with the stars. Mountain misery tickled the top of my socks. Somehow I had moved closer to the well. Fingers flayed outward behind its amalgamous skull, forming a terrifying halo as it continued to ascend from the dark pit. More arms rose from below, and now 2 reverberations rattled my skull as the world gave way again. The bedroom. Heat flushed over me as something writhed beneath the comforter. The scent like lavender, sharp pricks of ecstasy. Sweat-covered skin peeling away from itself only to fall back together again. Supple sensations under my palms. Between my legs, we were there. I could feel it. Excitement flooded my chest as I envisioned her form, tangled together with mine. A briar with no thorns. Mystery not left to my imagination as the room fell away and I witnessed her against a torrent of shining white sheets. Guilt stabbed through the lustful ichor, and I turned away only to see the well. The thing had risen tall over me, the stonework within arm's reach. Terror gripped me as its head and chest began to bloom, fingers and fists peeling away from each other, revealing ever smaller variants until at each stamen rested chubby little hands that could only have belonged to a newborn. Cradled in its skull was an ornate lighter, gilded and shining in the distant light of my lantern. Clutched in its ribs was a pristine tower of red wax and wick. Fingers snapped into palms in what seemed like every direction, rhythmic dandelination, an instruction that bore into my soul. Light the candle. My whole body trembled. The honesty and its insistence laid bare its intent to see me harmed, but the nectar of its trap was intoxicating. The promise of everything I wanted sent shudders across my body that crashed into the terror rising in my guts. I reached for the candle. The fingers drummed across its form in anticipation. My fingers wrapped the red wax and gently pulled it free from its chest. It shuddered. In pain or bliss, I remained to this day unsure. I touched the lighter. It fell easily into my palm. The drumming intensified. Waves of undulating digits rolled across its vaguely human silhouette. Fervent snaps forming a song of want and plenty. I struck the lighter, its light casting deep shadows that flexed and sprang away like fleeing rabbits. I brought flame to wick, and it drank gleefully. All at once the night went limp, gentle flicks of flame, that sole source of movement. The thing was dead still, frozen in its strange dance above the well. A sharp clap rang clear through the dark. Its sound reverberated endlessly in all directions, quickly growing in intensity. The tonal torrent was oppressive, and I backed away, holding firm to the candle while attempting to cover my ears. A new impression pierced my mind and engraved itself into the darkness behind my eyelids. When that candle goes out, you will die. And then it was quiet again. When I next opened my eyes, the world was white. Neither the well nor the manor in view, and then chaos. An unending hurricane of joy, hunger, pain, loss, and terror. Every second of my life was being playing out at nauseating pace that remains painful to recount. Sounds blended into screeching, disorienting scents, coalesced into vile incense, and my vision was a blur of shapes and colors. I was allowed to miss none of it. By some horrible curse, I felt every stab of pain, saw every sight, and agonized every emotion. The sensation of molten red wax pooling and flowing over my hands was dull and distant in comparison to the unending flood of input from my entire life. And then it became unfamiliar. The life I had yet to live shot past me at such speed that there was no time to dwell in any of it. Joy gave way so quickly to sadness, and in the next instant that sadness had reverted to joy, a cycle of existential whiplash, a sickening distillation of raw experience. The candle's flames drank hungrily at the wax. It might have been hours or days before I finally managed to call out into the opalescent fog of noise and static, "I don't want this!" My mouth failed to move. My flesh had become stone, bearing witness to the age of my own existence. Please, just fucking stop! Words that spanned years. I held them in my mind, trying desperately to shut out the smell of ammonia and my father's still face as it flew past. I don't want this, please! A new cry to mark a decade. Her face filled with wrinkles, a smell of nostalgia and comfort. My time was running short. A series of snaps shuttered the stupor. Then offer them. I had no mind left to resist its offer. I didn't need to know what it wanted. I would have given anything to be free of this. I offer it, whatever it is. Just please make it fucking stop. The world came back into focus in an instant. I took huge gulps of air and crumpled into the undergrowth. Weeps and cries escaped me in uncontrolled spasms as I mourned a life I never lived. It offered me no time to grieve. Hands. I turned to the well, the candle now delicately perched on its edge. Nothing but a crater of wax held the wick aloft. Heart. Its intent laid bare in my mind, detailing an exchange so horrific. I considered letting the candle play out its course and spare me from its clutches. The offer was my freedom. Its price, my heart, The engine tucked away in my chest, it hungered for it. A desire so frightful and vast it would blot out the stars and sky alike. Hands emerged from the misery closer to the well. Palms upturned. The flame gently savored the air, its wick starting into a lean. A decision would have to be made soon. I was an animal faced with its own demise. I wanted only one thing in the world, to stay alive a little bit longer. I shuffled and scraped closer to the palms on the ground. My legs too weak to carry me, their fingers flexed and rolled as I drew closer. The thing above swayed to and fro like a tree in a thunderstorm, motions that became more feverish the closer I'd come. I rolled onto my knees as I locked hands with the well. The swaying mass trembled at my touch and stooped towards my prostrated body. More hands parted the undergrowth around me, gripping my shoulders and arching my back, forcing my stomach towards the well and my chest towards the sky. I'd never seen it so clear. The growing scar of the Milky Way was stark against the grand tapestry of ebony that held it above me. Imprisoned there before the vastness of the sky, it felt for a moment like I could fall into that endless depth. I stared hard at those stars, little dots of light a million miles away. A notion of vain naivety held me aloft for a moment more. I hope they remember me. A single muscular arm unfurled from the writhing silhouette, tracing through the night air towards the space between my midsection and chest. Its digits formed together into a spade before slipping beyond my vision. Fingers from below found their way between my lips to stifle and hold low. Each breath brought it closer. Uncontrollable spasms of terror racked my body in anticipation for what was to come. A small, firm pressure below my sternum signaled its arrival, pressing into my flesh. Deeper and deeper it went, the agony of my skin and muscle slipping aside the piercing path of the arm as it pressed on was horrific. I flexed and spasmed in its grip, desperate to flee the indescribable pain. I bit hard at the fingers in my mouth. No reaction. Its path and pace were absolute. All that came was a taste like licorice as they drowned my tongue in their weepings. Warm flows from the wound ran down my stomach and around my back. The whole hand was inside my torso, fingers wriggling away at my diaphragm. The barrier between my gut and chest burst as the wrist slipped below. The wound in my core widened to accommodate the forearm as its nails brushed my heart. Horror racked my violated body as the fingers curled around their prize. Each pulse of blood, a new revelation of agony, and then it began to pull. The annihilation of my entire form from toe to scalp. Every nerve in my body was on fire, my chest the hearth of hell. Blood vessels pulled taut as the arm retrieved from its burrow, snapping in sharp reliefs of pressure that wrought more and more waves of death and despair. The candle burned silently as the hand exfiltrated its crimson want. My body failing, I watched as it raised my desperately beating heart towards the open crown of its head. Many hands scratching at the air, desperate for a taste of the spasming organ. The hand drew close to the hungry bloom, palms closing eagerly around the red drum. And in a single sharp motion, it was crushed. The last thing I saw before darkness claimed my vision was ribbons of ruby spraying free in every direction. I woke just before the sun crested the horizon. I rose to my feet in the dim light, wisps of clay dust rising with me. No wind stirred the pines, birds filled the sky with song, and the crisp mountain air coalesced pools of mint in my lungs. My cathedral of respite, a promise that my ordeal had concluded. The well was gone. Nothing filled its place, just deep tire tracks and clay dust. a circle of river stones, filled with cold ash and coals. I set my palm to my chest. A rhythm like thunder greeted me from below my ribs. We didn't move away. Dad is happy. That girl is in my bed. The thing in the well hadn't lied to me, and as I lay here among the fruit of my every wish, writing down the macabre details of that night, I finally understand the cost of want and the price of plenty. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we say goodnight, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching tonight's video, or for listening to tonight's episode of the podcast, if you were listening to the podcast on Spotify or wherever you get podcasts, or if you're watching the video on YouTube, which is the only place where I post videos. I really appreciated you guys, and I'd appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, you hit the subscribe button, and you hit the bell thing next to the subscribe button. As always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon, patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. That is the main place you guys are able to support me if you guys want to be able to support me, which you absolutely don't have to do, but hey, thank you. And especially if you guys like, you can become one of these wonderful people whose names I mispronounce. People such as Diana Kraus, Acid System, Benjamin 2003, Blake Rattler, Bottle Coolant, Brandon Mendoza, Caltuna, Corey X Kenshin, Dakota Best, Daniel Polson, Dante Kincaid, Enchanted Buns, Eric Anthony Caruso, Estebean, 15 Squirrels in a Trench Coat, Galaxy Gremlin, Hades Nephew, Himbo Jerry, Our Minute Second Time, Jay Kearns, Janice Pet, Lou Cypher, Nick MC, Plant Piss, Red Shadowcat, Remember the Sun, Salty Surprise, Samara Lynn, Scary Stories Fuel Me 32, Seclude, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Sky Harbor, Smiley the Psychotic, Sully Man, Holly Sue, Team Leo 76, The Chavez Brothers, The Ginger Bros, Tommy Walters, Viceroy Scorn, William Wellington, X Reaper 69, XX Lucky Cat XX, Zibold, Shadow Gardens, and Peaceful Buddha. Thank you all so much for being here. And as always, sweet dreams.
Alex sat in the cold blue glow of the steel chamber. Monitors projecting their indecision between camera views outside the small compound. Each switch depicting the bright white of the lunar sands under floodlight, and the unrelenting black of the empty space above. Life in the small research station was similarly dark, unoppressively quiet, with nothing but the clicks of recording equipment, inconsistent hums from computer systems, and faint. The sharp noise from down the hall pierced the envelope of sound that had wrapped Alec in the monitoring room, and the startle had his heart thumping up in his throat. The dizzying adrenaline surge started to calm as he figured one of the backup tapes had probably been vibrated off of a shelf by the machinery nearby. Solitary life in a research station had eroded Alex's sense of tidiness, and piles were the easiest sorting method for his work. He turned his attention back to the screens. The wide screen to the left was depicting a grid of all camera views in small format. Something on feed 42A caught his attention. 42A, a form, was standing below the camera, looking up. Motionless. Humanoid by the look of it. What would be the head seemed slightly tilted. Alec brought it up to the center view to get a better look and felt his stomach twist violently in fear. It was standing still, staring with empty sockets amidst a freeze-dried and cracked face of blue skin. It was morbidly recognizable, just enough facial features of his late assistant to make him remember the accident, the airlock seal, and the guilt. The attempt to bury the evidence.
the endless solitude that had resulted. The tilt, obscenely fatal in its arrangement, was due to a neck fracture that had been sustained while the compartment decompressed. The eyes had burst or shriveled with the change. Alec was never sure. He didn't want to think about it when he had put on his suit and driven the corpse out into the dunes, the direction faced by camera 42A. He had looked at the flash-frozen skin and abhorrent shape from the pressure change as little as possible, but now he was staring right into the same grotesque death that had decided to come back. Why? And why was the body just standing there staring, so motionless, so frozen? Frozen. It wasn't standing still. The feed has frozen. The timestamp on the video wasn't moving. It was stuck at 16:25. Alex's fears and mind raced as he looked to the right to check the current clock. 16:40. The noise. The time. The rest of the feeds, those were live, hadn't shown anything. Alec began to panic. There was an airlock near 42A, one of a pair. The sister airlock had been his assistant's coffin. He brought up the access logs, noting with dread that all access keypads had been left active, as there had never been anything to keep out. No one knew the codes but the two researchers. 1628. Access granted. Login S. Richards. Inside. It had gained entry 12 minutes ago. No, wait, not inside, breathed Alex with limited relief. There was no subsequent entry for the inner door. It was still in the airlock. The noise must have been it beating on the door. He knew he had to engage the manual lock, keep it out. Maybe it would leave. Summoning up any shred of courage that he could manage, Alex stepped out of the monitoring room and turned to face the sterile metal hallway that ended at the twin airlocks. The black sheen of the thick internal security barrier covered the left entry, while the functional right door sat uncovered, naked and foreboding. The frosted, thick plexiglass portal was empty. No hollow eyes, no broken neck, or blue flaky skin staring back at him like with the camera. Just silence. And solitude. The silence. The staccato death knell had stopped. Unsure of what this meant, Alec walked towards the door, an undecided pace between hurriedly reaching the lock mechanism and freezing in place with fear. Every step expecting the face, that horrid, cold, unliving face, bent at the wrong angle to reappear in the dark, transparent circle of the door. He finally reached the door panel and with unsteady hands engaged the manual lock. He even dared to peek out the porthole to confirm it had left. Nothing to see. Just the empty airlock and open expanse of sterile lit moonscape outside the external hatch, which sat halfway ajar. A light breeze crept down the hall and stirred Alec's unkempt hair ever so slightly against the back of his neck as he continued to stare out in fear and disbelief. It dawned on him as he heard the approaching shuffle of ragged boots on the metal planking back down the hall. The only breeze in the pressurized facility came from airlock use. Rooted in fear, catching hints of a ragged research uniform and broken skin behind his own reflection in the porthole, he began to reach again for the airlock door panel.
So, I just want to say thank you for listening to the 24-hour horror radio. And if you're enjoying your time here and want to help support the show, please check out patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta, where you can support with just $1. Or, honestly, any support is just to like this and subscribe to the channel and check out some other videos if you find a story that you really like. I'm going to let you get back to the stories.
I don't have much time left. I must recant my tale before my time is up, before I fade out of existence. The first thing I remember is waking up outside. It was snowing out. I was naked. I felt dozens of children's hands about my head and body, rubbing my skin back and forth. I tried to run away, but my legs and feet were firmly planted. Under the snow, deep into the ground. I tried to flail my arms, but they too were frozen, movable. I was trapped. I had no way of escape and could only hope that one of these children would soon set me free. The children stood back and glared at me with awe and wonderment. They whispered things to each other as they continued to gape at my raw, naked form. I wanted to shout at them, beg them to release me, but none heard my plea. One small boy approached me and looked with a wide grin. And looked with a wide, evil grin upon his cherub-like face. Got down on the ground on his hands and knees as another little boy quickly climbed on his back and met me face to face. He looked quizzically, contemplative. He looked quizzical, contemplative, as if he wanted to do more to me but could not decide on what to do. I closed my eyes in hopes that I could concentrate on a happy place while he performed his dastardly deed. He grabbed my nose and twisted it around and jammed it back into my skull, but careful enough not to break it. The pain surged through my body as he twisted and shoved for what seemed like an eternity. The boy then plucked out each of my eyes and placed them back into my face in different locations. Miraculously, I could still see, but the vision has been permanently skewed. He turned to his cohorts and reached for what I thought would be my undoing, but surprisingly, he presented me with a wool scarf, delicately wrapped it around my neck. It wasn't much, but the warmth was lovely. It was enough for me to concentrate on while I remained out in the vile blizzard. He turned back to his fellow children, placed a tall, black hat on my head, as if to mock me. He jumped down, rejoined his comrades as they gazed at me once more. They jumped in rejoice as they finished their physical torture of my body, just as quickly as it had ended. They simply left me. All of the children vanished into the blinding white of the snow. They have yet to return. Week after week, month after month, I stood there in my frozen solitude. The snow eventually cleared and I saw the children passing by, not giving me any notice. I saw other people casually walking past me. I tried to call for help, but just like my captors, they couldn't hear me either. They could only see me. And soon, it began to grow warm. The scarf was no longer needed, but it was not removed. It only slid off my neck, down my shoulders and onto the ground. My nose, battered and bruised, sludgingly slid out of my skull, rolled down my chest, and plopped
into the slushy mix that slowly began to rise around my feet and ankles. My eyes stayed firm, but now they're showing signs of fatigue. My spine has become deformed as I now slump over to my right side. The chilling pool of ice and water continues to rise. It's like as if it may consume the rest of me, and I'll slowly drown. It's been months since I first remembered my incarceration. My left eye has completely fallen out, and the scarf swims around the pool that's reached up to my ears. And I've come to terms with my fate. I calmly wait for my end and can only pray that the hereafter is much more forgiving than my short, frozen life. Thumpity thump, thump. Excerpt from local newspaper. Ominous unknown killer still at large. After weeks of killings, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. "I had a bad dream and woke up in the middle of the night," says the boy. "I saw that for some reason the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to go back to sleep. That's when I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There, in the little ray of light illuminating from my curtains, were a pair of 2 eyes. These weren't regular eyes, they were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black, and just plain out terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth, a long, horrendous smile that made every hair on my body stand up. The figure stood there, watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said it. A simple phrase, but said it in a way only a madman could speak. "Go to sleep." I let out a scream. That's what sent him at me. He pulled out a knife, aimed at my heart, jumped on my bed. I fought him back. I kicked, I punched, I rolled around, trying to knock him off me. That's when my dad burst in with his 12-gauge shotgun. He aimed it at the man. He almost got him. But before he could pull the trigger, the man leapt out to the side. The man threw the knife in a Bowie knife style into my dad's shoulder. He let go of the gun. The man probably would have finished him off if one of the neighbors hadn't alerted the police. They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned and ran down the hallway. I heard a smash, like glass breaking. As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was pointing towards the back of my house was broken. I looked out it to see him vanish into the distance. I can tell you one thing. I'll never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes. That psychotic smile. They'll never leave my head. Police still are on the lookout for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description in the story, please contact your local police department. Jeff and his family had moved into the new neighborhood. His dad had gotten a promotion at work, and they thought it would be best to live in one of those fancy neighborhoods. Jeff and his brother Lou couldn't complain, though. A new, better house. What was not to love? As they were getting unpacked, one of their neighbors came by. "Hello," she said. "I'm Barbara. I live across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and to introduce my son. She turned around and called her son over. "Billy, these are our new neighbors." Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. "Well," said Jeff's mom, "I'm Margaret, this is my husband Peter, and our two sons Jeff and Lou." They each introduced themselves, and Barbara invited them to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brother were about to object when their mother said that they would love to. Jeff went up to his mom. "Mom, why did you invite us to some kid's party? They haven't noticed I'm not some dumb kid." "Jeff," says his mom, "we just moved here. We should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now we're going to that party, and that's final." Jeff started to talk but stopped himself, knowing that he can't do anything. Whenever his mom says something, it's final. He walks up to his room and plops down on his bed. He sits there looking at the ceiling when suddenly he gets a weird feeling. Not so much a pain, but a weird feeling. He dismisses it as if some random feeling. He hears his mom calling him down to get his stuff, and he walks down to get it. The next day, Jeff walked down the stairs to get breakfast and get ready for school. As he sat there, eating his breakfast, he once again got that feeling. This time it was stronger. Gave him a slight tugging pain, but he once again dismissed it. As he and Lou finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there waiting for the bus, and then, all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumps over them, only inches above their laps. They both jump back in surprise. "Hey, what the hell, kid?" The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it with his hand. He wears an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. "Well, well, well, looks like we got some new meat." Suddenly 2 other kids appeared. One is super skinny and the other is huge. "Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there's Keith." Jeff and Lou look at the skinny kid. He has a dopey face that you would expect a sidekick to have. "And he's Troy." They look over at the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard. This kid looks like he hadn't exercised since he was crawling. "And I," says the kid, "am Randy. Now, for all the kids in this neighborhood, there's a small price of bus fare, if you catch my drift." Lou stands up, ready to punch the light out of the kid's eyes, when his 2 friends pull a knife up at him. "I had hoped you'd be more cooperative, but it seems we must do things the hard way." The kid walks up to Lou and takes his wallet out of his pocket. Jeff gets that feeling again. Now it's truly strong, a burning sensation. He stands up, but Lou gestures him to sit down. Jeff ignores it and walks up to the kid. "Listen here, you little punk. Give back my bro's wallet or else." Randy puts the wallet in his pocket and pulls a knife. "Oh? And what you gonna do?" Just as he finishes his sentence, Jeff pops the kid in the nose. Kid reaches for his face. Jeff grabs the kid's wrist and breaks it. Randy screams and Jeff grabs the knife from his hand. Troy and Keith rush him, but Jeff's too quick. He throws Randy to the ground. Keith lashes out at him, but Jeff ducks and stabs him in the arm. Keith drops his knife and falls to the ground, screaming. Troy rushes him too, but Jeff doesn't even need the knife. He punches Troy straight in the stomach. He goes down. As he falls, he pukes all over the place. Lou can do nothing but look in amazement at Jeff. "Jeff, how did you—" That's all he says. They see the bus coming, and know they'd be blamed for the whole thing, so they start running as fast as they can. As they run, they look back and see the bus driver rushing over to Randy and them. As Jeff and Lou make it to school, they don't dare tell what happens. All they do is sit and listen. Lou just thought of that as his brother beating up a few kids, but Jeff knew it was more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was, the urge to just hurt someone. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help but feel happy. He felt that strange feeling go away and stay away for the entire day of school, even as he walked home due to the whole thing near the bus stop. And how now he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore. He felt happy. When he got home, his parents asked him how his day was. He says, in a somewhat ominous voice, "It was a wonderful day." Next morning, he heard a knock at the front door. He walks down to find 2 police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. Jeff, these officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't a regular fight, and that they were stabbed? Stabbed, son. Jeff's gaze fell to the floor, showing his mother that it was true. Mom, they were the ones who pulled the knives on me and Lou. Son, says one of the cops. We found 3 kids, 2 stabbed, 1 having a bruise on his stomach, and we have witnesses proving that you fled the scene. Now what does that tell us? Jeff knew it was no use. He could say him and Lou had been attacked, but there was no proof it was not them who attacked first. They couldn't say that they weren't fleeing because, truth be told, they were. So, Jeff couldn't defend himself or Lou. Son, call down your brother. Jeff couldn't do it, since it was him who beat up all 3 of the kids. Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up those kids. Lou tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me. The cop looked at his partner. They both nodded. Well, kid looks like a year in juvie. Wait, says Lou. We all looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them on Lou. It was me. I beat up those little punks. Have the marks to prove it. He lifted up his sleeve to reveal cuts and bruises, as if he were in a struggle. Son, just put down the knife, said the officer. Lou held up the knife and dropped it on the ground, put his hands up and walked over to the cops. No, Lou, it was me. I did it. Jeff had tears running down his face. Huh, poor bro trying to take the blame for what I did. Well, take me away. The police led Lou out to the patrol car. Lou, tell them it was me! Tell them I was the one who beat up those kids! Lou's mother put her hand on Jeff's shoulder. Jeff, please, you don't have to lie. We know it's Lou. You can stop. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop's car sped off with Lou inside. A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulls into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something's wrong. Son, what is it? Jeff can't answer. His vocal cords are strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walks his father inside to break the bad news to him. As Jeff weeps in the driveway, after an hour or so, Jeff walks back into the house, seeing his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He can't look at them. He can't see how they think of Lou when it was his fault. He just goes to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days go by, with no word from Lou at JDC. No friends to hang out with. Nothing but sadness and guilt. That is until Saturday, when Jeff is woke up by his mother, with a happy, sunny face. Jeff, it's the day, she says as she opens the curtains and lets light flood into Jeff's room. What's today? Says Jeff as he stirs awake. Why, it's Billy's party. Jeff is now fully awake. Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after... There was a long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past few days. Now, get dressed. Jeff's mother walks out of the room and down to get herself ready. Jeff fights himself to get up. He picks up a random shirt, pair of jeans, walks down the stairs. He sees his mother and father all dressed up. His mother in a dress, his father in a suit. He thinks why they would ever wear such fancy clothes to go to a kid's party. Son, is that all you're going to wear? Says Jeff's mother. Better than wearing too much, he says. His mother pushes down the feelings to yell at him and hides it with a smile. Jeff, we may be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression, says his father. Jeff grunts and goes back up to his room. I don't have any fancy clothes, he yells down the stairs. Just pick something, says his mother. He looks around his closet for what he would call fancy, and he finds a pair of black dress pants he had for special occasions, and an undershirt. He can't find a shirt to go with it, though. He looks around and finds only striped and patterned shirts, none of which go with dress pants. Finally, he finds a white hoodie. It's lying on a chair, and puts it on. He walks downstairs to find his parents are all ready. "You're wearing that?" they both say. His mother looks at her watch. "Oh, no time to change. Let's just go," she says as she herds Jeff and his father out the door. They cross the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knock on the door, and it appears Barbara, just like my parents, way overdressed. As they walk inside, all we see is adults. No kids. "The kids are out in the yard. Jeff, how about you go out and meet some of the kids?" says Barbara. Jeff walks outside to the yard full of kids, and they're running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. You might as well be standing in a Toys R Us. Suddenly, a kid comes up to him and hands him a toy gun and a hat. "Hey, mister, you want to play?" he says. No, kid. I'm way too old for this stuff." The kid looks at him with that weird puppy dog face. "Please?" says the kid. "Fine," says Jeff. He puts on the hat and starts to pretend shoot at the kids. At first he thinks it's totally ridiculous, and then he starts to actually have fun. But it's the first time he's done something that takes his mind off of Lou, so he plays with the kids for a while, until he hears a noise. It's a weird, rolling noise. Then it hits him. Just as it does, Randy, Troy, and Keith all jump over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff drops the fake gun and rips off the hat. Randy looks at Jeff with burning hatred. "Hello. Jeff, is it? We have some unfinished business." Jeff sees the bruised nose on his face. "I think we're even. I beat the shit out of you, and you got my brother sent to JDC. "Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that one day, but not today." As he said that, Randy rushes Jeff. They both fall to the ground. Randy punches Jeff in the nose, and Jeff grabs him by the ears and headbutts him. Jeff pushes Randy off of him, and both rise to their feet. Kids were screaming, parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pull guns out of their pockets. "No one interrupts or guts will fly," they say. Randy pulls a knife on Jeff and stabs him in the shoulder. Jeff screams and falls on his knees. Randy starts kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, though, Jeff grabs his foot and twists it, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stands up, walks towards the back door. Troy grabs him, though. "Need some help?" He picks Jeff up by the back of his collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts to cough up blood. "Come on, Jeff, fight me!" He picks Jeff up and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. "Fight!" He throws Jeff back into the living room. "Come on, Jeff! Look at me!" Jeff glances up, his face riddled with blood. "I was the one who got your brother sent to JDC, and now you're just gonna sit there and let him rot in there for a whole year? You should be ashamed." Jeff stands up. "Oh, finally you stand and fight." Jeff is now on his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again he gets that strange feeling, the one in which he hasn't felt for a while. "Finally, he's up," says Randy as he runs at Jeff. And that's when it happens. Something inside Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he can do is kill. He grabs Randy and pile drives him into the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. Randy's gasping for breath. Jeff hammers down on him, punch after punch. Blood gushes from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. Everyone's looking at Jeff now. Parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith. Although they easily break from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff. Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him, each shot missing. Jeff runs up the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up from behind. As they let out their final round of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs the towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race up, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away, and bangs the towel rack against Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He's more agile than Troy, though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He drops the knife, grabs Jeff by the neck. He pushes him against the wall. A thing of bleach falls down on top of us from the top shelf. It burnt both of them. They both started to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best he could. He pulled back the towel rack, swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there, bleeding to death, he lets out an ominous smile. "What's so funny?" asks Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and switches it on. "It's funny," he says, "is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol." Jeff's eyes widen as Keith throws the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignite the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire. He tried to roll out the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall, fell down the stairs. Everyone started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and other parents trying to extinguish the flame. And that's when he passed out. When Jeff woke up, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything. He felt the cast on his shoulders, stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but he realized that there was some tube in his arm. When he tried to get up, it fell out. The nurse rushed in. "I don't think you can get out of bed just yet," she said as she put him back into the bed and reinserted the tube. Jeff sat there with no vision, no idea of what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. "Honey, are you okay?" she asked. Jeff couldn't answer, though. His face was covered. He was unable to speak. "Oh, honey, I have great news. After the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed of trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou go." That made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. "He'll be out by tomorrow. Then you two will be able to be together again." Jeff's mother hugged Jeff, says her goodbyes. And the next couple of weeks were those where Jeff was visited by his family. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family were all there to see what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. "Well, let's hope for the best," said the doctor. He quickly pulled the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Jeff's mother screamed at the sight of his face. Lou and Jeff's dad stare, awestruck at his face. What happened to my face?" Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of distress. His face. It's horrible. His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a pure white color. His hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hands to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family, then back at the mirror. "Jeff," said Lou, "it's not so bad." "Not bad?" said Jeff. "It's perfect." His family were equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff, are you okay?" "Okay? I've never felt more happy. Look at me. His face goes perfectly with me." He couldn't stop laughing. He stroked his face, feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? He may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, some sanity snapped. Now he was left as a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know. "Doctor," said Jeff's mom, "is my son all right, in the head?" "Oh, yes, this is typical behavior for a patient that's had a very large amount of painkillers. If his behavior doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here, and we'll give him some psychological testing. Oh, thank you, Doctor. Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go. Jeff looks away from the mirror. His face still formed into a crazy smile. Okay, Mom. Jeff's mom took him by the shoulder and took him to get his clothes. This is what he came in, says the lady at the desk. Jeff's mom looked down to see the black dress pants and white hoodie her son wore. Now they were clean of blood and now stitched together. Jeff's mother led him to his room and made him put his clothes on. And then they left, not knowing that this was their final day of life. That night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from their bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks. Jeff, what are you doing? Asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. I couldn't help but... I couldn't help... I couldn't keep smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever. Jeff's mother noticed his eyes, ringed in black. Jeff, your eyes! His eyes were bordered by black, seemingly never closing. I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes started to close. I burned out the eyelids so I could forever see myself, my new face. Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. What's wrong, Mommy? Aren't I beautiful? Yes, son, she said. Yes, you are. Let me go get Daddy so he can see your face. She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad awake from his sleep. Honey, get the gun. She stopped as she saw Jeff in the doorway holding the knife. Mommy, you lied. That's the last thing they heard as Jeff rushed them with the knife, gutting both of them. His brother Lou woke up, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up before Jeff's hand covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Lou. Lou thrashed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. Shh, I said. Just go to sleep.
I never saw the ocean till I was 19. And if I ever see it again, it'll be too goddamn soon. I was a child, coming out of a train, fresh from Amarillo, into San Diego with all her glory. The sight of it, all that water, the blind, crushing power of the surf, filling me with dread. I'd seen water before, lakes, plenty big, but there was nothing like this. I don't think I can describe what it was like at first time. And furthermore, I'm not sure I care to. You can imagine the state I was in a few weeks later. They gave me a rifle, put me on a boat. They gave me a rifle and put me on a boat. When I stopped vomiting up everything that I ate, I decided that I might not kill myself after all. Not being able to see the land, and that ceaseless, chaotic rocking of the waves, I remember thinking that the war had to be a step up from this. Kids can be so fucking stupid. I had such a giddy sense of glee when I saw the island, and its solid banks. They transferred us to a smaller boat in the middle of the night, Just our undersized company with our rucksacks and rifles. Not a word. We just took a ride. Right into it. Just because they asked us to. The lieutenants herded us into our platoons on the decks and briefed us. The island had been lost. That was exactly how he put it. Somehow in the grand plan for the Pacific, this one tiny speck of Earth, only recently discovered and unmapped, had gotten lost in the shuffle. A singularly perfect clerical error was all it took. It was extremely unlikely, he stressed, that the Japanese had gotten a hold of it, being so far east and south of their current borders, but a recent flyover reported what looked like an airfield in the Central Plateau. We hit the beach in the middle of the night. I'd heard talk of landing before, and I'm not ashamed to tell I was scared shitless. I don't know quite what I expected, but it wasn't what we got. That thick, heavy silence. Behind the lapping of waves and the wind in the trees, there was nothing. No birds, no insects, just deathly stillness. Another 100 yards deeper into the eerie tranquility of the jungle, we stopped in a small clearing for the officers to reconvene. And it was obvious even they were spooked. I wasn't a bright kid, but I knew enough to know that something was very wrong. It was like the whole island was dead. I remember I could only smell the sea, despite the red blossoms dangling from the trees. It wasn't an airfield on the top of the plateau. I can't tell you what it was because I've never seen anything like it, and I don't think anyone ever will. If I tell you it was like the Aztec pyramids, but turned upside down, so it sank like giant steps into the earth, you'd get the basic idea of it. But that somehow fails to capture the profound unearthliness of the structure. There was no sign of individual pieces of the masonry. It appeared to have been carved out of a single immense block of black rock into a sharp and geometric shape. It was slick and perfectly smooth like obsidian, but it had no shine to it. It swallowed up even the moonlight, so that it was impossible to see how deep it went, or even focus your eye on any one part of it, like it was a giant blind spot. Our platoon drew the honor of investigating the lower levels, so we descended the stairs as the rest of the company surrounded the plateau. We took the stairs slowly and carefully. After the first man to touch one of the right-angle edges slid his hand down to the bone. At odd intervals down the steps, there were several small stone rooms, simple, empty, hollow cubes of stone with one opening facing the pit in the center. There was no door that we could see, and with the opening being 4 feet of the ground, you'd have to put your hands on that black razor-sharp edge to climb in. We circled the descending floors, shining our lights into each of the small structures. They contained the same featureless black walls, and nothing else. No dust, no leaves, and other detritus from the jungle. The whole monument was immaculate. As if the place was just built. But that couldn't be right. The whole structure felt incalculably old to me somehow, despite having no way to articulate the particular reasons. Down near the bottom, you could see that it simply sloped away into a darkness that swallowed the flashlights. We tossed first a button and then a shell casing down into the pit, and waited in the unearthly silence. But no sounds returned. No one spoke. We simply turned away from the yawning abyss and continued on our sweep of the bottom rung and the last of the small structures. The body in the back corner was almost invisible at first in the thick shadows, but the long spill of dry blood reflected the light of our flashlights, and it led right to him. He was coiled tight, arms around his thighs, and his face tucked into his knees. You could see, badly, he was cut. His clothes opened in ragged, bloody tatters to reveal the pale skin and bone beneath it. He must have been dressed in a Japanese uniform, but it had been reduced to ribbons. I only had a few seconds to look at him before we heard the first shots. It echoed like the buzzing of faraway insects in the still jungle, swallowed almost instantly by the blanket of quiet. By the time we reached the top, the rest of the company had vanished. There were shell casings on the ground, and the hot smell of gunpowder in the air, but they were gone. The trees were deathly quiet around. There was not a trace of the nearly 50 other men that had come ashore with us. I could taste bile rising in my throat as panic threatened to cripple me. I felt crushed between the yawning pit and razor edges on one side, and the dead jungle and the pounding ocean on the other. The silence rang in my ears, and I struggled to still myself. They were just inside the jungle, waiting for us. They came out from between the trees with all the sounds of a moth simply sliding into our view. I can try to tell you what I saw. The same as I did to the army doc on the hospital ship when I first woke up, and again, half-dozen other various officers over the following months. And you'll have the same reaction they did. That I was a dumb country rub, suffering from heat stroke and exposure and trauma. That I was crazy. You know me. You know I'm not crazy. And I remember every second of that night with crystal clarity. The first one that caught my eye was wearing the skin of a Jap soldier, all mottled with the belly distended from rot. The head drooped, useless and obscene on the shoulders, tongue swollen, eyes clouded. I could see where it was coming apart at the ill-defined joints, with ragged holes in the dying flesh. At the bottom of each of these raw pits was blackness, deeper than the stone of the buildings, a darkness that seemed to churn and froth like an angry cloud. The thing moved suddenly, the head snapping and rolling backwards as it dashed towards us. I had my rifle clasped tightly in my hands, but it simply didn't occur to me to fire. All I could do was gape silently at the macabre sight bearing down on us, and think absurdly of my mother's marionettes. A gun went off beside me, and I turned to see a dozen more of the horrors darting silently in on us. Among them were a few more rotting and swollen forms, but the majority wore the same uniforms as us, and were pale, fresh, and soaked in blood. More bullets zipped through the air, and I saw the grisly things hit again and again, but they never slowed. I caught a glimpse of the first sergeant's vacant, glassy eyes as his head dangled limp from his shoulders. I saw the great, ragged wound in his back, and the shuddering darkness that inhabited his corpse when he leapt just past me without a sound, landing like a graceful predator onto the soldier beside me. The others around me began to drop in a silent dance of kinetic energy and blurred motion. I was on the track team in high school, and it could have got me to college. I didn't need an invitation, I just ran. I ran blind through the jungle, roaming of tree trunks. I ran until I saw the ocean, and it stuck a new ringing note of terror in me. I don't remember actually deciding to swim, but When I turned back to the tree line, I saw one of the white and bloody things emerge, running on all fours, the hands splayed wide and the back contorted and cracked in an impossible angle. To this day, the mere thought of the ocean still brings in a cold sweat. But that night I let it embrace me. I let the tides drag me out to sea, if only to bring momentary relief from the impossible monolith and terrors on the island. The days I spent drifting offshore and blistering in the sun were all welcome relief from the silent island. I never saw the war. They sent me home as soon as I recovered. It was comforting in a way, when I thought no one believed me. It allowed me to believe that it never happened. That was a product of my mind. But as I got older, I found that it's pointless to lie to anyone, especially yourself. I know what I saw. Someone else believes me too. I've seen maps where they tested the hydrogen bomb in the South Pacific.
I awaken. I don't know it at the moment, but this day marks my 4th straight year of existing in the dogscape. I push myself up from the carpet of writhing, twitching dog flesh beneath me and rise to my feet, stretching in the morning sun. It took me a while to learn to balance on the layer of solid dogs that now blankets every inch of solid ground, but nowadays I can walk and run as easily and as fast as I could on soil or concrete. Perhaps faster. This was a city once, I think. Though which one I can't remember. I only owe my guess to the massive pillars of dogs jutting into the sky, perhaps ancient buildings now completely filled and overgrown by canine biomatter. I climbed one once, sinking my fingers and toes deep into the dog wall to gain purchase, and after hours and hours of climbing, I was rewarded with an incredible vista of fur and eyes, panting tongues and wagging tails, hugging the contours of the once barren land and stretching in a single amorbic mass farther than the eye can see. No, I don't do that, though. Now I merely go about my day. I hike the gardens, where the dog plants sprout up in bizarre shapes from the floor of the dogscape, and reach up to pluck the fetal puppy fruits, right off the wagging, energetic branches. I bite into the succulent flesh, the juices dribbling down my chin and dripping down to be reabsorbed by the ground flesh, and revel in the savory taste. I'm thirsty, so I range until I find one of the mother mounds. Then I suckle at the teat patch until I've had my fill of milk. Sometimes I see other humans around me, as well adapted to the dog flesh as I am, but I barely acknowledge them. I say nothing. What, after all, is there to say? The world is different now. What meaning will our old words have? Free-ranging dogs are becoming rarer and rarer to see now, and those I do seem just as lost, just as passive as I am. They too graze on the dog plants,
step carefully over the undulating, bleeding dog floor, dimly acknowledge myself and one another. In the distant sky and on the far horizon, I sometimes see massive forms sailing or crawling or undulate. And I wonder if this new world, normal, singular, ambulatory dogs have become as obsolete as I am. I dug down once, down beneath the dogs, beneath the hair and ears and the barking. It was hard and took a lot of planning. I had to destroy one of the dog trees with my hands, rip up the twisted, yards-long communal spines that severed them as branches and lash them together with tendons and skin, but soon I had tools, pitchforks, spears, shovels. I picked a spot where the dog floor seemed shallower, and I set to work. The blood started spurting where my spear first broke the surface. Didn't stop for hours and hours and hours. It was drenched in gore and viscera, covered in flecks of bone and meat and brain. But I learned to ignore the sickening, squelching sounds, ward off the smell, and just keep going deeper and deeper, spreading and levering out dogs, stranger and stranger size and build, dogs with two heads, dogs with human heads, dogs with writhing tentacles where their back legs should be. Eventually I came to an end to the dogs, or perhaps the beginning of whatever lies beyond dogs. An expanse of multicolored patchwork fur that extended as far as I could dig, in any direction. I could pierce it with great difficulty, but it barely bled. And try as I might, I could only barely peel the skin away, revealing a layer of striated grayish muscle beneath. It started to tremble as I watched it, shaking the very dog matter around me, and I realized that the dogscape was beginning to regenerate itself. It closed in over me, sealed me in, so I fled, climbing back into the light. The stream trickled warmly past the black leathery edges of the puppy mouth stream. The saliva waters chummed as they flowed from the bed of the stream, lined with ever-lapping tongues of eager, greeting puppies. To feel a rock on the shore is to find sharp milk teeth of weaned dogs, cast to the tufts of mangled weeds growing into spits and bank. The head of the stream is split by a single mound of golden fur, like an upholstered boulder set with a large golden eye that swerves to see passing visitors. The waters will bubble and froth should the eye see you, the tongues lapping nervous, loving greetings with gurgling yips. The dogscape. That's what we call it. Us humans that banded together, I mean. We sit around campfires and cook the whelps that we collect from the dog trees. The only flammable matter that we have is the acrid fur that grows everywhere. It offends all senses, but soon the meal's prepared. The only food sources are the dog trees and the mother mounds. Some foolish enough dig for meat. Though the reward is great, many don't come back, for dog flesh regrows around them, trapping them inside the moist ground. Primitive tools are forged from bone and leather, such as shovels and knives and clothes. I've lived here for as long as I can remember. There are faint shimmers of the time before the dog flesh. What use is there dwelling on the past when it can fill our stomachs in the present? I am our tribe's scribe. My name is Doc. I used to have a real name, but it escapes my memory. I record all of our findings and knowledge on my leather pages, using dog blood as ink. There were times. There were more of us. The tribe started with as many as 60 people. Now our numbers are as few as 20. Our leader is Keith. He instructs us to find food, build shelter, bring fire. He abuses his power, taking 5 wives, eating more than his share of the food, but those who speak against him meet death in the night. It is hellish. There's no other choice. Without guidance, we'll die out here. So we must remain under his leadership. It's been 2 days since my last writing. I'm lucky that Keith can't read, for if he had seen my statement about him, I'd be dead. Yesterday, one of our tribesmen, caught, was killed by accidentally stepping into one of the open dog mouths. His screams of pain as it chewed forced me to crush his skull with a shovel, killing him instantly. The bastard Keith claimed Kott's food ration as his own. I can sense the others are beginning to tire of Keith's position of power as well. Nobody spoke a word at that night's feast. I'll not sleep well tonight. Hearing Kott's screams, I'll be hearing them again in my nightmares. I fear for my life. Keith. Feck was killed in front of us by Keith today. He refused to continue digging for meat, so the monster beat him to death with his bare hands as a sign that he would not tolerate a refusal to work. I can't stand for this much longer. Feck was not even an adult. He could not have been more than 17 human years. This brings our numbers down to 18. There's Keith, his 5 wives, me, and the remaining 11 diggers and gatherers. The others whisper to me in secret that I should be the leader instead, and I guess they think that I have all the answers because I am the scribe. Only time will tell. I was awoken at the crack of dawn by one of the diggers. Gar, specifically. He told me that tonight would be the night. The others had a plan. They want me to announce that I'm the new leader during the feast. When he is distracted with rage, they intend to kill him from behind. I tell Gar I accept his plan and will assist them tonight. What have I gotten myself into? Damn them all. I told Keith I planned to replace him. He arose, filled with rage. I waited for the blow to strike him. It never hit Keith. Instead, it hit me. Gar was Keith's spy all along. They dragged me far away from the gardens and tied me to a barren dog tree. He said that a quick death would not befit me, and I will waste away under the deathly sun. I can just barely reach my journal from here. I suppose this is the end of me. When the sun was highest in the sky, the heat became unbearable. I saw figures on the horizon. They were not human. They were the hounds that come to eat what the humans leave behind. I thought they were going to eat me. But instead they went for the blood-soaked meat ropes that held me in place. I was free. I knelt down to the hounds. I looked deep into their eyes. I told them I know where they could fill their bellies to the brim. It barked once. In what I assumed to be confirmation, I stood up, and we set off to feast. When we reached the settlement, it was amidst their feast. I approached, death in my gaze. Keith was shocked and angry. The diggers and gatherers were quick to his defense. I guess he bribed them. I whistled, and the hounds slinked through the fur to my side. We struck like a lightning bolt. My fist smashed into Keith's face just as my hounds pounced upon his closest guards. Though I was physically weak, I was quite fast. I stole a shovel and quickly buried it into Keith's bloat while he was disoriented. Well, the smell was sickening, as I expected from a man like him. The hounds made quick work of the rest. I helped, of course. None were spared. I made sure that I had my vengeance upon Gar. The hounds were quite full by the end. I took my time and I buried each corpse. What was left of them. I leave this book upon their graves in the hopes that someone who can understand it finds it. If you do, take heed of these words. The dogscape knows all and is strict but fair. She provides justice where justice is due. I had a dog right after the dogscape happened. His name was Carl. He always followed me around when I was almost dead from starving. He got me dog fruits. When I was dying of thirst, he held milk in his mouth and gave it to me. And one day, his foot got stuck in a mouth and I couldn't get him out, so I watched while it swallowed him. A few years later when I got back, Carl was right there. But he was stretched out. I went to pet him, except it wasn't him. He bit me and he wouldn't let go. Now I wonder if people can be part of the dogscape too. I miss Carl. All is one in the new truth. The dog mother is vast beyond imagination and requires many to be kept comfortable and clean. We chosen do not go unrewarded, however. In her vast wisdom, the matriarch gives all we need. We sup from her vast teat, a hearty meal unlike any other. It invigorates and nourishes us Canistodians and gives us more than we could ever wish. The time soon approaches to find new workers. The metamorphosis is upon many of us, and soon we will join the glory of the dog mount. We are so different from the others as they shuffle about down amongst the fertile groves. Many of us have a thick coat already, and old Lawrence has already begun to walk on all fours. Soon we will shed our mortal selves and be part of the dog mother, our mother.
I think we know the war had been lost the day the general committed suicide. The masses of flesh and fur just spread like waves across the cities. We found out that whatever it was drinking the oceans and eating anything it came across. Airstrikes, tanks, bombs only slowed it down. We were living on borrowed time. It was unstoppable. I don't think it was until later that we noticed all the dogs were gone. And then at night, the howling. It was just too much. The former soldier's face streamed with involuntary tears as he remembered the events. He sat there, wallowing in his own emotions, telling his story to a skeleton he found. My unit. Completely wiped out. Saw those tentacles, those mouths. They tore them to shreds. I ran away, and even when they called for help, it's all your fault. Dog trees shifted slightly. Many eyes, growing around, directed their gaze towards the psychotic man. You ruined everything. You killed my friends, my family, goddamn everyone. He ran and stabbed one of the eyes with a bone knife. A howling noise emitted, and nearby, the dog tree swatted him several yards. He broke a few ribs when he hit the ground. He coughed a bit of blood, but got back up and charged again. This time he ran towards one of the open mouths around and kicked several of its teeth. He bit his foot in response, costing him a toe or two.
He was full of adrenaline. He was incapable of registering any kind of pain. He beat and tore and bit at the flesh with his bare hands until he was knee-deep in blood and gore. One of the tubes he tore spilled some sort of digestive fluid all over him. It burned. But he had to go on. He dug and he dug with his bare hands until the ground started to close above him, until he found them, the heart and brain. He laughed at his fortune of finding both of them so close to each other. He jammed his hands deep into the gray matter, disturbing the contents and slowly losing oxygen in his tunnel of meat. He gasped and clawed at the heart, tearing it out of place, and he collapsed and blacked out. He awoke to many tentacles burying themselves in his body. One hit his spinal cord and fused with his brainstem. A flood of thought hit him all at once, as he suddenly became one with the dogscape. More tentacles connected themselves to his vital organs as he became assimilated. He saw through every eye in the land. He felt every single nerve on the planet. The healing factor continued tearing him apart, but adding new pathways and connections. It wasn't long until he was entirely consumed. His memories faded away as his brain was reorganized into replacing the one he had destroyed. It's been 3 years and 2 weeks now since I met another human being. I know because I've cut a small notch in my left leg for every day, one in my left arm for every week, and one in my right arm for every year. Admittedly, not the most effective way of keeping track of time. When I started, I figured I'd be dead or this would be over before it really mattered. Like I said, I haven't met any other person for a while, but I figured I'd write this anyway, just in case, as a warning to others that might be out there. I ran into something terrible today. Well, the whole dogscape is terrible, but I mean more terrible, okay? I think even among the dogscape, it's some sort of crazy abomination, since the feral dogs and the ground mouths didn't seem too fond of it either. And that screaming isn't something that I ever hope to hear again, but that's not the beginning. Okay, I'm sorry about this. The blood I'm using doesn't really come off the paper, and I can't waste any by throwing it away and not even thinking about talking to other people for years has made it made me somewhat bad at thinking in a straight line, but I'll try. Okay, let me start over at the beginning. The day started normally. It was my weekly gathering day. So I left my tent. By the way, I left the tent at the foot of the pillar of dogs in the direction of the setting sun if you want it, but you probably won't because the skin has probably gone bad by now. I went to collect the dog fruits that I would need for the week and to fill a bag or two with milk, but when I got to the place where there should have been teats, there was just this bloody mess where someone had dug deep into the flesh of the dogscape. I didn't really think much of it at first, just that we need to go looking for a new source of milk. And I saw it. I thought it was another person at first. If I had stopped to really look first, I wouldn't have had any problems and I wouldn't have been writing this right now, I guess. I started shouting to get its attention. I did get its attention because it turned to me, and then I realized that I had made a huge mistake. Thinking back, the really long arms and the twisty body probably should have been my first clue. I didn't really see that anything was wrong until it turned towards me and I saw what I thought was a head, just a featureless lump of flesh. Its arms unfolded towards me, each arm ending in 2 canine legs, and the human face on its chest opened its mouth and started screaming. I figured it was bad news then. And I made a mad dash for the nearest pillar of dogs. It kept running after me. It was much faster. Somehow I managed to make it, and I started scrambling to climb out of its reach. I didn't get very far before there was a sharp pain in my leg, and I looked down and I saw that it had bitten me with one of its many canine mouths along with that arm thing. I screamed as it pulled me down, but that didn't do much, and I probably would have died right then and there if it weren't for what happened next.
Out of nowhere, a mouth that I didn't even see. When I started climbing the dog pillar, it bit down on it. And then one in the ground, and it started chewing at it. And that didn't seem to hurt it, but it let go at the same time. I ran away as fast as I could, but I could hear it, that screaming long after that I was out of sight. I didn't sleep that night. Just before nightfall, I had to make sure the dogscape had killed it. And I went to that pillar, but I saw no trace of it. The notebook I tore this page from was there. I took that. So now here I am. I'm not going to stay around here any longer after I finish this, but finding the notebook made me think maybe there's other people. And if so, maybe I should warn them about things like this. So if you're reading this, good luck. Oh, also, I'm moving in the direction of the rising sun. So if you can read this, you're probably another person. So if you go in that direction, maybe we can meet up. Be a little better off than we were.
Just 1 second, kiddies. I'm actually on the phone with Creeps. Creeps McPasta. Good friend of mine. Hey, Creeps, you're still there with me, right?
Yeah, I got you. I'm in the middle of a let's play, so I don't have a lot of time.
I never understood you kids today with your zip-em zap-em video games.
There's a lot more than zip 'em zap 'em. There's slash 'em, scare 'em, shoot 'em, loot 'em, jump and squash 'em, silly billy, cutie patootie.
You're making most of those up, aren't you?
Well, I guess you'll never find out.
Look, Creeps, I just need you to do me a favor, okay? My book's gone. I need some kind of book for the spooktacular. I'm trying to do spectacular videos here, and I don't even have my book of creepypastas. Can you, send me yours or something like that? Huh? Ah, sweet! It's already here. That was fast. I don't know how you did that. Thanks, Creeps.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it looks like I have borrowed Creeps McPasta's famous book of creepypastas. And so, I'm going to pull out a fantastic story for tonight. One story that's going to make this spooktacular unforgettable. I call this story The Scariest Creepypasta.exe.
Killer Whatever murdered 666 people. Murder still at large after 13 years. I used to be normal. And you won't believe this, but this entire thing happened. Seriously, don't read this or you'll be cursed. I can't write too much into detail because I'm gonna die soon. I was an intern at PopCap Games, but then I saw a garage sale. I went there and found someone who was selling Pokemon Hyper-Realistic Dead Edition and SpongeBob Dead Truth. He was begging me to buy them. Well, not exactly buy, because he gave them to me for free. He told me that they were both about his dead goldfish and some stupid shit like that. After that, the guy died and the garage sale vanished. The cartridges were written in black Sharpie. Ooh, Sharpie. So spooky. I checked online to find out nobody else knew about those things. I checked my email to see if anything happened, and some guy I don't know sent me SuperMarioDeath.smc, a ROM hack of Super Mario World. The message said nothing other than the game is a must-play. Lately, I have not trusted anonymous people, but I downloaded it. Then I dug a spot in my game collection to put Pokemon Hyper-Realistic Dead Edition in. Then I found Sonic Adventure 2. I remember this game. I had a bunch of chows, but one I named Roxy was my favorite. I put it in to relive some of my nostalgia. However, I felt kind of worried because some of the stuff I did is quite creepypasta-ish. But I didn't care. I wanted to boot up my favorite childhood game. I went to the Chow Garden and selected Tails, because he's my second favorite Sonic character. Espio's my favorite, but he's not in that game. Everything was okay. Roxy was the same as always, and all my chows greeted me. I fed them all and went to the normal game to grab some nodes to power up Roxy. When I got a full set of them and returned to the Chow Garden, I saw some bad sights. My chows, not including Roxy, were all staring at me. One I called Shaolin went up to me and said, "Give us the nodes." I asked why. She replied, "You give that pathetic Roxy all the attention. You never care about us. We are just inferior dolls to you." Afterward, one of them I didn't even bother to name, I didn't give half a Schmeep's rotting ass about that one, jumped up to Tails and brutally beat him up. Somehow, Tails was still alive. Tails asked why the chows didn't put him out of his misery, crying a river. It replied, "I didn't kill you because I want you to suffer. You don't care about any of us aside from that stupid Roxy. Why is he so special to you, Fox Boy?" Lovely. My entire Chow Garden is going against me. Roxy was horrified by this and tackled the Chow. The two of them fought. Roxy, since I actually bothered to train him, was much stronger than his opponent. The Chow didn't even stand a chance. Roxy devoured him brutally. Shaolin then confronted him and actually bit him. Roxy punched her in the face, then choke-held her. He then jumped into the water and stuck Shaolin's face in it. She eventually drowned. Ludicrous as the fight was, I thought it was pretty cool. Roxy walked up to Tails and said, "They're gone. Those monsters are gone." Cackle. "Now it's just you and me. Nothing will stand in our way, Lucas." This greatly shocked me. I never knew Roxy knew my name. I never mentioned it in the game. Or is he calling Tails that? This is so confusing. He grabbed Tails' hand and dragged him into the downstairs garden. I paused the game and went to turn on the computer. Because I wanted to calm my nerves, my computer changed its background to that creepy Fun is Infinite Easter egg from Sonic CD. I thought this was just a glitch, but then I saw some of my files were rearranged. From start to finish, Kirby.jpg, a Kirby drawing I did, ImageEditor.jar, LunaMagic.exe, LOL.txt, don't remember what I made this for, TeamFortress2.exe, Hearthstone.exe, ExamGuard.exe, Mario.exe, apotato.png, llama.png, and Lucas folder. I thought this was a weird arrangement, but then I took the first letter of all of them. KILLTHEMALL. Kill them all! I don't know what that means. Ending that was a noise from the TV. "Get back here, you idiot!" It was Roxy. I went over to the TV, and he unpaused the game. I saw the spirits of Shaolin and the other moron. Roxy said, "It's not over yet. We need to dispose of the other Chow. Kill them all." Loosely, I found a connection between the two. Roxy is tampering with my computer. I selected exit game and went in with Shadow instead. When I entered the normal Chow Garden, nobody was there. So I went to the downstairs one. Roxy was there. "Pathetic fool! Only the orange fox will do!" Roxy said before he murdered Shadow very brutally. My heart was beating. And I heard a voice in my head saying, "Kill them all." Then Roxy rose from the bottom of the screen and said, "Look behind you!" I looked behind me and there was a Chow plushie. Said plushie looked like Roxy. He was holding a disc and a note. The disc was Sonic Adventure 2. The note said, "This is the real disc. The last one was a joke. Sorry about that. Here you go." That was a cruel joke. I took the Sonic Adventure 2 case and put in the real Sonic Adventure 2. I threw the other one out the window. I decided to calm my nerves with SpongeBob's Dead Truth, since SpongeBob always calmed me down. When it isn't a Season 5 onward episode, I booted up the episode, then a title card said, "The Horrible Truth About SpongeBob." It was a theory episode. This was the transcript. "Ahoy there, mateys!
Tell them about SpongeBob's true self."
"Potty, that's not good for the kids."
Do it.
"Yeah, I would ruin millions of childhoods across the world."
Might as well kill them all.
But Patchy then held a knife, with blood coming from his beak and his eyes not having sockets.
Do it!
All right. Guess I have no choice.
Don't screw it up, or else you'll die.
Okay, I get it. You say this every time. I know I'm your slave. I know I will die if I mess things up just once. Shut up about it.
Did you just tell me to shut up?
This was deafeningly loud. I tried to lower the volume, but it kept the same volume level no matter how much I pushed the button. Potty, calm your...
You do not say this to the Dark Lord! The Dark Lord will not take answers from a poor pirate cosplayer! You are a phony! A pathetic phony that's no good for nothing and smells like a rotting corpse of a dead skunk!
I'm sorry.
The Dark Lord does not take sorry!
So the truth is, all the characters are dead. They are in purgatory. Well, they would be, but the entire thing is in Gary's imagination. It also takes place in the radioactive apocalypse.
Thank you!
Can I have a break now? After that, it just blacked out for 3 seconds, then came another title card. This time it said, Goodbye Sandy. Most of it was static, but I saw a few clips. They involved Sandy murdering the other characters. At the end, I could see another scene. It showed Sandy's eyes growing bloodshot and jerking around to random places, showing her insanity. Then, more static appeared. Then, the episode ended with Sandy committing suicide. I did some research on SpongeBob's Dead Truth, and it said that exactly 335 people commit suicide over the episode, and the creator of the tape was executed. I will never watch SpongeBob ever again. Now it's about time I delved into Pokemon Hyper-Realistic Dead Edition. It was a ROM hack of Pokemon Y. The theme song sounded like it was making letters. It started with a K, then an I, then an L, then an... you know what? Let's just cut to the chase. It spelled out kill them all. I created a new file, then I chose my character. I chose the girl because I can deal with it. Then named myself Moon Snail. It said the name was invalid. I removed all the letters from E, T, I, A, H, K, L, and M. I knew exactly what I had to type. My character name was Kill Them All. When I got to choose my starter, I had a choice between Aegislash, Gengar, and Sableye. I chose Aegislash because honestly, screw the other two. My Aegislash had the moves Curse, Kill, Them, and All. I used Curse. My opponent's Froakie died. By the way, this is 100% death, not faint. Death. So edgy. I got the chance to nickname my Aegislash. I was prepared to know what I had to do. I named it Kill Them All. When I got to Lumiose City, the city was replaced by Lavender Town. Beforehand, I caught a Spiritomb, Mistravius, Shuppet, and Duskull. I then found a shiny Mew. I caught it. The Mew couldn't be nicknamed. I checked its stats, and its nature was bloodthirsty. And its message was, he wants to kill them all. I left the stats menu to find my 5 other Pokemon were killed. No way. Pokemon don't die. Do they? I exited the Pokemon menu, then moved to the next route. I encountered some unknown. The first one was a K. You know exactly what's going to happen. After the unknown, I saw a bloodied Sylveon. I just ignored it. Then, I saw a level 100 Mew. It had the moves Aurasphere, Psychic, Dark Pulse, and Shadow Ball. I knew exactly what that Mew was. So, story time. My first Pokemon game was Soul Silver. My brother got a Cyndaquil. After a bit, I checked my mystery gift, and it gave me a Mew. I cherished this Mew. It was my first level 100. I brought it to Pokemon White, then over to Pokemon Y. The Mew said, "You replaced me, did ya? I'll show you. I am the only Mew. Others exist, but I will kill them all." I explained to her that whatever it was, what I didn't replace them, and I only caught the Mew because it was available and I wanted it. I don't care. I am the only one. The Mew killed my Mew. That's when my Mew died. It made a horrible, distorted version of my original cry. It went back to the overworld, and Shiny Mew was bloodied. The Mew said, "If you really love me, go to your normal Pokemon Y." The Mew ultimately killed my character. I took the card out and smashed it. But then it regenerated. I smashed it again so I couldn't show any footage. I went to the normal Pokemon Y and played with Mew and the Pokemon Me for the rest of the day. The next day I decided to go for that Super Mario World ROM hack. I played it expecting more kill them all shenanigans, but when I accessed the first level, Mario was trapped in used blocks. And the Super Mario World version of Rick Ashley's Never Gonna Give You Up was playing in the background. That was a waste of time. I decided to sleep for the night. Then I prayed to Shrek. Shrek is love. Shrek is life. When I got back into bed, the guy that sold me the Pokemon Hyper-Realistic Dead Edition and SpongeBob Dead Truth appeared and stabbed me. I was still alive. I saw that the said guy was actually Sonic.exe, then Slenderman, Jeff the Killer, Happy Appy, Demon RJ, BRVR, Roxy, Red, the Blood Whistle, and Doge appeared. They all ganged up on me and I died.
I am Sonic.exe taking over the story. I have yet to kill them all, but when I get to that, you're next.
Then a skeleton popped out.
So, I just want to say thank you for listening to the 24-hour horror radio. And if you're enjoying your time here and want to help support the show, please check out patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta, where you can support with just $1. Or, honestly, any support is just to like this and subscribe to the channel and check out some other videos if you find a story that you really like. I'm going to let you get back to the stories.
There's been a tornado warning for the past 3 days. I don't think what's outside is a tornado. I live in the Midwest. I won't say where, that's irrelevant, but I live in an area that's prone to weather warnings, specifically tornadoes. We mostly get them between April and June, but it's not too unusual to get them later in the year. What is unusual, however, is having them last for 3 days. It began 3 days ago. I had just gotten home for another boring day's work and had plopped myself down on the couch with a beer, microwave dinner, and my dog, Sam, who's a small rescue dog. I don't know her exact breed. I plan on getting a little drunk and falling asleep to some bad late-night TV, my usual weekday routine, and I was rudely interrupted by my TV and phone blasting a tornado warning. Looking outside, I could see that it was a little stormy, but it definitely didn't look like tornado weather. Sighing, I pulled myself off the couch, took my dog and dinner down into the cellar below the house. I only realized after I closed the door that I forgot my beer. Now, my cellar is just as glamorous as my house. I'm sure you can imagine what that means. Walking down the stairs, my hand made it way across the wall before finding the light switch. I knew that power wouldn't last for long, so I began to warm up the generator. After that, I double-checked that I had some food and water before sitting down in my old chair that I kept down there, switching on my radio, and I figured at least getting half an hour of radio signal before it was distorted and eventually washed away by the storm. While I began finishing off my dinner, the radio crackled to life. Emergency weather alert broadcast from Summer County, Kansas. Residents are advised to stay indoors or in a storm shelter and to shut all windows. Residents are also advised to lock all doors, barricade cellar entrances, and not to answer any call for help or request for entry until an official signal. Stay safe. Good luck. Wait, what? I said, holding upright and almost choking on my food. I quickly leaned forward and turned up the radio volume, hoping to catch a warning for a second time. Residents are advised to lock all doors, barricade cellar entrances, and not to answer any calls for help or request for entry until an official signal. Stay safe. Good luck. The radio had finally cut out. Just as rain began to pelt the roof of the rest of the upstairs, no matter, I had heard it again, for certain. Lock all doors, barricade cellar entrances, and not answer any call for help or request for entry until an official signal. It played again in my head. But don't get me wrong, this isn't my first rodeo when it comes to big storms or even tornadoes. I've spent countless hours holed up in here while rain, lightning, tornadoes, and hail wreaked havoc above me, but never in my life have I been told to lock my doors or not to answer any call for help or request for entry. Now, that was weird. Initially, I played it off as possibly being looters who would enter the homes of hiding people to rob them. It's happened before, but never during a storm, and never to such an extent to where the county would warn about them. Besides, looters don't try to alert homeowners to their presence. Anyway, I tried my best not to think about it. Eventually drifted off to sleep much later than I would have, probably due to boredom. With nothing to do other than to listen to the pelting rain above you, it's pretty hard to stay awake. I was awoken around 3 a.m., Sam barking and growling at the cellar door. It was weird. She never barked in storms, only at people at the door or some other dogs. I walked up the stairs to rest my ears against the cellar door, and all I could hear was the heavy rain and occasionally some thunder. It was weird. The tornado should have passed by now, but we still didn't get an official signal. Not like I would have slept through it. I'm a light sleeper, and I made sure the radio volume was up real high. Just as I was about to go back to my chair, I hear it. The creak of my front door opening. Gosh, shoot, thought to myself. Forgot to lock it. Sam started barking louder, despite my attempts to shush her. The house was quiet for a moment. I used this time to stick a wooden board between the door handles, making the door almost impossible to open from the outside. And I heard it. Footsteps. They were light, but they were definitely there. I followed them with my ears as they made their way around my house. It was hard to pinpoint where they were, but I definitely heard them in my living room on the carpet and going up the stairs and into my bedroom. My eyes rushed around the room as panic rose. I felt like there was a pit in my stomach. I was nauseated with fear. I left my rifle upstairs. Down here, the best excuse for weapon was the couple of inch-long steak knives I had brought down before. I switched off the cellar light, which I stupidly left on before, and stuck my eye in between the two cellar doors, the ones that opened out into my house. Now, Sam had quieted down, but she was still growling. My eyes glanced around the limited field of view that it had. I could see my couch, stairs, closed door to my bathroom, not too much. It was then that I noticed that the footsteps had stopped. Is this what the radio had warned about? I thought over the scenario in my head. Looters, someone seeking shelter, a wild animal maybe? None of it made sense. Then there was the knock. I wasn't sure if I heard it properly at first, but it quickly progressed from a quiet tapping to a banging crescendo. It sounded like thousands of fists had descended upon my cellar door, thrashing and pounding against it. Whoever or whatever was banging, I knew I couldn't let it in. This must have been what the radio had warned me about. Instinctively, I jumped back and I nearly fell backwards down the stairs, leading into my cellar. Surprisingly, I composed myself and I yelled at whoever was out there. "Hey, get out of my house! I'm armed!" I shouted. I don't think I was too convincing, perhaps thanks to the slight tremble in my voice. The banging on my door stopped. Did I scare it away? I thought to myself. It was quiet for a few minutes, but the uneasy silence was shattered when it spoke. Hey, man, you need to let me in. It's really dangerous out here. I don't know how long I can last. Impossible. It's the voice of my brother. I hadn't seen him in years. Not since we moved to the West Coast. There was no possible way that he was in the state. Hell, he didn't even know where I lived. Every ounce of my being knew that whatever spoke was definitely not my brother, but something else, and yet I still replied. "Mark? Yeah, it's been a while. Let me in. I need to see you." At the end of his sentence, his voice trailed off. It was deeper. It was almost raspy. That wasn't the voice of my brother at all. I knew I couldn't respond. He spoke again. "Oh, look, Alec. For the love of God, let me in. It's dangerous out here. The storm is strong." I didn't give it the satisfaction of a reply, which only seemed to make it more angry. "Let me in!" It screamed out of frustration. Its screams were sickening, a wail that filled the air and made me want to throw up, and after that, it started banging on the door again. It was quiet for a couple of hours after that. The storm continued, seemingly without a tornado, however. I was startled to hear my radio crackle back to life. "Emergency weather alert canceled. Residents are advised to leave their cellars to secure properties. That is all." I let out a sigh of relief. However, my relief was short-lived. The broadcast seemed, off. Usually at the end of a storm, there would be a damage report, locations where you could go to receive aid, and maybe a bed for the night. Plus, I could still hear the rain and thunder above me. There was no way a signal could get through it. It must have somehow hijacked my radio signal. Even though I didn't give any response to the message, my radio continued to say that I could leave. Every few minutes, the same line would be repeated. With perfect sound quality, it was enough to make me want to unplug the thing altogether, if I wasn't afraid of missing the actual end signal. Since all that, it's been rather quiet. 3 days have passed without the storm or my radio subsiding. That thing, whatever it is, it's still out there. It's occasionally banging on my door to remind me. I'm at my wit's end. If it wasn't for Sam, I think I would have gone insane by now. It's the eve of the 4th day now. Storm isn't showing any signs of stopping, not from what I can hear anyway. Reading through my last post, a lot of you gave me some really good advice. Ones that I ended up putting into action. I managed to get a few little chunks of sleep over the past few days. I mean, it's hard. The thing in my house occasionally bangs on the door and calls for me to open it. My stupid radio's blasting that same message. I've not been asleep, however. I've been digging out the back of the cellar. See, when I first bought this house, the previous owner told me there was a cellar door that opened to the outside, but it was buried under a pile of rubble after the walls, either side of the cellar, collapsed. Strange, but I think it might be my only hope. In my last post, a user recommended that I should try and call one of my neighbors. I have a landline stored down here, so I tried to give it a ring. For the first few calls, I got no response. I assume they're either evacuated or it was stored inside of their house. I was about ready to give up when that thing outside of my door spoke again. You're not going to get through to him. I can help. Let me in. I will help you. I have food and water, you know. Food and water, thank God, wasn't the issue. I even had a couple of sacks of dog food for Sam, so she wasn't going to go hungry. Sam actually seemed to enjoy the situation when she wasn't barking at the thing outside the door. Also, someone on my last post made a comment about me using a dog as a distraction while I run for it. And while the idea is definitely valid, I'm afraid I couldn't do that to Sam. See, she's been with me through thick and thin. Even though my cellar is a bit decrepit, I still keep it constantly stocked with supplies for this exact situation. Maybe not this exact situation, but one where I have to stay down here for a few days. Anyway, I tried one last time to call my neighbors. And this time, thank God, they actually picked up. Hello? Mr. Robinson? I tried not to sound too shaky on the phone. Yeah, do you need help, Alec? I paused. I couldn't tell them about what was outside my door. They wouldn't believe me and they'd probably just tell me to go. Mr. Robinson would come over and potentially risk his life by initiating contact with that thing. I'm in a bit of a spot. Hey, I'm running out of food and water and my generator's broken. Would it be alright if I stayed with you guys until the storm's out? Yeah. That'd be okay. We still have plenty of supplies, so come on over. Just knock on the door on the back of the house and we'll let you in. Alright. Good, thanks. I'll see you then. I hung up and I prayed to God that I had actually just spoken to Mr. Robinson and not whatever the hell was out there. I had a hunch that I was safe going over there, though, because if it was that thing that had picked up the phone, I think I would have been much more keen for me to go. Despite its incredible ability to change its voice, subtlety is something it lacks. In the time between these posts, I've also done some research about what it is. See, a commenter on my last post said that it could have been a Wendigo, and I'll be honest, I've never heard of the thing outside of a couple of horror stories. It says on the Wikipedia page that it's a man-eating creature that has some human characteristics, but also that it resides in a forest region in the East Coast, the Great Lakes. So I don't know if one could get all the way down to Kansas. I don't know quite what it is. I know that I do not want to come into contact with it. Before I made a mad dash in my neighbor's yard, I had to work out how to distract the thing. Luckily, I still knew that it was right above me, due to it constantly banging on my door, looking through the crack in between the two doors. I still couldn't see anything, despite the constant banging. I'll be honest, kind of thankful for that. I think I would have had a heart attack if I looked out and saw an eyeball looking back at me or something like that. I knew where it was, though. That was the main thing. For the rest of the 4th day, I used a small sand shovel to dig out the back of the cellar. Even though the weather outside was stormy and The digging left me sweaty and thirsty in the sweltering Kansas heat. The work was hard, especially with my limited equipment. Most of what I dug up was just dirt, however. There were bits of rubble from what I assumed were parts of the wall that had caved in. Despite the mud from the leaky ceiling and my shovel breaking, I eventually managed to dig out the backside of the cellar by 6 p.m. Now I just had to figure out a way to distract the creature and get me and Sam into my neighbor's cellar without being found. I spent the next hour and a half setting up and gathering the materials for my plans. I gave Sam some dinner. I made myself some minute noodles in 59 seconds. I was in a rush. My plan? As quietly as I could. I replaced the boards between the cellar door with an old bit of wood that I dug up that was weak in the center. I attached a bit of survival rope to it. I tied a loop around the weakest point, and I packed my backpack with a bit of food, water, and batteries. On top of all that, I packed in Sam. Luckily, she was quite small. Then with the rope in one hand and my knife in the other, I made my way over to the recently evacuated outside door, and I prepared to make a run for it. "All right! Come on in!" I screamed at the top of my lungs, and before swinging the outside cellar door open and without looking back, I made a run for it. I sprinted across the dry grass of my yard and leapt over the poorly maintained hedges of my neighbors before banging on their cellar door and screaming for them to let me in. Mrs. Robinson opened the door and ushered me inside. Come in. You're already drenched and just standing up there." I jumped down into the cellar and was shocked to find that there was no light. It was almost pitch black inside. "Oh, Alec, you finally arrived," Mr. Robinson said, always glad to see his visitors. "Sorry, it's a bit dark. Our generator died an hour ago." "Oh, it's fine, really. Better than being out of food," I replied. Just glad to be away from that thing. "Yeah, I bet. Anyway, when was the last time you saw your brother, Mark?" "What? What do you mean?" "Oh, he popped by a moment ago. He was looking. He was wondering where you were." I started to sweat. My adrenaline up and pumping again after a brief calm period. Is he here? Hello? Ala? Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I just wanted to say thank you for watching today's video. I want to try to wrap this video up quick, so I'm going to let you know about a couple of things real quick. First one is, I'm going on tour. If you want to check out more information about that, head over to creepypasta.shofetti.com. That's creepypasta.shofetti.com. If you want to support the show, head over to patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta, and if you'd like to buy some nice warm tea for a dark and stormy story time, check out etsy.com/shop/ivorymonocletea. Sweet dreams, kids.
At no point during the night was she more than half a mile from the police station. But the park was thinly lit, and the road snaked through forests in both directions. I took a personal interest in her story after I learned about how badly her body had been mutilated. The details continue to flood in, and I'm still working to tease apart the evidence. What's undeniably clear is that a killer still roams free. He's out there somewhere, and he's stalking new victims in the neighborhoods that I call home. For this reason, I can, for now, only insinuate many of the things that I know. To reveal certain details would be to paint a target on my own back, and so they can't be shared here. With that said, here are the facts as I understand them about the night that Smiling Jane Doe died. They named her that way because her lips had been peeled away with a blade. It was her bared teeth glinting like white porcelain in the dawn's light that first drew the attention of the jogger who discovered her body. The park where she died is a famous one, and Smiling Jane Doe was not the first woman to be murdered there. I fear putting too fine a point on the location of this place, so let me just say that the park is located inside my nation's capital. You've likely heard of the park's name before. Locals will be glad to tell you about how the unlit road winds deceptively through the wilderness here, and how these same roads became especially treacherous at night. They might also mention how the bridges arc high over the lower roads beneath them. These are the sort of bridges that make push and fall murders appear neatly like suicides. Smiling Jane Doe was from out of town. She was likely in the city that weekend to take in the sights. No abandoned car was ever found that could be tied to her. If at some point she had been carrying a purse or a wallet with an ID inside, then it seems that the killer took the clue to hide her identity with him. We can't yet guess how or why she traveled to the district, or where it was that Jane called home before she died. It's possible that she was hitchhiking and found herself here entirely by chance. Or instead, Jane may have been visiting this place deliberately. Maybe she traveled here with a happier purpose in mind for herself. She simply remained outside a little too late after dark. Here are the events of that night, as plainly and as accurately as I can describe them. Smiling Jane Doe tried to flag down a car that was traveling through the park at approximately 10:40 p.m. The car's driver was a female in her late 30s, and this crucial witness unfortunately continued down the road without stopping her vehicle. The driver would state later that she barely saw Smiling Jane Doe there in the darkness, and didn't notice her until the victim was close enough to narrowly avoid being hit by the car. In this particular park, and especially at that time of night, no driver can be judged too harshly for refusing to stop for a stranger. After all, carjacking sometimes begin with the false premise of a woman in need of help. A witness driving past was a mother of 3 young children. I hold no ill will against her for making that choice. As the car disappeared around a bend in the road, Smiling Jane Doe fled instead into the thickly wooded forest of the park. She was trying to lose her attacker. The dribbling trail of blood across the road indicates that her pursuer had already made some progress in causing her harm. If she had pressed a little further into the woods, she might have caught the lights of the consulate buildings on the far side of the park. There were security personnel there, and they were surely keeping watch all night. It could have saved her easily, had she just made it far enough to be seen. Unfortunately, at some point, Jane Doe doubled back the way she came. I believe she did so in an attempt to lose her pursuer. The night would turn out to be a litany of heartbreaking moments in this way. Jane Doe came so close to salvation more than a dozen times, but split-second decisions are rarely the wisest ones. This is especially true when someone is in mortal terror. Smiling Jane Doe squandered her chances to survive, and each time she did not realize what she had done. Any one of us might have suffered precisely the same streak of bad luck. And especially on a night like that. She found more winding roads as she pressed through the trees, but she couldn't guess where she now stood in relation to the rest of the twisting roads in the park. Jane followed the path to one of the park's elevated bridges. As I mentioned before, these bridges loomed fatally tall over the ground beneath them. They're the kind of structures that can make murders look like accidents or suicides. It was at this point that Jane spotted an ambulance speeding over the bridge from the opposite direction. She attempted to make the vehicle stop, but the ambulance was already responding to a critical situation on the northwest side of the city. It continued on without her and would soon arrive at the scene of another gruesome homicide. I believe, in fact, that Smiling Jane Doe's killer had 2 victims that night, but the details of her earlier murder are a story for another time. For now, I intend to honor Jane Doe by somberly describing the facts of her death alone. She was alone on the bridge once more as the ambulance sped away. I believe that Smiling Jane Doe then saw her killer approaching from the shadows. She likely considered jumping from the bridge, hoping perhaps to end the awful pursuit once and for all by plunging to her death. This assumption is supported by the bloody footprints that were found on the bridge's upper railings. Trace evidence suggests that she decided at the last moment against leaping. She continued on with footfalls that indicate a sprint. She was fleeing down the road. At this point, it bears mentioning that Smiling Jane Doe was indeed barefoot, and that she was bleeding from her feet due to a loss of her shoes. I believe that our unknown killer confiscated Jane's footwear simply to torment her. Evidence indicates that he did a great many things that night, which were intended to prolong the chase of his human quarry. I believe that our killer caught up to Jane Doe several times before she reached the roadblock. He would injure Jane in some new way each time, or else do something that restricted her movement on foot. This is why he took her shoes. He let Smiling Jane Doe continue attempting to flee at least 4 separate times. Sickens me to this day to consider it. The DNA evidence collected from Jane Doe's body indicates that she met two distinct assailants before her death. It's my theory that after fleeing from the bridge, Jane Doe found a pedestrian walking along the dark road in the opposite direction. I suspect that he was moving up the road towards the bridge when she found him. Jane Doe must have begged him for help, and I can only imagine the horror that she felt to learn that the pedestrian was in fact an accomplice of the killer. From the psychological profiles, I feel confident that this second man toyed with smiling Jane Doe before revealing that he understood exactly what kind of peril she was in. I believe that he restrained Jane Doe and allowed the killer to catch up to her once again at his leisure. It was at this point that our killer most likely carved out her eyes. Police reports indicate that exhausted road flares were found on either side of the road from where the mutilation of smiling Jane Doe likely began. This would imply that the killer and his accomplice built a fake roadblock, probably in passable imitations of a city-authorized detour. They were preventing traffic from flowing naturally through the park. In doing so, they ensured that no witnesses would enter the road where they tormented Jane in her last moments. The spirals and aimless trails of dried blood at this point imply that our killers allowed Jane to continue trying to flee from them. They let her keep attempting to save her own life for most of another hour. Now blinded, Jane could only navigate the dense underbrush and trees. If by some chance she managed to wander too far up or down the roadway, it would be a similar matter of either the killer or his accomplice to shove her back towards the center of the sick arena. On the night that I learned most of these details, I remember praying that there was nothing more to be discovered. I asked God for my research to prove that she simply bled to death there. It would mean at least that Jane experienced no more fear, and she felt nothing when they cut away the skin from her face. The coroner's report would grant me no such mercy, however. Smiling Jane Doe was given drugs to keep her awake. Her mind likely understood and bore witness to those last moments of her life even more vividly than the killer himself can claim to remember them. No family ever came forward to claim Smiling Jane Doe. How could anyone guess that their daughter had ended up that way? You were told. Did you even accept it? Now, I went to see her in the city morgue before she was incinerated. Ever since then, I had worked daily with investigators to bring her killer to justice. What was done to her cannot be unanswered. The details I've excluded here have been excluded deliberately. It's been done to protect the dignity of the dead. More yet to be discovered that remains unknown, even to me. Let it be known that I have absolutely no plans to take my own life. I don't intend to die in a certain park that will not be named, but certainly can be guessed. If I'm found dead in that particular park, then that means that the killers learned something about me before I was able to learn something about him. I don't intend for that to happen, though. I'll do my best to outwit him. There are too many unhappy ghosts in that strange patch of wilderness already, and I don't wish to join them. By the grace of God, may my work help Smiling Jane Doe find peace.
Have you ever hated someone so much that the only thing you would want to do is to put them through misery and pain? If so, you've come to the right place. This curse was used on Japanese spies that went rogue in the ages of the samurai, and is still used by secret organizations today as a form of unnoticeable torture. The target will be plagued by misfortune, which could range from minor injuries all the way to deadly situations from which the subject cannot escape. This was also used by the Indians after the technique was discovered in the late 1800s. It is important not to speak about what you have done to anyone. Otherwise, the curse will have the opposite effect. This happens for reasons unknown, since its creation was originally used for wooden keys of that era, but was modified by the aforementioned secret organizations in the late 1900s to affect metal keys. To begin, you'll need one of the subject's keys. You must make sure that it is not an important key, since important keys are easily missed by owners. You might have a hard time even getting close to your victim's keyring, but after you acquire this, you will need the following: ash of a burnt down tree, log, or stick to capture a spirit, a silver container to make sure that the spirit does not escape while it is captured, a knife or sharp object to anger the spirit by stabbing it while captured, rice to make sure that the spirit can become more powerful and do more harm, a pen and piece of paper to make sure that the spirit hits the right target, salt as a precaution to pour around the silver container, so if the spirit escapes both the ash and silver container, this will provide you with enough time to complete the ritual if the spirit is a very strong one, and water to lay the container in, maybe inside a sink or somewhere else, just as long as you can retrieve it again in a short amount of time. If you have all of your materials, then follow these steps to begin the ritual. Pour the ash into your silver container, and begin to pour the salt around the silver container. These are your 3 titanium walls, blocking the spirit trying to attack you. Now, place the key inside the ash, slowly. Chant, "I've got a treat for you," 15 times. After 5 minutes, take your knife or sharp object and stab the ash, which is now the spirit's body, 8 times, which will anger it and make it stronger. Now pour the rice into the silver container. This will cause the curse effects to become much stronger. After pouring the rice, the spirit will be back in the container if it could escape both the ash and silver container. Write your target's name on a piece of paper and drop it into the silver container. Go to your water source and let the container soak for 30 minutes, so you can give the spirit time to make the key its home. After the 30 minutes, you should take the key out of the container slowly and return it to where you found it. Be warned, if the target dies, the spirit will come for you. So cover all openings of your house with salt. Otherwise, you might see the same key appear in your house, offering you the same fate.
It was a normal Tuesday. I had taken the day off work to bring my son in for a doctor visit. I went to the same doctor's office that I had always brought him to. Just as routine, I sat down and waited for him to be called back. There was a selection of books, most of them for kids, sitting on the little desk next to our seats. I reached over and looked through them, deciding to read him a story while he waited. Most were your average kids' books. Then I found a new one I had never seen before. The cover was gone, ripped off by some other careless kid probably months ago. The condition of the book was poor at best. Since I didn't recognize the story, I decided to read it to my son, something new. The cover was gone, as I said, but the first page of the book displayed the title, as well as a cover illustration. The book was called The Funny Foul-Up of the Frantic Falcone. It showed a man, probably in his early 40s, standing in the front of a classroom for kids, probably 5th or 6th graders. The kids in the picture were all shouting and laughing, while Falcone, obviously the teacher, was waving his arms around and trying to quiet them down. The style and quality of the artwork suggested that this would be a run-of-the-mill kids book, like the one I grew up on. Oddly, I couldn't remember ever reading or hearing about this one, so I turned to the first page and began to read. You'll understand soon why I didn't read much past the first page to my son, but I did read the entire book to myself. It opened with an illustration of Mr. Falcone walking up to the school. This is Mr. Falcone, a teacher. He teaches 6th graders. He's been a teacher for a very long time, almost 15 years, and he used to really love teaching kids. Now, I found that weird from the start. Why would the book say that he used to love teaching? Doesn't he still? I read on. Nowadays, Mr. Falcone has to teach, even though he doesn't want to anymore. He has had a lot of debt and no family or friends to ever help him. If he doesn't work, the bank will take away his house. Mr. Falcone is sad. Honestly, I thought that this was funny. I figured maybe this was a book to teach kids about the evils of corporate greed or to shine light on the low wages of American education. I turned the page. The next page showed Falcone walking into his classroom. He looked at the chalkboard where someone wrote, "Falcone is a freak." I thought this was a little harsh for a kid's book, but I did stuff like this in 6th grade, so maybe the author was just trying for realism here. The children in Mr. Falcone's class are always telling him how they really feel about him, as they demonstrated on the chalkboard. Poor Mr. Falcone. The next page shows 2 of the kids in Falcone's class, which would turn out to be the only 2 kids shown in the book. They're both drawn in a very real and detailed style. On the surface, they look like 2 normal kids, but after looking at their faces, I could see the artist put in a lot of time and detail into really highlighting the contempt and hatred these 2 had for Falcone. Meet Charles and Joe. They hate Falcone almost as much as God hates him. At this point, I handed my son a coloring book. I wasn't sure where this particular book was heading, but I didn't need his mind getting warped either. Once it was only my eyes on the page, I read on further. Joe wants to be a dentist when he grows up. As you can see, he brought in some tools to practice with today. The next picture showed Falcone being held down and strapped into a dentist's chair. Joe walked over with what looked like an old-fashioned doctor's bag and took out a pair of pliers and a screwdriver. Time to practice! The next page was one of those hologram-style plastic deals that you could tilt to change the image. It showed Joe ripping out Falcone's teeth. Blood and teeth would fly across the room when you tilted the page. It was very graphic. This was no children's book. Look at all the blood! Guess Joe still has a thing or 2 to learn before he becomes a dentist. He forgot to bring a suction. The next illustration was Falcone staggering towards his desk. Charles steps out in front of him. Charles wants to be a soldier, or maybe a police officer when he grows up. See his combat boots? He shines them every day before class. The following page was Charles kicking Falcone in the crotch. The look of agony on the teacher's face was sickening. Someone put a lot of time into that. The look on Charles's face was pure evil glee. Mr. Falcone teaches lots of lessons, but today, his students teach him a lesson in economics. The illustration accompanying this was of Falcone discovering his paycheck had been ripped to shreds and left on his desk. The next 3 pages are Falcone simply sitting at his desk, his head in his hands, quivering. Tears can be seen forming puddles on his desk. Sharing is important. Charles is about to share one of his favorite devices with Mr. Falcone. Charles is shown holding what appears to be a boxing glove attached to a trigger-activated spring. Hey, Mr. Falcone! Here comes the punch glove! The device fires, and the glove strikes Falcone hard in the face. More blood can be seen, and his nose clearly breaks. The next few pages are torn badly. In one, it appears that the kids are damaging Falcone's car. In another, Falcone can be seen pleading with another adult, maybe the principal. Clearly it doesn't work, as the next complete page shows him back in the classroom. School is almost over, so Mr. Falcone reaches for one of his few pleasures, his cigarettes. Uh-oh. Looks like Charles and Joe wanted to show Mr. Falcone that smoking is bad for you. This page shows Falcone holding up a pack of cigarettes which are dripping with water. Ruined. The next page is Falcone taking the bus home. The page after that shows Falcone running home to find that his house has been foreclosed. On the second to last page, the illustration of Falcone is looking directly at the reader. His eyes are bloodshot. He's bruised and bloodied. Only one thing left to do. Written across the bottom. The final page shows Falcone blowing his brains out. I threw the book into the trash. No child should accidentally pick that up and read such a horrible story. Clearly, this was somebody's morbid idea. After my son finished his appointment, I fished out the book and decided to see if I could find out who wrote it or published it. There was no author's name given, but I did find the address of the publishing company. I wrote them a strong letter expressing how their book, clearly meant for adults but written and illustrated in the style of a children's book, had found its way into a pediatrician's office. I never received a response. And as far as I can tell, the publishing company doesn't exist. I still wonder what their inspiration or intent was behind publishing such a story. Furthermore, how many more books do they publish? And what lessons do those books try to teach?
I have a story. Those 4 simple words came out of my older brother's mouth. Back at that very night on July 24th, 2009, over a decade ago, a night that has since haunted and left me curious of what was truly wandering in the woodlands of that little oak forest. I've spent hours every night for the past year trying to find anything online that would at least give me something as simple as the name of that forest. But I've never found it. I stared up at him, looking at his pale, round face illuminated by the orange glow of the campfire, separating the two of us. I glared for a split second, cleared my throat as I hadn't said anything to anyone for the past few hours, and spoke with a condescending but humoring tone to my voice. You're kidding. No, I wasn't a disbeliever in cryptids, ghouls, and any monster that lurked in the dark crevices of the earth, whether they were undiscovered beings and creatures or something else entirely. But I obviously knew that whatever was going to come out of my brother's mouth was going to be a load of baloney. Allow me to describe what I mean. He's not a good liar, but always seemed to find it amusing no matter the situation. He'd tell my mother with a straight face that he didn't take one of my belongings, even though he was obviously hiding it behind his back. He'd tell my frustrated dad, who had just read his not-so-successful report card, that C in algebra was a typo. In the end, my parents also had to sarcastically tell him that they believe him, and no matter what he did, never punished him for it, even though my mom could see his arm folded behind his back, and my dad could most definitely tell that Mr. Harris would not make a typo on something as crucial as a school report card. But their inability to continue fighting with him became more and more distinct throughout the years. Because one thing that was especially present to his lies was that he absolutely would never admit to his lies. One night back in 2003, my mom walked into his room and told him that he shouldn't be playing video games because he obviously didn't finish his homework, and this resulted in a full-blown tantrum by a literal 9-year-old. He crossed his arms, did his notorious scowl, and stomped his feet, until my mom threw her hands up and walked out in frustration, leaving him to resume playing on his PS2, ignoring the fact that his science teacher, Mrs. White, would blow a vein in her forehead when she discovered his unfinished homework. And just a few years later, when he was 11, he angrily refused to talk to my father about the detention he received that January afternoon. His PE teacher has caught him shoving down a girl in his class, and when he confronted him, he angrily screamed and spat in his face until he had to literally drag him out by the arm of the PE class. I remember his quotes so vividly that night, to his constantly changing story, that he was trying to keep explaining to my father. I didn't do it. Melissa pushed me first. Mr. Davis is the one lying, and he pushed me first. My attempts at relenting against him, telling him that a teacher wouldn't just push a student because they felt like it, were met with angry yells directed towards me, exclaiming that I was the stupid liar. So yeah, if you couldn't tell, I'm not very fond of my brother. But I am entirely off topic. Immediately, my brother scowled in frustration, My sarcastic remark had already upset him, and I knew that if I didn't dial it back a few seconds, my parents sleeping inside the RV would be immediately awakened and get on my case for making my brother upset. No, I'm serious. My God, Michael, can you not be an asshole for 2 seconds? My brother was a foul mouth. It started when he was 14 years old, and he pretty much cherished his vocabulary of swear words. Both of my parents were floored when the first time he casually dropped an F-bomb during dinner. And while my mom didn't care what he said, unless it was an insult directed towards someone, my dad made it absolutely clear that he wanted absolutely no swearing in his presence. And if not, he'd make him mow our huge front lawn every week for the next month. Yet when I was the only one who got caught, my dad would go ballistic and claim he'd trash every electronic in my room if he caught me swearing again. Whatever. Fine, I'll humor you, Josh. Tell me your story. Take it seriously. I thought it would be nice, seeing how we're near this campfire in the middle of a cool night. I rolled my eyes, just barely able to contain any more sarcastic remarks toward him. All right, I will. Go ahead. I leaned back at the fallen log that I was sitting on, vividly remembering how uncomfortable it was, but that it was better off than sitting on the ground and having my mother get frustrated the next morning when she sees the stains of grass and dirt on the back of my pants. I vividly remember my brother looking around, almost as if he was searching for something. He was most definitely eager to tell me his story, yet when I let him, he suddenly became completely unprepared. I swallowed the urge to chuckle. In a few seconds, he asked me a question I didn't anticipate. You know what a skinwalker is, right, Mikey? I hated it when he called me Mikey, because most of the time he does it to annoy me. But did he just ask me what a skinwalker is? I mean, I recognized the name and some details of what exactly one was, but I had no idea he even cared about mythological creatures. I immediately began to think, trying to remember details, and the only thing I could prominently remember was that they were mythical monsters that could disguise themselves as humans by wearing their flayed skin like a suit. Sure, yeah. No, you don't. He scoffs and crossed his arms. Now, all we were missing is a repeated stomping and scarlet red coloration on his face, and we'll have a full-blown episode. Fine, explain it to me. He begins to speak, talking in this obnoxiously ghoulish voice, doing these stereotypical ooh ghost noises in as much detail as he could remember. He informed me that skinwalkers are Navajo witches or warlocks capable of using black magic to shapeshift in animals, either through possession or disguising by flaying the pelt off of an animal and draping it over them, like some sort of demented suit of flesh and skin. And as I expected, that very method can be done to humans. I remember that he tells me a specific detail that even after learning about mythological skinwalkers online, I don't seem to understand where he got from. Maybe he either made it up or got it from an odd source. I wanted to bring it up to see if others know about it. And they say that the longer the witches and warlocks wear their stripped coats to disguise themselves, they become more and more of the very being they disguised as. Ooh. The skin suits may eventually merge into their skin and become their new exterior one day, or gradually, bit by bit, they begin to sprout irreversible animalistic features, gray wolf fur, white eagle feathers, green snake scales. They start to hallucinate, lose memories, become confused, and eventually absolutely psychotic, eventually revert to a completely animalistic phase, losing all of their humanity for good. The skinwalkers become their own skin. All skinwalkers know that they must not wear skin suits composed out of various different sources, as if they become their own skin. He chuckled slightly. Quite the patchwork abomination may come out. They don't have a nickname for those types of transformed skinwalkers, probably because they're so horrific that they should never be named. Ooh. I'm a bit brought back. For once in his life, what was coming out of his mouth was actually interesting to hear, whether it was a lie or not. He seemed to see my petrified state, mesmerized by his story, and slowly, speaks again, asking me a question. Now, when a skinwalker steals one's skin, what happens to the body? Took a few seconds to respond back. As I had to abruptly escape my trance, I had no idea. Maybe they ate it. Maybe they disposed of it via burial. Maybe they dismember them and stick their several limbs together to make makeshift meat scarecrows to traumatize the village the now deceased person is from. It took me a second before eventually I had a pretty odd answer, but a pretty plausible one. They're witches, right? What if they turn them into mindless puppets, like minions or something like that? My brother's eyes widen for a split second, and he continues. Got it right on the money, somewhat. I was stunned for a few seconds, too. I didn't expect that to be the absolute right answer, so I was quite shocked that apparently my weird guess was right. Again, my brother continued. They call them the Skin. Victims of the Skinwalkers. The whole process of becoming a skinned can't seem to work on animals, and it's believed it's because their brains aren't complex enough. But the process can work on most humans. They become reanimated, like zombies, but not quite. From head to toe, their skin has been removed, usually in a completely crude fashion, exposing layers and layers of peeled back flesh, lacerated muscles, and exposed tendons. They may be severely injured in appearance, as death by skinwalkers no clean one. So claw marks and tears can be dug into their flesh, leaving open scars that never heal. The lower half of their skulls had been peeled open, exposing the skull's jawbone and the permanently exposed teeth of the person. Some say the tongue is gouged out prior to the process, so that the skin can't call for help, if it retains some humanity, while some say the eye sockets are stabbed, blinding the skin so it can't see what it's become. Some say the skin have twisted limbs, forcing them to walk on all fours along the forest floor, and some say the skin are disemboweled, leaving empty, abominable cavities with no present organs. People don't know why they do this, but most believe it's simply the result of inflicted wounds prior to death and punctured holes through the sides of their chest, though the heat may symbolize that the skinwalker is a past lover of the victim who's had their heart broken and thus seeks revenge by stabbing straight through their own right before death. I got very curious, so I decided to shoot him a simple question. Why do the witches make the skinned? What's the point of having minions if they're all damaged, reanimated corpses? Again, he was somewhat right. I glared at him, confused. The skin aren't brought to life by the skinwalker themselves. When they obtain their skin suit, they usually abandon them to allow the elements to do the rest, break down their exposed bodies, turn them into mulch, to be absorbed into the earth over the course of several years, but through some supernatural influence, perhaps a failed attempt at revival, through another outer force, the corpse becomes a skinned. I stopped glaring at him and asked another question. If they're not minions, what do they do? My brother chuckled again. I could see why, as he loved everything gruesome. He saw Freddy vs. Jason when it first came out in theaters back in 2003 and had the time of his life. They look for their stolen skin. They roam the forest that they were killed in for eternity, searching for whatever bastard witch or warlock left them a bleeding husk. The supernatural essence within them leaves them unable to rot and die, but over the years their soul begins to crumple, and what little humanity was trapped in the near mindless being fades away for good. The skin are flayed of not just their bodies, but their humanity. I shivered pretty damn hard. Now that was scary. The idea of having some mythical creature robbing you of your skin and turning you into an undying zombie, endlessly searching for your lost flesh as you mentally wither into nothing, freaked me out. So much that my brother immediately noticed as he laughed and pointed towards me. You're scared. I can see you shaking. I didn't like being caught in a moment of fear, so I retaliated. No, I'm shivering because it's cold. It was a half-lie. While the faint wind brushed against my back, the glowing heat in front of me mostly canceled it out. Obviously, my brother caught me in my bluff, pointed at the nearby campfire, which was gradually dying down by now. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's absolutely freezing and dark, too. If only there was something here that could provide heat for us and light. All right, fine, you did scare me. But the fire is dying down. Let's go to the RV, get into bed. Probably way too late, and Dad didn't want us to stay up late so we can wake up tomorrow. No, we're gonna go back on the road tomorrow by noon. I want to spend as much time here as I can. You just sleep in the RV during the day. Then, do you have any suggestions about what we can do? I can continue telling you a story. A friend of mine told me that he ran into a skinwalker a few years ago, wearing the skin suit of a dead wolf. I didn't think he was noticing the gradually fading glow of the campfire, so I pointed it out to him. Fire's dying down. It's because nearly all our fuel's been used up. Mikey, give me a solid and go get some twigs. Josh, you want me to go out into the dark, damp forest alone in the middle of the night and go get more fuel? What, are you scared of a skinwalker? Might pop up and take your skin. Don't be a wimp. There's sticks everywhere. It's not like you have to walk miles to find some. Come on, hurry up before the fire's dead. Nah, rock, paper, scissors for it, and no 2 out of 3. If I win, you do it. My brother scoffs in frustration, mumbling, fine, under his breath, and stands up, approaching me. I vividly remember our little match of RPS. I was hoping that I didn't have to go, and I didn't feel like doing so. But my choice of scissors against his choice of rock proved otherwise. I win. Rock beats scissors. Now go. My brother quickly speaks and pointed over my shoulder. I grumbled in frustration but knew I couldn't protest, as it was my idea. So I turned around, kicked my feet, and took a couple slow steps. My brother's joking demand of, if the fire's dead before you're back, the skinwalkers might get you, got on my nerves. But motivated me to pick up the pace as I wanted to be done with it as soon as possible. I think I was walking for a good few minutes. I don't remember what I was doing, but I think I just had my hands in my pockets, thinking about our little vacation trip. Back in early July, our parents thought of our excessive days of just playing video games for 12 hours straight and then going to sleep was corrupting our minds, and they wanted us to take a 5-day road trip to clear our minds. Both of them had entirely different views on video games. That's why my mom normally just didn't want us to be excessively having our eyes glued to a television screen. My dad absolutely believed the whole idea that video games cause violence and banned graphic video games, strictly limited video game time on our family computer, and told us games like GTA 3 were made by a bunch of lowlives who wanted to brainwash kids and literally turn them into raving lunatics. Until we were 18, he wanted absolutely nothing excessively violent on our gaming consoles, or that if we were caught with it, we would have to not only return the game from where we'd bought it, but humiliate yourself by writing an apology letter to whoever it was bought from. And if that wasn't enough salt in the wound, very limited video game times for the next month. After around 3 or so minutes, my train of thought came to a halt, and I remembered what I was out here for. I took my hands out of my pockets and searched around, eventually finding piles of fallen wooden branches on the ground. Before I scooped up as much as I could, with prominent handfuls, before turning around and starting my way back. Walking back, my train of thought kept going again, and I picked up where I left off. If it wasn't obvious, my father loves to utilize fear as a scaring mechanism into stopping us from doing things he doesn't like. While my mother absolutely hates it, and it sparks countless fights between them, just before the trip, Dad got curious one night, found some lewd sites on the history of my brother's personal computer, and lost his mind. Mom tried to tell him that he was just curious, while my brother just flat out called him out on a supposed bluff. Eventually, Mom shooed us out of the room and fought with Dad in private for an hour straight, so much that it actually exhausted him. I heard very little details through the muffled shouts in the next room over, but I could tell Mom was sick of Dad's method of traumatizing us. But Dad thinks that Mom's giving us so much freedom that we think we could do whatever we wanted. So while they stated this whole road trip was to give us some fresh air, I think it was mainly because of the tension in between them. But they didn't want to flat out tell us. And then I stopped. Nothing had caught my attention. My whole train of thought just stopped. Like it derailed. It wasn't like I just abruptly snapped back out of it. It's as if it had just abruptly concluded and wrapped itself up. And that's when it hit me. Why I stopped. I looked around in confusion, searching through the shadowy trunks and branches of the old oak trees before me. I was frozen, and that's when I truly realized why I'd stopped. I didn't recognize where I was. I remember that even while I was first thinking, I could recognize subtle details in my trail. A lonely, rotted tree stump, a crumpled up can of either beer or soda resting in a pile of leaves, a few jagged patches of gravel I had to walk over. I searched and searched and searched for any of those details, but they were nowhere to be seen. No, it's not possible. I had turned around a full 180 degrees when I got those sticks. It's not like I just got lost out of nowhere. I searched around. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. It's like a horror movie. Building up a sudden loud jump scare, a blaring scream to deafen me, and the face of a deceased, mutilated creature to lunge out of the darkness to maul me and take my skin. God damn it! I yelled out in frustration. My father was just a few feet behind me. I would have gotten a raw slap to the back of my head for yelling God's name in vain, but he wasn't. I was dead lost in the middle of a forest, alone, while it was the middle of the night. I was immediately consumed with a chilling feeling, one stronger than the weak, ice-cold winds. It was my blood freezing and shivers running up and down my spine. It was panic. "Joshua!" I yelled out. I knew wherever I was, he probably couldn't hear me, but I just wanted noise in the forest besides my own gradually quickening exhales. I yelled again, frozen in place. "Joshua!" Nothing. No, I knew where I was just a few minutes ago. Never in my life had I been so paranoid. I was absolutely shocked to my core. I could barely move my upper body while everything below my pelvis was anchored to the ground. I vividly remember trying to lift my left foot, but it's as if I was wearing a steel-toe boot welded to the ground. I stood there for about a few minutes straight, just trapped in place as my breathing grew more and more hysterical. I couldn't move my legs. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't even open my hands and drop the handfuls of twigs stuck to my palms. It was so surreal, and my own personification was the only thing keeping me from full-blown trembling and the absolute shock. I felt lightheaded as I was breathing like my life depended on it, and then, just then, I heard it. The first noise within the last 8 or so minutes, a noise that I can recall in so much detail despite its immensely short length and abruptness. I didn't even know what it was at first, but it eventually came into my mind, and when I realized what it most likely was, I nearly vomited right then and there. It was the loud crunching of twigs, snapping under someone's foot. "Joshua!" I yelled so loud my voice cracked. For a half-second went high-pitched. At that very moment, I didn't care if whatever it was potentially a wild animal or an escaped knife-wielding mental patient sneaking up on me. It's as if nothing in the world mattered to me at that very moment, a moment that only lasted just a few seconds until I heard it again. Another twig snapping. I didn't know where it was coming from, but I absolutely knew that it was getting closer. Not like this. Anything but like this. I remember that glimmers of life seemed to flash before my eyes. Potential death in my mind. I got mauled to death by a feral animal, semi-eaten. I get gutted to death by a maniacal, laughing serial killer and buried under a huge patch of gravel. Or I never escape my petrified state and get discovered in the morning, curled in the forest floor in the fetal position, died of exposure. I would have preferred that last method. It was at least less gruesome. And then I heard it. What came next was, at first, entirely familiar. The third snap of a twig, but was followed just milliseconds later by a sound that I could easily describe, but can't put together in words how bone-chilling it was. A slow, guttural groan. It was a person. What I was hoping it was. From the best I could put together, it was like the final breath of a smoker succumbing to lung cancer, or the mangled, raspy exhale of someone's life being sucked out of them via strangulation. It was human, all right, yet not natural. It was a sound of absolute agony. No man can generate that sound at will. I heard it again. I got another listen to it, much clearer than before. It was sickening, beyond disturbing, though it felt very different. It took me a few seconds to understand why. The first sound was an exhale, and this one was an inhale. I'm praying by now, praying that whatever is happening is just some messed up prank by Josh, and stuff like the inability to locate those subtle details, and his misformed gasps were just my mind twisting details from an existing amount of fear. Maybe I had dozed off at the campsite, or whatever this was, it was a nightmare. I'd pinch myself if I could, but by now my fingers were stuck together. All I could do was wiggle the tips of my thumbs. I heard it again. A twig snapping, followed by the mangled inhale. I stayed silent for a few seconds. There it was. A twig snapping. A grotesque exhale. It was almost a rhythm. And after a while, it seemed to recognize that the space in between the combination of a breaking branch and warped export or intake of breath was almost perfect every day, so much that I even counted it. It's nearly 6 seconds. I couldn't really tell if my fear had faded away by then. I was perplexed by the near inhuman sounds, and the only thing affecting me was my inability to mostly move and the faint winds that I'd been so long in that my teeth were chattering. Abruptly, everything just ended. The unusual noises were gone, and now I could at least hear the faint whooshing of the wind before me. I felt pins and needles in my hands and legs, so intense that they hurt, as if all the blood flow in them had stopped. I straightened my fingers, flexed my toes, and gradually lifted my left foot, finally taking my first step in what I think was at least 20 minutes. I think at that moment I was convinced whatever just occurred was some sort of fear-induced psychotic episode. Those strange noises were auditory hallucinations my brain created, and finally, I managed to snap out of my episode and the noises abruptly left. Though upon a couple seconds after the ending of my presumed episode, I felt an unusual warmth in my face, so I opened my left hand, allowing me to drop the mass of sticks as they crashed to the ground and rubbed my face in confusion. Tears running down my eyes. I was involuntarily crying. But now I knew that it was just all a part of the episode. I started to slowly walk again, but I was still recovering from whatever the hell had just happened. So while I wanted to run until I knocked all the air out of my lungs, I could only slowly drag my feet. I felt an overwhelming feeling of warmth wash over, a sign that everything seemed to be okay now. How absolutely wrong I was, how dead wrong I was. Never in my life had I ever been that wrong before, and my body gave me an overwhelming feeling that it was all over. But all that really was the appetizer before the main course. What happened next has traumatized me to a massive degree, and for the next few weeks, I had recurring nightmares. I'm forced to relive this moment every time. If I had a full bladder, I would have definitely emptied it by then. What came next was not human. Nothing capable of living can generate this noise, not even a demon straight out of hell. In this horribly distorted, jarring voice, I can nowhere near replicate. When retelling the story to my friends and family, it uttered a single word. When I couldn't understand it first, but after this, I finally realized what it said. Skin. I don't know what scared me more. The abruptness and the volume of it, or the fact that, unlike the sounds of snapping twigs and raspy groans, I could understand where it was coming from. A few feet behind me. And then I heard it. The dragging, the clawing, the swishing of soil, the cracking of the branches that I had dropped behind as it writhed over them like a giant leech. Before I could fully register its existence, I had gradually spun my head around and got a good look at what it was. It was what I wasn't hoping for. It was a twisted, mutilated human being, and if you couldn't tell from all the buildup, it was a skinwalker victim, flayed nearly to the skeleton with dissected layers of muscle, flesh, and other body parts exposed, formerly under the layers of skin that formerly protected its body. I remember the face, gutted and punctured with the right side looking like someone had taken a claw hammer to it, so much I could see sections of its skull. Its empty right eye socket and nasal cavity were crushed with a combination of what looked like dried blood and mucus, while the left eye had absolutely no color. It was dead. It was not alive. It shouldn't be alive. Its teeth, still pearly white as if it was alive and almost glowing in the moonlight, were fully exposed from the lack of lips, yet no pair of dentures. They were gnarled, sickly, and stained with various colors of substances I didn't even want to get a better look at. I could now understand its malformed breathing as its trachea was slit wide open, exposing a gaping hole in the front of its neck. What I formerly thought was the sound of crawling was not crawling. That thing was walking on all fours, its elbows pointed up to the sky, and while I couldn't see it at first, its knees were twisted backwards, allowing to essentially move its legs backwards. One thought was in my mind during the good 10 or so seconds I had my eyes set on the creature. Not the fact that I was literally looking at a real, genuine version of the creature my brother had told me just a half an hour prior, but the fact that it was dragging its extremities along the ground and scuttling towards me. I heard it speak again, this time seeing its mouth move. I don't understand how it could muster fully audible words with no lips on its face and visible damaged muscles in its jaw, but it could. Skin. Thoughts flooded my mind so rapidly that I could barely register them as soon as they popped up. What I was looking at was not a creature that should be alive. It was an abomination that freed inside of whatever rotted chamber it had been locked in years ago and needed to get the hell away from it now. Before my body could reparalyze itself, I opened my grip, allowing my body to drop another handful of twigs before I turned around and took a random path in the direction I had been searching and ran like my life depended on it. And when I took off, I think it did. Because I heard that creature speak the only 3 words I could understand in that moment. Give it back. Give it back. The end of its final word gradually began to warp as it transformed into a ghoulish howl. By the time I had gotten around 10 or so yards from it, I heard its howl twist into what I could describe as an ear-splitting shriek, one my brother would never have the lung capacity to do. I knew what I did. I pissed it off, and before I could start praying that it was slower than me, I remember what kind of being I was dealing with. Somehow through its agonizing screech, it was chasing me. I didn't know how long I ran, but I ran until there was little air in my lungs and stomach bile in my throat. I nearly threw up in my mouth, yet I just kept running because I could hear that thing in hot pursuit, and through an absolute miracle, I saw it. The silhouette of my parents' RV through the gnarled branches I was plowing through, blocking my face with my arms, and leaves cutting against the undersides of my forearms, through the gaps in my fingers that was shielding my face. I saw glimmers of the smoke rising from the now extinguished campfire. The second I had escaped the trees and pretty much flung myself into the empty area where my parents had set up camp, I immediately emptied my stomach contents. My vomit was hot and boiling from all the stress that I had just inflicted on my body, and it scorched the inside of my throat. I glanced upward, my vision reduced from the tears and sweat in my eyes. But I could see the outline of my brother, standing just feet away from me. Michael! Michael, holy hell, where the hell have you been? And that's when I realized something. I hadn't just escaped. There was no finish line. The thing was still after me, and within seconds I jumped up to my feet, my legs aching and my entire body overheated. Never in my life had I run as much as that, nowhere near as more than any miles I had run in PE. I could only muster out a couple of words before my voice was canceled out by the petrifying scream of the creature. It had stopped screaming for just a few seconds, just enough for my brother to not get a full listening to it, because it had lost me. But both an extremely exhausted me and my own brother were in its radius. I can remember what I said, and as clear as day, we need to get in the RV right now. My brother told me at a later date that when he heard that screech of whatever was in the forest, he almost pissed himself right there. Before I could even blink, he had his arm scooped under his armpits, and he had me dragged into the RV within a span of around 5 seconds. Did it so fast that I was shocked he didn't get a hernia. And to this day, this is the greatest thing he's ever done for me. If he had left me in a panic, I wouldn't be online to tell this story. That thing would have burst out of the shadows, would have wrapped an outstretched hand around my ankles, would have dragged me into the darkness, or never would have been seen again. The booming bang of my brother slamming the RV door and locking it immediately woke both my parents. But before my father could self-detonate and chew him out for waking them up, their gazes immediately reverted to me, who had left sweating, crying, and retching on the RV floor. I remember my mother immediately coming to my aid, horrified because she would tell me years later she had never seen me in such a state of absolute disarray. My father interrogated my brother, unsure of what to make of my current state, but believed my brother was still behind it. My ears were ringing badly, but I could hear what he was telling him. "There's something in the woods! We heard it, and it didn't sound like a wild animal." My father showed immediate disbelief, but I remember through choked gasps, I assured him that I ran directly into it, and it chased me out of the woods. My parents were mortified upon realization that my brother wasn't lying again. My father urgently asked what I had seen in the woods. I remember what I said, word for word. It was a person on all fours, with no skin. What came next was a blur. My own body started to power down from how much energy I had drained myself of, and even though I struggled to stay awake, just in seconds I felt myself slip out of consciousness. All I remember is my brother frantically telling something to my parents and my panicking mother scooping me up. I woke up an undetermined time later, and a couple years later, while reciting the story to my brother, he told me that I was out for about 11 hours straight and I slept dead silent. I remember waking up in the back of the RV on my bed. My dad driving, my mom in the front seat, and my brother on his bed, lying down and playing his Nintendo DS. Everyone was silent and my brain was flooded so much that it took me hours to remember the events of the last night. My brother and I talked. Just an hour later, I asked him what the actual hell happened just last night, and he told me not to talk about it at all until we got home. I didn't particularly understand what he meant at first. Just a couple hours later, I discovered that our road trip had been cut a day short. However, it would be years until I would understand what truly happened after I lost consciousness. My mother said nothing, but my father always silenced me, telling me he never wanted to speak of it. My brother was the only one who would talk to me about it, but told me he didn't remember what happened after I passed out either, since he fell asleep as well and wanted to hear it from my father. But he always acted as if it never even seemed to happen. I had my nightmares. They plagued me so bad, but they eventually went away. Some were either me re-experiencing when I was paralyzed in the middle of the forest, listening to the sounds of snapping twigs and distorted groans, while some were me fleeing from that horrific creature that was chasing me, hysterically screaming. After around a few months, the whole thing escaped my mind. It wasn't until somehow over a decade later the whole experience reappeared in my mind during a conversation with my brother about past vacations. That road trip popped up. I remember him talking over lunch, and surprisingly, he found the whole thing so mysterious and odd. I asked him a few questions. Some I remember how long I was gone. He informed me it was at least over an hour. He got extremely worried that I'd gotten lost. Told him I did. I described my whole episode. I was just anchored to place and heard those noises over and over again. I asked him where he got the whole information of the skinned, because I can't find anything like it online. He told me the same friend who supposedly encountered a skinwalker told him. My brother thought they were made up at first, but wanted to amuse me with a story of them on that very night. I asked him why he apparently couldn't hear that thing screech for the first time. He told me that oddly, everything was dead silent, and it wasn't until I lurched free from the forest that he heard that thing's wails. And that's when I remember my most important question. A question I've been trying to think of an answer for years. Josh, when I got back into the RV, and I told Dad it was some messed up creature, what happened after I passed out? My brother froze for a few seconds, looking down at his plate and just chewing. He swallowed his food and finally spoke. Dad told me to lie to you before I woke up. He knew what happened. Mom and I both witnessed it, but they didn't want you to know any details. The whole experience messed you up good, at least for a few weeks. You had night terrors, right? Yeah, I did. But what did you see? The rest of the night was, silent after that. The thing probably wandered off or was never able to find us, so I remember we all kind of just fell asleep in our beds. Mom embraced you the whole time. You were mumbling in your sleep 4 words. They weren't coherent at first, and I guess only I heard them because Mom and Dad were both asleep by then. I don't have it. That thing. It yelled at me before I started running. This screech of a voice. Give it back. I think that's why. My brother picked at his teeth before continuing to talk. Yeah, that's not all. I remember waking up in the morning. Mom and Dad were outside the RV. Mom was horrified, crying. Dad couldn't look, so I came out and Mom tried to cover my eyes, but I saw it. Nearly through right there. Sheriff came just a couple minutes later. If you're wondering, he was no help. I stared at him with a combination of curiosity and fright. I felt an overwhelming chill run down my spine, though one that would never compare to the ones I had while I was stuck in the middle of the forest. What did you see? Sides of the RV, even the roof, were covered in reddish-brown splotches, visibly dried and crusted into the RV's paint. My brother winced for a split second, but continued staring me in the eyes. They're all shapes I didn't recognize at first, but seconds before Mom covered my eyes, I could tell that, they were handprints. While we slept, that bastard came back, crawled all over the RV. I finished his sentence. Because it was looking for me. I don't know what truly lurks in the dark crevices of Earth. I know now not all of them are feral. Some used to be people, like you and me, but they were robbed of everything they had. The very matter that covers their body shields the meats from the outside world, the cold, empty outside world. It's driven me crazy. I remember thinking about how negative my brother was, bringing up all these awful things that he's done in the past, how much I despise him prior, yet he saved my life. What if he was the one who went out into the forest? What if he was the one who ran out of breath and was vomiting? What if I abandoned him? What if he was the one who was dragged into the forest, gone without a trace? I would never, ever see him again. Not me, not our parents, not our friends or teachers, or other supervisors he's had that have broken their backs over the years trying to make him a nicer person. If the chances were different that night, one of us would not be present today. Maybe even both. Yet there's one thing that still unnerves me about this incident. It's whatever that creature truly was. It's still out there. In that dark, silent forest, condemned to walk in animate limbo, searching for not just its ripped away skin and flesh, but something else that was ripped out of it. Its soul. Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and thank you for watching today's video. And if you're on the podcast, then thank you for watching today's podcast. And if you're on not the video or the podcast, then thank you for tuning into this telepathic broadcast. Oh, and there's something I need to mention to all of you. It's actually the big Halloween surprise. I mentioned this early on in the summer, but I never really got a chance to say what it was because it wasn't really nailed down at the time. We, and by we, I mean me, CreepyPasta, and Mew, are going on tour across the United States in October. All the dates for it have been nailed down as of actually today, and tickets should be going on sale as of actually today. If you'd like to find out more, I'm going to have a bunch of information in the description down below all the way up until the tour is finished. But if you want to get a hold of your tickets, all the venues we've chosen have very limited seating, so make sure you get your tickets now if we're heading to a town near you. And one of the most exciting things about this is that I've been able to work with Mew across the United States doing conventions over the past couple of years. But this is the first time I think that CreepyPasta is coming to the US, and it's especially the first time I'm going to be able to work with him live on stage. So this is going to be a show that's bigger than anything I've ever dreamed of being able to do in my entire YouTube career. So check it out down below at marginwalkerpresents.com to get a hold of your tickets and come see us to celebrate Spooktober. Especially, I want to give a big thank you to my Patreon supporters. You guys over at patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta are the best, especially Trace Miles, Talon Karlik, Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Wayne Milstead, Dr. Strawberry, Daniel Polson, Champinski, Ken Landau Higuchi, Rev Miroku, Brianna Ventine Jensen, Nicholas Said Elyasin, Buddy Burrows, Stephen Van Huss, Tristan Pelton, Goonington, G. Weevil 3, Chance Burnett, Diana Kraus, Asia, Gabrielle DeBaca, The Red Oak Shield Virus, Sandy Barney, Titty Connoisseur, Melissa Swagart, Kudir Max, Jay Curbine, Dante Rao, Last Blade Song, Chris Wrights, The Ginger Bros, Mads Beck Lorenzen Post, Don Molmeister, Eliminator 86, Nebsky, Andrew Stenberg, Jason Silsma, Steampunk Center, and Rafael Rodriguez. If you guys would like to join them, you can head over to patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. And that's it for tonight. Sweet dreams, everyone.
So, I just want to say thank you for listening to the 24-hour horror radio. And if you're enjoying your time here and want to help support the show, please check out patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta, where you can support with just $1. Or, honestly, any support is just to like this and subscribe to the channel and check out some other videos if you find a story that you really like. I'm going to let you get back to the stories.
Boy, do I have a story for you guys. Well, in my junior year of high school, a really good friend of mine came down with a crippling sinus infection. And we kidded with her at first because overnight she turned into the stereotypical wheezy loser. She was completely unable to breathe out of her nose, so her mouth started hanging open. As a result, she was constantly drinking water and wiping her chin, which made her look a bit slow. Her voice changed too, of course, and we gave her a lot of grief for it. Friends can be crueler than enemies at times. But after 2 months, with no end to the infection in sight, we realized how serious the situation was, and we banded together to support her. We took turns staying with her on the weekends because she no longer wanted to leave the house. Her nose constantly ran, and of course, the discomfort made her irritable. After about 3 months, the skin around her nostrils started to physically rot, and it was constantly open and infected. She dropped out of school, and she refused to leave the house for any reason. It was absolutely heartbreaking. Her parents were at a complete loss as to what to do. And for a while, there was actually talk of having the inside of her sinus cavity replaced, essentially, with some kind of artificial material. They ran every test under the sun on her, and nothing came back positive. They gave her every antibiotic they could think of, and she tried using a neti pot for a while, but that seemed to just make things worse. Watching her deteriorate was one of the worst things I've ever witnessed. By the 6th month, she had lost about 20 pounds. She was spending most of her days sleeping. Someone began supplying her with opiates, and she developed an addiction to them. None of us could believe how quickly her life had been taken away from her. And one evening, we were sitting in her room. We were playing Monopoly. The game was taking longer than usual because it was hard for her to concentrate. I made an offhand joke about something, and for whatever reason, it caused her to break down. I've never been great at comforting people, so I sat there,
and I listened to her vent. I mean, it seemed like the best thing to do anyway. Her voice was nasally and wet, and every few seconds she stopped to swallow the mucus draining into her throat. "I can't do it anymore," she said. "I wish I was dead." I started to give her some kind of sappy comfort statement, but she lost it. She started clawing at her face, whimpering. I tried to stop her, but she got up and she started banging her head against the wall. "I just wanted to stop," she screamed. She was absolutely hysterical. She ripped the bandages, which by then were permanent, off the tip of her nose, and I could see how raw the skin was. And then she turned and she screwed her eyes shut and blew out of her nose as hard as she could. Her face turned bright red. There was a strange, wet, sputtering noise as the air forced its way out. The red turned into an alarming purple, and I really, truly thought she was going to give herself an aneurysm. I got up to stop her, but she backed away and blew harder, and suddenly there was this strange, almost meaty pop. And something flew out of her nose, and it spattered across the floor, about 3 feet away from us. We stared at each other for a second. She took a deep breath through her nose, the first one I'd heard her take in almost a year. Her face crumpled, and she started sobbing. I got up and I held her. I admit I might have cried a little too. But eventually we got ourselves together and went to see what it was that she'd blown out. And where the thing should have been, there was only a slimy, reddish mark and a trail leading out into the hall. We followed it, both of us not really thinking much at that point. She was taking big breaths through her nose, and I suppose I was more focused on that. At least until we found the thing halfway down the hall. Whatever it was alive. When we realized that, we both froze. There really are situations in life that are so strange that your brain needs time to process it, to process what it's seeing. So for a while, we just stood and we watched the thing drag itself across the rug. There was mucus and blood and tissue all over it, and the thing itself was a nasty looking black. She was the only one who figured it out first. "It's a slug," she said without inflection. "It's a fucking slug." "That's impossible," I said weakly. "No, it is, look." We bent down and we took a closer look, and sure enough, now that I looked, I could see the eye stalks, and the shape became familiar. I was absolutely horrified. Neither of us knew what to do, but eventually she ran to the kitchen. She got a Tupperware container. We waited until the slug crawled inside. Both of us refused to touch it. We sat there, we watched it until our parents came home. They didn't believe us until we pointed out the blood and the mucus it was still covered in, until my friend demonstrated her new ability to breathe. Her parents rushed my friend and the slug to the hospital, but it took almost a week before we learned what exactly had happened. Now, shortly before the sinus infection began, my friend had gone with a few others to a local swimming hole. She remembered at one point getting a nose full of water. Now, what we suspect happened was that when she did this, she inhaled a very, very small slug, which set up camp in her sinuses. We assumed that it must have survived off particulates in her throat, or maybe even on the mucus itself. But in the end, no one is really sure how exactly the thing lived for almost a year inside her head. In hindsight, she recalls feeling at times something moving around in the back of her throat or inside of her head, but she had written it off as mucus moving. See, my friend, she's fine now. And aside from some scarring here and there, but there's nothing like a slug inside your head to make you paranoid for the rest of your life. Sometimes, she says, she still feels something moving around in there. And lately she's been having some problems with a lung infection. I'd like to tell her that she's just imagining it, that everything will be fine. But I've done some research. I'm worried. I'm worried because slugs can reproduce asexually. Good evening, kids. It's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I wanted to tell you thank you so much for watching tonight's video. If you guys are looking for a nice hot beverage to enjoy while listening to scary stories, or if it's still snowing out where you guys are, because I keep seeing that everywhere, then might I suggest you check out etsy.com/shop/ivorymonocle tea. It's my wife's tea shop. She has numerous different teas that you can be able to get, as well as Dungeons & Dragons and Creepypasta themed teas. And if you ask for the Mr. Creepypasta dabbing sticker, if you get a Mr. Creepypasta Dark and Stormy Night tea, then you get the special little sticker that I threw together. And of course, I want to give a very, very, very big shout out to all of my followers on Patreon, especially Bloodlace, Peter Bowie, Acid System, F, Alan Hyper, Brennan Matthews, Mary Massacre, Janine Hook, Paul Livingston, Seth Joseph Richards, Ashlyn, Deadeye Nick, Azad Hosenbuckus, Rick Dance, Bryce Charles, Lumen Walker, Sherry Morgan, Jake McNee, Victoria Helton, BDH9294, Melinda S, Finney, Nathan, Dante Rao, Jane Reynolds, Ace Band G, Ryan Kellum, Bobby J. Cavanaugh, Barbara Biggs, Bella Bailey, Ninja Grace, Dad Obsessed Trash, Suzanne Grow, Tommy Walters, Tater Chip, Onbu Op Willie, Sarah Gree, Yuri Catslash, Randy, Brad Gustafson, Sean Tristan Markham, B. Lisa Tyser, Jose Rodriguez, Adagio Rose, Peaceful Buddha, Azarine Fox, Freddy Krueger, Ho Gunkchi, Justin Johnson, King Hades F13, Michael Scarborough, James Lowe, Someone You Love, Nina Smith, Rafael Rodriguez, and Chance Burnett. You guys, as always, are the real MVP, and I can't thank you enough for helping me get to where I am now and, generally keeping me alive. So, thank you all so much for supporting on Patreon. Thank you everybody in the description for supporting on Patreon. And thank you everybody out there who's listening and watching somewhere across the many reaches of the internet. Have a good night and sweet dreams. Do you remember those nightmares from when you were a kid? No more than 7, 8, maybe more. The ones that would jolt you awake, sweating in your sheets. I do. Mine was where I was this investigator, investigating this case where a girl had gone missing. Tracked her down to a family basement, where I discovered a doll that looked exactly like her, inside a coffin, where she was stuffed inside, dead. Then I was locked in the basement in the dark, left to face the doll alone, and the doll would always rise up. The corpse within it cracking and making these moist, fleshy sounds. I would always wake up after that. But I'm not here to talk about her. No, I'm here to talk about something far worse and stranger. I'm here to talk about a woman who lived across the street. A woman who now is haunting my life. I first met her a few years ago. I'd recently moved into the house, which I shared with some roommates, and I'd only been on the street having a walk when she approached me. "You're the new girl," she said, tapping me on the shoulder. Yeah, I replied. "Tiffany Hydrangea, just moved." I turned and pointed at the house, right over there. "I'm Janice. Janice Commonwealth," she introduced. She was a typical old grandma-esque person, with a flower-patterned dress and flowing white hair. "I live in the cottage around the bend, near the lake. Come visit sometime. I'll bake you cookies or something. Think of it as a welcome to the neighborhood gift. Thank you, I replied. But you don't have to. I'm sure I can. No, I insist. And so, next week I went over and was treated to some of the best cookies I'd ever tasted. They were soft, sweet like honey, and were studded in a nut I've never been able to really find. And then I came over another week, then another, and another. Very soon, it was more part of my schedule. I'd go over every other week, talk about my life, where I'd worked for a company that had something to do with old relics, and she told me about new ideas for her cookies. And then, she vanished. A month ago, she disappeared. I went over as usual and nobody answered the door, even after I'd knocked 5 or so times. Usually she'd be quick to answer, or she'd yell something. "Miss Commonwealth?" I yelled. No answer. I feared for the worst. I tried the door handle. It shook open, turning, and I pushed it, opening the door. It was odd. She'd never had the door unlocked, ever, even when I was visiting. The first thing I noticed was the scent of tea and cookies. That, at least, was normal, but not anything else. "Hello?" I asked, searching. "Miss Commonwealth?" All I got was silence. I went over to the kitchen. Perhaps she'd been caught up in baking or something, but still, nothing. The kitchen was empty, void, except for cakes of tea laid out on the dining room table, and still baking cookies in the oven. It was as if she'd vanished, just as she was about to answer the door. But then, why had the door been unlocked? I continued my search, all over the house, but still, I didn't find her. Suddenly, just as I reached her bedroom, I heard something. A rustle of leaves outside, and I turned, fast as lightning, towards the window. I saw a blur like an animal moving rapidly, but it didn't look like any animal I'd known. I called the police after that, and I waited for them to arrive. That's when I got the phone call. It was Mrs. Commonwealth, except for some reason my phone displayed her as an unknown caller. That had never happened before. The profile picture was the same, but still, the name itself was unknown caller. "Mrs. Commonwealth?" I answered. "Where are you?" Silence. I asked again. Silence. I began to ask again, but before I could, I heard her deep breathing, panting as if she was being hunted. "Hello? I'm lost. I don't know where I am. Can you find me?" "Mrs. Commonwealth, can you describe where you are?" I panicked. The static poured in, and I yelped, pushing the phone away from my ear. "Walls are so bright. My God, it's coming. The walls, it's like clay. Static over again poured into my ears, and then silence. "Hello?" I insisted. "Mrs. Commonwealth?" Then there was the breathing. Her breathing, but it was like she was far away, too far away. And it was as if her voice had been copied 100 times over, then played back. The breathing got louder, 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 until... "We're sorry, but this number isn't available." A monotonic computered voice rang out. I looked at the screen. It was showing an error message telling me that the number didn't exist. "What the heck?" I murmured, tapping several buttons, then calling the number again. It rang, but nobody picked up. I tried again and again, right up until the police finally arrived. I told them everything. She'd vanished, as if she was about to welcome me in, but then disappeared. I told them about the phone call, and they said they'd look into it. In the end, I think they decided she'd gotten lost somewhere somehow, and told me that she'd probably be back. She didn't come back. I waited hours until the sun set and the moon rose, yet nothing. I thought about calling the police and then decided against it. Maybe, I had thought, they were right after all. Maybe she'd come back later. So I returned back to my house, ignored my roommate's questions about where I'd been all day, and willed myself to sleep. Then I woke up. 2 a.m, my phone was ringing, blasting this tune I hadn't heard in years. It was old, and one I vaguely recognized to be from some obscure 80s artist. I rubbed my eyes, then checked in onto my phone. "Unknown number," I murmured, just before my eyes focused and saw the profile picture. Mrs. Commonwealth. What the heck? I tapped the answer button, and I was greeted by heavy breathing. It was farther away than last time. It seemed thicker somehow, as if it had been processed through a filter, yet it seemed real still and organic. Mrs. Commonwealth? Hello? I'm sorry, I don't know where I am. Can you find me? The heck? That's what she said before. No, not just what she said before, but exactly what she said before. The inflection, the voice, everything was exactly the same. Was I too confused to answer? And before I could even think of one, she said it again. Hello? I'm sorry, I don't know where I am. Can you find me? Can you tell me what it looks like? I managed to stutter. I'm gonna call the police. Hello? I'm lost. I don't know where I am. Can you find me? The voice repeated. Where are you? I pressed. No answer. Hello? Silence. Then suddenly, I'm outside. Can you let me in? But it was wrong. It just wasn't right. It was like that monotonal voice dictating the error. It was computerized, processed, inorganic. Can you let me in? What do you mean? I continued. We're sorry. But the number, I swore, throwing the phone across the room, crashing into the window, where it bounced off, landing on my bed. Wait, the window. There was someone outside in the cul-de-sac it viewed over. Someone was trailing long white hair in a flower-decorated dress. That's, I gasped, impossible. It was Mrs. Commonwealth standing, looking away from the house, facing a tree, her face but inches away from it. Something wasn't right about how she looked, though. I went up to the glass to see closer, and suddenly I realized the flowers on her dress were wrong. I distinctly remember her saying how she'd always wished she could have tulips on a dress and how she could never find any, and this woman outside my house had tulips on her dress. But apart from that, she looked almost the same. Suddenly I heard a noise coming from the palms of my hands. The phone had somehow turned on. There was nothing on it but a photo of this hallway, and no matter what I did, it stayed the same. And then came the voice. Can you let me in? It was the exact same as before. Across the street in the cul-de-sac, Mrs. Commonwealth, or whatever was outside, moved its jaw up and down as if it were speaking. It's so cold out here. The rooms, they were so cold too. Cold as clay. The woman outside continued speaking. The voice emanating from my phone. Please let me in. You're not her. Who are you? What's going on? Hello? I'm lost. I don't know where I am. Can you find me? And then the woman outside began to turn around, and before I could see her face, I fainted. I don't know what happened in the hours after that, but the next thing I knew, my roommates were around me, shaking me awake. What? What? Dude, what happened? Said a voice behind me. Huh? I asked, confused. Magnus, what do you mean? Dude, look around you! And I did. What the heck? I was at the dining table. There was a box of cereal in front of me, and there was a bowl filled with milk. No, not milk. Instead, there was a creamy substance. I poked at it with a spoon and found it to be chunky. I suddenly realized what it was. Clay? What the heck? What happened? I demanded, looking back up at my roommates. We found you like this? One of them said. I woke up and I heard a noise in the kitchen, like someone was looking for something. I went out, I found you, except you didn't act like you. I tried to ask you what you were doing, but you didn't explain. Then you got clay from the arts and crafts bucket, and you started mixing it with milk. You poured it in, and then I tried to stop you. I don't remember. I looked around the kitchen. Sure enough, it looked like someone had been there. What happened next? you were able to push me off, so I went to get the others to help. When I got back, you had a bowl filled with clay and milk. You're about to pour cereal into it, so we stopped you. I don't understand, I stammered. What about outside? Did you see her? Mrs. Commonwealth. What are you talking about? The man known as Stephen questioned. I didn't see anything. I got up, I looked around, then retrieved my phone from Andrea, who had it in her hands. I checked the CCTV app. It should view here, around here. What are you doing? I ignored Andrea. The camera didn't show anything. No strange woman. Nothing. This didn't make sense. I checked the call app. No calls were made. Not even a scam call. But to my further confusion, the internal camera caught me causing a mess in the kitchen and making the food. I don't understand, I muttered. We don't either, Andrea said. Let's go to a doctor. We drove to the hospital, and within minutes, a doctor was checking me out. They scanned me, poked and prodded, but couldn't come up with a better reason than I was sleepwalking. Weirdly, my friends seemed to agree I was sleepwalking. However, the doctor decided I should stay in one of the hospital rooms for the rest of the night, and so I complied. Well, I tried. The doctors were taking me to the observation room when I caught sight of something out of the corner of my eye. No. Someone wearing a flower-covered dress, and I broke free of the doctor's grip and ran over to them. They looked back, revealing the face of Mrs. Commonwealth, and I ran after them. The doctors behind me chased me, but I was faster, and somehow the old lady, or whatever it was faster, and suddenly it was as if they were in another place, a hallway, alone. The lights were bright, the walls clear white and manila. I felt a sinking feeling, then looked down to see clay. The floor was made of wet clay that I was now sinking into. Hello? Mrs. Commonwealth? Hello? I'm lost. I don't know where I am. Can you find me? A voice behind me asked. I turned around to see. No, it wasn't Mrs. Commonwealth. It was something else. I had turned around to see me. My face on the body of Mrs. Commonwealth. It mirrored my face. Every look, every blink, every gasp. Everything here is as cold as clay. The thing stepped closer, and I stepped back, feeling myself sink into the ground as I stepped. I stumbled, and I fell to the ground. Next thing I knew, I was inside the hospital, the normal one, and the doctors were all around me. Apparently, I tried to run, and I suddenly fainted. And so I agreed to be monitored for a week. And for a week, nothing happened. I mulled around, being observed by doctors, no sleepwalking, no illness, no creepy disease. So I was dismissed. Some sort of momentary hysteria, they called it. Nothing to worry about. And for the next month, nothing else happened. The police filed a formal investigation into the whereabouts of Mrs. Janice Commonwealth, but they weren't able to locate her. Nobody was looking for her anyway. I guess that's the price to pay when you're old. This also meant the police gave up after a week or so, and just claimed that she probably decided to vanish on her own. After all, disappearing isn't a crime. It all got worse, though. I thought I was fine. I wasn't. She appeared again outside the house, facing it. She spoke the same words again, just as my phone buzzed to life, the voice projecting all the way into it. I stayed up that entire night watching her stare up at me from across the street, drilling holes into my soul. When the sun set, I felt the urge to sleep. Before I knew it, I was asleep. She wasn't there when I woke up. Then the second night, I couldn't find her. Not at first. It was only after I noticed something odd. She wasn't near the tree. She was closer this time. Just to the end of the sidewalk, meters away from the door. Again, like before, she didn't move. She just stared directly at me until the sun rose. Then I slept. And now, yesterday, Yesterday, she's inside the house. Outside my door. I didn't see her outside. I didn't even consider that she was inside the house until I heard it. Hello? I'm lost. I don't know where I am. Can you find me? I'm not sure what'll happen if she gets in. I'm not sure what happened to her. All I know is that I want it to stop. So if you know anything about what could have happened to Mrs. Commonwealth, I need to know. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and it's the end of today's video, or today's episode of the podcast, which means I want to tell you guys thank you so much for watching. And thank you for hitting like and subscribe and bell, and I think it's still subscribe on podcasts. One day I'll look that up. If you guys are listening on your phone, like I think the statistics say like 90% of you are, then on your phone you can also listen on another place. It's an app called Chilling. The Chilling app allows you to listen to stories from me that you can't get here, as well as stories from a whole group of other narrators. A lot of them you've heard before, some of them you've even heard here, like Autumn Ivy. Plus, it allows you to control the background music and background ambiance, which I think is probably one of the coolest features on there. Check out Chilling on Android and iOS now. I want to give a very big thank you to everybody on Patreon, especially Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Stephanie Butler, Brian Arce, Bobby Carmen, Tristan Pelton, Chance Burnett, Diana Kraus, Crazy Kid, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Ika Limchok, Dirt Diver 030, Robert Schonkwiller, USMC, Matt Bach, Jables Raz, Masked Note, Joshua Mullen, Dan Pham, Matthew McNeese, Ben Spates, Jeremy H., Raltazal, Fikamal, Nana, The Morgan, Nick Weaver, Melted Lake, Tali Sue, Sky Mara Ravenswood, William King, Reaper 61167, Darth Miver, Michael Ortiz, Satanic Aries, Isodo Hatred, Nessie, Ronnie Hansen, Parafa Panda, Bardo Hawk 764, Lambda M98, Harley, Billy Morrow, Sashi Suzaku, at Grizzly Olsen Pro, My Body Sounds Like Rice Krispies, Jay, Miss Exandra, Suji Campbell, Stricken, Azarine Fox, Fried Chicken 12, Freddy Krueger, Happy Birthday Jason Willis, Infernal One, Lisa Cottrell, Caspian, Hades Nephew, Tater Chip, Acid System, Prozac and Pancake Appreciation Society, Cryptic Nightmares, Kiri the Sloth, Tommy Green, Fester's Lampshade, Sky Harbor, Nico Kyle, Rafael Rodriguez, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Daniel Polson, Trey Smiles, and Corey Kenshin. Like I said, I cannot thank you guys enough for being a part of this, and that goes to everybody down there in the description, and everybody who even can just support for $1. Thank you guys, thank you guys, thank you guys. I hope you all have a wonderful holiday season, and sweet dreams.
I don't really remember what happened before it all went dark. I think I was in a car. All I can remember was the loud noise, some screech of metal on metal, and then nothing. I woke up in this beeping place. I'm not sure where I am because I can't seem to open my eyes. It's silly, isn't it? I can definitely feel the blanket on top of me. Beep, beep, beep beside me. But I can't open my eyes or talk or move. People come to poke at me every now and then, and I always try to talk to them. Could someone tell me what happened to my eyes? I can't open them. I try to say, but my vocal cords don't seem to want to cooperate, so I guess I'll just wait. And these people seem to know what they're doing. They poke in the same place every time, and sometimes with their fingers, sometimes with a sharp thing with no name. They don't say much, these people. Just come, poke, sigh, and go. Someone opened my eye today and held a flashlight over it. It hurt, and I couldn't tell them to stop, just the movement of my eye felt amazing. Do you know that if you don't open your eyes for a long time, they can stick to your eyelids? I didn't. I do now. It didn't hurt, though. It just felt good when it unstuck. And someone's been holding my hand and reading me stories. And there's 7 chapters into Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets now. I'd tell them that I've already read them, but I can't. They hold my hand sometimes and just sit with me, so it's just me, them, and the beeping. think is my mom. She was crying today. I wanted to make her happy and not sad, but something's definitely wrong with my arms because I can't hug her better. I'll have to tell her when I can that I want to help. And see, some people came into the room while my mom was crying, said that she should leave, that she shouldn't be here for this, but I didn't recognize the voice, and I didn't want my mom to go. I was scared. She cried louder, said, "No, he's still there." And I wanted to shout, "Of course I am. Where would I go?" And everyone left. Mom came back a bit later, sniffing. She sat down, started crying a bit louder and louder until she was almost screaming, and then she hit me right in the face. I couldn't tell what I'd done wrong, but she hit me again and again. And I couldn't say sorry or cry or stop her, only sit there until the men came and took her away. 2 of the men stayed, though, and they were mumbling, and I couldn't make out what they were saying until I caught the word coma. I wanted to scream, shake, jump up, slap him in the mouth, but I couldn't. I couldn't say stop. Couldn't say, "Please, I'm here. I can hear you. Please don't do this." Nothing. I could only sit there while they poked me with the sharp thing with no name that must be a needle. The beep, beep, beep turned into a beep, beep. And I felt myself get tired. I wanted to ask what they were doing, how they thought that it would help to slow the beeping down, but I couldn't. I was screaming at the top of my lungs, but I wasn't moving. I don't want to die. I don't want to fade away. I need to hug my mom, tell her everything's okay, tell her I'm here and I'm fine, but I don't think I'll get the chance now.
When Carol told me she was going to have a girls' weekend with her friends, I knew that I had to make my next move carefully. Act 2 excited about the news, she might jump to the conclusion that I wanted her gone. Act 2 disappointed, and she might get the idea that I actually like to spend my Friday mornings watching flip-flop reruns. No, I knew that I had to play this one cool. I told her it was fine. Not to worry, I said. I would handle things at the house. Go have fun with your friends, I told her. Enjoy yourself. Okay, my wife smiled, and take care of Sadie for me. Sadie was a 4-year-old Pomeranian, and when I say our Pomeranian, which I really mean is my wife's Pomeranian, that dog absolutely hated me. Okay, not even 10 seconds after my wife finished backing out of the driveway, I was already texting my buddies Eric and Mark to come over and have some fun. Girls' night out could mean only one thing: guys' night in. We ordered pizza and wings, powered up my old Nintendo 64, we had Smash Brothers, beer, and absolutely no supervision whatsoever. Could this get any better? Around midnight, I heard Sadie barking obnoxiously in the kitchen. God, I hate that dog. Her bark was so shrill, I swear it could wake the dead. I told Eric and Mark to hold on. I needed to go let Sadie out, and I'd be right back. When I picked her up, however, she snapped at my hand. Ah! I yelped, as my friends laughed at me. Guess we know who's the boss around here, Mark said sarcastically. And my buddies put their controllers down and followed me as I attempted to track down Sadie. It wasn't exactly a difficult task with her irritating barking, and we quickly located her in front of the basement door. Now, Sadie was the type of dog that liked to bark at everything, but even this was peculiar behavior coming from her. The hair on the back of her neck stuck up like needles, She was baring her teeth towards the basement with murderous intent. Never seen her so worked up before. Come on, girl, I said. We walked downstairs to see what the problem was. What we found at the bottom of the stairs was, well, it was unlike anything I'd ever seen in my entire life. There was a gigantic slit suspended in midair, maybe 6 feet tall, 3 feet wide. It looked almost as if somebody had taken the fabric of space and time and just ripped it open like an old rag. Blue and green light with textures of flames twirled around inside. I was at a loss for words. I had no idea how to conceptualize what this thing was, or why it was in my basement, or even worse, how I was possibly going to explain this to my wife. It looked like some kind of wormhole had opened up inside my basement. The others seemed to agree. Whatever it was, Sadie didn't like it one bit. She paced back and forth menacingly, growling at the large opening, but careful not to get too close. Eric wanted to know what would happen if we threw something inside, and after some searching, he managed to procure a muddied tennis ball from a nearby shelf. He took the ball and gave it a soft toss into the abyss, which swallowed the ball whole. It was gone. Hold on, I have an idea, I said. I grabbed an old coil of rope and tied it to a 10-pound kettlebell from my home gym. With a heave, I tossed the weight into the portal and watched as it disappeared behind the flames. For a second, nothing seemed to happen. Then, something about the portal changed. Its flames, once a bluish-green color, deepened into a menacing red. The rope, which until then had remained limp in my hands, started to twitch as the hole sucked in the rest of the coil. At first it unraveled slowly, but picked up speed over time until in just a couple of seconds, the rope was peeling off like a spool on a fishing wire. I panicked, unsure of what to do, and I tried to stop the rope with my bare hands, but it quickly became apparent what a bad idea that was. The rope uncoiled furiously in my hand, ripping into my palms that caused me to yelp in pain. "Help!" I shouted, looking at Eric and Mark. The two of them grabbed the section of rope with me, and we heaved backwards with all our weight. Something was tugging on the other end of the line, causing the cord to stretch taut. So much pressure was building up in the strand that I could hear groaning noises from the fibers as they rubbed against one another. Eric and Mark were struggling to breathe behind me, and I could only assume their faces were red from the strain. Suddenly, the rope snapped in half, sending the three of us flying backwards in a tumbled mess while the rest of the rope was sucked up like a spaghetti noodle. Sadie went berserk. She was barking furiously at the portal before leaping in after the rope. She was gone before I could even stop her. I called out to her in my sweetest voice, even offering her a treat in the hopes that by some miracle she might leap out, but no such luck. "Oh my God, my wife's gonna kill me," I groaned. To add insult to injury, there was suddenly an audible click, and all the lights shut off. Things just kept getting better and better. Save for the eerie glow coming from the portal, everything was pitch black. "Come on, guys," I said. "I'll reset the breaker." It was hard to see, which made it rather difficult to navigate the maze of supplies that built up over the years. Eric and Mark kept bumping into each other behind me, and one of them, I think it was Mark, almost fell over. "Jesus, Mark," I heard Eric say. "Your breath smells like shit. You ever heard of a toothbrush?" Eric was right. I could smell his breath from here. God, it was disgusting. Man was an absolute garbage disposal for food. When we reached the breaker, I still couldn't see much of anything, so I asked to borrow somebody's phone. I felt a stiff hand tap me on the back, followed by the weight of an iPhone perched on my shoulder. "Thanks," I said. I flicked the lights back on, and flicked on the backlight to see what I was doing. Half thinking it wouldn't work, and half praying that it would, I reset the main breaker. And to my surprise, and to my amazement, the lights flickered back on. Something was changed now. I looked behind me and realized that Mark was still there, but Eric had disappeared. Mark threw me a confused look. We walked back to the portal with a panic. Had something happened? Things got even weirder when I saw that the mysterious wormhole, which had been there only moments ago, has now vanished. It was gone. Missing as if it had never been there in the first place. Eric would have jumped through the portal, would he? Or even worse, what if something came out and grabbed him. I could feel sweat starting to roll down my forehead as I considered progressively worse possibilities. A wave of relief poured over me when I heard the basement door opening at the top of the stairs and saw Eric standing there with a stupid grin on his face. "I went to get a flashlight," he explained sheepishly. I surveyed the area one last time, where the portal had been before, just to make sure I wasn't hallucinating, or having a psychotic break. We went back upstairs, and the three of us gathered around the kitchen table. I looked at each of them seriously, searching for some kind of explanation. "We all saw what I think we saw, right?" I asked. Eric and Mark nodded their heads, and I sighed, partly out of relief that I wasn't going crazy, and partly out of fear from what we had just seen. "Look," I said, pointing at each of them, "not a word about this to my wife. I don't even know how I'm going to tell her about any of this. She's going to think I'm on drugs or something." Mark and Eric each agreed. They wouldn't say anything to anyone till I had a chance to talk to Carol. The two of them waited a couple of minutes, but I could tell they were eager to get out of here. We high-fived each other goodbye, then Eric and Mark ran out of the house as fast as they could. Can't say I blame them. We were all pretty spooked. I, for my part, slept with a shotgun next to me that night. The next morning, I woke up to a buzz from my cell phone. I expected it to be a text from my wife telling me that she was coming home soon. I looked over and realized that it wasn't from my wife at all. It was a text from Mark. "Hey buddy," it read. "Sorry I missed your message. Christina and I went camping up in the Adirondack for the weekend, and cell phone reception was terrible. I can't believe I missed guys' night. Maybe we can do it next weekend. I promise to make it up to you guys. Hope you and Eric had fun without me." Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and thank you so much for listening to tonight's story, whether it be an episode of something, or tonight's podcast, or tonight's YouTube. If you guys are watching on YouTube, I strongly encourage you to click subscribe so that you're able to get all of the updates for the YouTube series that currently go on. And if you're not on YouTube and you're listening on the podcast, thank you for listening on Spotify, or on Google, or on iTunes, or wherever you happen to be listening from. And a very big thank you to all of my Patreons, and you can always join them at patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. People like Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Ken Lando Higuchi, Brianna Ventine Jensen, Chapinski, The Red Oak Shield Virus, Sandy Barney, G Weevil 3, Diana Kraus, Stephen Van Huss, Chance Burnett, Tristan Pelton, Nico Cowell, The Ginger Bros, Dante Rao, Rafael Rodriguez, Last Blade Song, Eliminator 86, Nebsky, Steampunk Sinner, Caleb Dougal, Daniel Paulson, Sky Harbor, The Homeless Bird 93, Bobby Carmen, Liam Newman, Aaron Stormcrow, Barbara Macedo, Thomas Burgett, Azazel Rotten, Let's Get Scared, S-Man, Andrew Kirisuba Warnock, Bad Honey, Creepypasta Adam, Someone You Love, Brennan Wright, Said the King 56, and Somber Puppet. Thank you guys so much for your continued support, to all of you on Patreon, you guys that are down there in the description, and everyone else. And thank you all for listening and watching and being subscribed. Sweet dreams.
The man's front door had never looked more inviting. Rain poured down in massive sheets, and he had the luck of stumbling about it right before he commuted home. As he fumbled for his keys, he was thinking about his wife and new child. The three of them had only been living in their houses for a few days. After all, the place was pretty cheap and had a ton of space. A nice home, 2 steady jobs, and a beautiful child. The couple couldn't have asked for much more. There they are, the man thought in relief as he walked in. Sitting in the living room, his wife attempted to placate a very fussy baby girl. "Hey, honey, she's been crying for close to 10 minutes, and I can't figure out what's wrong. Could you hold her for a second?" Before he could reply, his newborn daughter was thrust into his arms. Her name was Brooke. Only a couple of months old, she had her mother's sweet blue eyes, but her father's wide grin. Her father began to coo her almost instantaneously. She stopped her tantrum. "I think she just missed her daddy," the man reassured his wife. With a sigh of exasperated relief, she served dinner. The rest of the evening went rather uneventfully. The man and his wife set the baby to bed and watched a romantic movie, or what they could of it, at least. As the two were lying in bed that night, they heard a loud thud that jarred them from a pillow talk. What was that? The man's wife was greatly alarmed, thinking it was nothing. He tried to assure her that everything was fine. It's only the house, dear. The place is old. It's going to settle here and there. Could you please check? He just wanted to go back to sleep, but his wife was a persistent one. He knew that if he refused to check on things, he would only be pestered into doing it. Grabbing his robe, he set out to explore the house. None of the windows or doors had been breached. Every possession was in place, and no one was lurking outside. As the man was about to go to sleep, he decided to go check on his daughter. Just as he had suspected, Brooke was snugly tucked away under her blanket, content with the state of the house. The man went back to bed and slept without any interruptions. "Honey?" the man's wife asked him shortly after the couple woke up the next morning. "Did you find it strange that Brooke didn't cry at all during her sleep last night?" All things considered, the man did think this was a little odd. Shrugging it off as nothing, he gave a rational explanation. "That warm milk must have done the trick. Don't worry. Tomorrow night she'll cry up a storm." While his wife was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, the man heard her blood-curdling scream nearly shake the house with its intensity. Rushing to see what was wrong, he was shocked to see what lay before his eyes. The smell emanating from inside of the oven was so sickening that it caused his wife to vomit. Beside the oven door, he noticed a small note. It read this in nearly illegible handwriting. It wasn't the house settling.
If you're listening to this right now, then I'm going to assume you're either falling asleep or you're just enjoying your time. And let me tell you, what's great for both of those situations is a nice hot cup of tea. Or I guess if it's the middle of the summer, a nice iced cup of tea. I don't know. I'm from Texas. Sweet tea is kind of a thing. And if you like tea, then I strongly suggest you check out Ivory Monocle Tea, which has a MrCreepyPasta tea of their own, the Dark and Stormy Night. It's actually a tea that I drink whenever I'm recording. It's extremely strong and extremely caffeinated, which is something I just need some days, if you know what I mean. There's also plenty of other teas there based off of different slasher villains or different Dungeons & Dragons characters, anime, things like that. Check them out. It's etsy.com/shop/Ivory Monocle Tea. That's etsy.com/shop/Ivory Monocle Tea. And now, back to the stories.
I'm only 14 years old, but I'm very tech-savvy. I enjoy hacking computers and even building them from time to time. One of my more recent and morbid hobbies have been exploring the deep web. And before you get the wrong idea, I don't go there for the dark stuff. Well, I do. But not the kind of stuff you're thinking about. I explore the deep web for the joy of finding new websites. Brand new, off-kilter, bizarre ones. I find them and catalog them for my own personal enjoyment. It feels like I am actively discovering new parts of an ever-growing planet, or at least the dark side of one. Despite it being the deep web, most of the sites I've come across are mundane and uninspired. For instance, a 9/11 conspiracy site, a dating site for white supremacists, and a site dedicated to assassinating the president. Boring. But then, there's the more interesting ones, like a marketplace for selling various serial killers' belongings, a site for worshipping a strange cult called the Clan of the Red Wolf, and a Hitler fanfiction site, violent, hypersexual fanfiction, to name a few. And these are the kinds of sites that either pique my interest or make me laugh, giving them a spot in my catalog of oddities. While on my usual hunt for the unusual, I came across a site called Parent Snatcher. The layout was overly simple and looked more like someone's Tumblr page rather than a deep web website, but I wanted to see what it had to offer. In reading its contents, I found little to placate my hunger for the strange and obscene. It was just a list of pronouns and numbers, coupled with links to eBay listings on the surface selling web furniture. Her, 37, eBay listing love seat, $14,356. Him, 28, eBay listing sofa, $11,467. Her, 42, eBay listing drapes, $12,569. Him, 40, eBay listing ceiling fan, $2,997. Her, 32, eBay listing dining room set, $2,997. The setup confused me. Doing a little more digging, I found various number sequences embedded in the background of the site. Being a fan of encryption, I wondered if it might be a code of some sort. I took down the series of numbers and ran it through one of my many code-breaking programs that I had on my computer. After an hour or so, it popped out a message. Welcome to Parent Snatcher. Need a new mom or dad, not satisfied with the one that you have? Well, you've come to the right place. Follow a her listing for a mother unit, and a him listing for a father unit. Ages are included in description. Once payment is received by eBay user, we will send you your new parent. All of our human products come with a lifetime guarantee. We monitor the bonding process 24/7 for quality control. They are equipped with a tracking chip and video surveillance, making it impossible for them to escape. We here at Parent Snatcher desire your full satisfaction above all else. Enjoy! Now that was weird. I've certainly never seen anything like that on the deep web. This is certainly getting to a special place in my catalog, whether it was fake or not. After saving the site into my collection, I wondered, what if it actually worked? Now, this is going to sound stupid, but I always wanted a dad. It's been me and my mom for as long as I can remember. She says he left when I was young, but I don't recall him ever being there. As such, I would often fantasize about him returning home, seeing me all grown up. I wanted to be part of my life again. Like I said, it's stupid. Still, I really wanted to know if the site worked. I tried 1,000 different search engines and asked around on forums on both the deep web and surface web. Not a single mention of Parent Snatcher anywhere. I finally ripped my eyes from my computer monitor and looked over at the clock. It was nearly 3 in the goddamn morning. I'd been searching for information on this website for several hours, and for one reason or another, I couldn't let it go. Maybe it was my need for a father figure. Perhaps it was the sleep deprivation. Either way, I found myself walking upstairs to my mom's bedroom. Once there, I snuck past her asleep on the bed and reached into her purse, located on one of her nightstands. I grabbed her wallet and quickly walked downstairs to my room. I grabbed one of her credit cards, followed the cheapest dad listing on the Parent Snatcher to Surface Web, and clicked on the Buy It Now option for a ceiling fan. I typed in all the credit card information required and then paused for a moment. I was about to not only break my mom's trust and spend a boatload of her money, but I was also doing something potentially dangerous. What if the man I purchased wasn't nice? What would my mom say or do when he got here? What if there would be no man at all? What if the site was just a carefully orchestrated scam designed into swindling unsuspecting kids out of their parents' money? I asked myself these questions, but they barely made a dent in my curiosity. I hit enter and finalized the purchase. After sneaking the card back into my mom's purse without being noticed, I waited. Days passed. Those days eventually became weeks. I had to put up with my mom arguing on the phone with her credit card company as well as eBay over the mysterious $3,000 purchase made with her card. She never once suspected me of doing the deed, even venting to me about it from time to time. That made me feel guilty. My guilt, however, was no match for my excitement. I could not wait to see if Parent Snatcher was legitimate. The weeks that passed eventually turned into months. This is when I started becoming weary of the site's claims. I began to accept the fact that I was a dumb kid, fooled by a master con artist. I was left feeling hopeless and like an idiot. I'd been fantasizing about a scenario in which the site not only worked, but sent me a nice man to be my dad. He'd meet me, meet my mom, we'd fall in love. We'd be a family. I knew the chances were slim, but I still hoped. I was a fool. One night while on my computer searching for more deep web gems, I heard a loud bang.
It sounded like it was the front door, a burglar perhaps. I jumped up from my computer and grabbed the baseball bat I kept under my bed. I was ready to fight off any would-be intruder, and after getting into a fighting stance, I heard someone shuffling around outside my bedroom. My adrenaline was through the roof. I stood my ground and wound up the bat, ready to swing. My bedroom door swung open. It was a man wearing all black, including a black ski mask. He looked at me up and down, apparently sizing me up before speaking. You the one who placed an order with Parent Snatcher? The man then bolted in my direction and grabbed me. He put his hand over my mouth and pulled me out of my room. I struggled, but he was too strong. Just before he could get me out of the house, I attempted to bite his hand through the leather glove that he wore. I clenched my teeth down as hard as I could and managed to get a reaction. The man groaned in pain. This was when I was able to wiggle my way free and run toward the stairs, all the while screaming at the top of my lungs for my mom to wake up. The man caught up quick and grabbed me again, but my cries for help were effective. My mom showed up at the top of the stairs just in time to see what was going on. My mom screamed and leapt down the flight of stairs faster than I've seen any person move in my life. She began bashing the guy's head in with her fist, making it nearly impossible for him to hold on to me. He threw some punches back, but I wasn't going to let him get away with laying his dirty hands on my mom. I stretched my leg back as far as it would go and kicked him so hard in his nether regions that he fell to the floor. He tried fighting back, but my mom and I had the upper hand. He eventually ran for the door and fled from the premises. It's been weeks since that man broke into our home. I can only guess that he really did work for Parent Snatcher, and the site wasn't what I hoped for. It seemed that its goal was not only to make money, but also kidnap kids, and once they had a billing address, they probably canvassed the area for a few weeks to make sure the house in question actually harbored a child or teen. I didn't figure all that out on my own. If I could think that far ahead, I wouldn't have wound up in this mess to begin with. I told my mom the truth, as well as the police. They figured out the rest. Unfortunately, the site was taken down, and the perpetrators were never apprehended. The cops are still on the lookout, though, and offered my mom and I a police detail and a new security system. So despite the ordeal, we sleep well. What would Parent Snatcher have done if they had actually captured me? The police wouldn't offer me insight on this, but I'm sure they told my mom. I already have a good guess anyway. I more than likely would have been integrated into some kind of child trafficking ring, perhaps sold off to the highest bidder on another deep web website. From there, I'm sure you can gather what would have happened. Lucky for me, I wasn't captured. So all in all, I've learned a lot from nearly being kidnapped. And one thing's for certain. I'll never visit the deep web again. For as long as I live.
There were no windows on my train to Moscow. To be fair, it wasn't a passenger train. They booked my trip with zero planning and no budget, so I got what I paid for. A Cold War-era coal freighter, 8 huge, blocky wagons behind the locomotive at the front, then the caboose where I slept in the back. Bound to be an adventure at any rate. When I met Sergei, the main driver, something went wrong. He smiled at me with almost no emotion. His eyes hardly moved and his posture stayed slumped. Just a flash of teeth before he resettled into his chair. He called out to me over his shoulder in a thick Russian accent as I leapt down into the snow. Key to cabin on table. Trip is 5 days. Food in cupboard. Good night. Spasiba? I stuttered back. He snorted at my bad Russian. Probably the first time he laughed in years, it seemed. I never got to meet the other drivers. The ice snapped under my feet. I waddled, clutching my bag to my chest towards the end of the train. I've never been this close to a freight train, but the wagons appeared oddly huge, like way too heavy and tall for what they were meant for. I chalked it up to being a typical product of Russian engineering, made to last for years in the harsh weather, to survive the extreme cold of the Russian tundra. The caboose was no different. It towered 10 feet in the air. Huge struts of steel beams supported walls of thick sheet metal, welded to the already heavy-duty frame of the car. Even the door was reinforced. It swung open on its broom-handle thick hinges like a bank vault's door. It closed behind me with a thunk. The car felt silent. Just one light bulb hung lit in the center of the room. Welcome to Russia, I whispered under my breath. I opened an almost equally thick door to my cabin, a cramped closet-like space with just enough room to stand, walk a step or two, and sleep. Tired, I threw my gear down, crawled into bed. I closed my eyes. Blip. Something beeped. I wiped the dream dust out of my eyes and looked around. It was hard to tell how long I had just slept. There were no windows at all to let natural light in. I noticed a dusty, rounded, and small glass screen embedded in the wall near my feet. Cool, I thought to myself. I love old tech, and this was straight out of the Cold War. It was a tiny terminal with hazy orange text, scan lines. Most of the interface was in Russian, including the keyboard, but I could tell this was a messaging program from the train. Hello. We talk using computer, the screen said. The typing language has already changed over to English, so I wrote my reply. Hello, I typed. I switched through the screens to see what I could find. One said the date and time, January 8th, 1996, 9:03 p.m. Another seemed to be an admin login panel. The last screen featured an aged, pixelated diagram of the train, with words over each door and window. I recognized the two different words seen on the screen with my limited knowledge of Russian. Open and closed. Must be to make sure the cold stayed out, I wondered. They spent so much time welding everything closed. One open window would ruin the whole thing. I've heard of wires and electronics falling after being frozen. There wasn't a place to stop and repair if something broke. Blip. Another message came through. I switched back to the messaging screen. We start moving soon. Sorry for delay. No problem, I replied. Minutes later, the entire train lurched forward and shook, much less graceful than the passenger trains in Europe that I was used to riding. These wheels screeched against the tracks, the engine coughed up to full speed, and we were off. Then the tree branches started to hit. They sounded wet and heavy, obviously coated in layers of ice and snow, and they bounced off the walls with a sloshy snapping sound. Some dragged across the outside walls with a piercing nail on the chalkboard pitch. I was shocked at how loud and frequent they were. Sometimes hours would pass without much noise. Then a flurry of screeching and snapping would return. This must have been an unpopular route. Otherwise, these branches would have been knocked free by other trains or cleared by railroad maintenance crews. I tried my best to sleep. I plugged my ears with loose lint, buried my head into my pillow, but nothing would work. I checked the time on the terminal, as if that would make any difference. 3 a.m. on the dot. I had that familiar and unwelcome debate with myself, deciding whether it was close enough to the morning to just give up and stay awake. Concluding that sleep was a lost cause, I opened the door and we were met with pitch blackness. The light bulb was off. Blip. I turned to the only source of light in the whole car. The terminal. I walked back inside and read the message. Stay inside. He must have had that screen open on his end, the one that watched the windows and doors. Blip. I forgot to say, night you stay inside. Blip. Yes? He asked. I started typing a response when another message came in. Blip. Important. The last message read. Okay. I typed. This felt wrong, even by Russian standards. Tired, hungry, and pissed off, I sat in my bed and stared at the ceiling, which was lit with that faint orange glow from the terminal. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw a wire leading from the wall, feeding into a small, magnetic security switch above my door. I had an idea. I dug around in my backpack and found my magnetic screwdriver for fixing my glasses. Using some tape, I secured the screwdriver head against the doorframe, almost touching the sensor. I slowly pushed the door open and waited. No message from Sergei. It worked. I felt my way around the car until I found a light switch. I flicked it up. Nothing happened. I tried a few more times, waiting in between. No luck. Killed the power to my lights. I felt like I was about to be murdered. I had no phone, no weapons, and the drivers were making sure I stayed in my room until they said I could leave. Not wanting to be murdered on an empty stomach, I felt around the walls of the caboose to try to find the cupboard of food that I was promised. When I felt it, A circular section, the size of a dinner plate, drastically colder than the rest of the wall. A window? No way. This must be the only one on the train, other than the windshield. I felt around the surface of the glass. It was covered in a thick, lazy coating of black paint to match the rest of the walls. Curious, I scratched away a small chunk. It flaked easily onto the floor. I peeked through. Nothing. Just black. I could barely get close enough to see through it anyway. The hole I made was too small. I needed to scrape the rest of the paint off. I dug at the paint with my fingernails until my fingernails were filled with thick, oily paint flakes. Pressed my face against the glass again, now able to see through most of the window. Just my reflection looked back at me, softly lit by the moonlight. Until my reflection opened its mouth on its own. It wasn't my reflection. It was a man pressed against the window. The man started to scream. He beat violently at the wall and window, his primal and ape-like scream making it through the thick steel walls. I took a step back, terrified. Another man joined him, smashing at my window with his bare hands and screaming at me. Through their flailing arms, I could see the tracks, and I could see the dozens of others sprinting toward the train. Those probably weren't tree branches we were hitting. I don't know how long it took me, but I crawled back to my cabin. I shut the door and typed a message to the front of the train. There are people outside the train. Blip. The reply came back almost instantly. Why did you leave cabin? I stared. I regretted scratching the paint. I regretted leaving my cabin. I regretted not listening to Sergei, and I regretted stepping on this damn train. Blip. They can't get in. Blip. Stay inside cabin. Blip. Cover ears. Blip. No light. Blip. No sound. Blip. I'm very sorry. The thrashing and screaming and tree branch sounds continued. It could have been hours or days or minutes, but I stayed in the same position, hands pressed firmly against my ears, knees curled up, eyes fixed on the terminal. They were wailing on the door. They were smashing on the ceiling. They were still screaming. Blip. Still okay? I quickly typed back a response. Yes. Blip. We have trouble. Blip. They are near front of train. Blip. We detach your car. Blip. Wait for help. I wanted to scream, but I caught my mouth with my hand instead. I typed back, no. I didn't wait for a response. Please. Blip. We get help. He replied. I could hear his stupid thick accent to the screen, see his heartless smile, his cowardly posture. I am sorry, friend. Blip. We get help. Blip. Goodbye. And with that last message, the terminal faded to black. I could hear the magnetic hook detach, the front locomotion speed away, and my caboose and 8 coal wagons slow to a stop. My scream joined the symphony. I hit back against the wall until my fist bled. I screamed until my vocal cords tore. I leapt around the cabin like an ape stuck in a cage. I cried myself to sleep, praying to God I never woke up. The endless stomping and pounding melded into gunfire. I had no idea how much time had passed. I was pulled out of my cabin by what I thought was the military. They spoke Russian, yes, but their uniforms had no insignia, no flags, no name tags. I was blindfolded and escorted to a helicopter. I could smell the rich metallic stench of spilled blood and fired weapons. In the hospital, I was isolated. Kept alone in a newly renovated wing. Every morning, I was visited by the same men, asking different questions. I told them everything I saw. They didn't react. Only scribbled down notes or typed furiously away at a keyboard. Then I was released. Sent home in a passenger plane alone. They didn't tell me to keep quiet about what happened, but they didn't need to. I tried to live the rest of my life as normal as possible, hiding the unhealing scars from what I heard and saw on that trip to Moscow. But as I lay dying from lung cancer, bedridden, I have nothing to lose. This isn't an invitation to try what I did, or to try and uncover your own government secrets. It's just a warning. If you hear something tapping at your window at night, if you hear a sound in your kitchen, hear something walking around in your yard, they can't get in. Stay inside, cover your ears, no light, no sound. They'll be safe.
I've been living with my grandfather ever since I was a child. I don't remember my parents too much, but from what I do remember, they were nice, but there was always something off about them. But my grandfather, he was different. He had a strange hobby. He liked to collect marionettes, creepy-looking little bastards, but in a way they had this comforting feel to them, as if I could see them and feel safe. Anyway, my grandfather told me when I was young about this one room that he had never wanted me to go in. He never told me why, just that it was important that I never went in, and I assured him that I wouldn't. But on my 16th birthday, the door just seemed to call out to me. I had to go to it. It wasn't a want, it was an undeniable need to touch the door. When I walked to it, my grandfather called out to me, as if in pain. I ignored him and continued on towards the door. He kept calling to me, but begging for me to come to him, but I couldn't stop. I heard the marionettes chattering, but I thought it was the wind. If only I knew then what I knew now, I would have never opened the door. But I didn't know, and I did open it. When I pulled the door open, a bitter cold ran through me, and there was nothing but darkness and silence. As I looked into the dark room, my grandfather's scream suddenly cut through the silence, and I couldn't leave him any longer. I had to go to him, and when I went to him, all I saw was blood and marionettes on the ground. His throat was slashed. But by who, and when had they gotten past me? I couldn't help but wonder this as I looked at the gory scene. After a few years, I forced myself to go back. Well, more pulled back than forced. I felt like I had to go back there. I couldn't stop the thoughts of the old shop. When I returned there, the door was cold, yet welcoming. I pushed the old wood door open and looked in. The darkness that greeted me was chilling, but somewhat warm. I continued into the room and looked about. The light shining in from outside shined on a table, and on that table was a female marionette. She sat looking at the door that I was never allowed to open. A cold wind blew in, and the doll fell over. More seemed to turn towards me. Her eyes, they were so cold, so lonely. I searched the room for a light switch, and soon found one. As soon as the room was bathed in light, I could see it was filled with dolls. For a moment, I could see everything before the bulb burst. And I was drenched in darkness once again. Darkness and silence. That is, until a voice cut through the darkness. A female voice.
He was weak, but you are strong.
Who's there? Show yourself! Silence fell off the room once more. Must have been my imagination playing tricks on me. He was weak. I am strong.
He had to go. Couldn't stay. Couldn't take care of us.
He? Do you mean... you killed him, didn't you?
You were strong and opened the door. He was weak.
I got a cold chill running down my spine as I felt the strings on my neck, barely touching me, but definitely there. The cold wood on my arms and hands. The room felt like it was closing in, like eyes were watching me from all corners of it, like the marionettes, like they were coming for me. It was a few years ago, and now I've taken over the business. You heard it too, didn't you? Don't worry, if you're strong, you have nothing to fear. But however, if you're weak...
Welcome home, Father.
Shall a meat be satisfied for his crime, Vincent? Those are the last words my father speaks to me on his death. In the typical sense, most deathbed scenes are found with the family surrounding the dying. There are tears of sorrow and pain falling for the lost. There are final speeches and goodbyes spoken to the departed, and hands held whilst the comfortably lain body drifts into its final slumber. But here instead, we find ourselves in a bare room. Here, my father and I are surrounded by not family saying goodbyes, but by metal bars, airtight glass, and officers of the law. I watch from my seat on one side of the glass as the lethal injection begins.